Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group state. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
It's day 1 of the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, and this is one of the most grueling events in Counter-Strike. Best of 3s, but single eliminations, no mistakes can be made. Some, especially this man here, call it Upset City.
Upset City, yeah, I found this term when I was flying to Copenhagen, and I thought we should probably do something with it. You know, we should have like a decorum behind us. Maybe we could have the lights flashing over when there's an upset happening with some chicken like Upset City.
I like it. We're going to take your sound effects, we'll add that back in, we'll get that working. Pimp, it is a tough event for these teams coming through, but it is a lot of fun for us.
I love it. I love it. You know, you have to be good. You have to win your games, and if you suck and if you lose, you're out. It's as simple as that. So Upset City perhaps, but it's also one of those tournaments where you really got to be there from the beginning if you want to make it.
Oh yes, that's it. Coming in hot, coming in and doing what you're supposed to do for sure. And the goal is for all of these teams to try and get to the spring finals, and we're going to Washington for that magic moment.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby. NACS is back on home turf. People have been waiting a long time. The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO has come to the nation's capital. Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
That is where we are heading to for the Spring Finals, but only 2 teams will make it across the showdown, one coming from the Americas region and one coming from Europe. And guys, when it does come down to all of this though, right, looking at the season we've had so far, looking at just CS in general right now, we are in a great spot where teams have a chance no matter where they're at.
Yeah, listen, I was keeping an eye on the teams that will be at the Spring Final, and that's some serious competitive.
Yes.
It is a seriously elite event, and obviously the location itself is quite sexy. It's always a pleasure to go there, but I think for some of the teams that we're going to have to deal with for this coming week, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to be under the spotlight. It's an opportunity to play an S-tier tournament, grab a couple of points for a few rankings here and there, maybe put some money in the bank.
Put some money in the bank. That's certainly what you want to see.
Look at this team.
Yeah, these are the teams you're mentioning now. There's one that's not quite like the others, but the rest of them are
doing here?
that's what I was looking at. I was like, oh, what you think they deserve to be there, Pimp? Yeah.
Didn't they qualify?
They did qualify. Yeah. Deserving and standing out of place is not the same thing. They did qualify. It's all fair and square.
It's going to be tough for us to in Washington, isn't it? It's going to be very tough. It's going to be tough for anyone qualifying right here. Even Cloud9 coming into the mix of that team, if they were to qualify, it just makes that event, so much more special.
Well, let's have a look at our EU teams, right? Because when you're talking about these teams, they are ones with great opportunity, great chances, but you mentioned it. Pimp, Cloud9 are the ones that stand out like a sore thumb.
That's the one that stands out, right? A team that did very well at Pro League, who just finished. It's a team that is supposed to be at the biggest of the biggest tournaments. A team that hasn't really won enough, when you look at the players, you look at the pedigree of the team, but coming into a tournament like this, there's no excuse whatsoever. If Cloud9 is not qualifying for Washington, that would be classified as a disaster.
It is a disaster for sure, right? Cloud9 should be the favorites, but it's upset city.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Cloud9 obviously not currently a partner team. For them, it's a golden opportunity to actually be at the finals. Hell, what if they win in Washington? They'd be at the World Final. It can change everything in terms of the calendar. They've said in multiple interviews in the past, Nafany said, we've had periods of time where we were just not paying officials. We literally had nothing to do. We were just practicing. So we show up to the next competition and we're out of practice. So it's going to make a big difference now. Favorites have famously messed up at the showdown. It's happened many times, so we'll see if Cloud9 follow that road.
Well, let's have a look at the America side of things, because there are a couple of teams here who 100% want to be here, and it's wild to see a team like Liquid, who we've been praising quite a lot over the recent times, they're in this showdown, and now they have to battle it against the likes of Furia for a spot. Yeah,
imagine the pressure, right? We know NA Counter-Strike right now is struggling a little bit. Let's not lie about it, but for Liquid not to be in Washington, for Liquid not to be at home soil at a big event, Counter-Strike-wise, that would be a massive disaster, like Furia missing out on Rio, which they luckily didn't, right? They waited all the way to the semifinals. So the pressure right now on Team Liquid is massive. It's an online qualifier. We know they hate to play those type of tournaments, and they have notoriously been poor at qualifying, I'd argue. So it's going to be tough.
I was going to say, didn't famously Liquid's Moses lose at a showdown in the first round or some shizzle like that?
You just had to drag Jason into it, huh? Yeah.
I just wanted to say Jason, it makes me happy. But I think they had a couple of notorious fails down the road.
Yeah. They don't want to relive that, but we can have a look at how it's going to pan out across both regions, across the brackets. We're going to see what will be happening across the next few days. And like we keep mentioning, there are no mistakes to be had here. These are all your teams. This is all the matchup and how it could go. And there's just these 2 spots left remaining. Now, it's just rough, isn't it?
I know, and I was just thinking, personally, I love single elimination. I love best of 3s, that's fine. But how frustrating and how absolutely eye-gouging it must be to make your way to the grand final and actually lose. You for all this way through all the best of 3s and then, psych, you're not going there. Thank you for your participation. Here, have an award.
Well, you don't want to make it easy for them. And when we look at it being easy, people talk about the Americas region being one of the easier ones. Well, that's not quite the case anymore. There is a relative world where many of these teams, say your Liquids, right, could lose to a paiN, as we saw at EPL.
I mean, the Brazilian scene is thriving. I wouldn't call it the NA scene. I'd say the South American scene is doing well. There's a lot of talent coming out of the Brazilian region. They haven't really been able to put it together, for a couple of top teams. I feel like all the talent is spread out there, with Imperial, with Fluxo, who didn't even qualify right here, MIBR, paiN, you name it. There's a lot of competitive teams over there. But in terms of having that one team that is supposed to go up against a team like Liquid, you only really have Furia right now, who's also lately been struggling a little bit, or at least haven't lived up to the full potential. So I wouldn't say NACS is doing well, but I think SACS is doing just fine.
SACS is certainly doing just fine. But where do we put Furia right now? Should they be the ones that are the favorites in this? Because we've said Cloud9 are clear in EU, but what about for the Americas?
Yeah, I still believe that Liquid and Fury are both like a cut above the rest of the talent pool that we have in this America's Showdown, but Fury is in kind of a weird spot, and I wonder if the major being around the corner isn't actually the only thing that's holding them together currently. And if that were to go to hell, then they would probably think or anticipate a couple of changes going down the line. We have the teams here in the Americas Showdown, of course, and honestly, the mid pack, the mid portion, is kind of cool. They're kind of cool teams.
On this mid portion, I want to touch on MIBR with this new young player Insani coming in, because he was someone that made us actually believe and see some enjoyment out of this roster.
He's quite exciting to watch play. Very aggressive, very assertive, likes to take duels, and is really trying to be a game changer within the game. He's a little bit inconsistent, and that goes normal for a young player that is being integrated into a new team. But I think we all agree from watching Insani play on the server that there's some hidden potential within him. And then you always have that, old school argument with Henny. Can he regain some form or do well? He's been all right. So there is some potential within MIBR, and I believe they're on a 12-game winning streak right now, or 12 maps in a row against Tier 3, Tier 4 SA opposition. But still, they're winning their games.
That's a confidence booster coming into it. But a team that I don't know where their confidence is at is Imperial. This is the last dance that's not really a last dance anymore. It's just a whole team.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've kind of strolled away from the last dance gig. We just have Fallen and Bolts now staying in here. Vinny joined them from the Furia side, but they've still trying to integrate the newer generation of talent, put it this way. Cello, of course, Jota, two very heavy hitters in terms of Counter-Strike, which ones I'm very happy to see. And quite honestly, Fallen has been doing better individually than I had expected. I thought he would fall off. His numbers are quite decent. So I think I join Jacob's argument. It feels like Brazilian Counter-Strike right now has the ingredients. It's just a matter of what is the constellation that is going to give us a team that is once again elite or ready to fight with the elite. And we're close to that. We're close. We're not quite there yet.
A couple of roster changes away. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. Let's see how it goes for these teams across the Showdown. But looking at the European side of things, a team we didn't touch on too much already is Fnatic. Fnatic, for me, is a team where we've seen potential for them. You look at their run at the major. You see them then sometimes lose games and you think, you had this was in the bag. They've got some players that are still lacking some experience here.
I think this is a massive opportunity for Fnatic, also given the bracket as well. They are supposed to win their first game. They potentially go up against Big in a second round, and going up against Cloud9 obviously is going to be tough, but that's the way I look at Fnatic right now. Sort of like the gatekeepers of top 15 in the world. They're good. They have potential. I think a couple of the players are very interesting. Roy as well gets a lot of credit within Danish Counter-Strike, and slowly but surely is starting to get the recognition as well in international Counter-Strike. He's slowed down a little bit as of late, but in terms of raw skill within this team, there's a lot to offer, but I haven't really seen them being any better than just top 15, so they need to put on another level before I really want to celebrate.
It would kind of be impressive if they make it to that final that you're mentioning. If they actually made it to face Cloud9, would mean they've dispatched of 9, they've survived a big or the rare atom scare. That would already be a quite scenario for them.
And that rare atom scare, how scary is it?
Look, I think it's complicated to be objective. Is it? I mean, in the sense of, I think they turn a whole lot of heads during their Pro League stint, right? When you start and you have that win at the very beginning, you take a map of Navi as well, everyone is freaking their minds off. But then I actually looked at the maps that they have lost there, and 6 out of the 7 maps they've lost at Pro League were under single digit. They've been bashed around in a whole lot of these games. So I'm left wondering, have I overhyped them just a little bit? I think they're a horrifying team to play in the best of 3 in single elimination right now. But maybe, just maybe, we're overvaluing them a little bit.
Maybe the best of ones would have been a better scenario for them in the old days, right? That's something they could have certainly worked for and have some fun. But guys, it's time for us to look at our unicorn predictions here and see what we've chosen for today. Now, we've got some big brains in here.
And then we have Londus.
He did go for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, if he pulls it off, he has bragging rights for a good 24 hours.
Yeah, he looks like a genius if he does that one.
At the very least. That would be good.
OG would smooth as well in that one. I mean,
he does that. It doesn't matter to him. If OG's playing a game, I think he's contractually obliged to pick OG. I think he has no choice. Isn't he like main sponsored by OG? I think he's a ambassador of the brand or some shizzle. I don't know.
Well, the youngsters would call a troll. That's what he is.
I'm sure it will come out.
But the paiN MIBR one now, there's a whole lot of conversation. You can see it on this prediction from you.
That one does get interesting for sure. But we've got to keep the show moving. We've got to keep it going forward. We've got to look at what games we've got coming up for you today. Already, as we started to say, we've got Cloud9 versus Copenhagen Flames, MIBR versus paiN, our first game of the Americas. But coming up after this break, the Ninjas trying to prove what they've got against an OG with a weakened lineup. Dexter out and Smooya in. We'll see you in just a few. Opening game of the day sees the Ninjas, who have been building themselves back up. They've had Hetrick coming at the beginning of the year, the sad loss of Hampus, but Config coming in at the same time. Now going up against an OG who they've had just pain after pain with these roster changes, changing IGL, not getting what they wanted in here. And now they lose Dexter, the superstar player. This is not a great start for them at all.
It's not a great start, definitely. I think if you are OG, you want to have Dexter in the field, but I'm gonna raise you a different argument.
Oh.
If you're gonna go full madness, might as well have goddamn Smooya with you and just go full madness. Let's go, let's do it. I don't think there is any world in which OG can out-call NIP. I don't think they can out-strat them. I don't think they have better protocols. But just throw caution to the wind. Play a little crazy. Have this mercenary with you and smack some headshots.
Well, before we get too crazy with that, right? Heku, who's managed to catch up with Flamesy, and he'll be able to shed some of the light on it. So what you got for us?
So, Flames, the cat is out of the bag. We saw the announcement on HLTV that unfortunately today you will not have Dexter instead of him. You're gonna have Smooya. Why exactly decide to go for him?
I think he's one of the best options right now. He's a very good opper. Like, skill-wise, he's very good. I think also Smooya for short term is just an amazing guy to have. He's full hype. He's gonna scream, and he's gonna pump you with energy. And I think that's a key factor when you look at like which player you need for for one tournament.
Well, he's been playing a lot of CS2 recently. Are you sure like he will still be able to play CSGO today?
It's Counter-Strike. It's all the same.
It is Counter-Strike. Well, it's kind of like not the only change that you recently had in your team, because right now like Nexa is also like not in the active pool. Like you, instead of him, you have Nico calling. I do wonder, like, because like Nico does not have like a lot of experience of IGLing, is like someone else like maybe helping him like and trying to compensate like that lack of communication?
Well, I think we all need to have more responsibility, because we don't have the, like, Nico is not a natural IGL. He's very focused on the game, so on T sides he kind of calls and we play around him. Like, we have the coaches helping a lot on helping Nico and with what we should do and what it would help Nico if we do. And then on City sides, I think like everyone chimes in a little bit, because it's more of on City you can really, like, everyone plays his position and can communicate to his position. And I think everyone kind of chimes in, but I think the coaches and the IGL on T side, like in Nico, basically do most of the job, and they tell us like how it would fit the style. And obviously we have a system, so we play according to that.
Well, we're getting some questions answered there from Flamesy, and the thing I want to start with here is the IGL side of it, because we were worried anyway with Nico coming in, and Nexa was a vital piece to all of this. But this is now continuing, and this doesn't sound too good from Flames.
I don't know what it is with ex-heroic players that got kicked from the lineup that then turns into in-game leaders. We had Refresh doing it in Sprout a little bit, didn't really pan out too well. Now Nico coming in, obviously in other circumstances, I don't think he wants to be the in-game leader, but perhaps the only one who can do it. All I'm saying is that I have never played with Nico, but I've heard, talks about him, and he doesn't strike me as a player whatsoever that is fit to be an in-game leader. Neither did Refresh when he was coming into Sprout, and we saw how that turned out. So that is not a positive for OG. I respect the man for coming in. I respect him for still playing some decent individual Counter-Strike. He hasn't been poor at all on the server, but as an in-game leader, I feel like you lose all identity. You lose all chances of outmaneuvering your opponent if this guy is your guy.
Yeah, we should be careful with the word we use. I think Nico is as much as an IGL as I am a chef, because I put pasta in my pan. I can put pasta in my pan. That doesn't make me a chef. He's going to have to choose the strategies he wants to yield, but I cannot imagine that he would actually have the mid-round vista of, the clever IGLs we put out there. Or maybe I undersell him. Maybe I underrate him. Prove me wrong. Right here, you have an opportunity. But this concerns me vastly for OG.
And looking at that, though, you spoke about the craziness of having Smooya in. Can that benefit it of not needing to be such a structured, well-thought-out IGL?
Yeah, I think it can. I think it can, mostly if you have momentum. I think this is going to be the key word, the one we use so much for that OG lineup. We see that's a strange Photoshop to see that. Confuses me to hell. Smooya in the OG jersey. Look, if you are OG, and if you are on a roll, and the rounds are flying, and everyone is coming in, chiming in, the way Flames was saying, listen, we give some ideas, Nico just has to control this, then sure, why not? It's Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if they actually hit a brick wall and they don't know what to do, and it's 0-7, and you have to have someone that comes in with a little bit of vista, I think it's going to be Struggle City. Not Upset City, Struggle City. They're all cities with capitals.
We're going to stay with cities across these next few days, mate. I'm with you. We're rolling with it. But looking on the other side of things, right? OG's in this bad spot, but NIP, they started the year in a bad spot, having to build the lineup back together. Young Hedrick comes into his first Tier 1 team. Config slotting in out of nowhere. What do you make of them right now, Pimp?
I think that's the silver lining for OG. They're facing a bleeding NIP right now. I've been very, very disappointed in what these guys have been able to achieve as a team so far. Sure, you can argue it's still early stages. Alexi B coming in, Hetrick coming in as well as a youngster, but I think we got hyped when we saw them the first time around. I think I was interested in seeing what this lineup could put together. Then all the things happened with Hampus where he had to step out mid-tournament in the group stages. Config came in, and I thought from an individual point of view, that would even be an upgrade for NIP. So I had expectations. I thought these guys were able to produce results. I thought they were going to be able to produce decent Counter-Strike, but I've been let down, and I think all the fans have been let down as well, and the players themselves have been let down as well. I think they expect much, much more from themselves, and right now they're bleeding, and they need to stop that bleeding. And against a team like OG with a stand-in, that's a perfect occasion for that.
Do you think we eternally overrate Config as a player because of how he plays? Because I've been actually wondering the same question. I think there is something in Counter-Strike about very fiery, feisty players who can make the difference. If you have one of these games here and there, then all the hype just catches on fire immediately. Oh my freaking God, look at what Config is able to do. He's taking charge, he's making the maneuvers and then moves. Look at the numbers in terms of consistency. We have them right there. There's not really a lot to fire and be excited about. Are we not seeing something? Are we missing something?
I think he's been very disappointing in NIP. I think his time in Astralis was actually okay. I think he got a bit too much critique. The beginning was good as well. I think HLTV even did an article that he wasn't as inconsistent as people may have thought he would. He was actually performing quite consistently compared to the outrageous comments that sometimes came out from certain individuals, Maniac being one of them right now. But I'm just saying, Config is a guy that can make the difference on the server, and we haven't seen that with NIP, so I would be disappointed if I were you, and I would be disappointed if I were Config as well.
And now this is a game where they should be looking at this and saying, okay, we've got this wounded OG, this should be ours for the taking. But when it comes to the veto, Maniac, what are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Well, I think historically, NIP has had OG's number figured out. They've played some of the same maps. They've played twice, actually. That's 2 series, best of 3s at the time. Vertigo always came into the bracket. I wouldn't be surprised to see it fly again. And actually, NIP won all of the 4 maps. So I can try to weasel my way here. We see the Vertigo from NIP coming on. Mirage for OG, it's a bit of an open map, a bit more puggy-ish. I don't mind it too much. Also, I think it was one of the few maps in Pro League where OG didn't look ridiculous on Mirage. They had a couple of decent attempts. So for now, it makes sense. It's just NIP's had their number figured out in these best of 3s, the 4 maps.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. You know, Mirage is the open map, the puggy map, maybe the one chance OG have to get into the game and get this shock start. But let's be honest, if you're NIP, you have a team that on paper is very expensive. You have a lot of ingredients as well. Maniac being the chef, I'm sure he could cook something nice with this lineup, but they haven't been able to produce anything so far. And against an OG with Shmuya, who's only played 5 maps officially in 23, this has to be a win.
But now for NIP, and you guys, you've spoke critically about them, and rightly so. They've had this amount of time, though, to get Config put in. Because if you remember back at Katowice as an example, they were constantly saying, oh, well, we haven't had the time, we haven't had the time. Now the excuse is gone, surely. Yeah,
I mean, we're getting to that window is rather closing. Let's put it this way. The window of we need some time is closing. We also have some very important rendezvous when it comes to the Counter-Strike calendar. Right? We play Showdown now. We're going to have the RMR cycle coming in very soon. You just cannot let your guard down at that point. I just think there are a couple of players, in fact, one player specifically, that hasn't delivered what I was hoping for. I was hoping for a better Brolin.
Yeah.
I thought that Config coming in with the aggression and the risk-taking that he provides, I thought it would open up a little bit more freedom for Brolin to play mid-round, late rounds, have some crazy impact, because I pin him as a very clever player, super intuitive, knowing how to handle situations. Turns out the numbers aren't necessarily here to support that claim. So Hetrick has been decent. Rez has been decent for his standards, and Brolin is a little bit lacking behind.
Yeah, it's just the feeling the entire team gives you, because I agree with you. Brolin should be able to do more. I think Rez being back in the rifle got both you and me very hyped in the group stages as well. We haven't really seen that effect come into full force. And then Config, he's been horrendous in NIP, right? So there's a lot of issues right now. If you have a hand right, you can count at least 4 or 5 problems with an NIP, and that's too many.
5 is your limit, by the way.
5 is your limit,
one hand. Just wanted to know.
You got a coach as well, and I don't think we should flag him to you.
Making sure.
Just making sure.
Just
10 is the best I can offer you.
And looking at the stats and what you guys are talking about, though, when it comes to Config, do you think it could be just the leadership style around him maybe not being utilized in the right way?
Listen, for me to answer that, I would be able I would need to be a fly and watch NIP practice and listen to them when they're playing official. That is how I could tell you, yes, they're not using him as they should. I think sometimes the problem is that when you are like Config and you have a profile that is so extreme, maybe you just box yourself into a role. And then you're Alexi B and you're thinking, okay, who's my player I'm going to send in first? Config, of course. What am I thinking? I have Config. Go ahead, man. Be free, run. And so maybe a little bit more diversity and a bit more nuance in how he plays Counter-Strike would help him, because we all know how it is. When you're an aggressive player and you're not hitting the shots or you don't have that momentum, and we've seen Art getting slapped around, we've seen Apex getting slapped around, all of these players, sometimes it's really struggle city.
Back to the cities the whole way through. But Pimp, when you're looking at this, do you say that this would be an embarrassment if NIP were to lose to OG given the circumstances?
Yeah, it would be embarrassing. It would be very, very embarrassing if NIP weren't able to beat OG in these circumstances. Had it been Nexa and Dexter on the server, I would argue we had a 50-50 game on our hand where maybe the favorites would be OG, as they actually have delivered in the past 3 or 4 months. But in this scenario right now, with Smooya coming in, with Nico being the in-game leader, Dexter not here, let's not forget that he is the star of OG. He is the guy who could probably go to any other team out there pretty much in the entire world and make a difference. He's not going to be here anyway. So I feel NIP is prone to win this one. If they fail or even lose a map right here, I probably would be disappointed.
You're not even letting them lose a map?
No.
He's harsh.
No, that's not.
He's harsh, Pimp.
I'm just taking a win, you know. Win's acceptable. What about you, Manny?
I have an IP as a winner, of course. If it's 3 or 2, I don't really care. I think just would make us stay longer here. That's all. It's just term of schedule. That's all. I'm just joking. I have NIP, of course. They're favorites. They would have been favorites even with a full lineup. Personally, the maps are. There's no surprise in it. There's no way for me to spin it around. And player-wise, as you covered, unless Smooya just blesses us with a one-of-a-kind performance, I think NIP's got him.
Well, can we get that magical performance from Smooya? Can OG cause an upset straight away here? They're going up against the Ninjas, and you'll be back with all the action with Anders and Maui after the break.
But today you're going to play against an IP, and they're actually the last team you played an official against. Does it mean that it was actually easier to prepare for them just because they were your last opponent?
Well, we know how they play, kind of, and we experienced playing against them already, so... Well, we know how they play, but last time they beat us, and we need to come with a better... not with a better game plan, but with a better form individually.
We can't really expect much. Like, we need to think that they're gonna play as a mix. I mean, obviously some structure, because they still have 4 of the players. I feel like Smooya is one of the... One standing that is, like, really good because of the hyper-aggressive playstyle he has. But, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a weird game, I feel like, but we just gotta give all we got.
I'm into that. I can live with that. I think it will be a weird game, I imagine. Alex, what do you think? You up for this one?
Last time we saw these two teams play against each other at ESL Pro League, it was a very weird game. And so that's what I'm hoping for this time. I hope it's fun. I hope that Smooya is explosive. I think that everybody's going to get hyped up about him in the server, because every time you see him load up, you never really know, are you going to get hard carry Smooya or a Smooya that's a detriment to the team?
Well, according to the Unicorn odds, at least, it's an IP that are favored a little bit. It kind of makes sense. I guess maybe these were also made before. I don't know how many people you knew that Smooya was going to be playing. That could mix things up a little bit. Either way, I think it's going to be weird. I think weird that's the best interpretation from what we saw last time. It was not really the best Counter-Strike from anybody, to be honest. I've been on this NIP hate train for a little bit. I'm really tired of how they play, right? I'm tired of the excuses, and it's born out of the fact that I want them to play better. I think they can, but they're just not doing it.
Right. You look at the names on paper, and you would say that there's a ton of firepower for NIP, and there's a lot for Alexi B to harness. It's just that he hasn't been able to fully grasp how best to use the pieces that he's got in front of him. And that's something that so many people have been hyping up, how Alexi can get more. I'd say even when he was the IGL of OG, he probably made that team perform better than it should have performed if you looked at the names on the paper there. But this time with NIP, you've got Config, you've got Head Trick, you've got, you've got so many reasons to get excited, and yet we've actually seen none of those materialize in the server.
It's felt just very, very flat. Even just at the most basic, just reverting to, really basic, like let's take control of the bit, sort of normal parts of the map. Let's just do a basic execute into a bomb site. A lot of these things just seem to completely fall apart. Even at times in the last best of 3, they really looked like they had to just run out of ideas, and that was heartbreaking to see. I want to see that change, and obviously, as Alexi was saying, who knows what OG will bring to the table now that Smooya is playing instead. We're about to find out as we head into the first map. It's Mirage in his best of 3 with NIP and OG, and they might be just a slight bait here as they are setting up a couple of things, but Mirage, listen, to be honest, now that we have a minute or two, I'm happy to see anything but Dust 2 right now. I don't know about you, but I've been playing a lot of Dust 2 recently.
I think everybody that has the CS2 beta probably has been seeing a little bit too much Dust 2. But I think, it's only about like 1% of people have been included in the beta. So I don't want to let those people feel too excluded. I know there's going to be a handful of listeners here that are going to be begging for some beta keys. But no, you should go to @Anders. On fire, Anders.
What? Don't listen. Now is the time to make them feel excluded. Pretty soon they'll all be there, and this is now your only chance really to do it. I feel like you should exploit it when you have the chance. Here we go.
Every time a smoke doesn't pop, or an HE doesn't pop a smoke, I'm gonna comment on it.
Yeah, we're gonna say, why didn't they blow away the smoke? It's easier. Well, here we go. We've got Brolin with the dualies. Oh, looked a bit weird right there. He goes for the fight, but Fiku will take him down. And that is the first kill of the showdown going his way. OG, they should be able to get the bomb plant behind this, and they're pushing to take control of jungle, which is really cool. That'll make a retake super difficult now for NIP, surely.
This is already looking really favorable for the T side. Config makes his presence known at the top of connector. It's taken down by Nico, and Rez trying to snipe above the smoke, using it as a one-way, but unable to find a kill yet.
They kind of need a smoke and a kit, I think, to get this 3-on-5 working. This is one of those freak rounds where you really need to try and go for that ninja defuse, or it's not going to happen at all. Head Trick rightfully realizing that they're going to be pushing up behind him, and I think now maybe just try and contain OG if you can, get some kills, maybe buy a scout in the next round if you want to, but you're not going to be able to win this one. It's a great start for OG there. They get some parting kills, though, for NIP. This is super respectable. At least they are getting a little bit of cash in the bank.
Right. There's been an ongoing debate about whether CTs actually should be saving at all, because it gives the Ts as a whole a $3,500 win bonus, as opposed to the $3,250 that they would get if they were all to just dive. But I think the jury's still out on that question. I think most teams in Tier 1 CS right now do play it the way that we just saw NIP, where they just try to get a little bit money in their pocket by playing for the exit frags. And NIP, they're going to be forcing into this one off the back of those kills. Hetrick is able to equip the Scout, Rez on the FAMAS, and OG looks like they're going for some pretty early mid control here, where Rez will be there to fight them.
Yeah, potential big risk for the economy when you're playing it like this, obviously on the CT side, but the reward could be there too. And NIP, they should be the more confident team coming into this one, so that even makes me question whether or not you'd want to do this. If you're the established team playing against a team with a stand-in, maybe you would rather try and play it a little bit more default, but depends, I guess, on how this plays out. We can analyze it retroactively. If it works, we're all happy with it, but I would say it certainly is an interesting risk for NIP. They're not really pushing too much behind it either. Scout on Hetrick is quite far away. Kind of wish that it was a little bit active in the middle just to try and get some of the early body shots in. It does make it a lot harder for the T side.
Yeah, it would make things pretty nice for those upgraded pistols on his team. And Roland trying to get a little bit cheeky on top of that connector smoke. Won't be able to find anything just yet, but it looks like NIP's trap. It's about to spring. Flames right here. This window smoke is about to fade, and it looks like he spotted the foot of Rez. So the first kill will go the way of OG, and that is the one rifle taken down on the NIP side. But Brolin with the 5-7, already able to even numbers out. Quickly traded though, and now Hetrick, we're finally able to see that Scout come into play.
He's doing a bit more. He's actually got a couple of good tanks off. Maybe. Oh, but he's going to get hunted down. That's a real shame. Neofrag able to pick him off with a good wall bang. Alexi snuck in, but the bomb is planted. If he would have maybe got that kill and would have stayed alive, it could have been a bit more interesting. But now it's just Config on his own, and I don't even know what he was doing. That looked very strange. Regardless, it's a good, well-managed round out of OG. Not giving away too much in that little moment. Could have been dangerous.
Oh, it's a pretty good call at that too. I would say that if people want a little bit of context as to how OG have been playing with Nico at the helm, it's been some calls out of spawn, some pretty one-dimensional approaches to rounds, and what this round already shows is that they're taking their time, they're seeing if NIP are going to make a mistake, and they're still able to convert pretty cleanly. So tech pause coming out here obviously was just a force buy from NIP, so not going to draw the greatest conclusions from that. But this is just kind of a... I think if we want to really circle back to the whole story with NIP, it's that this team, when you look at it, you're not necessarily seeing too many top 20 players or anything like that. Brolin, the only person on the roster who was able to find a spot on that list at any point in time. But you know that there's a lot of potential, and you would want to just see that all activated. And with Alexi B already having a pretty strong resume as a caller, a leader, you would think that he's able to get more out of some of these players. And what happened in their ESL Pro League campaign was a far cry from that. It was a disappointing finish to 0-0 Nation to bounce them out of even a chance to make it to the playoffs. And it was relatively easy, I would say, to make playoffs in their group.
It should have been. It really should have been, yeah. I think it's very disappointing. We got the same sort of return for the PR answers in terms of, yeah, well, it's a new lineup and all that. It's partly true, but I'm not sure if it's good enough. Oh, he so thought he had that. Sneaky with the silencer, but gonna get caught. I don't know. I am kind of sympathetic to NIP in this problem that they're having. I don't just want to be criticizing them too much, but at the same time, I really do think some of these players on this team, especially now that Config's here, if they could have a sick trio of riflers that should power them through a lot of games, and it just hasn't been. It just hasn't been really the case. But I'm so happy to be wrong. I'd be so excited to be wrong about it. I'm waiting for the day when NIP are going to show up and say, look at this. We got Rez, Brolin, and Config all playing pretty good, and then that's it. That in itself will get us like halfway there.
You want to get off the hate train?
Yeah, I do.
You want to get on the hype train?
I'm ready.
You're ready to switch station at the next station.
Yeah, they just need to show just a little bit of something. Right now it's OG, but also winning the pistol round. Of course, it's going to be the 4th round coming up with NIP picking up the AWP on Hetrick, so not too bad. And the AUG on Brolin.
Oh, this is looking like it's going to be a pretty quick B play. They're already setting up for a heavy B lean on that side of the map, and That means Alexi will be the one contested. Config is going to be able to assist him from catwalk. That's a nice nade to soften up Flames already. And it looks like OG, yeah, they just want to challenge the in-game leader of NIP.
Why not? Oh, they're so close. The flash, the jump down. Flames with the opening. That's not bad. Alexi's in a lot of trouble. It'll be the FAMAS to take him down. And with smokes already landing in the market window, it's time to back on out. That's a very clean, very direct hit towards the B bomb side. And I guess, I'm not even sure the flashbangs did that much for the T side, but it doesn't matter. They found the kills with the rifles.
Yeah, Config's position was a little bit awkward right there. Don't always want to be right under the window. If he was anywhere else, a little bit deeper on Cat, could have stayed alive a little bit longer, activated the crossfire with himself and Alexi better. But it was just a great timing from OG, instant headshot on that entry. And sometimes that's all it really takes. It's not too complicated. So 4-0 start for OG.
Yeah, I mean, you brought this idea earlier about one-dimensional, hits to a bomb site, and I feel like that's the kind of word that could be good and bad, right? If trying to do more than the one-dimensional stuff, if you can't pull it off, is probably much worse, right? And if you're playing an IP and you don't think they're going to be necessarily that much of an elaborate team themselves, then maybe the one-dimensional stuff will just work.
Yeah, we just see right there Flames getting that entry, and Alexi going 1 for 1. Not quite enough needed. And some disappointment setting in. Timeout already being used by NIP. Got to think about when you're down 4-0, how are you going to recover the situation? Especially given that they've saved a couple rifles into this one. And so they could definitely change up their defense. So DJL's getting on the mic. And we'll find out if he's spitting or if it's coming out flat.
It's early on. Surely they kind of lost, they kind of lost the steam already. I feel like this is going to be all right. And I mean, I think Alexi, he showed in that interview with Hecker a little bit, right? He was kind of mentally prepared for the fact that it could be, I think he said more of a scrim, but I mean, like, either way, I think what that means is just a label for we could be seeing rounds like these where it's like very flash and go and you just have to be ready. It can be very hard to play against, obviously. So, like you said, Config finding himself in a tough position there. So hopefully NIP will be prepared for more of this. That's an amazing run down the middle. M4A4 on Nico. Take down Rez.
Yeah, okay, well, the trade's there from Hetrick, and now Brolin defending the A site. Dancing around default a little bit here. Smooya aware of his position and recognizes it's a little bit too tough to try to dislodge him. And so he lets Neofrag chime in. Unsilenced on the A1S, actually. 3 versus 3. And Brolin, he has a great idea as to where some of these T-side players are. And he's just holding down the line.
Scary position to be in, though. He's got nobody right now that's covering Palace. So he has 3 different angles to cover. What is the rest of his team doing? They're kind of maneuvering back towards the B bomb side. I was going to say he probably either has to get out or he needs somebody to show up in jungle to help him out. So it turns out they're all going to be falling back a little bit further. And there's still about 50 seconds. The bomb is making its way up the ramp over at the A side. So eventually that's where the plan is going to be. Smooya has it on his back right now with the AK in hand. And still just 40 seconds. Hetrick almost in a position to get a clean kill here. Neofrag's on the other side. Oh, the timing is ridiculous. He's just managed to sneak past. But that jump down, he's going to hear. And you'll have a little bit of a clue of what's coming next. 28 seconds. Such a slow round. But eventually the reward, it goes to Hetrick. He's going to pick up the kill. And Smooya drops for the bomb as well. This is a bit of a disaster.
Don't think that Neofrag has any chance in this one now. 15 seconds left. Brolin doing enough. Hetrick doing enough. 2 kills apiece on both of those NIP players. And OG, they're going to have to lick their wounds and move on to the next round with holding only this A1S. Not sure why Neofrag unsilenced it. Still kind of curious choice there. Just kind of a style choice. Actually, the gun just gets worse statistically, but he was able to find a kill with it. So can't argue with the results necessarily, but this was just an interesting round where OG, they were putting a lot of pressure onto Brolin. We saw that he was isolated on an island towards that A bomb site, but OG just never really wanted to pull the trigger. They wanted to see if they could create a hold state that would lead NIP to making a mistake, and it never really came their way. And by the time they wanted to crunch this A site, NIP recentered their defense. Hetrick was making a play off of Cat, and so it actually favored the defenders. Oh no. Okay. A little bit of damage from Config on that molly, but not significant.
Looks like maybe he wanted to make the jump. Now he's down below instead and getting caught with a grenade in hand. Might have been dead already. Very low on health, but eventually Flames We'll be able to take him down. 4-on-4 now. A lot of chaos in the middle. And OG back to playing it a bit more slowly.
Yeah, that's just really interesting. Okay, this is going to be the next engagement. Fiku holding on to this A ramp. He's got the AK, but instantly headshot by Brolin, holding his own. 4 versus 3 now. NIP should be able to settle down, and that puts the burden onto OG to try to find the next in on the round. Smooya trying to find an entry up that catwalk, but Headtrick, if Smooya pushes on a little bit forward, this should be a freebie for the opposing sniper. Oh, actually, just finds the wallbang. Oh, no way. He wanted to repeat that for a second, but thought better of that moment.
Yeah, he managed to get himself under control, which is obviously very important. Don't want to be walking into that shot. It's not necessary. You're in a 4-on-3. You don't really have to defend that corner any longer. But that little skirmish over at the A ramp against Fiku, that's what they were hoping for in the previous round. That's what actually OG were wasting all that time for in the last 3-on-3. This time they got it and they weren't ready. Smooya is going to be going down. Tagged up earlier by Headtrick, and now they're probably just going to wait out the clock here. All right, NIP, a little bit of a timeout. They're slowly back in the game.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I like that they switched it up for Config. He's been having a silent game thus far. He found his first kill of the map on this round, and it's because they just sent him into Underpass. It's not like a necessarily tactical, technical play or anything, but sometimes you just want to see your star rifles brawl in a 50-50 duel, and Config able to go 1-for-1. That's probably going to boost his confidence just a little bit, even though by most metrics, you don't really just want to go 1-for-1 on the CT side. I think actually it'll help a player like Config more out there.
Yeah, he does seem the kind of player that once he is really unleashed, things just get a little bit different, and you have to be hoping that he's going to have one of those games. Even if we haven't seen really enough of them out of Config lately, you always feel like it can happen. There's a couple of games out there where you're just taking over the whole server, and it's really fun to watch. So it's what NIP need right now. Down a couple of rounds. But also the money is starting to slip up on the OG side. They're not really as rich as they were earlier. There is a chance. Okay. Bold play from Nico. If that would have worked, it would have been disgusting.
Okay, it looks like Smooya actually got tagged by Headtrick's op early on in this round, so he's gonna fall on back, and it looks like OG want to set up for some kind of mid-control as Neofrag was making his way through lower, but no, they're giving up that space. At least they're figuring out what it is they want to do. I feel like there's some discussions happening in the mid-rounds here for OG where a few voices are trying to find a middle ground that they can agree on. And so it's leading to these interesting positions where they're just kind of moving around the map, but it looks like they're just setting up for an exec at this point.
Still about 50 seconds, but yeah, looks like they're going to be all in at this point. A lot of people here for the NIP side, so that could be a real problem. Got the early grenades out, and they're trying to run that path close to the sandwich and get a little bit close to jungle as well. Nico with the opening, Alexi. When Rez, that's an important kill. Getting Flames out of the mix, but no bomb plant is coming through. 30 seconds here. Fiku, he's actually falling off the ladder and still manages to win the fight against Config. I don't even know how. He should be dead, and the same could be true for Smooya. Both very low on health, but about 20 seconds left. And I think credit to NIP here. Standing their ground and not really doing anything crazy, not allowing the individual fights to happen in that 2-on-3, and they're going to win the round. That's 3 in a row for NIP.
Yeah,
Okay.
really good defense overall from them. This is the early tag we weren't able to catch, but seeing it right there, and just a good crunch from NIP onto OG. As OG were trying to breach into that bomb site, Alexi was able to find out that information towards window, and that gave them every signal they needed in order to just over-rotate, over-commit, and at that point, I mean, it was basically a stacked bomb site that OG were running into. So NIP, they have quickly recovered this game. That one timeout when they were down 4-0, it has been nothing but wins for them since then. And it looks like it might be a fourth for them as well. They might be tying this game right up that easily.
Ooh, yeah, double nade down there as well. This is a really, really good recovery. And I mean, for OG, surely the pace that they set at the beginning with the first 4 in a row, if you have a stand in anyway, that's the dream. That's how you want to start a best of 3s, just to roll the other team. But NIP have managed to slow it down, and I think that could spell further problems for the OG side, no doubt. Brolin back here, no incentive to do anything crazy in the middle. for them, for the CTs, it's just about saving the money at this point. Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, if you can move forward with all 4 alive, that would be great for their economy. And Brolin able to take down Smooya. Of course, Fiku's going to keep looking for something, but this is probably one of the win conditions for OG being snuffed away. The fact that they couldn't keep this game in a chaotic state, and now that NIP has really stabilized, not only in terms of just the rounds 4-4, but they've amassed some cash as well. And because of that, it's going to be very difficult for a team like OG that you would assume is a little bit puggier. I mean, actually, you don't even have to assume. They just are going to be puggier because this is a last-minute addition of Smooya. So without that kind of structure, it's tough to sometimes believe that you have what it takes, even if you have some strong personnel in the server on the OG side, to actually come back against a team that has so many ways that they've built up their game as a unit.
Now, you're known for the hot takes. What's a good hot take you've had in the last week or so? You've come up with anything new?
Oh my goodness. I think I'll try to maybe think about it for this game.
All right.
Oh,
we need a new one. We need something manufactured. It's been
okay.
In a minute, you know.
Jeez.
Apparently, there's a player that has an internet problem.
Okay. Mine is that I think this. Jeez, it's so rude though. This game, but I think that's what people are here for, right? That's what people are here for. I think this NIP team might be better if Hampus comes back and for Alexi. That's it's so on the nose right now that it's almost just
you're hitting them when they're down.
Yeah,
basically.
I don't. That's a little. It's just a little mean though.
Yeah,
but I think that Hampus
we're allowed to speculate.
So good for this roster. I think when he was playing with Rez lately, that was the best we were seeing from Rez's form for such a long time.
Yeah, I could maybe join on that train as well. There's something about this team that I'm not enjoying. I don't know what it is, but something has to change.
They can still change our opinion though. That's the thing. That's the thing with every hot take, is that it's one that is meant to be a little bit scalding, but it's also one that really could be defeated relatively easily too.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like burning. It's like the art at Burning Man. You know, it really is such a sight, but then once you actually realize that all it takes is for one hippie to just kick it over, that whole statue of sticks,
it's all gone.
Yeah, it's done.
It's done. It's done. Right.
Yeah.
That's what Twitter and Reddit are for.
Exactly.
Destroying the hot takes. I don't know. I like it. All right, they fixed it up again. Good job, guys. Yeah, I think that's kind of the zone that I live in. Like, I actually want to be wrong about NIP. Like, I want them to show me, and for me to be able to say, okay, this is right. I had it all wrong. Like, they figured it out, and I agree they can, but I need to see it. I need to see some evidence. We're going into the 9th round, and so far they've managed to catch up pretty well to OG. But a good start. So that's a good, that's an encouraging beginning. More of that. Brolin's playing really well at the moment. Rez is up there, so they have 2 out of 3. I don't care if it's head trigger config, but one of those two I want to see join them at the moment.
Yeah, Brolin just has looked so confident towards A.
Yeah.
8-4 scoreline. He was just dry peeking right there into the A ramp. Hetrick was going behind him with the op. That's not how you usually take first contact when you're setting that up. But this time around, OG looks like they'll be contesting Rez. Good swing out with the flash. That's excellent between the NIP players. And there's even more where that came from.
He saw that gun barrel. He definitely did in the window. Now, could have been ready, but Flames is lightning hot on that AK, and he will take down 3 spins around for the quad kill. That's disgusting. Taking down Brolin, that came out of nowhere. He just defeated the entire A defense on his own. And now Alexi's in a 1 versus 2. That's out of this world.
That's unbelievable. You look at all where the blue X's are on your radar right now, and they're all different spots. It wasn't a lineup or anything, but Alexi still has a chance in this one. 1 versus 2, and they might not expect the flank. Bomb, though, is planted for mid, so this is going to be a difficult defuse, but he has to deal with Fiku first in Sandwich. Alexi making his way forward, and Fiku spins around to take him down. What a round from Flames there.
That's... You couldn't have seen this coming. It looked like Rez had basically already won the round, but look at how quick it is. Spins around for that one, and he's like, all right, I'm just going to be ready. So sick. I'm not even sure that NIP made a lot of mistakes fighting him there. It really did seem like every fight, they're like, all right, they've got him boxed in. He can't really move. He's in a lot of trouble, but he fought his way out.
Wow, okay, another fast play. OG been really liking this, and Nico taking the fight early on is dispatched by Config, and now Flames running through the fire is there to find the kill onto Alexi. Flames has been looking so sharp, and this might actually just win the round outright for OG. It's going to be difficult, but Config, if there's anyone from NIP that's going to want to crack this open, it's him. So he's pressing on forward, already by the trash can, trying to see if there's any T that presents themselves, and they do. Brolin and Config both find kills. Brolin with another, and now that just leaves Smooya, the stand-in, 1 versus 3. He's got the op right there, taking down Rez, and now Head Trick, Brolin, they have to find a way to deal with this remaining player. They could try to peek him together, but it's the molly that they opt for. But it actually doesn't burn him just yet. And Smooya, another kill onto Brolin. The tap is there, but it has to be a 10-second stick from Hedrick. And Hedrick finds the shot, but he doesn't have the kit. Oh no, he actually did recover it in time. And so, despite the heroics of the British sniper, it's still NIP with the round victory.
Oh, that looked like it was so winnable, but you're absolutely right. There was a kit behind him, and he just managed to figure it out. Wow, what a sick round, though. The instant call, because I think Nico, he realized that he's probably dead no matter what, but he did see, I think, 2 or 3 people in there, so he just realized there's almost no way that there's going to be more than one person at B. So the call to run through the Molotov for Flames is obviously super sick. Great communication for OG. Very, very swift to make that decision, and it very nearly worked out. A little bit surprised that NIP managed to actually get that retake through, but they did. So now it's OG's turn for a timeout to see what is going on.
As soon as NIP recognized there that OG were going to run away with the round, they just pressed on forward. There wasn't even really a great setup for it, but that's kind of why we want to see this NIP team work, because there's so many strong, aggressive riflers. The way that, you know, Rez can pop off, Config's always going to run in head first, Brolin's always there. He's like one of the best second-in riflers, and so we know that potential's there, and we saw a little glimpse of it.
Scoreline tied up again. Oh, and this is going to be quick one more time. Rez, last time he got both these kills. Nico's right around the corner, and Rez, does he have anyone that could flash for him here? It's going to be smoked off, actually, so he definitely, if he wanted to, is going to cancel that out. And looks like Config is going to go on a slow, very slow mission to check out what's happening up in the palace, which could end up being huge if he's allowed to keep going. Smooya is going to be walking right into that, and even with the FAMAS, that's an easy kill.
This is looking really good for NIP. Nico still has an interesting position by the window, but it does seem like the defense has found their footing in this one. 1 minute remains, and OG, they're gathering their forces at the bottom of window, but it's going to be really hard to convert given that they only have a singular smoke.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of time into this kind of boost as well. 40 seconds right now on the clock in a 5-on-3, and oops, a little bit of noise being made, and they are surely going to lose this round. Nico with a headshot on Rez. The problem is you still have to worry about the palace. You knew that Config was up there earlier, but you have to check out Brolin as well. It just seems so unlikely that they can make their way through. 20 seconds now as they start to attack the bomb site, and Brolin, again, like you said earlier, he's so confident in these fights. 2 quick kills for him. 13 overall. Neofrag jumps on top, but the bomb is back there, and he has to go pick it up and try to win this 1 versus 3 entirely on his own. 5 seconds as the bomb goes down, but they're already on top. That's a bit risky. Alexi making it a 1-on-1 as he goes to fight on his own, and now Hetrick's on the other side. Doesn't get that shot. Neofrag, he'll clutch it. That is huge, and a huge misplay, it feels like, for NIP too.
Oh, wow. Yeah, how did OG recover that one? That's so unbelievable. I feel like Config could have just stayed in Palace the entire time. He tried to help out his player on the bomb site in Brolin, and that gave OG an opportunity, and that's all they needed. 1 versus 3 for Neofrag. This last kill is exceptional, too. First bullet, and oh no, you can see the eye roll from a DJL, the head tilt back. That should have been theirs. He knows it.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to stomach. And it happens at a point in the game when they don't really have the money to lose around like that. Config gets overrun. Rez back here. All of the pressure on fire on top. Yeah, no way to really win that.
I think this is kind of what we saw last time these two teams faced off. Just sometimes in these moments of transition in the round, or even sometimes the waning moments, almost a lack of discipline where players just feel like round's probably already over, can just peek this out.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not as coordinated as you would like from NIP or OG for that matter, which is why the game can get pretty scrappy. But these are the little moments that you'd like to see cleaned up, because the potential's all there, as we saw in that retake a couple rounds prior. It's just that when you're ahead, you have to close those.
Yeah, and they should be the easier rounds. That last one with Neofrag in a 1 versus 3, that should be the kind of round where you can definitely win. We're not going to get many more chances like that. So when we give them away, I think that's also where the team starts to probably unravel a little bit on the mental side. It's hard to explain. Probably not thinking about it too much right now, but down the road, yeah. If you're coaching this team, you got to be looking at it saying, those are the first rounds where we just have to stop losing. Let's just stop losing the rounds where we're playing 1 versus 3. That's easy.
Yeah, it's really tough to stomach that. It just needs to be better communication, a general philosophy that needs to be followed. There's a few ways to instill that for a team, but NIP with these players coming from different teams, basically playing with a rookie and head trick, can't always expect that everything's going to go flawlessly. There are going to be growing pains, and these are the moments that NIP are going to have to work through. And look at how painful that one loss is. They were on a 4-spy in the previous round. Now they're on a full save. That 1v3 was basically 3 rounds for the side of OG.
Ouch.
Could have been a very convincing half, even after a poor start from the Ninjas. But now things firmly in OG's control. Just a reminder that here at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, you got 1 life in a single elim bracket. And so one little mistake like that, 1 round going the other way, and potentially losing a series because of it, you're out. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's so brutal, isn't it? All the teams, obviously, during the regular group stage, nobody wants to be knocked down here. It's just the worst feeling. So, you're going to have to battle your way through. And even for NIP, which otherwise, I mean, it just feels like NIP should be one of those names where you say, well, they might have a pretty good shot at doing this on the European side. And still, I feel like all teams, I'm not even sure about the next one, the Cloud9 and Copenhagen Flames. Like, I feel like every team just has to be so scared right now.
I would be surprised if Cloud9 are very ready for that series. That's how I'll put it.
Yeah.
Launders was the only person to actually have Copenhagen Flames winning that one, because I think most of us just saw what Cloud9 did at ESL Pro League and how far they got there and how strong they looked in some of the games. But you just never know. You never know.
I'm actually very, very curious about that game, but that is coming up next. This one has just been made unpredictable even more than it maybe already was because of Smooya stepping in for Dexter, so I guess we'll just see how it all plays out.
Smooya's not even doing that well in their winning.
No, he's not.
Well, imagine he comes online in the second half. This is so scary if you're NIP. Oh, no. Nico has just been on a tear in middle. He's been finding this space for free almost every single time, if not finding a kill. Head trick, he wants to find the return, but it'll be rolling towards that A site. But Nico just causing a ruckus towards mid.
There's something beautiful about that kind of confidence you see on some players where he knows he's going to have to fight somewhere, but he just doesn't know where, and he doesn't really care either. He's just walking in there to take him out. Config's at least leveled the playing field a little bit. Some dangerous spam coming through, and Config's very nearly dead behind it. Alexi probably should have been dead. It feels like Flames had the time to try and win that fight. But even worse, now that he's dead, they're already maneuvering across the map. They kind of read what's coming next, and Alexi will definitely hear the footsteps as well. You can wallbang into the kitchen from down there. Not that anyone would ever want to do it, but technically possible. Oh, and Fiku steps out right into the open. They were both low on health on the NIP side, but it won't make a difference. NIP, they badly needed this round.
Oh, yeah. I think Fiku showed a little bit of frustration there on the cam. He sees Config just wide in the open, and he's wondering, why is this guy positioned like that? But it would not surprise me going into round number 15 if Nico just runs out mid once again. He's done this at least 4 times in this half now. think 3 of the times he's found entry kills. And so it's been the one great opener for OG in this one. It does seem like, once again, they're favoring that early mid presence, but Config there towards that underpass has an opportunity to find a kill, but he's mollied out.
Oh, he's in a very awkward position. Rez, in the meantime, well, there's a lot of confusion down here. They're all being drawn towards Config. They know that he's down here. He's still allowed to get a kill. That's a little bit ridiculous. Smooya bringing it back over the kill on Rez, and we're right into a 3-on-3. All of the OG teams centered around the middle of the map here. And NIP, they're kind of stretched out. In fact, Brolin's already walking back away from the A bomb site, so maybe a little bit of a risk.
Willing to play retake if the hit does go towards A, but NIP have a strong feeling that this is, in fact, a cat play. And Head Trick, he's going to have to flick right up on top of those bricks if he wants to take down Fiku. But this is a great angle for Fiku. Oh, spots the barrel, and that's enough for Head Trick to get the kill. Smooya quick on the return, and Alexi just holding on to this position. He knows he has the bomb, and he knows that Neofrag has to try to find a way to take him out.
That's the time for it, though. He's won one of these clutches already. Alexi is surely going to be communicating with Brolin. That's the key part here. Just don't face him alone. Force him to open up a little bit. Oh, he gets the kill. It looks like he's walked away already. He goes for the spray, but Brolin will take him down. Wow, Neofrag unhappy about that one, as the camera shows. I can't blame him. He definitely had the opportunity. It was a well-played 1 versus 2 for him. Just missed the spray a little bit.
Yeah, and we're going to see which of these teams comes out on top after a quick break.
It is the half first map here between OG and NIP, and It's been kind of a real brawl happening so far, which is kind of to be expected. We've got Smooya playing as a bit of a stand-in on the OG side, and NIP, they've been pretty trigger-happy themselves. Brolin's been playing really well. Rez has been playing well. So right now, it's a fairly even game that we're looking at. I don't know how to make any real predictions at the moment.
It's tough. It's tough to really get a good grasp as to who's got the momentum, who's looking sharper as a team in this one. But all we do know is that OG have the lead by a single round. So NIP would love to get this pistol, even things up relatively quickly. Flames, he's going to be crunched along with his sight player, but Flames has been so hot in this game already. 2 headshots.
He just had a second to get that shot off mid-air, and he did. Taking down Config, that looks sick. Bomb kind of waiting here as Hetrick's in the middle. Very exposed position. If anyone peeks him, he does make the jump across in spite of getting a little bit tagged. And now, what? 3 on 4. Still over a minute left. Alexi started to make his way back. I feel like they've changed their minds just a bit there. I don't know what it is, but they've realized this is a little bit too risky.
Oh, and Smooya's gained a little bit of confidence, pushing up towards mid. Okay, a little slow to react to Alexi right there. But that'll at least feed his team quite a bit of information. That's the bomb spotted on the radar, but they're not exactly sure where Alexi B got off to. And so 40 seconds remain, and they still have this lurker in Palace and Rez. This is so interesting. NIP might actually decide to try to go A just so that they can convert with the full force of their remaining players.
Yeah, surely they will. P250 though on Rez, so that kind of is their weapon at the moment. If they could get anything done with it. It's another headshot from Flames, though. Good flick from Hetrick, but it might just be too late. 18 seconds, 1 versus 3. The bomb is behind him on the stairs, and he's trapped in here. Smooya will take him down, but Flames, obviously, the real architect of this round for the OG side. So winning the pistol on the second half is big news.
Yeah, that's tough for NIP. They had this nice crunch going on towards A, but quickly stopped due to the heroics of Flames. These were some nice shots from him, and NIP just seemed like they were forced to go to A because they had that player in Palace. They really wanted to use all 3 remaining guys that they have, but it's so tough if you have no smokes and you're trying to crunch that bomb site. So many angles that you have to worry about. And Smooya making the cat jump early on, wanting to put some more stats on the board. 9-9 right now, so not the worst stand-in performance or anything like that. And Nico using that SMG to farm some cash. Very clean, very convincing round from OG to put them up 10-7. Now NIP have to find a way to respond.
And this is where some concern could set in for someone wanting to be on the NIP side. Some of these T halves that we saw in Pro League were somewhat questionable, you could say.
Yeah, I don't think we really got to see from NIP the T sides that we would have wanted from an Alexi B-driven team. In terms of round win percentage, bottom 5 in the entirety of ESL Pro League, despite the fact that they were a top 7 CT team in terms of round win percentage. So concerning stats for NIP fans out there. And we'll see if they went back to the drawing board, if they figured out how to get the most out of their players, because that remains the question. Config, as the desk was highlighting in the pre-match segment, just barely over a 1.0 rating for the past 3 months. And we know how explosive this guy can be if you just throw one flash, give him some reason to brawl.
Make him do what Nico was doing in the first half, right? Just get him into the fights in the middle. We know he could do it. He's going to be put under a little bit of pressure here, but he will actually fall short. Smooya takes him down with the M4A1 instead. Alexi's found a huge way out from the Palace. And it looks like it's going to be some kind of a retake coming in here with maybe just that underpass player. Could be the real difference maker here. NIP playing it slow and Rez. What a spray. That's going to open it up and make it a 3-on-3.
Okay. NIP, a little bit of space to work with, but Fiku sniping them through the smoke right there. And Brolin and Hetrick, they've got to put together this 2v3. They have a couple of flashes on Brolin. And OG got 3 members left. Fiku, Neofrag, Smooya. And this is a huge part of the attack towards CT.
They don't have a flash for the corner either. Oh, the lineup! It should have been good. It looked like the timing was with them. They were jumping around. Just fiddling with their guns back there, and now Hetrick's on his own. 1 versus 3. The spray is not going to be quite quick enough, and they'll be on that defuse with the kit and everything else. Good retake coming in from the OG side. And now they're up 11-7. Starting to look really, really good on their side here.
Yeah, this is really concerning for NIP. This wasn't even too bad of a situation after Rez found these couple of kills, 3 versus 3. But a little bit unfortunate there from Alexi to die through the smoke. But I would say that Brolin, it would have been really nice if he weren't the ones holding that flashes. If you were able to drop one of those to head trick, to set him up for some kind of peek towards CT, maybe a little bit too ideal in thinking right there, but still got to give yourself every opportunity. And now, just got pistols for the side of NIP, but Flames takes out Alexi early on, trying to take a page out of Nico's book with that early mid play, but not going to work out.
Config's seeing someone back there, but he can't really do anything about it. Nico will get one more, and it's a 5-on-3. The bomb being attempted. At least they might be able to get a little bit of cash behind that. It's a small consolation price at this point. Smoke's going to be fading, and Config dead before that even happens. 2 versus 5, and OG, they're about to take a pretty big lead here. NIP, they need a miracle comeback. They need to start winning some rounds here on this second half. Flames coming in for the cleanup. 4 kills again. He's up to 21-10, Maui. That's a bit crazy.
No questions asked. Flames has looked like the best player in the server today. What he was doing on the T side to find round victories, even when OG were behind, and the way that he's able to just lock it down on the CT side. Another timeout coming in, likely from the NIP side, and so DJL once again chiming in to try to find what needs to be done in order to put together anything on this offense. There's been nothing to be happy about just yet.
They're missing something at the moment. I don't know what it is. Hopefully they do. NIP camp. They're not so far behind that they couldn't make the comeback work at all, but it's gonna have to start really, really soon. A lot of people hanging around in jungle. Different round could have been risky, you know, if you get grenaded or Molotov or anything in there, but you know that they only have pistols. You're not gonna be that worried about doing that kind of boosting. 5-round gap. And money is starting to look pretty decent as well on the CT side. I think overall they're just in a good spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple of gun rounds that NIP have to find consecutively to break the cache of OG. And this time around from NIP, we're getting a little bit more tempered on the approach. See that Config is finally making some headway towards middle. Head trick in tow. And it doesn't seem like OG have necessarily understood that Config found that space towards top middle, but Smuya lying in wait in the underpass. Misses the shot, though. Alexi B, a fortunate opener for him. Smuya was holding the line and everything. Just the singular whiff. Something going the way of the T side.
Ooh, Nico nearly getting caught after throwing that Molotov. That's a little bit scary. But yeah, you're right. Anything they can get at the moment. They know Config's back there, so they have the right idea, but he's got some backup. He's not completely on his own. Oh, that is wild, and Config goes down. Nico challenging the AWP and head trick and somehow coming out on top. 3 versus 4 now as the bomb is being brought back on Alexi through T-spawn. And at the moment, though, if they lose this round in IP, they might not have many more chances left. OG are just well on their way to winning this opening map. Rez with a good headshot. We're down to 30 seconds. Flames is on a very, very long rotation. Surely the bomb will be down by the time he's in T-spawn, although they are slowing it down. There we go. Finally going to be putting that bomb down.
Spam still coming in, but Flames on this flank, this should probably be everything. As long as the rest of his team stays alive long enough, it's going to be tough because Rez already tagged down so low. Flames, easy kill for him. And now Alexi has to hold the line. He has to get this kill, but Flames dinks him right through the wall and adds insult to injury as he takes him down as well. How well is Flames playing right now? Every single person that he sees is instantly headshotted through the corner of a wall, in the face directly, and you can see that brings a smile to his face.
Yeah, that little bit of noise being made from whoever it was walking on the ramp and Flames hiding in the corner, and then obviously the second fight against Alexi is just sick. The way that he plays it, a little bit of a dink, and then he just recommits to the fight. A slightly wider swing the second go around. He's doing it all right now. It's it's a real joy to be watching him, isn't it?
Yeah, unmatched in terms of mechanics in this one. And that was with an opening pick going the way of NIP. Like, this is getting very concerning for NIP. 6-round lead for OG. You can see that they're on fire, winning 5 straight in this one. Gotta pick those ones up if you're NIP. And this time around, another, well, it is an opening pick actually for OG. Smooya finding the bottom player of that totem as Hetrick couldn't quite hit the shot.
Alexi with 6 kills overall at the moment out of this round. And Smooya finding the confidence. I feel like that's also this should be the kind of role that Smooya just plays. I mean, obviously he's been standing in for many, many teams in his career for a number of complicated reasons. But yeah, you know, if you're like a flashy AWP player, it could just be the dream scenario of actually just being a stand-in because you have no pressure on your shoulders. You're like, I'm just here to show what I could do.
It's a complicated situation, just like my relationship saying it's complicated when I'm just the asshole, actually.
That is kind of like the PR way. It's complicated, you know?
Yeah. All right. 5 versus 4 for OG here. And trying something a little bit different. Our NIP looks like they want to actually attempt the B crunch, so Fiku will be challenged this time around. Hasn't seen too much action in this half just yet, but Nico is there to join him, and they are just mowing these players down towards Catwalk. NIP couldn't even get a foot in the bomb site as OG have locked the door.
Yeah, they really have. Nico is playing so... It just... I don't know what it is. I feel like sometimes watching Counter-Strike when players are playing kind of the opposite of what Nico is doing right now, when they don't have that mechanical confidence, can be very frustrating, but it's such a joy right now. OG definitely look like they are a lot more in the zone than NIP are, even just individually. And that can, you know, obviously that can stop a lot of the strategy that maybe NIP are going to be trying to do if they can't even win some of those duels at the moment, which definitely seems like they can't. Look at Nico, 21-23 on Flames. That's wild.
Oh, it's just insane. Okay, Smooya, though, chance to really stat pad here. Early kill on a Brolin, and this play from NIP looks like it stopped dead in its tracks. Molly right there. NIP have to find another way into this round. If they just charge headfirst into it, it is going to be a feeding frenzy for the CT side. I'll spin this discussion on its head just a little bit. Instead of being disappointed with NIP, if OG can make this work with Nico, this team gets exciting all of a sudden.
I know, yeah, that's a good point. That is probably worth pointing out. Wow. There's some of the players they have. Oh, Fiku for a long time. It's good that he's showing us a bit of a highlight here. I think he has been a pretty impressive player. I think they have some of the basics of actually putting together something nice. We've got some dancing going in the background. We've got it all right here. They're well on their way. I kind of agree. That probably is the way to make it a little bit more positive, you know?
Like, think of fragging in-game leaders out there. If Nico becomes a solid in-game leader for OG, he is a darn good fragger as a rifler. We've already seen it in this game, and just from the history of when he was playing on his previous rosters, he's never been a liability in terms of his individual performance. And yeah, probably just needs to develop all the mid-rounding.
Oh, here we go. Flash grenade up. Neofrag just runs in for the kill. This is 1 round away from taking away the map, with NIP winning no rounds on their T side here. So far, the 7 that they got from the first half, they could end up just getting completely blanked in the second half. That would be almost a little bit of an indictment of their T side again.
Yeah, talking about their T side woes in Pro League, and it looks like they are continuing here unless they can bring back a 4 versus 5. Fiku again on the bomb site, so he has an opportunity to really put this game in the dirt, but he will be flanked. Brolin finding the angle on him, and this is shaping up very well for NIP. A little bit of life here in round 23.
Yeah, unfortunate for Fiku. Obviously, he's positioned exclusively for the fight that's going to be happening in the B hallway there, and probably should have happened. I don't know why it was so delayed, but it worked out in favor of NIP just fine. And they're going to be winning this round, no doubt. Neofrag and Smooya far, far away trying to save what they have. So finally, round on the board.
Yeah, you could see that the tone has really been set, though, by OG in this game. With this round kicking off and Neofrag just pushing straight up top mid, like they don't even seem like they're respecting their opponents too much. And maybe a little bit of a heavy gamble rotation towards A, just had a feeling that it was going to end up on that side of the map, but Fiku, he did a lot of work in the previous round, so can't ask too much more of him overall as a player.
Now we'll let that one slide for the moment. It's NIP really that have to prove a lot of the moment, so we'll see. Yeah, but this is it's not a good position to be in when you lose back at the bomb side like that. Good stuff though. Alexi also getting a chance to shine just a little bit. OG, they have such a long runway here before they have to start to get worried in terms of the money. And obviously in terms of the rounds more than anything else.
Oh yeah, they are so rich. They've got a lot to work with. Nice movement from Smooya. Highlighting his abilities. Even though he hasn't been playing too much Tier 1 CS lately, still got it. And Alexi trying to find some space, but it looks like it's going to be NIP flooding out towards the B halls. And okay, clean entry from Config. That's LFCB's time to strike. Takes down Smooya. Should be another round on the board for NIP unless an utter disaster occurs.
Lose Alexi. He only had 4 bullets left, but down in the underpass. Hetrick was ready to catch Nico, and that should be another instant save call. Good. That's how you want to see Config put into play most of the time, so you have to appreciate it. Opening up a round. The only problem is they need to do that for another 6 round behind this one. I mean, that's exactly the real problem, but in theory, it's not a bad way to start a round. No. Nico already showed what you could do in the middle, so why not have Config do the same? Yeah,
just see if you can just make this competitive. And even though it doesn't seem likely that NIP are going to be bringing this one all the way back, you can definitely build a little bit of confidence. Just make sure that everybody remembers we do know how to play a T side, despite what the early results in this half may have said.
Good little combo at the end. Molotov to root out Flames from the back of the bomb.
Yeah, that was a hard read from Hetrick.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's like, I have a Molotov. What's the only thing I can do with this right now? And it just happened to guess right.
All right. And they seem to be putting some pressure on the B-bomb side, right? They have that same B hallway, catwalk, pinch going on with Alexi playing in there. That's a good template, but obviously probably hard to run that for 6 or 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah. Tough to imagine that they've got a deep enough strat book that they have confidence in. But who knows?
We haven't seen it yet. Very, very curious how it'll play out.
Why did you want to join the NIP hate train? You were working with them for so long.
I know I was. Maybe that's it. I can't hate on teams that I don't have any expectations of. Then I just zone out. I think it's because I look at this team and I think, come on. If I read out Config, Rez, and Broline on the same team, whatever else is happening, I expect you to be competitive. Maybe especially on the T side.
Yeah.
I just expect for more stuff to happen. So that it's hatred born out of frustration is what it is, you know?
Right. It's like when you really were hyping up a movie to everybody after you saw the trailer and you said, this is going to be the one, guys.
Yeah.
And then you bring everybody to the theaters and it just sucks. And then everybody blames you.
I know.
Because you were the one that said, let's go to the theater today. And some other Jimmy said, let's go to the water park. And that honestly would have been a better time.
Yeah, and you hate that movie from there on out. Right?
Yeah. And you hate all the actors in it too.
Exactly right. Hetrick, good kill. Brolin's at it again. Taking down Fiku. It could be another really quick save here. Smooya is almost throwing your life away. Maybe there is a chance to save this round on your own, but more than likely, this is going to be too late. And now he's boxed in. Oh my, knife out. All right.
He got a little farther than I thought he would.
Somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe he could have taken a stab at Config.
Yeah, you can tell Smooya's kind of trying to force it a little bit. Not that this is uncharacteristic for his play in general, but he's getting this opportunity to be a stand-in on a Tier 1 roster, and he really wants to make an impact.
Right.
And it's probably in that round to his detriment there. I think most hoppers at this point would probably have just saved, but
yeah.
See if Flames and Neofrag are able to do such. As Flames just been on a total heater this entire game, but Rez finally snuffs him out.
It's I mean, again, we're back to that B bomb site. They just feel very confident in trying to pincer that from different angles, and it's been working. So hard to blame them. This one is a little bit more of a direct approach, just fighting in the hallway, but they still feel like that's the weakness, and they've got a question of, is there going to come a point in time where NIP will say, okay, we need We need to find something different. We can't just keep running this over and over again. Or will OG be the ones to make the change here and say, all right, we got to find a way. They did kind of do it earlier with NeoFrag running to top mid. I mean, that's a nice way to take the initiative away from NIP, I suppose.
Oh, another tech pause coming out here. Yeah, I think that OG have already shown what it takes to win this half. The proactive plays that they've made early on were very effective, and I don't think I'm ready to say that they're playing not to lose just yet, but maybe a little bit too default on some of the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's skill on its own. Closing out those games once you have the huge lead.
Yeah.
What about Nico kind of being, a little bit newer to the role still, maybe especially this high level. So you have to assume that that's something else that he could maybe improve on. They're out of money again now, so that's, the problems are starting to compound a little bit for OG, even if they have a nice lead still.
These are one of the scariest rounds, though, nowadays in Tier 1 CS. Usually you're going to see, say, a Jame or a Shiro with this kind of op and everybody else on the team with pistols. And you never really know. These are hard to call if you're Alexi.
Yeah. One mistake, and somebody walks into a 5-7, and suddenly the first domino has fallen, and it's just all downhill from there. Looks like they have the right read. Molotov's going to be dead on top. That'll force out NeoFrag back there just a little bit. Has the smoke, fortunately for him. They were just poking. They were just seeing what was up.
Still a lot of options here for NIP. Alexi's in middle by his lonesome. He's got a smoke and a nade. It's going to be tough for him to get involved in this round, but it seems like NIP have enough nades that they should be able to take away those angles from OG and find safe passage into A. Config will be deploying the window smoke. If you want to learn the history of that, be sure to check out Mahone's YouTube channel. Did an epic, I'd say basically documentary on the history of that one.
I need to see that. I haven't seen that yet. I need to catch up.
No way. It's so good.
Don't spoil anything. Oh, the legs. Oh, no. Doing work, but there's that 5-7 on Flames. He'll take a couple. NeoFrag is here. He spins it. He gets the shot on Headtrick. Oh, dear. You did warn us, Mao. You did say these were some of the scary rounds, and now Alexi's on his own. 10 seconds left. NeoFrag doesn't have to fight. Fiku is there, and it's OG to pick up the victory on Mirage in a shocking fashion at the end. It looked like that should have been NIP, at least making more of a comeback, but they just weren't able to, unfortunately. Sad times for them, but this was OG's map pick. We'll be back after the break.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Well, OG kicked things off in style. It may be their map pick, but Flames alongside Nico, we spoke about his IGLing. Well, he was fragging out, he was doing the damage, and OG got a comfortable win on Mirage. NIP, they looked flustered, they looked lost, and I think overall when it comes to this is a little boot camp in here. It's gonna be nice even with Smooya standing in from the sidelines. But boys, we've got to take a look at that last round. That should never have happened.
Yeah, we can start with the end. Let's start with the end. Let's just discuss this last round, because I think in itself, it's kind of the stereotype of what happened to NIP in this whole series. It starts here with the double opening kill, and still everything goes to hell. Everything goes to hell in a bunch of seconds. They are completely oblivious to Neofrag. He gets that double kill. That's a 5-7 from Flamesy that kicks things off, and then the time is against Alexi, and he can't do anything with it. It was a 5v3. NIP should have just rode it to the bank, but at the end of the day, it's OG pulling off, and this was not the only time. They were masters at stealing away rounds from NIP.
That was the thing, right? That was just a symptomatic round for OG throughout this entire game. They made the unthinkable happen in a way, and NIP kept throwing and throwing and throwing and didn't play a good Counter-Strike whatsoever. I said it coming in. There's no way in hell NIP are not supposed to win this game against OG, with Smooya coming in as a stand-in, with Nico being the in-game leader as well. I don't even know where OG is going right now, but what I do know is after watching this game, the severity of the NIP problems, the bleeding we talked about coming into the game, it is in full force right now. Take nothing away for OG, because they were by far the better team right here, Flamesy in particular, but for NIP, this gotta sting.
And this is the thing, when I look at this NIP roster, I think, okay, you can maybe give them a little bit of a slow start or something like that, but realistically, some of these rounds, they look so lost.
I think for some reason, or on one hand, it's the mistakes from NIP. I mean, we just had the last round, we just witnessed it. Disjointed attack, disjointed split, things go to hell. But on the other, we have to give it to OG. Like, the individuals were sharp as hell.
Yes.
Like, oh my God, some of these situations. Flamesy, I'm sure we have a package we can roll from his frags, because he was lights out. And it started very early in this game. I believe it was round 5 or 6. He had this incredible 4K with the AK-47. That's the one I'm talking about. Look at it, how clean and how quick people die in his crosshair. That is just ludicrous out of Flames, and I think it kickstarted his campaign in this series. Bunch of headshots left and right, and at the end of the day, this remains the key to Counter-Strike. You shoot faster, you shoot better, you do them the business.
We spoke about him coming into the game. He is a massive win condition for OG, and he played a fantastic game right here. Had a lot of impact throughout the entire game as well, especially with that 4K. But the fact of the matter is, no one was able to match him on the side of NIP. We spoke about Config as well, being in a bit of a struggle-some period as well. He had a horrendous game. So Flamesy had a field day on the server. I think Maui said it during the cast as well. By far the best player on the server, no doubt. And that's what's needed for OG to win a game like this. So credit to the man on the screen right here. He did tremendously well.
And there was also some moments, though, from NIP where they seemed flustered and they were forcing the issue. If we look at round 11.
Yeah, we can look at round 11. Another clutch going the way of OG. I believe that's Neofrag doing the dirty stuff to the boys of NIP. Brolan is doing well right here. Again, it's for a second, a 1v3 at this point for Neofrag. Getting the refrag is cool. He has a smoke cover behind him, so he can pick up the bomb and actually get to plant it as well. A little bit of passiveness coming out from Hetrick and Alexi B. And then Alexi B not playing with his teammate whatsoever. Just running out, taking the duel, and of course losing it, because Neofrag is 10 times the player he is right now, and then he finishes it off in style as well. I would feel sorry for Hetrick in this situation. It's not his fault, but Alexi B seems a little bit flustered as well, and it just gives you the sense that it's the entirety of NIP that doesn't feel.
There's no justification for this comment. Like, the 2v1 is supposed to be NIP's round any given day. There's 7 seconds. You have the audio cue on where the bomb is being planted, so you just have to wait for Hetrick to cross that smoke, and then he's basically going to be stuck behind the box. You have 45 seconds to play with to find him. There was no need for Alexi B to commit to that. He gives away 1v1 in turns. But even before that, Brolan is on site. He gets the kill. He survives. Why does Config swings out of apps? You've become invisible. You have become invisible. For a few seconds, they were going to forget about you. All eyes on Brolan. He gets the trade, but then he gives his life away. These were 2 separate occasions and situations where OG, or NIP rather, could have played better. And I mean, at the end of the day, when rounds like these happen, and the last round, it's just, that's it. You get to 16.
Yeah, and it was a nice game from OG. And also, I'll say this, right? We've got to mention Smooya stepping in last minute. He's not been playing on a tier 1 level team, but he's obviously playing out in your FPLs and things like that, right? He's playing to a high enough level, but he wasn't a liability.
No, I think that's the key word. He wasn't a liability. He did all right against the odds, I'd say, having played much Counter-Strike, especially not tier 1 Counter-Strike for a long time. He had a bit of impact, almost finished off this 1v3 clutch. He got close to it. Unfortunately for him, got outplayed by Hetrick here in the very last sequence. But overall, for Smooya, that was a nice way of easing into it. Again, not being a liability, I guess that's the key word for him. That's the expectations. Nothing else and nothing more.
He was comfortable. You know, I can picture him right now in the Swiss Alps in like a telecabin, just going up the mountain, having a nice old time. There's an engine carrying him up. He's just enjoying life. A couple of shots here and there. Darling, a bit more champagne. Oh, yes, sure. Having a good time. That's what he was, just having a good time.
Well, he's not getting the champagne out just yet. Maybe a bit early for that. But maybe when we get to Vertigo, first of all, I want to see what Danny's got for us. What you got to go and crack in the Mahone zone, mate?
Yes, that's correct. So Vertigo was played last time that OG and NIP played, and one of the reasons why NIP won was their dynamic CT side. So let's take a look at this round here, where it first starts off 4v5 situation, config goes down, and it forces Alexi B back. Now, typically, whenever you're in this situation, usually teams will want to play more of a 2-2 where they have 2 players towards this B side and 2 players towards A. But NIP do something a little bit different. You're going to see them do a more dynamic approach. What you'll see is that Rez, he's going to leave the B bomb site and he's going to group back with Alexi B. As they group here towards this mid position, the goal here is to try to re-aggress mid while leaving B open. Now, the reason why they can actually leave B open here is because typically whenever T's hit the B bomb site, a lot of the time they'll use utility. And the reason why is because there's so many different spots towards the B bomb site where you almost have to use utility to be able to enter the site. You can't just walk in. NIP, they understand this and they understand the risk involved. So they're willing to bet that if OG hit the B bomb site, they're going to use utility. As a result, it will serve as a warning system to allow them to rotate sooner. What you'll see here is that Rez, as he pushes in towards this mid position, he's able to get information on Fiku that he's throwing nades for that B side. He's able to catch him off guard. And at the same time, you'll see that Alexi B, as he's rotating towards this window position, he sees utility flying over the B site. As soon as he sees this smoke coming in, NIP now know that the B hit's coming through. The 2 Molotovs give it away, and the rotation comes through. But look at what Alexi B does with this utility. He first starts off by throwing a smoke right here to give him some space to allow, or to disallow rather, OG from being able to push up too close. As well, he tosses a Molotov for this default position, and all this does is it buys time for NIP. By having this utility here, it forces OG back. As well, Brolan throws this flash here, making it so difficult for OG to actually push into the site. You'll see that Flames right here, he can't actually come in towards the site. And by the time they do make their way towards the site, look at how many players NIP have here. They have 4 players here to defend the site. As a result, you'll see that Rez, here towards this window room position, he's able to take down Nico. As well, they set up a boost here just behind the smoke to see over it, so they have a bit of a one-way where they can take down Dexter towards that spot position. And just like that, NIP are able to convert the round. So it's really this dynamic CT side play where NIP, they're willing to give up that B bomb site and be able to play that delay that allows them to actually convert this round. And we'll have to see if OG are able to learn their lesson this time.
We will have to wait and see. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahone. But I will say that Vertigo is a thinking player's map. Now, that's why it's not very good for me, but for the likes of NIP, this should be much easier for them, right? Because you're trying to slot in someone like Smooya, that's got to be hard.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And listen, if you're an NIP fan and you're hoping on, or you're huffing on that hopium right now, then one of your avenue is that, yes, probably strategically speaking, tactically speaking, NIP should have the upper hand. And I will buy into that argument, I'll agree with you. But the problem is, the NIP, the lifeless NIPs I've just seen on Mirage, they don't win on Vertigo. They need to have a wake-up call. They need to have a little bit of fire into them, a little bit of vibe. I know they're not together, I know they're not on a bootcamp, but it doesn't matter. That's part of playing BO3 online. You need to put a little bit of elbow grease, a little bit of vibe, and then maybe we have map 3.
It doesn't matter, NIP, and they need to show it when it comes to Vertigo if they want to survive, because it's single elimination time. But we're going to a break, and when we come back, we're seeing what will go down on Vertigo between NIP and OG.
We're ready once again. Second map is coming up. It's Vertigo with OG and NIP. What are the chances? If you're an NIP fan out there, how good should you be feeling right now about the second map?
Oh, Vertigo. This actually is a good map for
All
NIP.
right.
It's one that they've been picking a lot. ESL Pro League, I remember them picking this nearly every single time that they could. I think actually, quite literally, every time they could have picked this at ESL Pro League, they did. They were able to defeat a couple different teams. They were able to defeat paiN. They were able to defeat 00 Nation. No, sorry, they were able to beat OG on this, but they lost to Greyhound on it. Which is a bit concerning.
A mixed bag in many ways.
Just inconsistent, I would say. But the fact that they've beaten OG on it before should instill them with a little bit of confidence here. It's just that what we saw to kick off that T side from NIP, you can't start the same on your own map pick. That's going to drain the confidence from your players. Alexibi has to be coming out with something a little bit hotter, with a little bit more punch to show that they have more fight left in this series.
Something else as well, the way that both Nico and Flames were playing on that first map was super sick. I want to see more of that. If they can keep that up, might be tricky. Oh! He absolutely Glock slapped him, didn't he? Smooya is gone and dead. Brolin has taken down Neofrag as well. I need the replay. That looks sick. Nico and Flames and Fiku are left, but what an explosive start for Brolin.
Just backhand him out of the server. And Nico peeking right over the smoke, though. Just going 1-for-1. A desperate attempt to try to get back in the round. Now Config wants to press up on top of the default Foxes. Not able to find the kill, but inflicting serious damage to Flames, who's now sitting at 43. It's a very tough retake for OG. NIP, they've already found some space away from the bomb site, and it's going to have to be all headshots for OG if they want to get back in this one.
And especially now that fourth member has kind of escaped back towards a short position, probably not much you can do. And they're going to back it out. They say, you know what? This isn't really worth it. All what's going to happen here is we're going to die. So NIP will win the pistol. That's great news. Anything to get them off to a better start than what's happening on Mirage is going to be worth it here.
Just give us the Brolin replay.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for now.
That was so sick.
It felt like he went over him, then went back, then just backhanded him.
Yeah, it's like he wound himself up to get the kill. It's like, I can't just kill him. I need the swing. Like, I need the torque to be able to take him down. Oh, wow. Smooya's like, what just happened?
Right. That must have looked so crazy from Smooya's perspective. Just this guy swiveling in and just deleting you from the server. But Flames and Fiku by a couple FAMASs, and so NIP, they're not out of the woods just yet. Still a little bit concerning, but some nades exchanged early on. Smooya taking some damage, and Brolin tasked with fighting through the gray screen there. But it's basically a ruse as NIP make their way towards B, where Fiku, who had such an excellent last game, is instantly taken out of this round.
It's kind of the downside of not having that head armor, is that even the Mac 10 there, just the aim punch kicks in, obviously the damage behind it. Oh, that's a good headshot. I don't think it should make a big difference. There should still be NIP managing to get to the bomb site and get the bomb plant down as well. Smooya, maybe one shot there or one deep, but it's both come and gone at this point. Yeah, he's no matter where he's going, you can just feel the bullets following him, so might just be time to back on out. I don't really blame them. I think this is a reasonable choice.
Yeah, tough to justify this one. If you were burning alive, Anders, do you think you could find a headshot? Because Nico just did it.
While I was...
There were 2 Molotovs on him, and he was just... His life force was draining, and yet he still found a kill. Do you think from near-death situation, you'd be able to just fire that one shot that matters?
I imagine that's quite complicated. I feel like you need like you need some strong Zen energy to be able to sort of center yourself, imagine yourself in a field of flowers.
Yeah.
On a hot summer's day, and you're just all you're thinking about is that one headshot.
Working through the pain.
Yeah.
Look, oh yeah, double molly on him, and he's just full focus, ready to give his life up for the cause. Heroic effort from Nico. And yes, that is a pun that I intended.
A little bit of a throwback.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. tech timeout real quick as Summon is being fixed. Everyone's getting hydrated, hopefully at home too.
Right. Make sure you keep liquids nearby. This is actually a reminder for the entirety of the audience to have a sip of water or something if you haven't.
Yeah, you need that.
Sometimes it's just really easy to roll out of bed, turn on Counter-Strike, and then just sit there really kind of in a zombie state where you're just lightly consuming it, but you're not taking care of your hygiene or health.
Yeah.
And so look after yourself.
I was shocked. I was shocked when I started. I at one point set an alarm to remind me just to drink some water, and once I did that, I realized how little I was getting. So you know, yeah, you got to do that.
What's your take on how much water per day? Do you have a specific amount?
No, we just have some tall glasses at home, and I just try and fill like 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah.
You know, throughout the day, like morning, like middle of the day. Just try to remember.
Mm-hmm.
But I've noticed that generally my days are a little bit better if I manage to do it. Like if I forget, it's not nearly the same. So
yeah, I just notice my mood's worse if I don't do it.
Yeah. Headaches come on. It's just all, it makes sense. So just do it. Don't think about it. Just trust us. Just do it.
Just trust us.
Yeah, just trust us.
And your bodily instincts. Trust those too. Hopefully you still got those.
Oh man. But yeah. I mean, the real problem is I feel like my life's we're about to do like a full circle kind of thing. Because like, I remember like the glory days, like the real like, sort of childhood memories for me really were playing Counter-Strike, probably 1.0 and 3 and 1.6, and then playing Diablo 2 now. I would switch between, because those are two opposite games. Like Counter-Strike, it's so much high effort, and Diablo almost plays itself.
Yeah.
Like you just sort of be there, and you're just like running Mephisto all over again. And now, we've got CS2 coming out. We've got, Diablo 4, hopefully will be good.
Oh, you're going to get to relive it all.
Yeah, it's going to be something like that, So I'm just gonna disappear for a bit and just mix it up between it, because then when you get really angry at one game, you're like, I can't do this, like it's too much, and then you switch into the other one. It's good. It's a good mix.
I've been loving the way that CS2 has felt. I'm ready to throw in another few thousand hours into that.
Yeah.
Upon release.
I was really surprised. I had a feeling when I saw the grenade mechanic with the smoke, I felt like, oh, this is going to be like really sick. But I've noticed when I've been playing, and I haven't played that much, but like, probably like 10 or 12 games deep or something like that now, I have a feeling that it's actually, maybe it's just because we're all playing Dust 2 at the moment, but it feels like it's not like every smoke you see, you just automatically throw a grenade in and then you get some kills behind it. Like I did that in the beginning, like the first 4 games. I was like, oh, there's smoke, I'm gonna blow it away.
Yeah.
And then when you realize there's nobody behind it, you're like, oh well, I've wasted my time. Like I'm not doing anything yet.
I think it is likely because it's Dust 2 and smokes are just a little bit less important. Because when I thought about it more, I think cross smokes on Nuke, for example, I think blowing those up is a little bit strong. And
that's
so
kind of crazy.
I wouldn't mind. I tweeted this, that I wouldn't mind either you make the hole a little smaller that the grenade creates, or just decrease the duration that it takes away the smoke.
Yeah.
Or both. But we're getting back in this one, folks. I know that you were really captivated by our riveting discussion on hydration.
I know.
But hopefully you've gotten that beverage and you're back, ready to see how this one plays out between NIP and OG. OG already up a map, winning their pick of Mirage, and now NIP on the offense of their own, Vertigo. Not even a map that Alexibi is known for in terms of calling, one that he never played on OG, or ENCE for that matter, but now brought it in as the first pick. Every time NIP can get it, they go for it, Anders.
Yeah, so they must be feeling a little bit at home. They must be feeling like it's worth it, it's something to build on. And the fact, oh, that's awkward, but it's not going to cost him that much other than a little bit of time there.
No, that's just a little awkward, but Brolin, he has been looking great. What a spray! That transfer on a Neofrag, excellent stuff, and Flames finally taking him down, but at this point, NIP, they know everything. Nico and Flames have both revealed their positions at this point in time. And so NIP, they're just going to slowly encroach or at least capture these players, make sure they're not able to get anything else done.
Brought him with 6 kills and everyone else at 1 and 2 throughout the entire server, or 0. So yeah, he's been doing a lot of work in the early rounds. which is great. I mean, he was playing very well on the first map, so he has to be one of the centerpieces that they have to rely upon to make this work, I think, for the NIP side. 3-0 in their favor to begin with. OG, though, saving the AK, if they get away with that, that's kind of great. That is going to be a bit of a luxury.
That's not too bad. I wouldn't have been surprised if NIP hunted a little bit harder here, but they just don't want to give anything up. They want to maintain their economy, and you see it's actually to great effect. All their players now above $4,000 after that bomb's explosion. And so they're going to have a couple of buys here, and that really puts a lot of pressure on OG having to win a couple consistent rounds. There we go. Getting to see the rolling Molotov. Yeah, half flash, but that transfer on a Neofrag is just brilliant.
Yeah, obviously very hard to do when you're already in the middle of the spray because your crosshair is so far off at that point in time in the middle of the recoil, but he did fine, it's no problem. Round number 4 is coming up. We've got Smooya on that AWP. We got the FAMAS save from the previous round, and the AK picked up. So OG have a chance to kind of bounce a little bit forward. If they can win this round, they're going to have an economy that's pretty decent a little bit earlier than maybe you normally would. So that's something to think about. Neofrag back here. Doesn't really want to wait for anyone to throw any grenades. Oh, as an attempted walk through the smoke. It could have worked. And it still will, in spite of them losing the early frag there. Brolin and Rez, they bring it right back, and they put some pressure onto Smooya. I thought that would have done a little bit more. He's still all right on the other side. And he's pushing up. This is so dangerous. Brolin, he's right here, ready for this exact move, but Smooya's quick at this time. And that's an important kill.
That's why they picked this guy up for the stand-in. Short notice, able to make a difference, but they're going to have to build off of it. 3 versus 3 still. And Rez tacked very low. Fiku still holding on to that B bomb site, and it does seem like NIP, with 35 seconds remaining, are attempting to take it. Petrick only has a smoke and a nade. That's all that NIP will have in order to try to take the angles away from OG.
Surely at this point, if you're Fiku, you just want to stay alive. If you wide swing this and die, even if you trade 1-for-1, putting your team in a very awkward position, just living through this first couple of steps is going to be the real important part. Oh, does see just the backpack, the flash is in. I can't believe he's still alive. Finally, Config will find him. Very, very risky. And with the nade on top, Smooya, this AWP is way, way too valuable. It just is not worth it. Gonna have to slowly back on out of there. NIP, after a long break there, managed to get back into it in the 3-on-3, and it's a great call.
Yeah, it seemed like Fiku really did want to stay alive. He's just dancing around that AC unit. He did not expect the dry swing. That was a really interesting option from NIP to just triple swing into the site. They didn't even deploy their smoke immediately, and Smooya might be able to get one more kill here. Oh, actually just missing the shot, but if he's able to take that op moving forward, it's still going to be around that NIP have to be careful with. 4-0 though for the Ninjas, starting much stronger on their offense than they did on Mirage.
Yeah, and a good, I mean, just the ability to slow down the game and come back in at 3-on-3. Something that they really struggled with when they were on the T side of Mirage. It's not easy for them to really get themselves back in the mid rounds, but this time it's a little bit better. Some frustration on the OG side, understandably so. But they'll have a little bit to work with. CSET 75 on Neofrag. Flames on a mission. I don't know how many people are going to be expecting this. Another deep flashbang. He did probably see the top of someone's head there, but couldn't really engage with it. That would have been a sick move.
Oh, this is okay. Wow, Flames just kept pressuring mid. That's very surprising. And for Config not to win that fight means that it'll probably speed up NIP. They know that they're losing ground relatively quickly, and so looks like they just want to exec into this A site. Forces are all here, but so are OG. This is going to be a massive brawl to decide the round.
4-on-5 still. A little bit of a boost on the other side. See if they can see anything over, and Smooya, he'll have that vision with the AWP. Alexi's out of the round. 5 versus 3. But still, this could be won by NIP. there isn't a defuse kit on anyone on that CT side, so it's a 10-second defuse. If you can fall back and stay alive, it might be possible. They're putting on the pressure. Look at the run-in. OG giving them no time to work with here. Rez on his own. It's a good couple of kills. He spins around, but again, it's 10 seconds on the other side, and they're still hunting for him. Finally, they commit to that defuse, and Rez has decided, I can't really get back there to stop it. So I wonder if he could have. Obviously, he doesn't know what we know, but it seemed like there might have been a chance here. Pretty good effort, but OG have their first round.
Oh, still dies too. Yeah. A little bit unfortunate there. Yeah, I think with what we saw, it felt like there were some heroics that could have put on display from Rez. There was an opportunity to isolate some of those fights, but when you're down 3 versus 1 and you're getting pushed back all that way into the ramp, you probably think that the round is lost. And also likely had no idea that OG weren't working with a kit, so he didn't know how much time he had to work with. And so OG are able to pick their first round up here on Vertigo. 1-4 scoreline. Hetrick trying to find something at the ramp. Haven't really had to call his name too much yet in this one, but now would be a great time for the rookie sniper to find a pick to open things up. Doesn't look like that option will be presented, and a triple hold from OG is going to force NIP back. We don't want to actually contest this too much early on. Took a lot of utility for OG to do this, but with all the control, I think they're very happy about their position in the round.
Yeah, and NIP doesn't seem like they're in a position right now to necessarily reclaim any other part of the map. They're kind of on the B steps out there, waiting to see if they can get in. Might be possible, but their mid presence is what? Is it Config hanging around in there? Just kind of taking a look, but he's really far back at the moment, so not like he's occupying a lot of space either for the NIP side. 50 seconds here, and they are starting to... I don't know, they're still not really there. You see the bomb is making its way back on the minimap. Fiku starting to move into position. He has a second AWP on the OG side, and all right, they're going to recommit to this execute on the B-bomb side, surely.
Yeah, and Fiku so far forward. He's able to take down Brolin. Nice kill for him, but Rez right there. Nice headshot. And actually, it looks like NIP, they're kind of stalling out. There's 25 seconds. They have to get a move on into this bomb site, or it's going to be too late for them. Flames quelling that mid attack. And now just 20 seconds left. Counter smoke deployed, and NIP, it looks like they're locked out of this. They're going to force their way through with a flash, and Rez steps up to get a single kill. Now Neofrag back to the site, there to clean up shop. 2 kills for him, and OG put a second on the board.
That kind of got a little bit scary. I feel like that might have been a hard round for OG to play just because they must have not known what was going on. They must have felt like, this is so weird. They're obviously attacking the bomb site, but then they're not. Wow.
I almost felt like they were going to call for the save there at some point, actually. It was going to be...
Yeah.
It was so difficult to justify attempting to breach right through that smoke, but when you're so close on Vertigo, you're so close to the bomb site, you can almost taste it. It just lures you in, and it's at a huge cost because now NIP, they have to call a timeout, put together their next round plan because that was just too obvious. OG had all the information, they had all these players already rotated in.
It's kind of a classic dilemma on the T side of Vertigo when you lose the A ramp, and it's like there's not much left. What do you do? Go B, and then that's all. Like you said, it's super obvious what's happening. Kind of a it just sucks. I think that's why you see a lot of teams on the T side really try to fight for that A ramp no matter what. Even if you don't even end up using it, you just want to be able to push the CCs a little bit further back. Wow. Timing could not have been better for Neofrag. That is a great kill on Hetrick.
Yeah, things are not going to get any easier for NIP, although Brolin has taken up a little bit of space towards this long side. Don't think he's going to be presented with a kill opportunity just yet, but he's pressing on forward still. This is actually getting pretty interesting, but Neofrag with the one-way, finding another kill, and this has to activate. Brolin has to get something out of this, but it seems like Flames is already keyed in onto the angle, knows that this is a possibility, and so it'll be up to Brolin. He just has to hit the instant headshot. It's got to be picture perfect, but the flash setup's there. This should be 3 for Neofrag, and OG, they are just dancing on him this round. Neofrag, 3 kills in the round. Beautiful headshot to kick it off, and then playing just perfectly around the utility for the second and third. Just well thought out. And you can see why Neofrag is a Vertigo specialist. Really made a name for himself on that Sinners lineup. before joining OG, where some would have considered them the best Vertigo team in the world, which was a crazy statement because it was all online results, but their consistency on the map was something that nobody wanted to face.
Yeah, this is really, really sick out of him. And also just a little detail of setting up with a flashbang towards the end. When you're in a 5-on-3 like that, that's where some teams really start to make some mistakes, right? You start to say, well, the round's probably already won, almost. Let me just go and peek this one. I mean, I feel I'm having a great round, but just a little bit of extra caution to get the teammate to throw the flashbang. I know it seems like really small things, and it should be, but even at a high level, sometimes you see some of those steps are being skipped, and then suddenly Brolin does get the headshot, and then the round is on again. Really, really well done.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like we've already seen NIP be one of those teams that skipped some of those steps.
Yes.
When they were playing Mirage. Could have been a different story otherwise. Yeah. First kill there with the spawn and the one-way, and then the flash setup for the third. It's really just how you want to see Counter-Strike played at the highest level.
Yeah, even somebody as good as Brolin just not able to do much against the flashbang.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it started to become like a real comeback here for OG. Quick move, though, coming out from Alexi. That's a nice trick. Runs the whole distance and takes down Fiku.
Ooh. This time just pushing right through the smoke, though. Neofrag evens things up. NIP, their hand might be forced once again towards B. It's hard to justify trying to go back for that A take when you already have this much space, and Rez just can't hit the shot. And that'll alert OG to the fact that a couple players from NIP are likely gathered towards this B main area. Utility is there, it's deployed. Nico doing a good job of staying alive, making sure that things just aren't comfortable for the T side.
Oh! That's a really risky jump. Scouts on the other side, and it catches in mid-air. Grenade there for Flames. They're going to do a fair bit of damage. They're boosted on top. That's dangerous! They could have both gone down. I think Flames realized instantly what was going on. And they're down to 50 seconds here. And look at the aggression behind this. This is very, very hard to read. I feel like if you're coming in from the NIP side, you're probably not going to be expecting it, especially not now that Smooth is in the back of the site. You could see Config was not at all, it was not on his mind that someone could have been up that close. So great movement to win that last fight.
OG are doing such a great job of blocking once they recognize that NIP's hand is forced to one side of the map. As soon as they recognize it, it's just smoke after smoke, op posted up on the angle, flashes. All the counter utility is there for OG. They have great reactions, and reminder that this is NIP's map pick. You'd like to see a little bit more from them. If they lose that A ramp control, there are ways that teams like to retake it back. So seems like it's been a little bit too easy for OG to just push this offense wherever they want. Flames fighting towards the ramp. Nice spray down from him. And there's still a player right there, and Nico takes Config out. So all things considered, pretty easy for OG to find their fifth here.
Yeah, good grenades to set everything up with. Now they're hunting for Rez. They're going to get him as well. Flames to pick it up, and yeah, boosting his scoreline just a little bit. It's not bad. They're taking the lead, and they're already up a map. This is kind of a nightmare for NIP at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, for this to be their pick, and for them to really be sticking with it. You could have said maybe, you know, Pro League didn't go our way. Let's switch up what we go for on these first picks here and try something new out. But really, just for the sake of NIP's progress, would want to see a stronger half than this. But still a lot more Counter-Strike to be played. Neofrag, man, he's been so aggressive at this ramp, and it continues to work out for him. Takes down Brolin. Lexi B gets the headshot onto the opposing in-game leader. And now this is a slightly different state. 4-on-4, and Hetrick still has the angle.
And they have time to wait this one out. They can wait for these smokes to go away from the CT side, and again, try to apply a little bit of pressure on that ramp. But yeah, for Brolin, it was a tough round. I think Nico was shooting through the smoke as well. So it was him and Neofrag essentially combining to take down Brolin. Alexi hanging around. Has to pretend, has to suggest that someone's still out here.
I think Smooya just took all the space back. Yeah, okay.
She definitely did now.
Oh, man. And this once again becomes very one-dimensional. OG, they haven't rotated in just yet, so it's up to Fiku to try to stay alive, make sure that these teammates can rotate on in, but the pop is here. And Fiku, this time he wants to fight, but not able to connect with the kill. It's Rez actually double headshot to turn the tides, and Config pressing on top of the smoke, using it as a one-way, and really, this is just dire for Smooya. 49 HP, backs on up. He did enough in this round, but his teammates fell by the wayside, and NIP just blew up that B-bomb site.
Yeah, probably feeling pretty confident, Fiku. It's a 4-on-3. Feels like he has the space to just put a couple of shots in there, but then Rez, double headshot to turn the tide. That was sick. And maybe a little bit unexpected. Certainly you could see OG weren't quite ready for it. It's going to tie up the scoreline. Make it a 5-5 and put an end to OG's otherwise incredible run here, winning 5 in a row. Smooya is making sure that if anyone wants to exit really late, maybe they're going to lose their life, but not going to find anyone. Yeah, that was... It's very readable. I think OG must have known what was coming, and they just couldn't defeat Rez. Well done.
I don't think the counter utility that so consistently has been there for OG was deployed this time around. I don't think Fiku had anything necessarily, and love to see that from Smooya to recognize that Alexi B towards that bottom ramp was just kind of making noise. He wasn't really doing anything. He was just kind of jiggling and shooting, and that's kind of a telltale sign for someone like Smooya to say, okay, I don't know what this guy's up to, but if he wants to give me a duel, I'm surely going to win that with an op. So first time out from OG. Seems like they did a lot right in the previous round, just kind of lost the fights once NIP got on that B site. A lot of mid rounds from NIP actually have been ending back up at B.
Yeah.
And so I think Brugge maybe wants to just make sure everybody's on the same page and has been also recognizing this trend.
I felt like for Pro League we saw a lot more teams exploiting the middle of this map, but I would say, you know, going back maybe last year, that was way less a feature of it. A lot of T-sides just weren't very good at attacking it. So I would love to see NIP try that just a little bit, because it could be so much fun. I think that's what gives the map maybe a little bit more depth. If you can start to take that away from the CTs, they're sort of forced to make some different defensive decisions, and usually that could be kind of tricky. Although now they are pushing it very aggressively. This is one of the things Mahone was covering a little bit earlier.
Yeah. I mean, OG have, well, they've just really loved this side of the map. They've been really controlling it with these pushes. This is a different approach, though. And Config, oh no, he missed the timing. Nico has snuck in behind Config's teammates. This might have been the window, and this might just be the round right here, Anders.
It should be. There's a good lineup for it. The spray. It's fine. Just don't overcommit to it. It's better to get the one kill, make them waste the time, and make them stress out. He commits to it and takes another one. Alexi will fall, and that's still really good. Nico absolutely worth it in that one. 2 for 1, and about 45 seconds left.
Yeah, that might just be good enough right there. Even though OG don't have eyes across the map, they have the man advantage. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, it should be. It should be enough for them to win the round. No smokes, so Molotov is going to be going down. That might burn them out of it. See, that's going to be wasting even more time that they just don't really have. That bomb plant is so delayed at this point. It's another Molotov that lands on there. Smooya with a kill on Config. And Brolin and Rez. There should be no way back into this round. This should be a lost round, although Brolin comes in with an out-of-this-world double kill. It's on Rez now to try and bring it back. 1 versus 2. A little bit of a tap. He knows where the AWP is. He has the right read. And he might be able to do this. He's been playing well so far in this best of 3. If anyone could, it might be him. Oh, but he's out of bullets. Oh, no. He has to reload in the middle of trying to clutch the round. And now he's backed off. Do they realize yet? They're actually under a little bit of pressure. One is very low on health. They've tapped the bomb, but no one's committed to it yet. Rez, he goes down right at the end. Neofrag able to get him. That was a huge effort. And if he had 1 or 2 more bullets there, he might just win the round.
Oh, so close. And I think Brolin even went for the self-flash into the elevator spot to find that double kill. Gave Rez a real chance, but just couldn't quite win the first duel. If he had that, I mean, it's game on. And yeah, here it is. Brolin, right-click flash, hits the spray transfer, of course, with his form in this series. And, oh, 1 more bullet. And that's all it would have taken.
Yeah.
Surely he closes the 1v1 out after that.
Smooya must have been thinking, why am I still alive after missing that shot?
He probably already was taking his hands and off the mouse and keyboard.
Oh no. That's heartbreaking.
Really is.
6-5 though. NIP need this round. They need the money and they need the momentum back. They don't want to get set packing quite so soon, although look at this. I don't think they knew. I think he did fire the gun, but just nobody heard. That's interesting. 4-on-2. Hetrick and Config left. And the fight for ramp again kind of goes the way of OG, although that is a sick shot.
Yeah, that's a chance now. Okay. Config can scale with that onto the B site. He wants to look for this other duel. Oh, but he's not able to win that one out. Leaves Hetrick in a very tough 1 versus 3. Might be able to get the bomb down at the very least, but OG, they know exactly where he is. I think Smooya's even flanking him at this point. Yeah, this should be a dead Hetrick. Oh, can't even punch the digits in completely. And that's a 7th round on the board for OG. Good ramp hold from them. Every player able to take the right kind of duels. Good crossfires being set up as well. You can see just the 1-2 tit for tat, ABC Counter-Strike being played, and it all works out in the favor of OG. Only taking a single casualty. That's pretty impressive in terms of just the cohesion they had in that ramp defense, despite the fact that they're playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Smooya, especially on the guy that was trying to run down Flames. I think it was the back of the sandbags. Good save on a teammate that maybe could have been overwhelmed. Timeout being used now on the NIP camp. It kind of makes sense. OG has started to wake up a little bit more on this defense, and even if NIP, I think I've done a pretty good job overall. 5 rounds on the T side, it would be so nice for them if they could get up to just a bit more here. Get up to the 6 or 7 line if it's possible at all, just to make this feel a little bit more doable. It still could be done. And they have, again, Brolin and Rez kind of leading the charge right now. So they have a couple of players that can give them the openings. Not out of the question at all. But this round is Tech9's.
Yeah, it'll be tough to find any success here. Maybe things can get a little bit random, a little bit hairy. But already Neofrag just full control of ramp. This guy, he has been a stud at this position. And Fiku, he hasn't been too shabby either, but not on this map. 2-9 scoreline. He's going to have to really step it up if he wants to defend this. Oh my god, almost jumped off the map completely, but good flashes, and the Alexi B Tech9 will take him down, and the explosive hit is here. This is exactly what NIP were looking for, and already they have 3 kills. The lurk from Config is there, and Neofrag recognizes this round is not theirs. This is going to be a 6th for NIP.
I really thought Fiku jumped off the building in that moment.
I did too. I thought he was done for.
But yeah, good job. That is what Tech9s are for. They don't give enough credit for rounds like these. Config is going to finish what he started. And it's all on Smooya. Try and save the AK-47. Now, there is some money in the bank for OG at least, which is kind of good news. They can maybe keep up the fight, especially if they save the AK here. It's going to be tempting to just keep fighting. But that's the 6th round.
It's kind of funny. Smooya actually, I think he traded the op with whoever his other teammate was, and then his teammate, who had low HP, dies, and then they just lose the op, actually. Oh, he's so close.
That's unbelievable.
His little pinky toe is the only thing keeping him on that railing.
Yeah. It's physics defying.
Oh, wow. Good.
Sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fiku's really had a tough time. I mean, we talked about it with a lot of the attacks ending up at the B bomb site, so maybe that's kind of part of it, but I kind of wonder if at some point he's going to need a little bit of help, which he kind of had this round. Smooya showed up to help out, and he got blown up by Hetrick.
That one round has changed OG's defense entirely. They're going for this heavy B lean, works in the favor of NIP, and this might be the life that NIP needed at the end of this half. Good flash setup for Nico to take that duel, but not finding the kill means that all they have is space and Config. Okay, you wanted it, Anders. A little bit of mid presence. He found his timing to go for the lurk here.
I mean, it's such a giveaway that it's Smooya that you find over at that B-bomb side. You kind of know that this defense is going to be a little bit out of whack. Config, easy kill on the Fiku. Even the fact that Fiku's rotating back might even tell them even more. They have such a read in this round, NIP, and they should be winning it. 5 versus 3. Nico's kind of walking up behind. Flames is going to be 1 kill there. And spin around. Config, he should have been dead, but not this time.
Man, Config just explosive there. That last kill, he was just swiveling, and just good opening pick, good mid round. This is one of the rounds where you can see maybe why NIP want to pick this map. That when they're able to find the pick, when they're able to read the opposing defense, they know exactly how to convert. So 7-7, and not too much to work with for OG. NIP opportunity to win the half here, or OG actually a chance to steal one.
They have a little bit. They're not completely out of the round already in terms of the rifles, but it's not perfect. It's exactly the kind of round where you would be tempted on the CT side to try and do something. You don't have the grenades to go for big retakes. Yeah, a boost like this could be it. Not going to see anyone yet. Fiku's pushed all the way up. This is so interesting. How far does he want to keep going? Looks like he's fallen back.
Oh. He doesn't want to hold on to that position.
Did you see that? I don't know. Looks like he has the right read at any rate, but grenade goes over. The boost has been cancelled. Alexi with a double wall bang to bring them down. Okay, that's a rare sight.
Yeah, what the? That's surprising. Okay, Nico, though, still an opportunity to try to even up the numbers. Spots Brolin's arm right there. Flames flies on forward, and for a brief second it was even, but NIP quickly controlling the situation. Fiku revealing his position with that Molotov, and this would be a miracle. And oh my god, Fiku, 2 kills, but not quite enough. The 1v1 goes the way of NIP, as does a break.
Hey guys, my name is at.CEST from Cloud9. I remember this one round. We were playing a best of 3 against Mousesports. This was back when I was playing on Astralis, where I think it was like we were 15-14 ahead against Mousesports on Nuke. It was basically the make or break round for whether or not we were going into overtime. It was Magisk who was playing on the inner bomb site, the opposite bomb site to me, and there was an execute going on. There was flashbangs going everywhere and grenades, and he was playing at a pretty advanced position, so he got the information pretty early, and he could hear that they were running ramp. And the fact that he heard them run away from his side and coming towards me, and it allowed me to throw a Molotov. 2 of them I think stopped, and then 2 of them went through the Molotov and tried to kill me, and I managed to, you know, get all the frags and win the round and win the match entirely. Props to you, Magisk. Really good comms right there.
Are they going in?
Hablaremos.
We don't know yet.
Okay, he's ready. Volley again.
I'm in.
Just like if you go out.
I'm still HG.
Planted.
We can relax now.
Planted.
Tell me when he taps the
Maybe
bomb.
close in the smoke flames. Maybe close in front of you.
One ramp on one side.
IG.
Behind you.
Nice, that con.
Side last, no?
I'm hiding.
Fine. He planted. He went back already.
I'm picking.
I'm gonna tap it, okay?
Yeah, tap the bomb.
Oh, and it's kit.
It's bad ramp for bad plant for ramp. I'm more than everyone now.
Okay.
Nice.
Defuse the one.
Defuse.
Yeah. Nice.
Flip, bro.
All right. You hear it right there. The comms of OG even playing in with Smooya as a stand-in. And he had some pretty good comms in that one, Anders. He knew what the plant was good for. He knew what he was supposed to be holding in that moment.
Yeah, it didn't seem overly panicked, even at the point in time where Brolin got the double kill. It's nice to hear that, you know, a little bit of panic, but they quickly regain everything. Nobody is yelling or anything crazy. So, yeah, small things. But overall, it's another close game.
I want yelling.
You want the yelling?
Yeah, that's what Smooya is known for.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I was going to say it's because you used to like the NA Counter-Strike. All right, here we go. Oh, he switched to burst fire. He really wanted it. It's Neofrag instead to close out what Flames had started. 2 headshots, and now it's a 3 versus 5 hiding in the corner low on Alpha Lexi. He'll get the 1, and I'm shocked that he's still alive. I thought he was going to get swung upon instantly. They're wrapping around from middle, and that's a rare mid to A split. Don't see those all the time.
Not quite. Config making his way through elevator. This should be a freebie for him. Oh no, not able to capitalize, even though Nico was moving right at him. And now Alexi with 4 HP. Everything in this series so far has told me that he will not go for this and that he will save. And let's see if that trend continues. Yes, it does. Okay. There it is.
This USP is everything to me.
It's so valuable.
Probably the armor more than anything, obviously, but...
He might actually have full armor because he might have just been gooshed, actually. So, possibly.
I feel like if he didn't have the armor, the Chad move would have been to jump off the side of the building after the bomb's already gone off.
I love when people time that, and it just creates tension.
I know.
Like, they're gonna die, but then they just know the timing because they're pros.
That's what you should be practicing.
Yeah.
Oh, this is sick. What a start.
The gun sound effects sounded different there in a really pleasing way to me.
Slowed down just enough.
Yeah. It almost was like CS2. Wow.
True.
Yeah. Okay. Famas out for Rez, though. And the rest of the players from NIP will be wielding 5.7s and Deagles. Neofrag, menace at the ramp in the first half. We'll see if he's able to continue that here on the offense. And Brolin just sitting right around these smokes. He's dug out a little valley for himself there, but he's not presented any opportunity and recognizes that window is quickly closing. He's not going to stay around. Just going to jiggle things out, deploy this smoke to try to block. But, oh no, he actually kind of missed the timing there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Probably smart move for OG not to try and challenge all the smoke that was happening on the ramp too much. I mean, they have a lot to lose in this round, and NIP, they could have tried to crunch, they could have tried to flash time their way into with a 4-man peak, so they just kind of stay cool for a minute. The smoke will buy some more time off the clock, and there's still at least 2 more smokes left on the NIP side, so nice headshot. That could change things, most especially because that's the bomb on the ground. They need to find that player over on the side, otherwise they're going to get completely crunched here. This has already taken a little bit too long. Alexi with another headshot. Brolin finally goes down, and Config has his say, at least with the one of them. It's a 2-on-3 with 35 seconds. They picked up the bomb again, but what an awkward round here for OG.
And no more smokes. It's going to be so difficult to get this bomb down. 25 seconds. Feels like they've already committed themselves onto the A site. As soon as this bomb is getting punched in, you might expect something to happen from NIP. They wait, maybe expecting it to be a fake, and that might give OG just a little sigh of relief, but now Fiku, he's going to have to hold on to this one.
Yeah, just him. Sandbags here. When they find him, head trick. He started the round, then he ended it as well. Good headshots coming through, and that's the kind of round that could lose you the map, and I think if you're OG, you probably don't want to be playing a third map here.
No, if this goes to overpass, you got to think that the more experienced, more structured team is going to have the edge in that one. But Hetrick, one of the heroes of this round with that initial kill, but I have to credit Brolin for staying alive so long at that long side. He was just dancing around, making it so awkward for OG to approach. If they had dispatched of him earlier, they could just have centered their attack so much easier, not had to worry about that side angle. But instead, they were fighting between two different angles as they were approaching. And with all the utility that they expended early on and didn't want to contest through, it meant that there wasn't a lot to work with in the late round. And so NIP steal one back. You can see how much this helps them. They have 3 AKs. That is really going to be difficult to break.
Yeah, plus the booster confidence surely going to be making a big difference too. It's still Bronner and Rez that are kind of leading the charge, but Alexi's quite high up there too. Config's not far behind. This does seem like it is a little bit more of a composed team right now that we're seeing from the NIP side of things. OG. Yeah, they could flash their way through that one, try and do something, but ultimately they're going to run right into the HE. And nobody's there to be caught on the other side. They'd already escaped that part of the map, so yeah, this is just... It's going to be very convincing. 10-8 going to be the scoreline at the end of this. And NIP will build a lot of money behind it.
What are your thoughts on the CS2 potential map pool? What would you want to see happen? Want to see the same 7 moving into the new engine, or would you like to see a change or two?
I mean, I really want Train to make a little bit of a return.
Yeah, give me Train.
I do like Train. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. I feel like it's already changing a lot of things in general. So if you also change the maps, I don't know. I mean, you could make both arguments. You could also just say, if people have to relearn everything anyway, so learning a new map probably won't even make a big difference. But I'm happy with what we've got right now, more or less.
Yeah, I'll give you my take when things slow down, because it looks like there's a little bit of action to kick this round off. Nade onto Flames, and actually a MAC-10 equipped for Nico. Interesting choice. Didn't want to go for the Galil, it seems like. And that might indicate a little bit of a more explosive play for OG. In-game leader of the team choosing to use the SMG probably means you want to just go for a full-on B hit, because you have no A ramp control to speak of, and doesn't even seem like they really have too much utility to retake this. So, forces gathering in B main.
Probably not a big deal, but it is a strange coincidence that Rez is the only one with any head armor on the CT side, and he is playing the B bomb side. So in theory, if he runs into either the Galil or the MAC-10, could be a little bit awkward. Flash to take a look. AK, oh, he is sent off the side of the building. Goodbye. Config absolutely destroying him. And Hetrick to take down Fiku on top of everything else. Makes it a 3-on-5. Smooya is angling for someone else, but this seems like a bit of a lost cause at the moment. It's a good kill. It just comes way too late.
Yeah, can't really expect any way for OG to get back into this one. It would be more a catastrophe than a miracle in my eyes. Although it might be starting here. Config trying to get out, getting blocked there by Hetrick just a little bit. And there's that one smoke. And okay, there was an opportunity for Nico to hit that shot, but now he's just pinned in at quad. No chance for him. 15 seconds left, and that's going to do it. 4 alive for NIP. 11-8 scoreline. Very comfortable victory for them.
He just couldn't get back. He was stuck.
I'll give you the map take here.
Go on.
Right now, Counter-Strike is getting a huge influx in viewership, in attention, because of all this CS2 buzz. And so a way to capitalize off of all that attention is just release more maps too. Because all these kids are coming back from Valorant, and they are attracted by shiny new things. So you got to give these kids what they want, so that they there's a little bit of retention there, because they don't know how good CS is right now. All they know is that they like new things. And that's how a lot of people discover new hobbies, new anything, because, you know, when something's trendy, they just, you know, they latch on, and they usually just move to the next thing. But some people just hang out still.
All right, you can get a couple of people to stick around. I like how you just, you know, described sumos basically as crows that just pick up shiny things in the park. Like,
it's just what it is.
Yeah. A bottle cap, I'll take it. Oh, this is concerning. Flames and Fiku on the return with just the pistols. Such an unfavorable fight for them as they're coming around that corner, but somehow they still pick it up, and they've stolen an AK back, and actually 2 of them. Still have a minute left. There is a chance.
Oh, there's definitely a chance here. Config playing a very strong angle, but one that is still vulnerable to a double swing. But he's able to escape after the first kill. Now things get a little bit more awkward for OG. They've given up the position of at least one of their players. Hetrick still holding onto this angle with the AWP. Great wide swing from Smooya, actually, to take some of this space away. Oh, man, that could have been Hetrick dead to right. But Config there for the lineup, and it's actually Smooya with a team kill. But either way, it was likely going to be a double frag for Config.
Yeah, don't necessarily have to blame Smooya for that one. That's a funny coincidence, though. But, and NIP, they're marching their way back in this game. They're making a strong case for a third map on Overpass right now. Boom. 12-8 going to be the scoreline. All right, shiny new maps.
Yeah, give us...
You mean literally, like, should we be adding gemstones and stuff to Anubis?
You could really spice things up, spruce them up, like decorate the whole map. Just show off the engine a little bit more.
I like that idea.
Okay, OG have to win this round, or I might just close the book on them for this half. They've only found a single round victory. It was the pistol round at that. Gotta show something by this gun round, and Alexi B just sniping down Smooya on the ramp. Neofrag still biding his time, but Brolin is holding the angle. This is not looking too bright for OG, especially with Config on this flank.
Yeah. It's a nice move. You have to appreciate it, though. The jump down, grabbing the ladder right at the end to stop the sound from being made otherwise. So, pretty good stuff. 4-on-4, though. He did get caught doing it. And Brolin, kind of a risky position once the smoke fades. He doesn't have a lot of backup here. Oh, they're going to recommit that smoke. Nice move. Allows him to keep on staying here for a while longer. One way under that one. And he realizes they're right on the other side. But again, he doesn't really have any backup. He's alone out here. This is so scary. They have a Molotov. If they throw it back here, he should be dead.
Yeah, this is really dicey for Brolin. You were talking about it, that Molly could be deployed, but it doesn't look like OG want to throw it. Brolin, now that they haven't thrown it, this man is set up for a multi-frag. But no, quickly checked by Flames. Brolin holding the other side of the sandbags. But Alexi B, he's on the flank, has an opportunity to really right the wrongs of his team in this one.
Bomb just going down. There's 7 seconds on the clock, so cutting it a little bit close, perhaps. Alexi, he'll get the one. Rez with the double flank now coming in to take down Neofrag, and just like that, OG, instead of having the bomb site, they're weirdly sandwiched in. The Molotov fails in a I don't even know how it got caught by the beam. That's really awkward. I haven't seen that before. Flames goes for the fight, and he takes down Rez. And now time is quickly going to be running out here. Nice pick off, and maybe Flames losing his mind just a little bit. It's all on Fiku again, and he's back around the corner. They have the kit, so he's going to have to fight them here. Flashed out, and he goes down. Blind shot for Hetrick, and the defuse is in. NIP, I don't know how they win that round, but they did.
Oh, the double flank was so strong, just so unexpected between Alexi and Rez. You can see Alexi almost cracking a smile, but doesn't want to give that just yet. Knows that the job isn't done. And it's hard to really imagine a world where things get better for OG in this half. This was probably one of the most promising rounds for them, all things considered, but the reactions were there for NIP. And that's the Molly, and it just barely missed the mark, I think.
Don't they know Molotovs don't melt steel beams?
You had to slip that one in. Oh my gosh.
Should have been paying. He's gone full Nico.
Yeah, I was going to say. Exactly what I thought of, too.
The other Nico.
Yeah.
At one quick point in time, we had 3 different Nikos, right? We had another Danish Nico. So
Nico, sometimes referred to as Nico J.
Yeah.
N-I-C-O. Opper.
Real confusing at one point.
Just yeah.
I feel like if people have this exactly the same name, we need to just make them fight for it. We need to have like a one versus one, and whoever wins can keep the name.
Yeah, that's a good way. A map.
Yeah.
Red line, 1st to 15. That's it. Okay, well. OG trying to make something happen here at the A ramp. Been unsuccessful for many rounds, but this time they get the opening pick. Nice lineup for Alexi B, though. Brings us to a 3 versus 3. Still on the site defense is Config, who continues to press on forward at long. Although Flames recognizing that it might be his time to strike towards middle. And I think this is giving OG an option in the mid round. But man, Config, this is what we love to see from this aggressive player, taking all of this space away from OG at the risk of his own life. But in return, he's able to center the defense of his remaining teammates, and that should be able to find some kind of crossfire between Rez and Headtrick.
Yeah, even finding nobody. Obviously, it's sick if you swing and you find 3 people and you kill all of them, but just finding nobody there, huge tactically to figure it out. Rez on the good defense, double kill for him. He knew. Rez absolutely knew what was coming, thanks to Config on the other side. And now it's a little bit of a missed flashbang, but either way, he's on his own. And in a 1 versus 3, he's been playing really well on this map, so if anyone maybe could, but the problem is, again, the bomb is on that B bomb site. He's committed to doing this. He can't really walk anywhere else. So they know that he's coming. No more flashes or anything else. It's just going to be about the mechanics, and Headtrick will take him down. It's 14-8. NIP 2 rounds from getting onto Overpass.
I'd say with the CS2 trailer, what got, I'd say, a lot of people excited is also just the light graphical update. I think that's something that maybe in the competitive scene we didn't talk about it as much, but for more casual fans, they just see how the game looks so much better.
Yeah.
And for that, they're drawn back in a little bit. The water that was shown on Ancient, glistening on Overpass as well towards the B-bomb site. It really just kind of gives enough visual flair, enough pop that it's just more pleasurable to look at, because we're so competitive-minded that as this mid-hole takes place, that we always try to think of how is this going to play out in the pro meta, but
true, yeah.
some people just want to play the game because it feels better and just looks better.
Yeah. And I mean, I agree. I don't disagree. I think it's worth thinking about. There is obviously a huge, more casual player base that just like to play the game for the fun of it. Oh, that is a nade.
And with how everybody's just getting the newest graphics card all the time nowadays too, people have these beastly machines that are getting 700 FPS as they play CSGO. They want something that'll test their rig a little bit more.
Ooh. Oh,
almost missed that.
Almost missed it. Almost got the kill too. Yeah, I feel like that is... I'm curious how the performance will be, because that's a big deal, especially in some of those smoke moments where the smoke blows away. You don't want to have any FPS dropping there, so that could be a future challenge.
Is that a team molly?
It looked like it was. I think it was. Flames getting motivated in an unorthodox way by his teammates.
Little kick in the pants from his teammate, potentially. And NIP in this round, practically just winning it with utility. Their own, their opponent's utility, whatever nades are being thrown, seems to be helping them a lot. And that was a great attempt to get back in this one, but it looks like there's a great chance for NIP to close this out, although Fiku has made things a little bit interesting.
Yeah, he's tried. Still, flank that's coming in. The bomb, still plenty of time left for the defuse. Brawler, not the cleanest spray, but it doesn't matter. We'll get the job done. Fiku, just barely missed it. He had the right idea. Alexi knows now, and Fiku is going to be going down 16-8 as NIP will pick up the map and win Vertigo and put us on the 3rd one on Overpass. This is well done. I mean, if you were a little bit worried about NIP, most of us certainly were in the first map. This is going to give you some real confidence going into the 3rd map. You have to hope that they can do better. It's going to be coming up after the break.
Well, we said we wanted to see NIP wake up, and they certainly did, but it's what you expect when it comes to Vertigo. One player in particular, though, Maniac, you pointed out in the pre-show, you weren't satisfied with what you've seen from Brolan. This time, much better.
Yeah, I mean, he kicked off beautifully in that second map, of course, that double kill with the Glock. And I think overall in the T side, he was very impactful. Calmed down just a little bit in the CT side, but I think he set NIP in the right tracks. The 4 rounds they won at the very beginning, then NIP came back into it. But this was a very similar situation, a very similar structure to the previous Vertigo that these two teams met. Because even at the time, OG's attack were only able to mount 1 round. That's exactly what they did here.
Yeah, good start by Brolan. Great response coming in from NIP as well. We were worried after seeing Mirage. Brolan, probably one of the few players who could be okay with his performance on Mirage. He took that form, came into this one as well, and did a good job. I do want to say, though, I'm not convinced by the way NIP is playing this one. I felt like OG had plenty of chances in this game. A couple of swing rounds that could have gone their way, and a first half that was very close. So it's not NIP firing on all cylinders, but it's NIP getting the job done, and that must be step number 1.
And this step right now puts us in a situation where we can say what Danny was saying on the Mahone zone. It's all these tactics, he executes, the tricks. They're able to outbrain, I would say, OG.
Yeah, they had a couple of maneuvers that we can have a look at. Round 13, round 15, moments that actually this is the round history. Well, actually, I'm just going to say it. 13 and 15, they win these rounds. That's what I can tell you already. NIP had a couple of protocols, couple of moments. I'll see if we can show these little executes. That's what we have right there. MP9s, Tech 9s rather, coming out of NIP. You see the utility. Everyone is completely blind. Fiku didn't stand a chance. Nico didn't stand a chance. The distance is immediately closed, and just like that, everything tumbles. We even have the late lurk coming in through mid, who's going to pay off from config, and that is a round that unlocks a situation for NIP. And now here, round 15, again, the utility double nade, and then the beautiful spray coming out of LXCB, double opening kill, and this is going to be NIP moving on swiftly to round 15. So when we say NIP is supposedly a better team tactically and they have finer protocols, that's what we're talking about. These are the rounds we're talking about, the rounds that OG did not have, and that's why they stalled.
And then we got to look at this as the positive for OG, is that Flames continued his form. Individually, he was still there, but it needed more coming into it. We spoke about Smooya himself not being a liability when it came to Mirage, right, and what we were able to see there. But you could see it was uncomfortable for him at times here.
Yeah, a couple of missed shots, you know, here and there, and a couple of moments in the game again that could have swung the round towards OG. But the work conditions as well for Smooya are tough. Coming into a map like Vertigo, it's very utility reliant. It's very, I'd say, rotation reliant as well. And you need a certain amount of team play to even be able to attack the map and play the map. And OG doesn't have that. Let's not forget the fact that they're playing without their in-game leader. Let's not forget the fact that they're playing with a stand-in on top of that as well. So everything that could go against OG in a matchup like this on a map like Vertigo went against it.
I smile because I have made the decision for my mental sanity to never ever play Vertigo in face.
Good for you.
And it was a very good decision because Jacob is right on the money. It is such a complicated map to play on the T side when you don't exactly have all these protocols, you don't exactly have all the utils, and you're basically a bunch of sheeps just mirroring around. Let's try A ramp. Hey guys, you want to peek A ramp? You're dead. You want to execute B? You're dead. Oh great. Guess we go mid. You're dead again. It's horrifying. It's not a map you can play spontaneously. It's not a map you can play loosey-goosey. You either have the keys or you hit your head against the door.
I'm just imagining how tilted you must be from
I was
some 5 stacks coming at you, and they're super ready, and I bet they're enjoying ending your day every day.
I just probably lost like top of my hair a couple of years as well, just playing this goddamn map.
Well,
anywho.
We ain't got that map coming up, though. Next, we're moving to Overpass. And if we think of the old NIP, think of when Hampus was leading the charge, this was a map they could rely on.
2014, 2013, 14, Get Right Forest when they were winning. That was Overpass was really good.
But it was also good under Hampus for a little bit of time. And, well, since then, it's been downhill. This isn't a great sign still from them. They're not out of the woods yet.
No, not at all. I still think it's a fairly open matchup right here. It is one of those maps where the AWP is going to come into play, though. I want to see more from Hetrick. I want to see that duel against Smooya as well, because you have so much maneuvering around on the CT side with the AWP. Smooya can do whatever the hell he wants to in this game, and this is the time for him to shine. There's no excuses on a map like Overpass. He has complete freedom to go toilets, to go B, to go long, do whatever you want to, do whatever you feel for, and that can be a problem for OG if Smooya is not hitting his strides.
Yes, I'm just laughing because I heard the voice. He has all the liberty to go to the bathroom if he needs. I hope he can. I hope they let him. That would really be,
you must
unhealthy,
stay there,
you know?
drink water.
This would be unhealthy.
Sometimes you can play better if you hold it in.
I guess this was the Banks tip. Banks tip number 1.
There you go.
Now, level 2, by the way. Yeah.
Joke aside, yes, I agree. Smooya can and will have that freedom. The issue that I have is, will the rest of the team do as they need to as he's doing these moves. Because Overpass is a map where, sure, you have the freedom, but there has to be some sort of logic. Like if you're just thinning so crazily, the defense is going to break apart. And for me, we're right back at the beginning of Vertigo here, which is a tactical map, a complicated map, hard to play spontaneously, hard to FPL your way around Overpass. So I'm afraid we're barreling towards a Vertigo scenario, and NIP should get it 2-1.
Really? Okay, so you think there's less of a chance in this and more of it's just going in the way of Nip, or what should we be looking at OG trying to do in it?
I mean, the problem is, will OG actually mount to any round on T side? Or are we going to see a draw like we saw on Vertigo? If you can tell me, if you can guarantee me that they have a couple of solutions, they have a couple of diamond strategies they can use, there is a debate. I don't know that quite yet. They've had one decent result against paiN on the map with Nico. That wasn't with Smooya, of course. So how much of that can they just translate?
We're back to square one, where NIP are the heavy favorites coming into this matchup. It's going to be decided on the Overpass. And as said in the beginning, to me, it would be disappointing if they even were to lose one map. They did that on Mirage. You know, there's no messing around anymore. Overpass is a map NIP are supposed to win, and they will win. Anything else will be a disaster for a lineup that is bleeding right now. They need a success, and they need a couple of wins. And against OG with a stand-in, against Smooya, you have to get it done.
Well, let's have a little check-in and hear the team comms coming out from NIP and see how they were feeling across the previous maps.
Stand back side.
Gap.
Stand back side.
One gap. One left side close for me.
One drops.
One drops. Okay. And one danger,
Hetrick convict, non-existent.
Careful, they push it on.
Don't see Robs, they're pushing you.
It's close Ivy, maybe.
There should be.
It's in one of them.
Don't see Ivy.
Yeah, should be danger.
Danger.
Checking it.
Also, danger dead.
Maybe last
Danger
one.
last. Them. Rise it.
Right back.
I'm sticking it.
Hold it. Left side.
Left.
Nice!
Oh, I didn't see it. Nice,
I only see the reaction also.
That's the best.
What is interesting when it comes to these guys right now, there's a little bit of hype in there, right? But it's still pretty flat. And I think I come back to this Pimp where you said they should have been grabbing the 2-0. Maybe in their own heads they're thinking, guys, this is not good for our standards.
I think that's one of the things that we already have pointed towards when it comes to NIP, even in the group stages. They don't really have that hype man. They don't really have that level of energy within their squad. And it does feel like they lack that sometimes. And especially when you're playing online and you're playing disjointed from each other, it can be very hard to create a healthy, fun, and light-hearted environment on a TeamSpeak or on a Discord server. And I think NIP is one of the few teams I'd actually point towards and say they could be suffering a little bit from that. I wouldn't say lack of personality, but lack of energy sometimes within the team.
I'm surprised to see DJR smile. I was happy to see DJR smile.
Yes.
Because we got it. We got a couple of moments here where he was actually smiling and having a good time. I don't know if this is just a Hollywood scenario where we are cutting to the roast moment, but I've only seen him frown and be sad this entire series, literally.
It does seem to be constant for him for sure, but maybe it'll turn around when they get this win, if they can pull it over the line on Overpass. That's where we're going to next. And at least in the analyst minds, they think that it should be going the way of NIP. But can OG come through? Well, we'll have to find out in a bit.
You wanted a third map, and you've got it. I don't know if you're an OG fan. Maybe you didn't, because it is Overpass, and NIP probably should be favored on this one. They've been sort of steadily warming up. Alexi joined the crowd this time. They're playing better, definitely. And OG, that Vertigo map was just a little bit tough on them.
There wasn't much to be happy about with the T side of OG there, only finding a single round victory on the offense of Vertigo. But Overpass is a place where they can right their wrongs, where Smooya can continue his stint as a stand-in, where Nico can show what he has as an in-game leader. But NIP, to me, this would be disaster if you lose this. If you bow out of the showdown after an abysmal Pro League showing with nothing to show for that time that you had off, for those couple of weeks that you were supposed to bring into the showdown, to show that you were able to fix something, to lose to a team with 2 stand-ins, it can't end like that, Anders, for NIP.
It just shouldn't. It just should not. But we're going to find out. OG starting on the CT side, NIP on the T side, and already making a bit of a crack at it here towards the connector. They've taken down Smooya. Fiku decides running, not going to be the way to go. Wants to stay and fight. Oh! Using every bullet at his disposal, and he's got some backup behind him. Neofrag was there to help out, and it's a 3-on-3. That's a bold stand.
Oh, and he pressed on forward, too. He should have been able to hear one of those rotations. And you see, actually, that Flames is backed up so far at A. He can rotate to heaven relatively quickly, but Rez sneaking on forward at B. That is a kill to his name. A 3 versus 2 advantage, and Brolin, he might just flank Fiku here. He has to open the door to do it, though. And now that his position is known, Fiku, he's getting crunched from multiple angles. There's even a player coming out monster at the same time, and Rez swiftly deals with him. Brolin with the swing, and NIP 1 on the board already.
Oh, if not for that smoke at the high ground, Rez would have been sandwiched in, but because of the smoke, he could sort of isolate the fight against Fiku. That was really sick. What a great end to the round. NIP, they win the pistol round. But this is really cool.
Felt like with how long Fiku was staying alive here, and with how much space he gained, there was a real opportunity, but nice shot from Rez, actually. That is more impressive from his side of things. Well, OG, they force into this one. Smooya on the scout. He's had a decent showing so far. Wouldn't really write home about this one as a stand-in performance for the ages, but maybe he can change that narrative here. Smoke in his face will make things difficult, and NIP deploying the necessary utility to take away the opportunities from the British sniper.
They've actually taken a lot of nade damage at the start of this round in NIP. It's not necessarily a big problem yet, but it can kind of grow to be one if they keep taking damage over time. Flames out of the round. Brolin thought he was going to get challenged from Smooya there, but I guess not. So it's still a 4-on-5.
Yeah, NIP should feel pretty comfortable about this one. Even though they've taken that early damage, they know that the advantage still lies with them, and OG probably have to make some sort of play or a gamble if they want to bring this round back, and it's up to NIP to either punish that play or to suss out where the gamble stack is from OG.
4 people down at the B-bomb site. You have to assume that they have the MAC-10s. They could afford to throw one away if they really wanted to be absolutely sure. And that's pretty much what they're doing here. Smoke, flash around the corner. Brolin's going to catch at least 2 of them. And he's going to see the other 2. So yeah, absolutely worth it. Great sacrifice.
That's exactly how NIP needed to play it to keep things clean.
And these are the kind of rounds where, honestly, that small detail, which seems... I feel like if you watch a lot of high-level Counter-Strike, you're going to feel like this is a pretty rudimentary or fundamental way to play it, but that's the kind of extent of the sort of stuff that NIP was skipping on in previous rounds, and it cost them. So give them some credit for really doing their due diligence and checking that bomb site.
Yeah, I just want to actually contrast that with how some other teams would have played it. Just like the ways it could have gone wrong. Sometimes you'll see a team actually just charge headfirst into a bomb site using the majority of their utility, but still running into the stack headfirst. And so that little scouting mission could have gone badly. Like if he just instantly got headshotted, then NIP are flying blind. But because there was the smoke setup, the flash setup from Rez, things were a lot more taken care of. And so Brolin was able to find that sort of impact. James calls it in a really interesting way, actually, where if he's in a 5v4 against that kind of play, he sends one player out on both extremities at the same time.
True. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit. And obviously, they're so uniquely good at doing that kind of thing. It must be hell on earth to play against that feeling that wherever they find their success, and the rest of the team is usually pretty good at reacting to it. Yeah, that's really frustrating. All right, 2-0 in favor of NIP. OG, they get to save a little bit. See if they can do something with it here. Again, some nades early on, pretty decent. Great mid frag. Oh, the timing is good. He really commits to the fight, but he just doesn't have the power behind that submachine gun to do enough damage. Res, any other weapon there would have been dead. Back 10, just not really enough penetration on that one. Awkward grenade. But still a 4-on-5.
Yeah, still looking all right for NIP. As OG looks like they want to go for a water crunch late into this one. They're not going to find anybody. So at the very least, they'll be able to walk away with some information. Roland might have been able to hear that outside of Monster Tunnel. It would have been a faint footstep at that, and probably just heard one or two at short. So can't really relay too much information. And with this kind of numbers advantage, you can see that NIP, they're really taking their time. A lot of their offense is centered around the front of bathrooms, still towards Fountain. And they're sending Brolin once again on a solo mission. This time he doesn't have the nade setup, so this is a little bit riskier than the previous round. But if he finds this clean entry, all will be forgiven. And there it is. Kill on the Flames. He's discovering out quite a bit very quickly now, and you can see that leads to a very easy mid-round for Alexi.
Yeah, a little bit low on time, but because he already has the bomb site, the risk is still fairly minimal. So he's there, just going to be carrying the bomb onto the site. Some random shots here, not going to be connecting with anything. And it will be a bomb plant. Well done. It's a couple of rounds where NIP is showing us, yeah, just good decision-making. In rounds that they probably win anyway, but it just is so devastating if you don't. And I feel like that's an experience that NIP have been through a lot over the last couple of months. So kind of just happy to see them really commit to this kind of style and don't give away these easy rounds. It's not worth it.
I think Fiku wants to try to get that kill, follow up on the scout shot. And it's already too late. Okay. I think he's going to tap it just to draw a player back. Okay, well, either way, 3-0 for NIP here. And there's been a lot of overpass slander in the last 6 months or so.
I know, but the turnaround is obviously here.
Yeah, this is where we show that this is one of the best maps in the pool. With this matchup.
This of all matchups, the one that we've really been...
Yes, this is the one, Anders.
Hating on a lot.
This is the one that anybody that's been hating on overpass has to watch and witness.
Do you agree, though, that if we're talking about this in the break really briefly, that if you just scratch the names of NIP and OG and you're just watching like two unknown teams, you might be much more excited? Just because you've seen the projects not work for a while, is that fair to say?
Yeah, you look at some of the players especially and some of the skill that they've displayed. Like Brolin has looked really good in this series.
Yeah. So if he was some player you'd never seen before, you'd be like, wow, this looks sick, but...
Show me more of him.
Yeah. There is some weird effect that comes into play like that, where it's like it almost works against the players that they've been playing for a while, and we just expect everyone to just, you know, have like a straight path to the top, which is also a little bit unrealistic, I suppose. 3-0 in their favor, though. Money, pretty decent on NIP. Not so much on the OG side, but at least they have rifles this time. No AWP. We're seeing 4 A4s as well. That's interesting.
Ooh, wow, Config taking a lot of space by himself. Okay, Smooya, this is a little bit risky now because Config is so close to them. Yeah, they're caught off guard completely, but Smooya is able to use that smoke as a one-way and keep the number advantage with OG. 45 seconds remain, and Hetrick, he wants a crack at this bomb site. That smoke still impedes his progress, but he actually just pushes right around it. This should play right into the crossfire between Flames and Smooya, and there it is. Smooya takes him down, and this is looking a little bit desperate now from NIP. Just individuals walking out one by one, trying to find some sort of in on the round, but it's not going to happen. 25 seconds, and you could expect Rez will go for the save.
Wow. Where did the round fall apart here for NIP? I mean, it's unfortunate to lose the first frag to the boost.
Yeah.
Then Config gets one more, but then it just feels like you said, after that, it was just a series of individual walk-ins. So something cracked in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, even though they knew the positions of some of the players on A, it didn't seem like NIP trusted that they could mid-round themselves to just center an attack towards short A and long, especially losing head trick. It's just kind of interesting because a lot of teams would probably just want to exec from this sort of position, but Config wanted 2 kills, and you know, if you keep that a 4v4 also, you're in a really strong position as NIP, but Config really just wanted that next one.
All right, well, they let one go. OG get to pick up the 1 AK. Not much more than that. It shall be 5th round. And a lot of map control at least being attempted here for NIP. Looks like they want to try and see if they can take over the connector and then push up towards the restroom. So again, Config pretty far forward over on that long position as well. This boost is the only thing that's kind of keeping an eye on this. It could be successful. The fact that the door is missing is just, it's so suspicious that head trick is not going to be caught off guard. Good job. Oh, it's Smooya. Config standing on the tables. Normally at birthday parties, you're not allowed to do that, but here it's fair game.
Oh, wow. Okay, and a lot of damage inflicted onto these last 2 players. I think that might have been a nade from Roland or something like that. Maybe a spam. And Rez, he's just waiting to collect these kills as he knows that there's likely a response from the last 2 CTs. Nico still able to hold his ground. Now 1 versus 2, and Roland has actually opted for the fight. He cannot easily retreat at this point, but head trick holding the fallback from Nico towards short, and that's going to be another one on the board for the Ninjas.
Yeah, good stuff. Not allowing too many rounds, just the 1 odd round in here from OG, and then they swing right back. And even calling a timeout behind it, so TGL maybe have seen something that he wants to impart some wisdom on this rest of the half.
Yeah, I think one thing that can deepen someone's appreciation for Overpass relatively quickly is try to map out what the T-side defaults are indicating as soon as you start watching the round.
Right.
Because every single default says to you what should happen, and that should set your expectation for how the rest of the round takes place. If the T's are going for 3 towards A, 1 connector, 1 towards B, you expect it to be some sort of bathroom setup, trying to like a brawl towards A. You can read the CT defense, see if that's going to actually happen. And then with the 2-2-1 that NIP just went for, you usually actually get these kind of lobby/top bathroom crunches, which kind of lead to just different interactions. And we'll see if anything really comes into place here. But this is the 2-1-2, and the 2-1-2 says, we don't know what the CTs are going to do. We expect weird aggressions, and we want to just counter that because we want to make sure our extremity players can trade. Although, Config's kind of running up long by himself, which is probably a little bit ill-advised on a 2-1-2, but can't really control this guy.
Yeah, that is part of the nature of Config. You're not wrong about that. And also, I suppose, I mean, if you're actually inside of the server, right, all the different configurations that you just talked about, if you're on the CT side, that's the dream, is to figure out which one are they in, right? If you see 3 people by the bathrooms, that's a gold star on your plaque on the wall, right? You're going to be so excited about that. You're going to be saying, all right, cool. We know what they're doing, especially if there's not a lot of time left in the round. So, yeah, Neofrag, look at this. Long range to be getting a shot with a deagle. Oh, he didn't feel the confidence. And he's going to go down. He betrayed the deagle.
Probably just didn't expect that. Usually they're just still going to peek you there. Okay. Rez, there is a player in bathrooms, but yeah, this is looking pretty clean for NIP. Just scaling on forward together. They did overlook this angle from Nico, and that could come back to bite them. Oh no, all right. There's some life there, but just too many players falling from OG prior to that activating.
Yeah, they definitely did overlook it. That was funny, but they managed to recover it anyway. This is such a great start. Again, T-side of Overpass. If I'm NIP right now, I'm quietly confident in how this first half has been playing out. I feel like don't want to be seeing NIP throw it away with too much confidence, which they have definitely done in the past, but they're building something pretty good right now. And you know what? Since we've been on the NIP hate train, or at least I've been, you got to say this is the 3rd map in a row here where Brolin's playing really well. That's what we need. That's what we need to get off the hate train.
Yes. Brolin is, for me, the player I'm most excited about for NIP because even though Hendrick's the newest rookie, I still think Brolin has a lot to give in terms of just how intelligent he takes defaults, how well he plays off of his teammates in even hectic situations, and just raw ability is just so strong.
It's also just, it just feels like him with Rez on NIP, that is meant to be the big move in Swedish Counter-Strike, and it felt like as soon as it happened, it was just, you know, rough weather for NIP the whole way through. Like, they just never could find anywhere to stand. They just had to, like, obviously, there's the whole device situation going on. So it was chaos from the start, basically.
Yeah.
Not to, again, give them too many excuses or anything, but I would love to see Broline in a really well-functioning team. I feel like that hasn't really happened yet, which is obviously super tragic, but...
It seemed like the best team he was on was basically when he was a rookie, playing with people like Flusha, JW,
Yes.
Golden.
Truly.
Yeah.
And obviously that's kind of how he got recognized as well. A lot of people saying, you know what, this guy's the real deal. Don't be unscrewing the silence of Fikus. Now is not the time for it. 30 seconds just under, actually. Smooya's going to get the opening there, and they think he's up close. Fiku, great stuff, but you could tell they were expecting him to be right around the corner, and instead he's on the back on that slope. Alexi trying to get the shot through the box, which is absolutely doable, but he's got no such luck this time. 8 seconds. Oh, that is a nice clean. He fakes it. He's going all out on this one. Neofrag. He glides into it with a headshot. That should have been it. That was a beautiful play from Alexi. He sacrificed winning the round. If Neofrag just holds, then he just auto-loses the round. Obviously, when he cruises in for the headshot, he loses it as well, but I love that from Alexi. That was a sick play.
Oh, it was, I mean, he made the read. He jump spotted for the info, knew everything that was happening, but just couldn't quite find that last kill. This one on Smooya is just a blinder, too. Barely any time to react there for Smooya. And you can see that just inflicts so much economic damage. It's just such a scrappy buy for OG. A couple MP9s, FAMAS, all that work that Alexi B did, even though it wasn't able to find a round victory, there are repercussions that are felt. But early pick goes the way of Smooya to take down Brolin, who's been the star. Ooh. He might just get another. Yeah, that's just too easy. Smooya feeling emboldened as he is sitting on 8 kills already, top of his team.
Yeah, out here making a name for himself again a little bit. I wonder how many players like Smooya. Was it Stewie that was tweeting? Are we allowed to bring this up? Does it hurt too much still for the NA scene? But I feel like there were people sort of tweeting about Counter-Strike again that haven't been for a long time, you know, once the CS2 announcement was out. So maybe some of these players that are on the periphery could be incentivized to sort of come back and dip their toes in one more time.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Okay. Shouldn't be enough to change the outcome of this round, but it'll make things a little bit more interesting. And that would have made things incredibly exciting, but with Hetrick in the 1 versus 4, it's going to be all about self-preservation and good jiggle, as this is feeling like absolute hell for Hetrick. 30 seconds. A lot of time that he's going to try to stay alive here, but Neofrag just employing every single trick in the book. The waiting in the smoke. Oh no, Hetrick, you don't have to do this. You don't have to do this, and it doesn't even pay off. Oh no. At least it elicits a smile from his teammates.
Yeah, you have to laugh that off. That was good. I like it. You can see the desperation when he's just about to walk away. He's like, no.
Come back.
Yeah. I almost had it.
Oh.
Oh. So close, wasn't it? Yeah. So close.
Yeah, well, what do you think about the players that might actually make a return? I mean, Stewie said it. Okay, actually, I want to hear your opinion on Stewie. What if, because NA, we have a totally different bias that cannot be controlled.
Can't be overcome.
No.
I have such a soft spot. I mean, I feel like I was living along with everyone else for like the glory days of Smooya, or not Smooya, but for Stewie and the whole smoke criminal thing. So I probably have some rose-tinted glasses as well. But I'm also such a sucker for the comeback story. I really am. Like but not even necessarily like in terms of just this game, but I want to see Jake kind of like find, you know, like some kind of calm and confidence. I feel like that's one of the things that was missing, and probably one of the things that created a lot of problems in the game for him. So if he could do that, I mean, I'd be excited for that alone, right? But I'm always waiting out for the comeback story. I'm never gonna let that go. I just think that's one of the most interesting things about following the game and following players for a long time. But I think it's gonna be very, very difficult. Oh, all right, that almost got out of control. Flames is kind of just brought it back with an
last
ace.
bullet.
That's great.
Yeah.
Last bullet to take down Brolin. All right, that's how it's done. I think though this is the thing that I think will be shocking to a lot of people. I feel like in 2015 to 16 kind of Counter-Strike, if you took a break then, like for a year and came back, things had probably changed and you would have had to study a little bit, but it feels like now, if you take like a 5-month break, it's just the amount of grinding and the amount of homework you need to do to get back in at the top level is just unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I feel like it's going to be way more difficult now than it ever has been.
It feels like the situation's changed so rapidly and just micro elements in the meta keep developing.
Yeah.
That it is very hard, even if you take what feels like just a little sabbatical.
Even players that are actively playing are having a tough time. Our favorite duo to consider is like Glaive and Sip, right?
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
But you're seeing like they're obviously actively playing the game all the time, but yeah, and yet in some games it feels like they're kind of getting out-microed by players that are, you know, way less known, but just are somehow ahead of the curve.
Right, the guys that are just FPL grinders. Yeah. The ones that have 140 hours in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, but anything is possible. I think people have shown that it can be done. It's just, it's not going to be easy. 4 and 5, or 4 to 5 in the game. 10th round is here.
This is looking like a pretty good call from Alexi. Reverse clearing Khan from the bottom, and now Neofrag, the lone A defender. If they just trade him out right now, this is a free A bomb site for NIP. I think OG recognized their losing condition. That's why Flames is rotating right now. But that's got to be a multi-frag for him, and he's not able to come up with anything. If NIP speed up, this is a round that is already over. Yeah. Flames with a FAMAS and a hope in hell. He's got to get something magical done here. Dancing around the truck, just the one, and it's not going to be enough. 3 versus 3, but OG, they're already locked out of this bomb site.
Yeah, they are. He's low on health. That could have worked out, maybe. Oh my god, Rez. The bomb is down, and now a little bit of an early kill. Config. Don't want to be giving up your life that early in the retake. OG might have almost been saving here, but now they're definitely going to go for it. Rez turns around, and now it's Hetrick. 1 versus 2. He's all the way back here. No more grenades. And they have a kit on either player, so they can tap this bomb, but they need to be quick about it as well. There's the first tap and an instant shutdown. That retake was made a lot easier than it should have been there for OG. I feel like NIP had that round in the bag.
Just sticking on the bomb site for a little bit long, just lingering in these forward positions. Not even making it hard on OG. If they don't have the utility, that retake is nearly impossible. But if they have the numbers at any point, then it suddenly becomes doable. And this is where sometimes that discipline really hurts for NIP, where it feels like they have every reason to just walk away. And for DJL and the rest of the crew, you can see that they know they let one slip right there.
Yeah, unnecessary, but maybe a good time for a break. Get the coach in, say some harsh words, some real truths about what's going on there.
Yes, yeah. I'll give a little harsh truth about my opinion on Stewie.
Go on.
It's just the only guy in North America with a shred of charisma, and that's why Stewie had to be the guy to get NA a major and a Grand Slam, because nobody else is instilling confidence like that in North America.
Yeah.
Nitro might be a better in-game leader, if we're being honest.
Probably, yeah.
But you're not getting that emotion to propel Liquid to build off of their recent successes, and then you see that they can just fall apart as easily as they did at Pro League to a team like paiN.
It just felt like, I don't know, something went really wrong in that team for a bit, and it seemed to have broken Stewie in somewhere like that. It's super sad, but like, yeah, I obviously you want to see the return if you can. That'd be fun. Why not? Throw it all in there. Brolin has opened up this round. Tech9, and he's in a Ferrari, just doing drive-bys inside of the B bomb site. 5 versus 3. Rez here, ready, and they are kind of checking it out. But again, the Tech9s, they're all consuming. There's no surviving him at the moment. Smooya here, but this, unless they are, again, just throwing themselves at him here, it's still done round already. Wow. That was sick. That happened so quickly.
Brolin just said, step aside, everybody. I got this.
Yeah.
He has been a hero for NIP in this series.
He's on one of those scooters that all the cities have now. that I've had for a decade. But I mean, I'm a
the bird scooters.
Yeah, exactly.
The ones you just tap your phone, get the QR code, and then just start zooming.
Valve told me that's going to be in CS2 as well. Like one of the later updates, you can rent one of those at the start of the round, and then you're just on there with your Tech9.
A little bit pay to win, if you ask me.
Scooter skins are coming too. It's a nice update.
Okay.
But you have to charge them, like you have to pay for the charger in between the rounds, or you're not going to be going anywhere.
The cash cow just keeps on giving for Valve there.
Genius play.
Yeah.
Run people over, and if they're low on health.
And they're forcing everybody to switch to CS2, so it's not like you have a choice.
You don't have a choice.
You just have to live with this. Yeah. They just make the game completely pay to win and just ruin it for everybody.
It's just been a really long play, like a really, really long play.
Oh no. You hate to see it. All right, Config out fast with the back 10. Taken up where Roland left off. The drive-bys are here.
Yeah.
And it's just looking so good for them right now. Nothing OG can even do to get into these rounds. This is out of control. Oh no, they're burning alive. Oh no. Config got a 3K there, and he didn't even have to see one of his opponents.
Yeah, the Molotov's doing half the work. That was sick. No scooter even needed. They're plenty quick on their own.
Feels like normalcy is restored for DJL. He still has a slightly furrowed brow, but I think he's happy with these sort of results.
Oh. What a way to go. Yeah, I mean, it's good to see him smile a little bit. You can imagine it must be very, very tough as a coach, because you're going through all the same emotions as the players. You just also can't impact the game directly, as in, like, you can't get your hands into the round, right? Not a fun time, I'm sure.
Oh no. It's all about the preparation. It's all about making sure that the philosophy is instilled, that the playbook is deep, and that everybody is on the same page. And that's why those timeouts have just felt so effective for NIP. I will say, in this game, a lot of the after timeouts have really favored DJL.
Yes. That's what it felt like at the moment, for sure. Ooh, ouch.
Okay.
Good nade.
Yeah, pretty heavy B lean, though, for NIP, and this might actually really work out. If they pounce quickly, OG only have a couple players here. Flash is perfect, and the kill a little bit labored, but Nico's still dancing around the site, although Alexi takes him down. Now, OG, not really a great chance in this one, unless Config gives them something to make them believe. Okay, that's now a 3 versus 3. There's still a long way to go for OG in this round, but they may be tempted.
They don't have a kit, though. Unless there's one on the bomb site itself, which I don't know if there is, but otherwise, it just feels like it's such a stretch. The fact that they got the kill over on the other side is probably tempting them, but yeah, they're going to call a break right now. They're saying, you know what? We're not going to have a lot to fight with anyway for the rest of the half. We actually need these guns a lot more than NIP do. 8 rounds on the T side. This is great. Great work for NIP right now. Again, Brolin with 13 kills, and then everyone is a little bit further behind, but that's fine. This is a little bit more promising.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is looking pretty good, all things considered, for NIP. Can't be too dissatisfied with the results, as they've already won the half. I have more to build on, and with the damage they inflicted and the money for OG, this next round could come even easier. Just saw that this round, OG, a little bit of a gamble. They played 3A pretty early on, and either by luck or a read, Alexi knew that it was a great time to strike on that B bomb site. Yeah, you could see what that does, though.
Ouch.
Yeah, look at those pistols.
They don't have the money. They couldn't rent the scooter even if they could. They don't have the money for it.
How much is it going to cost?
I don't know. That's a good question. It's up to Valve, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
You can
dynamic pricing.
Maybe it's cost nothing really to like get it, but it just directly tied to your credit card. So like every 10 meters you go, it's another $1. So
okay,
that's it. You just keep going.
Wow, that's a really big kill to find. That's one of the rifles gone for OG. Were you there for Source when it had dynamic pricing?
No, I played Source for 5 minutes.
It was so dumb. They introduced dynamic pricing, and basically every gun that mattered, like the AK,
went through the
M4, Deagle, and AWP, were just nearly $9,000 to $15,000, and
that's aggressive.
It was so bad. It was just the worst change ever. It's up there with R8 levels of just lack of foresight.
I mean, you can understand it on paper, right? Like it sort of makes sense. You'd be like, oh, we have like a real market system inside of the game that kind of like forces people to buy, but then obviously that's not the game that we're playing.
I don't need this to be an MMO.
No,
RPG.
that's the problem, isn't it? That is the problem.
It's like Silk Road or something. Okay.
Although now that you say it, Counter-Strike MMO does sound incredibly lit. So let's go.
Okay, well. Still can be a little bit interesting if Smooya's able to find a frag in the next 3 seconds. That's one. Okay, 2 versus 2, and he jumps through the smoke. Oh my goodness. Smooya's eyes get so big at the prospect of a highlight, and it costs him so dearly.
That's Smooya for you. He's been playing really well, so, you know, and again, what does he have to lose? But everything to win if he does make that 1 versus 2 win. Not going to be this time, though. Nico.
Did it fall?
I think it did.
Yeah.
It's disappeared. Yeah. You might as well go all in here. Trying to use all the tricks. He's down on the low ground, and they know.
Okay, he's able to get it.
All right. That's sick.
Yeah.
Could you imagine a Counter-Strike MMO where, you know, you're raiding an office building, and Doja is the raid boss at the end of it. He's got, you know, 500,000 HP, and you just have to, like, you try and take turns to reload and flash him and everything.
And one of his abilities is that he can rest, and he just gains all the health back.
Yeah.
And you have to basically beat him multiple times.
Yeah. If you don't keep pouring off enough damage per second, he just falls asleep, and then he wakes up, and it's just, he's back.
You need a bunch of like damage modifiers and critical strikes to give yourself a chance in that one.
Somebody build it. That's actually one of the things that I don't think we know anything about yet, but they talked a little bit about some of the mapping tools for Source 2. I hope those also come with some of the modding, like more modding tools if that's possible. I think that's something that this game actually needs a lot. I think it was so much fun back in the day to be playing all these different weird mods.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that gives the game a lot of life, right?
True.
So more of that. Give the mappers and the modders some chances. Config, giving no breaks at all. Taking down Smooya. This is already such a great first half for NIP. Even if they ended 9 rounds here, I think they're gonna do the virtual high fives and move on. They're gonna be quite happy with it.
Yep. Not CS2 though, so that smoke doesn't dissipate. But, oh, good nade onto Flames. Wow. Okay, that really softened up one of the B defenders. And we see once again, NIP with the man advantage, they just kind of hold on to that space.
I'm gonna make a prediction that at the start of CS2 when it comes out for everybody, so many people are gonna die holding HEs, waiting for the smoke to like find the perfect timing, and they're gonna get pushed through the smoke.
Oh yeah, surely. People are gonna just fiddle with their nades a lot more. They just think of all the options in their head, and that gives them too much.
Yeah,
burden by choice.
Still true, right? Just hold your rifle out. Don't touch the grenade.
Look at this gamble, though, from OG. They have 4 players here, and they're almost... NIP is basically calling what they did on some of the anti-ecos. They're just sending Brolin out on a solo mission, and this is where it's scary for NIP. The one player that's looking for the stacks, trying to find the information, is sent out, and he dies without receiving more than a single, just, piece of information. Yeah. Although...
they're quick to react. That's something.
Yeah, OG had no one here, so not even that bad, actually.
Yeah, I was surprised that OG didn't move more behind that kill, but I guess they just were hoping that there was going to be more of a commit behind it. So this is pretty tough. Bomb gets planted, 4 on 4 in the after plant. There is a kit on Fiku, but he's very low on health, and they just lost Neo Frag as well.
I think Headtrick already could have spotted this player, and that's why Alexi was so keyed in onto it also. Now Config holds the line, takes down Fiku, Flames with 35 HP, can't see a world in which he's able to do this, and it's not gonna happen. 10 rounds for NIP in the first half. We'll see if they're able to close this map out and this series out after a break.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Finals.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready? JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda!
It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
the nades are raining. Kenny's hiding up.
He's at the ground.
He's at the ground in the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi.
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All three dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
We're back once again, and so is NIP. They are looking a lot better here on the third and final map. It's Overpass, and I don't know what it is. I mean, it feels like they've kind of figured it out. They've kept their cool. They've slowly been upgrading throughout the three maps so far. Surely they can close this one out and send OG packing.
The protocols looked a lot cleaner for NIP. Anytime they found an opening pick, they knew exactly what to do with that sort of advantage. OG, on the other hand, oftentimes having to play keep up and catch up, and they weren't able to hold up.
Ooh, a little bit of switching. Fico goes down, and the USPs reign supreme in the connector. Brolin with a double kill, and he's hungry. Maybe a little bit too much, pushing before reloading. And at the end, it's all headshots, and it's all NIP. 5 kills going their way, and not a single casualty.
No, and 3 kills for Brolin, who has just been such a stud for NIP throughout this series. Keeping it up for them. Looking at this roster, there is just so much firepower, so much brawn. But I'd be willing to go out on a limb and say that Brolin's also just played the smartest CS as an individual of anybody in this match.
Yeah, it feels like it. And he's had some tough roles. I mean, obviously the first half here, he was solo B for a good long while and had to make some tough decisions on his own, and he's still at 17 kills, so that's pretty impressive. OG with their backs against the wall now. Things are starting to look tough. They're pushing for the smoke right into config, and Famas will be just fine. 4 kills for him, and that's a really, really quick round. Nothing gained from OG.
Convincing. 12-5. OG, they have a lot of ground to make up here. Gotta stand on this one. Make sure it counts. This is Nico calling for them on a map that really stand-ins, just puggy teams have such difficulty finding footing on. It'd be a tall, paramount task, and yeah, it's a lot to ask.
We're also in the comeback arc where for Overpass there's a map, right, where a lot more teams are starting to take it a lot more seriously and maybe even enjoy playing it a little bit more. So I feel like they just have everything going against them right now on the OG side. Head trick. Whew. Decides not to fight, flashes it up though, and sets it up for Brolin. What a play! A double kill, and he's putting on even more pressure. That's the bomb, by the way. Drop back here, though a third man comes in. I don't think he was expecting for Flames to be there, so it's back into a 3-on-3.
Oh, and Nico snuck on a bomb site, but doesn't seem to even matter because Rez and Alexi are able to pick up a couple of kills. And now Flames, 1 versus 3. This is so difficult, dancing around the smoke with Molly, and there are just too many bodies that he has to deal with. 13-5. Just great 1-2 between Hedrick and Brolin there.
Yeah.
Spots those players coming down the steps. The flash is there, and Brolin just commits. He just fights. He doesn't try to even play to stay alive. He just wants to take every single life down with him.
And even at the end, I mean, the fact that that Nico managed to get on there. Oh, sorry, not Nico. Who was it? Was it?
I think it was, yeah. Or Flames.
Flames, right. Yeah, the fact that he managed to get a little bit closer, I mean, could have been a way into it, but there wasn't. 13-5, and round number 19. And no bomb plant, no money. OG are getting squeezed out of this map really, really quickly now.
Yeah, really tough to even see what OG had in store for us on this map because that round just ended in the blink of an eye, and this one might also. These rounds all have actually been so quick as we move to the second half. But this time around, they're trying to just feel things out, at least get to play a little bit of Counter-Strike here. Just spreading out into a thinner default, and the bomb is still very far back, but I don't even think they're too concerned about that. It's just unrelenting what NIP are doing to them.
It really is. Brolin's had a string of just really impressive rounds, up to 21 kills now. And there's nothing that OG could do here. They are just... I mean, this is maybe what we could have expected a little bit. T-side, once they get rifles, could maybe be a little bit easier for them in terms of sort of grouping up and doing some real executes, but they haven't really had the chance yet. So I guess we'll see what happens. But still, they're just at such a deficit once they start doing that, that it's going to have to be more or less flawless. And there's nothing in their game that we're seeing right now that would suggest that that's what we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, would love to see for just this one gun round with how confident NIP have been playing. If OG kind of call a 2-1-2 sort of default. We were talking about the defaults earlier, but I think you just want to catch NIP now because they're probably going to just be overly ambitious with any of their plays. But yeah, we get in looks like a 2-2-1 fast presence towards Fountain. Hedrick actually, he might get caught off guard here. Yeah, actually both of the players from the CT side are caught off.
That looked very risky. Neofrag is dead. He's just not ready for it. They catch Brolin, and I don't know why they would have assumed that hard that nobody could have been long. That's a bit sketchy, and so is that. Config wanted to walk through. Sometimes when you do that, there is a setup with a grenade inside of the B-bomb side that'll flash that player through, but that didn't really happen this time, so yeah, a couple of questionable positions here for NIP. And now all of the pressure going to be down at the B-bomb side. Now they do have a little bit of a double setup, and there is a quick flank. This round could still be won. Rez sees an opportunity, but he can't win the fight. Nico barely lives through that one. And Alexi looking right under the smoke. He needs this kill. He's not going to be able to get it. And I think Hedrick should try and save this AWP. Even if he has a little bit of money, surely there's no reason to give this one up.
No reason to get overconfident here. Might be able to take a life with him and then retreat towards T-spawn, and I think that is what he's opting for, yeah. Don't want to overstay his welcome. Saw a glint in his eye saying that there was a chance, but as soon as Alexi fell, there was no justification for pushing on forward. And so OG will make one round work in their favor. Early pop towards the top of connector, and things just kind of were thrown into disarray rather quickly as they just held on to that space.
Definitely looked like that could have been a better defense, but I don't know. Yeah, a couple of missed opportunities perhaps there for the defense that could have changed the tides. This is a very interesting start. But yeah, I think probably Alexi, maybe if he wins that fight, it could slow everything down and give more chances for Hedrick to get back into it. But it wasn't meant to be.
I think also OG, or NIP that is right now, probably have to realize that OG are going to be going for some pretty quick plays. You would doubt that their slow default is well ironed out with the personnel they're working with. So either way though, actually Brolin just wants to charge head first into him. Takes away a lot of space, and now Hedrick holding on to connector really funnels OG towards B. All 5 of the players from OG are centered around this attack.
Yeah, whether they know it or not, this is going to be the end destination. Config, Wild Flash setting it up, and a good dink onto Nico. He's almost dead. And now he's just buying a little bit of time. Flashes out. Yeah, this is such a slaughter, isn't it? Fico and Neofrag surprisingly bringing it back, and actually NIP, they're a little bit slow to show up. Bomb not quite planted yet. And a quick flank here that they're not ready for. Fico, he's going to get shot in the back, no question. A little bit of a jump scare, in fact. And Neofrag, what can he do here? 1 versus 3. He's getting baited out into the Alexi knows he has to move out of the bomb site. Smart move from Alexi. Sometimes it's not just about the mechanics and winning the fight, but actually forcing your opponent into a very awkward position there. 15 rounds on the side of NIP.
It's going to have to be a comeback for the ages. And you're already looking at the next matchup if you're NIP. You don't want to admit it, but you are thinking about it. Who's the next opponent? What they're going to bring to the table. But OG still have a bye here. It's not completely over. Hasn't hit 16 just yet. This did get a little bit dicey on the site defense as those trades came about, but it just took too long. The counter utility was so strong for NIP that OG just had to freeze to even find those kills, and already flanked on every direction.
Oh, flashes in, Rez. He's good for the 1, but Flames, it's an important return. If they want to run this one back 9 rounds in a row, then yeah, they need Rez. And they need Smooya, who's already dead in this round. This has got to be one of the best series out of Brolin for. I don't have the stats on it, but it just has to be. 24 kills as he gets that one on Neofrag. And he's been doing real well on both the other maps, even the one that they lost. Really impressive.
Yeah, at.CEST, everything. It's really favoring Brolin in this. Stats on top of it, I mean, he just looks like he's been outplaying OG. He's been kind of just in his own zone this whole time. Every fight that comes his way, every aggression he makes, it's more or less been spotless. And now, the remaining 3 OG players will attempt B attack, but there is a very strong crossfire here, breaching this near impossible.
Smash setup. They don't have much else to really work with here, and they're getting slaughtered. Nico goes down last 16 to 6 as NIP will survive a huge scare from OG. Could have gone wrong potentially, but it didn't. NIP, they look a little bit stronger than they have in the past, and they will remain victorious.
Yeah, good stuff on the side of NIP. Looks like they went back to the drawing board after an unsuccessful ESL Pro League campaign, and they are looking to make amends. That sends OG out of the showdown, and it looks like we're gonna be hearing from the desk, so I want to hear what they have to say about Smooya's performance.
Just about Smooya's performance there, Mary. Thank you very much for the commentary, guys. And Nip, they did what they're supposed to do, right? It was very convincing on the 2 maps we were talking about from start to finish. The Mirage one, it's one that got away from them, and Pimp, I know you weren't happy with it, but OG here, they were wounded, not their IGL. Smooya standing in last minute. It was less than ideal situation. You can't really fault them for that.
Not at all. You can't fault OG. They did what they could, you know, in this game. Very tough scenario. We spoke about it coming into Vertigo, coming into Overpass, more tactical maps. The only real shot we saw was on Mirage, where they also over-delivered in a way. And as you said, no, I'm not happy with NIP losing Mirage, but they won convincingly here on Overpass. Brolin had a great series. There was a couple of positive takeaways for NIP that you can still spin this into a positive for them, but I'm pretty sure if you ask them, they would have liked to win 2-0.
Yeah, but I think not just win 2-0 though, right? It's like, we spoke about Brolin, you touched on Maniac. He had a great series overall individually for himself here, but I worry this is not enough still if you're coming up against a full OG or a tougher opposition.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a contrast between map 1 and then 2 and 3. This was a completely different NIP, much more polished on map 2 and 3. Even here, they were in control from start to finish, if you ask me. The very fact that the games or the rounds in which they had a man advantage, they converted, is a very healthy signal, if you ask me. I was just keeping an eye on the entry numbers. 15 entry frags going the side of NIP, and you could see that OG just didn't have the keys. They didn't know how to handle these 45 situations. Specifically on the CT side, a little bit lost, couple of gambles, but very well handled by NIP. And it's true, Brolin delivered. The man we were hoping to see on Overpass, he was lights out.
And this is the Nip we were hoping to see. This is more coming out from him as well. And Config, we touched on him, the fact that he was not being able to bring that consistency. We had the head-to-head of his stats, but at least here, on Overpass, he delivered.
But that's annoying, right?
So that was a good series, right? You're going to do it again. You're going to do it again.
You're setting us all up for failure once more, because you're right, Config played well on Overpass.
What a series he had.
He was nowhere to be found on Mirage, and that's an issue for Config, right? The day he finds consistency in I guess, delivering, you know, from map to map to map, and you can, I guess, quantify him as a known quantity, that will be the day Config is taking the next step. But we're far away from that reality right now.
No, it's true. I mean, you look at this, if you only look at this map in isolation, yes, he did what he had to. That was exactly what we were hoping to see from Config. 6 opening duels, 6 of them converted completely. He had even he beat Neofrag with a Glock against Snake. And then he went on to open the round. I mean, you can't make that up, right? So he was indeed very successful in Overpass. He did put NIP and Alexibi in a good position. That is right. But let's not forget that there were 2 other maps where he was a little bit more quieter. So be careful in isolating some of these maps.
So we're happy with what we saw on Overpass. Still questions on
I'm a third happy. My right leg is happy.
Only a third up on there. And overall as well, I'm going to say, Shamu may have had a good game on numbers here, but it didn't really matter what numbers anyone's putting up when the scoreline's like this. But Flames, no matter what, with Dexter not being there, he was able to at least step up and give OG some fighting chance.
Yeah, I think we saw some of the individual qualities coming out of OG. We saw Nico in the first map playing well, despite him having a rough showing here in Overpass. You said yourself, Flamesy, I think he was a positive, not surprise in this game, but it was a positive outlook for him. He's still a sharp aimer, still a sharp individual player, and we kind of, you know, used to label him as the second Config of the world, you know, a little bit inconsistent, but he had that potential to go up there and be the best player on the server. I think Flamesy has found more consistency lately than Config probably has ever had, and that's a good thing for Flamesy and his development as an individual player. Is he going to win trophies with OG? No. Can he be playing for a better team in the future? I think so.
Why do you need to give him a slap in the back of the head like this? Like, hey, man, you were so good. You're never going to win any trophies, but you were so good. Oh my God, that is
paid to be honest, you know.
I just wanted to say the fact that he's delivering when Dexter isn't here, maybe a test that he's got a bit more freedom and a bit more resources, and he can do whatever the hell he wants. We know Dexter takes a little bit of that, and that's logical. That's understandable. You have a great snipers. You give him some of these roles and positions, but Flames right now, fired up.
And one thing I'll just touch on to end it on OG here is that, okay, this sign sucks for them, but they weren't playing with the main roster. Hopefully Dexter feels better and comes back in, because the RMR's just around the corner. We want to see OG be able to perform there.
But even that I don't really care about. What's going on with Nexa? What's going on with the in-game leading situation within OG right now? What direction is this team heading? I lack communication. I lack a clear sense of where are they going? Where do they want to go? What kind of identity do they want to have, right? That's the issue, right? I look at Dexter, I think he's a great player. I look at Flamesy, I think he's a great player, but there's no in-game leader, there's no direction, there's no communication. I'm just left as one big question mark to knowing whether or not OG is a team I can count on. Right now, not the case. I don't really care then.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens to them overall, because we'll have to wait and see how that's going down. But I do want to hear from the Nip camp, as Heki was able to catch up with DJL.
Congratulations, DGL. Another win in the pocket, but it didn't seem like maybe everything went according to plan. I did have a conversation with Alexibi, and he said that maybe we should kind of expect a pug from this series. Do you think this is like what happened throughout 3 maps?
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely feel that they miss Dexter. I think they play a lot around him. So I mean, yeah, still think that overall they played not that bad, but yeah, I mean, you could definitely feel that they were missing one guy.
They were missing one guy, but for example on Mirage you kind of had the problems on the attacking side. I believe you managed to get unfortunately only 3 rounds. What do you think prevented you from getting maybe more rounds?
No, but we had some issues with just overall responsibility and communication the first map. We got a little bit caught off guard, and yeah, I mean, as I said, we didn't communicate how we usually do, and then it's very hard to play CS.
And do you think it's something you'll be able to maybe change it for the next series?
Yeah, I mean, we had some issues before the game, so it kind of got to us, I think. But yeah, I mean, definitely next game is going to be way harder, and honestly, I'm just happy that we managed to pull this through, because I think we're going to be better for next game.
And your next opponent will be either Cloud9 or Copenhagen Flames. Which team do you think you're going to face?
I mean, I hope we play Cloud9. I think, mostly it's very close games when we play them, and I like their style, and I just like to play them. So I hope we play Cloud9 for sure.
All right, then looking forward to see that series. Thank you very much, DGL.
Thank you.
Nah.
Hold on.
Nope.
Time out.
Nope, that's a lie.
Time out. Yes.
Why would
Do we have a
anyone-
buzzer? Do we have a live buzzer or something? You hope you play Cloud9.
No one.
That is your hope. Daniel, you know I like you. You know I appreciate you, man. But you don't want to play Cloud9. Of course you don't. You hope that Copenhagen Flames just steal the best of 3 away and you can go and play Washington. Don't you want to be in Washington?
Apparently not, you know.
Well, let's take a look at our brackets and come
like
to
to
our
pick
senses
Cloud9.
a bit. We'll let DJL work it out tomorrow, whoever he does end up facing, Cloud9. But as you can see, NIP have marched on forward. Our next game is the Cloud9 Copenhagen Flames game, though, and that's what we're going to be looking at. We still got 2 more best of 3s coming your way. It's Cloud9 Copenhagen Flames after this break, and later on today, we go into the Americas for MIBR taking on paiN Gaming. We'll see you in a few.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got 1 from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The Flames will have a hard time to beat Cloud9, but we are in Upset City at the Showdown, and anything is possible. DGL, he wants to face Cloud9, but Maniac, I think you were agreeing with it, that it would be lovely if they don't have to face them. It would be nice if they just face the Flames.
I was just wondering, James, you're an anime connoisseur. You've watched a fair bunch. Would you say the air is a stronger element than the fire?
Definitely.
Would you say so?
Yeah.
Does that mean Cloud9 will definitely beat Copenhagen Flames? Because the cloud, the air, the flames...
The strongest.
Well, I guess that concludes our analysis. Thank you very much. Just kidding.
Wrap it up, move on, keep going forward. Maniac, he has no idea, by the way. He's so out of the loop with all of this.
Sometimes you got to think out of the loop.
You got a real question for me, or?
You gotta think outside the box.
Yeah, come on. Well, let's look at the Flames, right? Let's see. First of all, they're a team that's been able to get here. You've got to give them some credit for that. And when we look at this roster, when we look at this team, I want to start with Farley in here because he's a player who had his time on Astralis, right? Had a chance to show himself, heavily criticized and didn't get the opportunity to do so well. But at least under Flames, he's looking so much better.
He was heavily criticized, and I think for good reason, but I also do want to take his defense just a little bit. Coming into Astralis in the period he was with them was a tough task, right? It was a dysfunctional team, a team that didn't really knew how to use an AWP player, didn't really knew how to work around Farley as well, so it was very tough for him. Coming into Flames, he's been performing well. He's replacing Regali as well, and I think that's a point of conversation as well. Regali was performing very well in Copenhagen Flames. I don't think we know for certain whether or not he's being sold to another team. That's why they benched him, or if there's some internal stuff going on, maybe they want to communicate in Danish, but removing Regali, bringing in Farley, puts a lot of expectations on this young guy's shoulders once more, and he's delivered this time around. Individually speaking, he's playing well. He's helping Birds from Sky with the calling, so there's a lot of positives surrounding Farley this time around.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to say, of course, the time in Astralis was complicated for Farley, and I think his credit, like in the eyes of the community, took a huge hit, obviously, because people were more focused on how he was failing rather than where he would go from now. And there's not a whole lot of players out there who, very young, get the chance, fail, and then are able to build back up. Usually it's a very long road. It takes a whole lot of energy, and obviously he took a hit. The ranking of Copenhagen Flames, nothing to do with Astralis. Budget-wise, completely different worlds. But at the end of the day, if you truly have it in you, if you have both the time and the energy to invest in it, you can build yourself back up. You stay in Copenhagen Flames, you have better ratings, and I just think he has to seize some of these opportunities like we have right now. Because if you're Flames, you're not playing a whole lot of Blast and or ESL top contender events. You're not really doing that. So whenever you get the chance, whenever you face Cloud9, you better kick the shit out of them. You really have to. Do your best. It doesn't matter if you lose at the end of the day. Do your best. Remind everybody that you can compete, and maybe just one day we'll have Farley at the top.
Well, let's find out what they've got, as Heku was able to catch up with Bird from Sky and Farley.
How much freedom do you give to your players?
I think I started out being very strict in how we, in general, played, simply because you need better players to play more loose. And I think slowly I started giving more and more space. But in general, I do have like this belief that as a team, as a unit, you will win more compared to individual decisions, even though there's like multiple scenarios where people need to take, initiative and stuff like that.
And do you have someone on your team who is kind of maybe your like right hand?
So we just got Farley in, which is like helping, I would say, kind of a lot. Just like making sure that we are in good positions and talking a lot more. So I would say him, and then it's probably a mix of Team B and Rals also talking sometimes.
Well, now like you are a part of the Copenhagen Flames lineup, do you feel that like this team kind of fits you a little bit more than your previous one?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we haven't practiced very much, I think, at this point, even though I've been here for a bit now, like 2 weeks maybe 10 days. We still only practiced like 3 days because we had a lot of officials, but yeah, I think it might suit me a bit more. I think it also helps that I already knew everyone from the team beforehand, and they were all friends with me already.
And what do you think actually fits you the most? Is it like the fact that you have those friends, or maybe it's the pace that the team plays?
I think it's a mix of both, and I think I don't know. It feels pretty good right now to play. That's all I can say, I guess. I think it's hard for me to pinpoint exactly what it is.
And if we're honest, it's got to feel good when you're playing Counter-Strike. If you're enjoying what you're doing, if you're enjoying this grind for a team at their level, that's going to benefit the whole environment.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt he wasn't ready for the Astralis project. No doubt he didn't have the personality to go in there and take charge of the matter, right? But coming back to Copenhagen Flames, as Matthew said before, it's an opportunity to build yourself back. It's an opportunity to regain confidence and still build up from the ground and up. He's still young, still a player with quite a lot of potential, I'd argue, as well. And it is, a role within Counter-Strike right now, the AWP role that we need, especially in Denmark. We need better AWP players to rise up to the occasion. So I still see a future for Farley, but we got to see it consistently at this level before we start talking whether or not he can return to Tier 2 or Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Now looking at their opponent in Cloud9, there is a stark contrast between what we saw at Katowice to what we saw at this EPL run, and now they come in as the huge favorites here.
Oh yeah, they are de facto our favorites for the showdown. I don't think anybody is even supposedly making trouble for Cloud9. Of course, you mentioned Katowice. It was a blunder. There's no way around it. It was a catastrophe from their side. Then Nafany had some strong words in interview when we were in Malta. He said, you know, we learned a lot. We fixed some of our mistakes. We've ironed out with Buster as well, and we're going to play a better Counter-Strike. I think they walked the walk. I think after the talk, they did what they had to. Sure, they got outclassed by FaZe towards the end in the grand final, but I still think they put up a decent effort, a decent try. Now, I think time is going to be the true test of that statement, because Cloud9's issue, for me, has rarely been game, it's been more mental. Now, this is the best of 3, single elimination. You start getting punched against the wall a little bit by Bird from Sky, which, by the way, if we really think about it, Bird, where did they fly? In the clouds. So Bird from Sky, he probably knows them very well, and that's going to be it from me and my one-man show. Bye, everybody.
So you're saying he's used to flying in and sweeping through the clouds?
You have imagination, yeah.
Okay, I like it. We're really painting a pretty picture, imitating every moment of this. But I do think we should find out, because you mentioned about the mental side for Cloud9, and that is where they've kind of fallen apart before. So let's see what Nafany thinks.
Well, you are kind of like the favorites right now when it comes to this qualifier, and the team that wins will play in Washington, D.C., U.S. Is that like maybe a motivation for you, like to try to do your best just to play in front of like the U.S. fans?
Yeah, it's actually pretty nice to play in front of such a good and loud crowd. And in Dallas, they support us, so it might be same in Washington, so it will be really cool.
Yeah, you want to hear the fans yell Cloud9, Cloud9 like once again?
Yeah, it will be really cool, I believe.
Yeah, and what do you think about your upcoming series against Copenhagen Flames?
I mean, it's a good team. They have a lot of really good ideas. Sometimes they maybe don't have a lot of like really good experience or maybe team play or something like that. But overall, it's really good team with good ideas, and they have bright future for sure.
Now, in terms of what Nafany's talking about here, right, and I love the fact he mentions the American crowd they had in Dallas when they won, right? It was so wild. You think of this ex-Gambit roster becoming Cloud9, getting cheered by the American crowd. He wants that feeling again. They loved every moment of that.
I can understand. He loved it. Nafany, you're not going to get any of it today. In fact, you're not going to get any of that during the showdown. There's not going to be any crowd cheering for you. So if this is your gasoline, then you're going to have to find another way.
It's the end result.
I mean, listen, Nafany is super respectful and kind, and I appreciate that. We all do that. Every players always do that. But I don't care that they have good ideas. You could put all of the Copenhagen Flames together, pack them into a sandwich, and they would not be as good as Axel and Shiro. And there would be a 5-stack sandwich like this, and it would still not work out. There's supposed to be so much talent and brilliance on that Cloud9 roster. They're supposed to step on them. Yeah. That is the reality. And sometimes in Counter-Strike, it is just like that.
Let's not beat around the bush. Anything else than a Cloud9 victory, anything else than Cloud9 qualifying for Washington would be a massive disaster for their team. They're coming into this tournament as the heavy favorites, and I don't really care. You know, we talked about NIP, how they're winning, and the reason they're winning with, and the convincingness. It doesn't really matter for Cloud9. They have one job, and that is winning this tournament, making sure they're going to be in Washington. Anything else would be a disaster. We're talking about a team that has two of the absolute best players in the entire world, in Exile and in Shiro. And as you so aptly said with that sandwich, right? When you have two quality products, it doesn't matter if you have a stack sandwich on the side, because there's nothing, absolutely nothing that speaks that any team at this tournament should be able to go toe-to-toe with Shiro and Exile, who right now is playing, again, some great Counter-Strike. The consistency coming out from those two, it's absurd.
And in a game like this, these two players farm. That's just what you can guarantee.
Well, if you're a Copenhagen Flames, you're hoping to not get the farming Axile and Shiro duo, but we know they have a tendency to go out in different ways as well. Like Shiro is a little bit more passive punishing. Axile can be a bit in your face if he can run faster than Nafany, which obviously gonna be right in front. We just quickly had the maps roll below our eyes. There was going to be Ancient, Vertigo, and Overpass, I believe. Extremely tactical maps. Maps that are slowly becoming home guards for Cloud9. So if you're Copenhagen Flames, I really hope you farm the hell out of their demos, and you've had some pocket strategies. You have to kind of trick them in a way.
So you think this is going to come down to a lot of anti-stratting attempts?
What am I supposed to tell you? Like, am I supposed to tell you how Flames are going to win? Is that the position you put me in?
Give me some positives. Come on,
I already tried with the one with the bird and the clouds. Like, that's kind of my way in, you know. besides that, really, it's been complicated. Even the map pool, I don't really think favor Flames in any case.
No, I agree. This is a chance for Copenhagen Flames to at least try to play against the tier 1 opposition, see where they stand. If they can steal a map, if they can make the games competitive in any sense, maybe get to double digits on both maps or all 3 maps potentially, then that would be a win in itself. I don't think it's going to happen.
We're
Right?
going to look
but
so bad when they beat Cloud9. We're going to look so bad when they beat
but that's
Cloud9.
the reality of the matter right now. Copenhagen Flames is a team that is struggling right now against tier 3, tier 4 position. They had a 5-loss or 6-game loss streak just a couple of weeks ago, so it's not a team that you'd expect go in and put up a fight against Cloud9, which is why I hope they do it, so we can, speak positively about them.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. But, it's Upset City. Anything can happen when it comes to this showdown.
No.
Maybe it'll start right here, right now. But before that, let's hear from the players before we get into the game.
Well, you're going to have a really tough opponent. It's going to be Cloud9. Do you feel that this might be maybe one of the hardest series you've ever played?
I mean, it's definitely going to be a hard match. They're a really good team. They just made the finals in the last tournament they played. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, but it's definitely going to be a tough match.
We need to prepare. We need to be focused on 100%. Of course, as a team, we are better. But, anything can happen. And as I said, nowadays CSGO is very competitive and they can surprise.
Got his ear to the ground. Good to know that there are rumblings of upsets across this entire series. It's Scrawny and Launders back in action to bring you guys a bit more EU showdown. C9 looking not to get eliminated in their opening game, but it feels like that's been, their entire philosophy. Every time we get one of these top favorites coming into a showdown, and C9 happened to be in the crosshairs tonight.
Yeah, 6-1 on Unicorn here for the Flames. Unfortunately, of course, this would be an upset. But when we look back on Cloud9's history, they have provided some of the biggest upsets in CSGO's history, honestly. Some of the most magical moments for other teams, unfortunately. Whether it was Imperial beating them at Antwerp. We had the Rio upset, of course, where Mouse Sports were able to take it to the semifinals. There are a lot of situations where Cloud9 are the serious favorite and drop the match in a very big way or unexpected way.
But, Mahone.
But what?
But I would like to add that all of those upsets always happen on playoff stages, in big important games, where we feel as though the pressure's there. Is there really pressure here for C9? Because I want to run this back to when this was...
I'll give you some pressure.
They were represented by Gambit, right? And I remember the last time that they ran through an entire Blast season, they went from online qualifier through the showdown, through the, I believe, fall finals, and then world finals, and didn't drop a map.
Yeah.
In the online area, the little bits we get of this roster at Blast events,
yes,
they don't drop the ball.
That's true. But I will say that they want this, okay? And the reason they want this is because what was their last big result? It was Dallas, of course, where they were the home favorites.
Yes, sir.
And what have they got on the horizon if they get through the showdown?
Washington.
Another NA crowd.
Yeah, that's right. Droves of Americans in Dallas chanting USA for Cloud9. Easy bomb plant goes in for Copenhagen Flames, losing a single body off of the lane peak. They're all bottled up, though. Bit awkward. TMB's able to fight his way out. Still, retake very much underway. This is a weird one. CTs basically have the bomb site, but because that plants over towards ramp, a smoke grenade really makes it awkward. We've got a guy in cave just hiding, bullets whizzing beyond Buster. It's a body block that doesn't even end up stopping damage. 7 players, 6 now alive at the end of the round. Defuse for Cloud9's pistol win.
It was an interesting concept because they decided to plant in the corner by Banana. Now, of course, because that's naturally smoked off, there's still a chance to get spam through it. So that was the upside. But it does recognize the fact that it is really hard to play the post plants in the site, and you're almost always going to be pushed back and have to play from that position. So the smoke was everything for Cloud9. It was definitely enough, but the Flames still have a very decent buy coming into this round.
You predicted Copenhagen Flames to win this game today, Mahone.
I did predict Copenhagen Flames to win this game.
I almost knocked on your hotel room door just to make sure you were okay.
And someone submitted my predictions for me. But no, it was me.
Okay. See, my philosophy for Showdown is bank on teams with recent online experience. And unlike the likes of Fnatic in the European Showdown, Cloud9 were not an invitee. This is a team that already had to play an online qualifier for this online qualifier. They're doing the ENTS run of spring season 2022. It's a lot of games. It's a long journey. But it's one I think that at least has prepared them, unlike some of the other favorites who haven't necessarily touched online games as of late, to deal with the woes that comes with it. It's nice to see they're in a boot camp environment too. I think that generally bodes well for the teams to get side by side for these kinds of events. And even though those guns were good, ooh, did they get chopped down by Nafany's MP9. Nice and easy does it. C9 take the life out of the deep CT push. And now TMB and Farley left to pick up scraps.
So what I was banking on was the post-event depression, okay, the PED, of Cloud9 coming off this big LAN and having a world where, yes, they have enough experience online, but really recent. I think Flames, this is just where they live right now. So giving them a small edge from that perspective, of course. I think the odds are very fair. 6-1 makes a lot of sense. But I think for sure, just like the complexion of the original quote-unquote Flames lineup with Nikadas and Hooksy on it, they have made some really apt roster decisions in terms of picking up players who we'd like to see more from, who are still young, who still have a chance to show a lot. And they're led by an IGL, who I think had shown a lot when he was on Ecstatic. And now Farley as well with an Opera with good Tier 1 experience and a guy who hasn't really been given a second chance. I think there's a lot of upward potential for Copenhagen Flames. So that's what I'm expecting to see here at the Showdown.
All right. It's good to know there's method in your madness.
Yeah. They have shown they've been smart about who they place bets on.
This player right here is one that I think is going to be worth watching throughout the series. When we talk about that online qualifier, Hobbit right there with Axile in terms of rating. Shiro goes above and beyond in order to qualify them for Showdown, like 0.2 rating above everybody else. But Hobbit was right there with Axile, and any day that you have Hobbit right there with Axile, that's a good day for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's true that Hobbit, for a while, there was points where it felt like he was the most reliable aggressive rifler, and Axile was good stats, but a little bit inconsistent. But Hobbit, honestly, since Rio was just kind of okay, and I think while Cloud9 were not really winning much, Hobbit was a bit of a problem. Which is not something we expected as the one veteran of the team who also had good stats.
Yep.
And so, of course, at Pro League, he showed that he's back.
A welcome addition.
Yes.
Right back into the same pocket. Bird from Sky catches Axile, trying to clamber over boxes. 5v4 here for Copenhagen Flames in the first real gun round. Bodes well. But Buster, what are you going to get up to? Him and Nafany looking to control lane. Hobbit irking back slowly, but very quiet from the tees.
They are getting called out in a lot of their spots in the defaults, and Cloud9 are going for a lot of aggressive map control. That makes sense based on what we're seeing. So Flames sitting quiet doesn't seem to be the right answer, but how do they put pressure if they're sitting behind the smoke? There we go. They'll take a poke in a mid.
Where a flash is sent forward, stalls out Copenhagen Flames for a second. Now taking all the real estate that Buster once held. TMB tries to get cheeky, but the CT's very much falling back into their bomb site. So forward aggression, very good in terms of just burning off that time, but now we're at that 35-second period crunch. And the B hit's coming.
It is, and Cloud9 are down to 4 in very vanilla spots, so it's a good-looking split so far from the Flames. Let's see if they can complete it with the frags.
Nafany just pushing forward, though. He's going for ramp as all of a sudden Cade is compromised. He turns back, drops bomb at least, and long side cleared out by TMB. Took them a while to get there, but Shiro is here as well. And Shiro saves the day for Cloud9. That's a consistency. 7 seconds to that clock. Bird from Sky, covered by Farley. Cloud9 cleared out, and the Copenhagen Flamme are on the board.
Excuse me, it's pronounced Copenhagen Flamme?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Did I mispronounced the Flamme?
You used way too many letters.
My bad.
Trying to pronounce that. So, great round from TMB. This is a guy who was on a couple of players' bold predictions. I believe it was in 2020. I can remember Dupree. I can't remember who else exactly put him up there. Maybe it was Config if he was on Was he on the top 20 in 2020?
I don't know.
It's almost 60 players away, so 40 players away. It's hard to remember that
so
far back.
CSGO, you know?
Yeah, it is CSGO. Yeah,
What about that CS2 now?
No, that's right. Looking at these old smokes, these old school smokes, it's hard to focus on the game. But I think Bertz from Sky talked about trying to set up TMB to be that player that was looked at as a real prospect in Denmark.
Farley gets a sitter. I didn't see a flash with that or anything. Just a close peek by Buster. They want that gun back. Farley would see it in a second. There's the flash. Look at the effect it has.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to throw the flash because then they know you took control of it. So if Buster got down to the ramp by the box and then sat there, then the op couldn't actually peek him safely. But since Farley was smart enough to hold it, be proactive, it paid off. But now in a 4v4, Shiro's on his favorite angle inside of mid.
Hit that, just no kill.
Borp will be wounded now.
Blinding flash, Nafin, double kill at the front side of the cave. An individual who takes a lot of responsibility onto himself in terms of aggression through cave on Ancient. And I feel like if we go back to that Rio quarterfinal,
this kill from Bert from Sky, it's huge for Rouse. I mean, he has an open plant now, and he can take his time with it. Smokes him out of cave, has enough utility to get this bomb down safely, maybe get to a good spot. We'll see how they approach.
Round's live. Nafany's aggression caught out. Rawls over top of that fire. Smoke deep as well. Things now getting a bit awkward. Cave presence, of course, here from Hobbit, but it is smoked for the time being. That util that covered the plant now comes up. We've got Bird from Sky deep. We've got Rawls committed in the corner. Hobbit crossed. Was it spotted? Rawls able to react. Traits there from Hobbit, but it's one player left.
And what we see is an excellent mid-round there out of Copenhagen Flames. So that's extremely well done. I think that even though Nafany did such a great job with the spray down inside of cave, one place where he went wrong was that they had such a big advantage with the big flank, but him pushing out first gave them a really strong post-plant position, plus even out the numbers a little bit more. 4v2 with time burning off the clock, it's more likely a one round there for Cloud9, but Nafany goes for a little extra. And now Flames can stabilize a little bit. I mean, fundamentally, they've been making some good moves in the default. They've been responding to map control. And even though Cloud9 have been aggressive, they've given them just the right amount of respect. They let them take the aggressive control, wait out their nades, and still have enough time to form their splits.
Buster again, same gimmick. Oh, one deed shot. Off the mark. TMB crouching in the doorway. And it seems like Flames are coming into this series with no rush.
No rush, yeah.
No rush at all.
They're looking to take control of the situation as a team. It's always a good sign when the kills look easy. But looking at how well Nafany is playing, for example, I'm going to say Cloud9 are feeling just comfortable. Now, the pistol stack is in the right place, but they're not in favorable spots in the site, and the nades are going to start coming in.
Surely not. Hobbit cleared out close. We do get a little cheeky boost over the smoke. TMB caught off by it. Now you get one. You take what you can get when you're working with peanuts. So Copenhagen Flames are going to tie this game. Bird from
Good thing
Sky.
about peanuts, they provide some fat, which slows down digestion. So if you're someone who finds himself getting too hungry too often and you have a lot of protein, you can have some nuts mixed in with that diet and actually make that protein go a lot farther.
Wow.
I learned that from Semphis.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
You know what I learned from Semphis today?
What'd you learn from Semphis? I'm
You
kind
can
of
buy
scared to ask.
5 chicken breasts from a Subway airport. $30. $30 for a bowl of white chicken meat.
But I have to ask, what's a Subway airport?
I mean, Subway
It all
at an
sounds
airport.
well and good, but I actually still have another question about that, but
we can wait.
Yeah, we'll wait for the eco that's coming up.
Farley.
Because both these teams have spent quite a bit of money. Actually, Flames have done quite well here. A full buy and enough left over, just in case.
Nafany not too risky this round. Mid creep. Hobbit's about to get tested. Smoke fades in front of him.
This duel's about as old as time these days, but we'll see if Hobbit can out-timing Bird from Sky. We saw him get a key kill in this position earlier. His gun will be sticking out. Yeah.
Sitting duck. Dead. Borup tries to respond. Oh, he just had time.
What a trade.
For like a 2-bullet burst. And one of them knocks Hobbit's head off. Clean. Nafany trying to find that timing on a slight gap. 45 seconds to the clock. Buster had evacuated this B site, put all the pressure on Nafany. He's playing around. He's wiggling here. And still it goes unspotted. TMB creeps close. Catches Nafany. Down he goes. 30 seconds left. Gap on that. Frag for the deep player. And sure enough, that is where Buster resides. Sits back. Shiro lands another shot on Borup, and Buster's able to finish it. Another couple bodies lining up for the M4, and the ominous Op still a threat with bomb down. Creeps back in, and Farley straight up Op to a big pickup from him. Pushes Axile to the clutch.
Killing Shiro, even if you have a massive advantage, is such a sight for sore eyes. So really well done there from Farley. And Axile puts together a little damage in the 1v2.
Nade indicates the route that he's coming in from. We've got Farley still leaning back on the ramp. Little peek out from TMB. Now even closer to being killed.
But TMB knows he's already got rid of his HE. He's got no molly to use. He can stick into this position.
Axile's going to grab the AWP and just concede this. Copenhagen Flames with another late round squeeze into the B site. Finds Nafany on his own. He's not able to hold off on that cave play. TMB point blank with a big pickup. Yeah. Critical 2 kills this round.
You can almost get the impression right there that Nafany realized he wasn't in a good spot, and he didn't have a smoke for cave so that he had freedom of movement. When they mollied behind him, of course, you know, he could have played the right or the left side and got cleared incorrectly, and then it would have been a 1-for-1 trade, but TMB is so aware of how he'd want to do it. Now, in this spot as well for Bird from Sky, I think you have to take the risk of not worrying about Donut in that spot for your gun not to stick out, because there's always going to be that battle. And we saw that Cloud9 lost window control in the previous round. They ended up losing the round. So, of course, Hobbit is going to make sure no lurk like that can happen again. But it looks like both teams have the right idea. However, Copenhagen Flames now have won 4 rounds in a row.
This Ancient T-side starting to take off. There's the off. Oh, and the Deagle nearly 90 damage out of Axile. Hobbit CZ frag in mid. How's that go down? Bird from Sky looks like he's in the middle of that smoke on his own, just pressed into Hobbit. So while the Deagle kill doesn't go the way of C9, they get the recovery elsewhere.
Yeah, they're actually routing Buster back to mid. Or sorry, Shiro with this op. And it's such a nice rotation to help Hobbit fall back into the site, worry about long. And now they're in 2 completely different positions. Going to be very hard to find these 2. Now the full A hit. This might actually pay off. But we'll see what kind of nades they're going with, because they're not throwing any set utility from outside of the site.
I don't hear laundries and I don't hear protection.
Hobbit
stay minimal, Hobbit.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, there's 2 mollies here.
Oh, comes out, swings for the headshot.
Ooh, the bomb's up there now.
Comes out for another and gets away. Hobbit diving into the cover, leaves that little bit of health left on Rawls. Not enough. So there we go. There we go. Yeah. Bomb even stuck inside the grass.
Like the most awkward place. Like only Monacy could get that bomb back. He'd find a way though. Oh my god. Oh, that's a jump scare.
Plus money.
Yeah, lots of money with the op found. Well done from Cloud9 here with not much to work with. Some very smart rotations. Good plays around the smoke, as we can see. Hobbit, wow, very tricky from him. That's why it can be so important to play up close against your smokes, because you're unlikely to get flashed. You also can stop people from getting out of the smokes while they can't see, and you can see them. So the game is all tied up. The Flames have had a good track record on rounds like these, but they've got a slightly worse buy.
Trade's good. Holds off that first immediate wave, and now we get the delayed continuation. Ooh. Easy pickups. Finally, one goes down smoothly here for Cloud9's B site. Finally, it's not in the wavering 30 seconds when we've had a squeeze elsewhere. Just a hit up ramp And a bite back from C9.
It's really key that Nafany plays well CT side of Ancient because he's playing inside a cave, and we're seeing some of the most individually reliable players play inside of cave and get a lot of frags if they're playing well. And in the previous iteration of Cloud9, if there was one position where I was quite critical of Inters, was on this map playing cave. A lot of responsibility for their lowest performing rifler at the time. And there it goes, the bank accounts of Copenhagen Flames.
But at least they still have each other. All grouped up here, hand in hand. Nafany either about to get swarmed by Glocks or feast on the freebies.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, it's a mighty cannonball.
They won't move a muscle. Again, respecting the utility. But they jump on nobody. Nafany's already escaped. And it looked like they simply want to prey on that overextension. They'll get caught in transition now.
They're running for it.
Yeah.
Listen, just got to get past the op, but easier said than done. It's Shiro and Axile. Double ops, own. Glocks will find nothing. C9 stabilizing now.
Oh, he's going to keep this op up. It's obviously great CT side to double op on Ancient if the 8 player wants to use it for the long control. That's something that we're seeing single ops do, giving the other op a lot of freedom. The Shiro demos are such a spectacle because his shots also, I mean, he rarely hits super wide flicks. Very quick, but his kills also, he has kind of that device aura of his kills always look so easy. And those actually make them the hardest to study, I think, because positionally he's just so much farther ahead than his opponents all the time.
Well, gimmick out of Nafany, but not rewarded necessarily.
People are always they're always tempted to shoot there, but you're never fast enough to get that.
Right.
And somebody's always flashing by, so T's not going to take that duel.
Not going to happen here, Hobbit. One step further back from the corners that he has been in.
That was so smart. I mean, he played close to the door just to hear that flash.
Farley will catch Buster coming down the ramp, though. Shiro's cover from behind. No trade yet. But, man, there are bodies to bag just around that corner. If they go for the double peek lower... No, he's ready for the boost up. Oh, what? Farley just slides in.
Man.
Insta headshot on the op. Pressure now onto Hobbit. What seems like a takeable B site. TMB didn't go deep. He didn't clear it. The plant's in the open. Nice target prioritization. Hobbit swings for another, but Farley's going to keep them in this. Peeking deep and dying. Axile's off. The second for C9. Able to slow things down yet again. Borup into the clutch. 57 health. Bomb out in front of him. Wary of the threat from behind. Now he knows both positions, but clipped by Axile. Nice opping out of C9's best rifleman.
It's an unforced error, isn't it? The shallow clear from TMB cost them 2 players, including no bomb plant. And that could have been a winnable clutch even if they got that bomb down, but Hobbit just not getting clear. But look at this shot, man. The fact that he can be faster than Shiro in this spot is unreal to me. So that you just don't see Shiro lose, ever. And the Axile op persists. Well, quite frugal about their timeouts. Very late into this first half, and Copenhagen Flames will take one. So all their 4 rounds have come in succession. Broken by the eco, having had lost the pistol. It's a significant lead here for Cloud9, but still hope, I think, for sure, for Copenhagen Flames to do a bit more.
Oh my god.
Wow. Farley has hit some zingers today.
Headshots with the op, with the deagle. Poor Buster's getting bruised. But Hobbit immediately there to pick up the slack as the smoke plumes on top of him. That'll be a sigh of relief for a second, but more pistols popping off around the map. They are close.
They like to squeeze these, half buys and ecos for all they're worth. And even if you don't get anything out of it, you only lose if you don't try.
Push out from the cave here, Hobbit. Just leaning on Nafany. Awkward position there for TMB. Would have never expected that. As the smoke gives him cover to exit, but not to push beyond it. Tech9's trying to find another headshot, but it looks like it's just going to be that Farley Deagle to Copenhagen Flames. Everybody else goes down empty-handed, and all 4 Cloud9 players stand tall.
Yeah, real stabilizing round here for Cloud9. Very much back in the driver's seat.
Oh.
He's hit some good ones.
What can you do if you're Buster?
Completely out of view of Buster. He had no idea. No idea, Jerry.
Do we know where Cloud9's playing from?
I believe it's Serbia.
Serbia? Okay.
I think so. I think they were boot camping there.
Furia just got a Malta. Just got a
They're building an
facility.
office.
They're building an office.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's built.
Okay, okay.
All you need is a room and computers. You know, we don't need much.
That's fair. Very fair. Nafany will be caught out. Towards the bottom of middle he went. Into the depths he'll go.
Lots of pressure on Nafany in the early rounds of throughout this half where they're just trying to take over cave slowly. And the full press aggression from Cloud9 has really slowed down. They have actually decided to use Nafany now as the focal point, but not much behind that in the way of mid-control. But we'll see here. Flames did well to convert their 5v4 previously. And now it's about selling that fake pressure.
Hobbit's been a bit of a nuisance from Red Room, deep into CT round after round, but right now, having leaned into that B site off of Nafany's death, he's taking one of the deepest angles yet. Shiro, oh man,
that was
millimeters off the collateral.
Yeah.
Axile immediately turns it back towards Donut, gets the dink on Rawls, can't manage the kill. A jump across the op. One body called. Buster's presence unconfirmed, but it is 2 CTs deep on Temple. Good Molotov there, makes sure that they can't rush in.
They're playing prime optimal positions here, and there's not any smoke for Donut, so you would think this is an unlosable post plant.
You'd think. You'd think. A bit more damage on TMB, no immediate kill out of Buster. Now that Hobbit's been shaved
Farley.
off. This one's looking like it belongs to the Flames. 2 ops to close out of Farley.
He's having a great match. You know, Farley's story is about proving that he was more than the player that he was used as on Astralis. And I think I actually did a real study into Farley to figure out whether or not he was used well on Astralis. And I came in expecting to find that Farley wasn't good enough to play in Tier 1. But what I found was that he got hung out to dry in a lot of maps. I think they were using him in ways that he was either too aggressive for the way the rest of the round was going to be played, or not aggressive enough, and it felt like the communication was really bad. But he was always used as the opener in a lot of situations, so I was pleasantly surprised.
Oh, that's awkward. Farley like half in, half out, kind of smoked, but not really. Ogle gets the better of him. And Shiro traded out top mid in an instant. Now, Molly blocks the lane fight, except it gets put out by the smoke.
It's nice, though, to get the opera down.
True enough.
With window control, because now you can, put a lot of pressure. So Hobbit very smartly. It's an extra guy, pushes in. However, his own teammate's Molly. Now, I don't think he could have told his teammate that he was going to push that smoke and make that play.
Fair. Oh, but Rawls comes out, kills Axile. Hobbit's been left awkwardly in the middle, deep inside of the spawn. They're recovering this. And then another smoke to deny them off of the reload. But Nafany a bit too late. TMB's got the gun cocked and loaded, and now we've got 14 health between 2 of the players on the Copenhagen Flames. Buster in a 1v3. This felt like it was Cloud9's wrapped up.
Yeah, when Shiro got the trade and it was 4v3, but again, when they got that frag, they jumped on window, but they didn't go too far too quickly. They made sure to take window control, smoke one side off. They put pressure on Hobbit to make a bad move. And actually, I think Hobbit made the right decision, but unfortunately, because it was such a micro movement, he couldn't tell his team about it. His team decided, let's make sure they can't go A via this molly, and actually push Hobbit back into an awkward spot. And again, the Flames, they have done well when they've taken an advantage inside of mid. Looking good on the conversions.
And instead of
winning some hard rounds.
Instead of just leaving Hobbit to deal with that top mid on his own, this is what brings Axile back to throw a Molotov. And then once he moves back into A site, we get this Rawls creep out from A main. Axile just caught, blindsided.
Just a very good split here. So just the right amount of utility. Every piece of utility came into effect to help them scale and get good trades. And it looks like the mood is high.
All right. Little recovery here towards the end of this T side because it was looking like off of that pistol round win from Cloud9, just a half buy. They had no business winning. Slowed down Copenhagen's success. Seven looking doable. Back to patience on this T side that kicked off the entire half. But Axile prods into TMB, gets away with 2 HP.
And I'll say I think both teams have been good from a 5v4 advantage. So we'll see what the Flames can do now. But we've never seen the desperation. They don't run through smokes in their defaults.
No, the fastest round we've gotten out of this T side was the one that got stuffed top ramp with guns. I will say for a less popular team, shout out Copenhagen Flames, I just like the tethering between the players. I feel like we're never seeing one individual die off. There's always a pack of them.
Oh, that gun is sticking out a bit, and Farley will take advantage, I think.
Too sharp at the moment. To miss ones like that. Nafany in the open. Support from Hobbit over towards Long.
And now they take over cave behind Nafany.
That last volley of util starts to come out. Nafany caught between two. Oh, back turn from Farley. Rawls does get the trade frag. Then we get the Shiro AWP off the mark. Frag grenade, will it do damage? Somewhat. But remember, Axile, 2 HP off of that opening duel on lane. Molotov to burn Borup into the open. Shiro's going to capitalize on that moment as Rawls doubles back around in through cave. Molly in front of him. Has to hold off. Bomb on his side of the pillar, and Axile, this close to death, is gonna go in first. He gets cleaned up. Shiro misses the first shot, and we'll have a chance at only one more.
Oh, he's calling him out.
Faked. And Shiro comes off it a second time, gets the pick, jumps back on top of Bomb with time, I believe, to close out this half. 9-6, C9, but still some life out of the Copenhagen Flames.
Blast Premier is coming to North America.
NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier,
Washington, D.C.
All right, so we're back. 9-6 half, not too bad. Copenhagen Flames in no rush with this series, and what I'd like to see round after round was no panic. You know, even in those awkward, like there's a 2-second gap here to push. No panic out of Copenhagen Flames. They came in with an idea. They applied said idea. They walked away with 6 rounds, and now they get to kick off the CT side of Ancient. Not a bad place to be.
No, not at all. I mean, they certainly got outgunned in some spots, but I think they showed that they've been formidable, that they haven't been scared of Cloud9. And the rounds they won, I mean, they got an eco loss in there that kind of screwed their money up, but they actually won quite a few rifle rounds. And this is all despite losing the pistol. So, well, Counter-Strike is a 2-side game. We'll see how their CT side looks now. Heavy lean on this B site, expectant of it, and I think correct. I'm just trying to make sure no weird kills happen.
Nothing looking likely. Double long lean plus TMB all the way in the back. We got CTs in the crevices in all the corners. And the only thing getting cracked is the heads of Cloud9. Pistol prowess out of the defense here. Shiro's P250 getting swarmed as he runs. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Now he's got a reload. He's down. Bird from Sky finishes it off. And Copenhagen Flames pick up second pistol.
That was a good read on the situation. They thought it was going to be B. They were right about it. That's a feather in the cap of Bird from Sky and whatever analytical support they get, of course. What a funny name. Like, where else would birds come from anyways, you know?
Well, not all birds do get to go to the sky.
Oh, that's true. He's not an ostrich.
Yeah. Or a chicken.
Or a dodo.
Dodo birds. Yeah, they do come from eggs.
It could have been bird from egg. That's true. Thanks, production.
Bird from egg.
Well, actually.
Bird from egg. That's perfect. Like dinosaurs.
I don't think we've proven those yet.
Back when the Earth was round.
It's funny what a few thousand years will do. But it was kind of a flat pistol from Cloud9, so we'll see now with the Glocks if they can bring the ingenuity we saw from the Flames, even if they didn't get too much out of them themselves. Definitely had some ideas. Rawls will take that and go. He had a great pistol.
What are these Glocks going to do? Nothing. That's what. It's going to be Hobbit's Deagle to ping 1. Maybe? Oh, Farley. Yeah, okay. Commits to the 30-bullet spray. Hobbit's Deagle does, in fact, get the best of him because he caught himself out in the open, but 'tis a conversion.
It is.
9-8.
So we look at a one-round match in a game where the team split pistols. A second conversion here from Copenhagen Flames, and now they've just got a real game. You know, they've got some room to play with, and we'll see if a CT side to look forward to. Anthony showed some kind of mutual respect. I'm sure it was mutual, but just respect across the board for the Flames in the direction that they've headed as a team and organization. I think aptly so. But that's usually his attitude when he talks about his opponents. Oh, wow. Okay.
First gun round, folks. 5v4 in an instant.
Yeah, and quiet upgrade right there. Oh, Bird from Skies quietly falls back into window, and they stack up towards the B site. So this is the other half of the game, you know. They could play standard optimal CS, but just because you have a 5v4 doesn't mean you've won the round, and they're still playing off of their reads. Heavy cave control looks like it might pay off. Shoulder peaks look pretty solid from Farley. Let's see if they can flip them. Oh, that's nice. That helps out his team a lot.
Yeah, Molly for Molly.
Yeah. Rawls could actually hear him potentially moving back as well.
Got to make sure you clear close left if you're Nafany, though. Farley holding on the doorway.
We'll see. He played close right last time.
Man,
we'll see if he clears close right as well.
30-second crunch. Smoke's gonna force Nafany's hand. He goes right through, doesn't clear it.
A very good smoke. Oh, a kill. That helps out a touch, but
is that enough?
24 seconds.
Is that enough to get the commitment in? Can they justify the push now? Because we've got Buster top of the ramp. Only 5 bullets left in that mag. Oh, it's enough. Just enough. And Axile's going to plant the bomb with 10 seconds to spare. They're in on this. 3v3. Retake by a way of 1 smoke. Axile's AK shreds 2. And TMB tasked to clutch. Not going to happen. Axile from inside sight with big impact.
Not bad. That's not bad. I mean, that is a great position Copenhagen Flames found themselves in. But the 1 trade from Shiro through the smoke, and then the unbelievable rifle support there from Axile to close things out.
A trade that is impossible if Rouse is just all the way deep in the corner.
All the way deep in the corner, and also if he doesn't shoot back, right? It's 24 seconds, and suddenly that man advantage is more important than ever. So a chance in for Cloud9, but again, it's quite a respectable round for Copenhagen Flames on its face. So Cloud9 keep the lead, which is important. They keep the money low for Flames. But they do have something to think about.
Where's that mag 7? Ooh. Over towards the A site. Not here. Not inside of the caves where maybe it could thrive.
Well, they know Farley jumped out to the spot, and it doesn't feel like Farley knows.
Still has Bore up in the entrance.
Their nade protocols have been excellent, Lone. Looks like they have enough utility to latch onto this.
Posturing towards top mid, Bird from Sky dropping util, trying to hang on to the control of it.
They're actually getting the idea to go and re-clear cave, which might be right. We'll see. Cloud9 now starting to step back. Nafany's frag can make the difference.
2 players here, though, wary of both sides.
And they're calling Bird from Sky over towards this site, so that 1 flash is doing a lot.
And remember, solo A players here on a mag 7. Not ideal. Damage pumping out into Buster, at least. Shiro clips the side of TMB, though, before he gets a chance to grab himself a second. 15 on the clock as bomb goes down. Again, it is Cloud9 down to the wire, but again, it is with protocol and a high trade potential on the push. So all is good.
I felt myself complimenting Copenhagen Flames in some of the rounds where they almost win. And I think in this situation, it's quite a good situation. Well, it's quite good movements from Cloud9, quite good individual decision-making. Some good trades there, and Nafany keeping their attention inside a cave. These 2 players haven't moved since he threw their flash and decided to poke in a little bit, and that was enough to call Bird from Sky over to scare the CT rotation. So Cloud9 now, they take a lead, but they also have won a very confident round, and they're winning in the mind games as well. This actually creates for quizzical economic decision for Copenhagen Flames because they've got 2K on the few players left over, a couple of FAMASs, 3 guns though in total, but no extra rifle can be bought right now. So what are they going to do? Won't be an op to help out as well. And it looks like they'll invest fully behind it.
Okay.
Well, they do find another FAMAS. Okay.
Could be worse. Back into the forward cave play.
I think this game has absolutely been more about utility than anything else. You know with Cloud9 it's going to be very long rounds. But the protocols from Flames have been solid in terms of burning time off the clock. So we'll see if this is enough. But even with Copenhagen Flames getting all that refresh of utility, they're still using a lot of it early on.
Here it is. Oh, Hobbit's got 1. But the bodies are there for C9. More to come here from the Copenhagen Flames. Bird from Sky. Can he get the second? No, they're exposed. Woo! Axile gets the better of both.
Oh, that late attack through elbow.
Damn, right? 1-for-1 back and forth the entire time until Axile's the guy that goes above and beyond and bests both. Borup tries to give chase. Axile on such little health that he just has to run away.
Oh my God.
Borup is not going to let off. Pedal to the metal on the flank, and he finds Axile trying to hide inside that corner. Smoke goes down from Borup. He fights beyond it. No! He connects to Buster's head.
All because he moved fast. If you let that 2v1 settle and they have that smoke up, I mean, maybe he has no chance of retaking it. But with the speed he brought, he scared Shiro into playing in that corner, and that was just enough. He ran, but then he took that fight very carefully. Very nice call out. Or Axile, excuse me, who was there in the corner. This shot's also beautiful with the smoke coming up. A real test of the mechanics. The Flames pass it.
Nice moment from Borup.
And it's an energy siphoning round, right? Like, oh, Cloud9 should have won that one. Second timeout gets called immediately. It's the question of where do we go from here? And they do that with the 4 Fomuses, right? Or 3 or 4 Fomuses there. Honestly, after watching the NIP OG game, I'm seeing better protocols out of Flames right now. They look like they're playing more sustainable rounds. They're comfortable playing these long rounds versus Cloud9, and I would not say Cloud9 are playing badly right now. There's been very few mistakes on both sides. Very close calls.
Sometimes that's just the brutal nature of the showdown, though, right? Single elimination, 1 best of 3, you lose, you're out. But
yeah,
I would like to see more of Copenhagen Flames if they are going to bring, like you're saying, improved protocols and some real CS.
Uh-oh.
Cloud9. Ooh, trying to squeeze into the A site off the flashes, which blind both ends. Nafany being a playmaker at the moment from top mid. We've got fights all over the place. Impossible to keep track, but they drop that bomb, and that should make the difference. It is not Borup, but Hobbit in a 1v2. Late mid play smoked off, and they're going to go clear A main while that smoke is up.
Oh, and it looks like they're going to take this big box along with long. Oh no, both doubling up. Now, this does create a gap for the bomb to get picked up. When we see situations like this where you're going to patrol a position and keep eyes on it, but I don't know if Borup's got a hard angle right now. It looks like he might. And actually, yeah, this might be a great idea. Oh no, he doesn't have a hard angle. He's going to give it up. So this is where it gets scary, you know? Hobbit's a high IQ player. What can he do with this space?
Smoking off CT first. Tap.
Oh, I think this gives the Flames
into cover.
A bit of an advantage.
Run.
Oh, now he'll pull back.
Hobbit.
He smells it.
High IQ player.
Yeah, he said that was stinky. I'm out of here.
Yeah. He's going to siphon up some utility on the run over. Drops a smoke just to ensure there's no fast flank. As per Borup's last round clutch, Hobbit's got himself the post plant. Now, uncertain as to whether there was a CT mid. Everything's a possibility. Let's see if he's got the individual aim to drop both of the Flames. Through smoke, they'll come. Oh, first one so clean. Takes 33 damage, not a problem. And Borup just looked away. Nicely done from Hobbit. Back-to-back 1v2s, but 1 per team.
The thing was, the rotation came in through Donut from Bird from Sky, right? If he rotated through CT, that's Hobbit's exit route and a very decent retake position. But instead, they were hoping that bomb wouldn't have escaped, and we see that situation happen time and time again. So I would say, you know, it's not an unforced error. We see a lot of teams decide to stylistically play 2v1s like that, but that's the risk you run, of course. And leave it to Hobbit to exploit it. Really well done.
Oh, shredded by the MAC-10. Pistols meant to be chewed up and spat out. Axile's MAC-10 here, taking down a couple. Then comes the mid-push out of Shiro. So it's cleared. All goes down smoothly for Cloud9's 13th round win.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a turning point there with that clutch going the way of Cloud9 and the lead just growing so much, and now the small mistakes getting exposed, amplified here. And the Flames might start to feel like, well, we had a couple of chances to win these close rounds that were in our favor as they deepened. How many more will we get?
Not this one. USP's even more desperate.
Oh, no foot spotted. He might be out of view, though. This is... I think
it's like, how far does Hobbit get? Oh, here comes Axile, knife out. USP'd. Oh! Ooh! Axile with another couple kills, despite being dinked already. Hobbit's gonna get his. Okay. Cloud9, 14.
Okay, yeah, now they've really stabilized. That 1v2 resulting in 2 weak. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Big
Not
clutch
so
from Hobbit.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 capitalizing on the moment.
Gonna have to work extra hard for this one, Flames.
Double op. Okay. We saw Cloud9 weaponize the same setup on their defensive half. Let's see what the Flames can do with it. But I don't know, Farley and TMB just doesn't have the same ring as Shiro and Axile. Whew. We'll give them their chance. Missed shot out of TMB.
Oh, he's right back for it.
Hobbit did manage to get to the corner. Oh, Farley finds the first on Nafany and immediately ejects back into the safety of the B site. No chance for Buster to capitalize yet. Goes for the peak, but has to be careful because you know Farley's posting on this soon.
Man, I love the call for a double op. Just presents you a new gear. You know, it feels like you got a renewed faith. Like, oh, our rifle rounds didn't go so well. We made some mistakes. Well, now it's kind of a different team on the map. You can play completely differently, so... And Hobbit, Axile, and Shiro all with 20 kills already.
And that's the winning formula.
Yeah.
That right there, those three. It's the trio of players that got them through the online qualifier to get to Showdown. It's the trio of players that are getting them through their opening game here as well. Bunch of CTs stacked outside of the site, but with no vision on either of these two lanes. Tough stuff, can't stop plant. Man advantage taken away, but it's not a double out of Hobbit. Shiro looking to make the difference here, and sure enough he will. Catching Bird from Sky in the corner, taking this to the 3v2, and setting up Buster and Shiro to close it with ease. Wow. Cloud9, 15.
That was an open and shut case, so they get a completely vacant B site. Attack comes in pretty fast. We get a tempo change here from Cloud9. And I don't know what the clues were to get them into this position really quickly, but this is one of the only times they didn't keep cave control where Farley got its frag and left. And it's a 4v5 conversion for Cloud9, so really well done. And now we're looking thrifty here. Copenhagen Flames with a deagle on Farley. Draw a stark contrast to the 2 offs they had last round.
TMB, good pickup early. Oh, gets away as well. Could have been a 4v4 with Nafany's ability to just leave A main.
So for the moment, no gun recovered and an incentive for Cloud9 to chill for a second because they know it's sort of a force-up. Nafany, he's going to babysit this.
Nade doesn't quite go over top. Molly will disrupt the back box, but Hobbit has slipped through mid. What a curious situation here.
This should be the crucifixion. Hobbit can take his time. Minute plus on the clock. If they read him coming out of Temple, I don't know what to say. Man. And that's all they need to know. All the back spots ready to...
Freeze him up to go back towards CT.
Yeah.
You can see Copenhagen Flames now concerned about middle, but nobody's got their guard up. Oh, they line up for him as well. Clean double kill out of Hobbit. Equalizing into the 3v3, but that's an odd one because Bomb is still sat outside of middle. Nafany gets out from A main, taking duels inside of the site. Buster can go grab that bomb, but he's going to have to be quick about it. And because they just lost mid control, understandably cautious, can he make it to a site and plant?
I don't think there's a way that he can win this round now. He's got to brute force into it. I mean, he could run B, maybe. I don't think so.
No.
He's going to fall back. This one's tossed away. This is not a great round from Cloud9. We look at what Hobbit, the play that Hobbit made should be like 100% of the time you win that. They don't know he's back there in Temple. Not only that, but he gets 2.5 kills, and he keeps CT control. His A players, why Shiro have the bomb holding elbow in that time? 26 seconds left. He could be joining up with the A attack. Hobbit has them, all the rotators locked off.
Yeah.
And they can just walk in and start smoking things off. He doesn't even have to clear back box. They don't even have to use utility to get out to, you know, show Flames what their plan was. So this one's just gifted over to the Flames. Very generous of Cloud9.
I'd like to know what Buster was doing, because we see Shiro sat there watching for the lane push, but then we jump back into Buster's POV, and he is somewhere over towards that B site, delayed mid play. I don't know. Weird one. Bird from Sky is going to capitalize. Watch Copenhagen Flames get this game suddenly closer than it should be. Like you said, with Hobbit's backline play last round, that should have been 16. That should have and could have been the close. Now, guns back on the line. Copenhagen Flames buy, looking better. No longer is Farley relegated to a deagle. And we've got CTs in a comfortable 4 versus 2 from this point forward. Shiro looks to take it back. He's got the bomb behind him. We've got a mid push out of Bird from Sky. He's split between the T's.
Oh my god, the bomb's going to be running back towards him. He's going to get this kill, but now he knows that Shiro is going to be on his tail, so he starts running.
And he'll get away. He's safe.
That's a very pure 1v2.
Man.
Lots of time for Shiro to think.
Third potential 1v2 of this map.
There's a time in 2020 where Shiro was like, you know, one of the best. Definitely a top 3 clutcher in the world.
Yeah.
He's built for these moments.
There's a time where his nickname was the Immortal, just because he never died in these clutches, constantly pulling them out of the hat. And right now, this is another chance where I think Cloud9 have been given an opening. Copenhagen Flames, they had a player much closer towards this site. They go getting adventurous instead.
Oh, it's
very similar round to where Hobbit pulled out the 1v2, but instead Shiro's going to commit to this plant, not look to evacuate towards B. Bird from Sky could pounce on this, but if he does, he's alone. And at least for his sake and that of the Flames, he'll pick it up with ease.
They like to make these very ambitious rotations, and they prey on the fact. So one of the calls you would make versus a team like Cloud9 is like they like to play clutches slowly. So if that's the case, why take the 2 most standard positions to sit and wait for an attack to come when you could go ahead and take a big advantage on a rotation like that? In that previous situation with Hobbit, he played it slowly, but he also was aware that they were going to try to make a move like that. So it looked like that could have cost him again, but Bird from Sky this time, running the flank a little bit, was there just when he needed to be. The look of disgust here from Groove as things go awry.
He said at Pro League that he was going to make a comeback for Counter-Strike 2. He'd be the oldest pro player ever.
Oh, let's go.
He's going to play 1 major.
So we can prove dinosaurs are real.
Oh my god. Ross,
but it works.
The aggression.
They're still out here.
Out.
It's an op support. It's kind of scary for the T's.
Why not?
Oh, they get him.
Buster gets him before he can get away.
I do like how Farley plays it, though. You know, like, what else? What little bit extra can I get for my team in this spot?
Ooh. Not far off the mark. Well, in fact, he was literally on it, so...
Oh, timing miss. They're going to set up nades. Shiro drops his guard for 1 second.
Oh, but they react. And Hobbit from the back line, the 3rd player outside of doorways, gets both the kills on ramp.
Now, that was set up by a flash, so there's still a guy in B that has up-to-date information. But they won't know or be less prepared, obviously, for an A play. And the Flames are assuming that it's just going to be a late re-attack on this side of the map. We haven't seen much success in the retakes here for the Flames, so this could be it if they're not careful. They've also got an op here, and they're too slow to re-clear the B site. Don't want to call this one too soon, but it's going to be difficult.
How many nail-biting rounds are we going to have to get through? Damn, they're going to spend time trying to grab a bit more kits.
Yeah.
All right. And then it's a sprint.
They're going to have to kind of brute force this, so Hobbit knows they'll be running.
It's like a CS triathlon. First grab util, then make the sprint, and then somehow pull off the clutch. And Hobbit's flashbang's gonna get him around the donut, but he doesn't find himself favorably in the kill feed. A walk away from Axile to get around the corner.
And there's still a smoke.
And they've got the kits because they picked that up. Now they know where Axile's at. It's him versus Farley, trying to keep them alive and spam through smoke to close it. Cloud9 will get Ancient in their back pocket. They'll deny the Copenhagen Flames an opening map win, but one where I'd say there is life on this. Copenhagen Flames with some quality Counter-Strike, winning a couple rounds where they shouldn't, making C9 sweat. And that bodes well for this one best of 3 that we could get from them. We'll see you after a break for Vertigo.
Well, Cloud9 managed to get the job done on the Copenhagen Flames pick. And, well, we did learn a little thing, at least on the first map, Maniac. The air does beat the Flames.
Oh, yeah, right. That's where we left things off. We were talking about anime and the powers of the elements. I'll try to circle back to Counter-Strike for a second here. We can dibble with the anime a little bit down later the road. I just wanted to give props to Copenhagen Flames. Yeah. I know this is a Cloud9 victory, and it looked like they were in control. But I thought the Flames did put up a much better fight than expected. A couple of late round situations where they actually get the better of Cloud9 in clutch situations, 2v2s, good rotations, good reads. I thought Cloud9 would step on them. And honestly, they put up bit of a fight.
I would agree. I think Copenhagen Flames came in with a pretty clear game plan as to how they wanted to attack the game, especially the first 7 to 8 rounds. It was somewhat back and forth. It was a close game, and I think Copenhagen Flames did themselves proud. When you go deeper into a game like this, obviously you get to see the skill difference on the server. You get to see the individuals pop off. You see Exile, you see Hobbit, you see Shiro, you see Nafany for that matter as well, getting off to a good start. So in terms of individually output on the server, no, Copenhagen Flames couldn't match Cloud9, but as Nafany said coming into the game, he does look at Copenhagen Flames demos sometimes and think, they have good ideas, they have a good game plan, they had a good vision for the game, and we got to see a little bit of that here on Ancient.
And Flames, they certainly put the work in, like you mentioned, right? But this was always going to be a tough test for him. But Farley, we touched on him so much. He did manage to step up, and he continues to be the positive factor, even though he only just joined recently.
Had a couple of good rounds on the T side. He was good with the AWP, especially in clutches. We have a moment right here where he's doing it. He's left in a position where he can actually make a difference. In Astralis, it felt like he was always dying, always too passive. This time around, he's involved in the game, right? He's in the 2v2s, he's in the 3v3s, he's in the clutch scenarios, and he's actually having an output on the server. So yes, we've been very positive of Farley coming back to tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike, and in this game, I think he did himself justice.
Yeah, the positive signs keep coming up when it comes to Farley in the Flames. Obviously, at the very beginning of his venture, if you're a Copenhagen Flames fan, you're probably a little bit sad that they couldn't convert this momentum they had in the first half. When the Flames are up 4-3 on the T side of Ancient, you think, this is the moment. This is the moment. You've put Cloud9 in financial disarray. You can put a little bit of pressure, and I think they maybe just missed the timing. They missed that window of opportunity where I think they could have played a little faster, put a bit more pressure on Cloud9, and instead they allowed the CIS team to come back into the game. And from that moment on, you can see it's a sea of blue rounds. Even though they put up 2 rounds towards the very end, it was still Cloud9 in control.
And when we talk about that Cloud9 being in control, we spoke about Shiro, Axar being able to have the big force coming in. Well, Hobbit this time as well, he turned up. This team, they smelt the blood and they just went for it.
Yeah, I mean, Hobbit always has a multi-kill ability. I think it's a latent capacity that he's had, and it was the same in this game again. It's not necessarily towards the end of the rounds, although there was a pretty sexy 1v2 that they put up, but it's mid-round. It's the mid-round multi-kill ability of Hobbit that always prevails, knowing where to position himself. That right here is a great example. Turreting around the A side, he's had different examples as well, but mostly on the CT side, he put up a great fight. And of course, if you're Swiss Army knife, if you're Cloud9, then Hobbit is definitely one of these.
Big picture stuff, right? We've been a little bit after Hobbit, saying he hasn't performed well enough. The last year hasn't been up to par with what he usually were able to do.
That's fair.
This is scary if we're heading into a major where Cloud9 obviously have Shiro and Exile firing on all cylinders. We know they're stable, we know their quantity, we know the quality on the server they bring. But Hobbit at Pro League, Hobbit so far, yes, I know against Copenhagen Flames, but we're starting to see a trend that he's individually speaking becoming better and better and better, and looks like the Hobbit we got to see in the Gambit days with this lineup. If that's the case, if he returns to that form, then you have a Cloud9 who can go on and be potentially an outsider to win the major. Not only qualify here, that's a given.
High praise.
We took that very large step from one up against Flames.
Big picture. No. This is based on Pro League as well. The way Hobbit has been playing the past couple of months, it's been great. It's been honestly great. And that's something Cloud9 needed. I feel like whenever we talk about them, and they have been disappointing, we saw it in Katowice as well, that's because Hobbit weren't delivering up to par with what he's supposed to. He's regaining strength right now, so is Cloud9.
Now, going on to Vertigo, this is the home ground, the playground for Cloud9 over and over again. Not so much for the Flames, though. But before we get into Vertigo, I believe Danny's got something from us on his Mahone zone.
That's right. So Cloud9, they find Vertigo a very comfortable map. And one of the reasons why is just their ability to hit the B site over and over. And they have so many different ways of doing it. So let's break down one of them. So this comes from the match against G2 recently, a couple weeks ago at Pro League. What we're going to see initially is just some B lobby control, but they're going to throw some pretty key nades here. So the first set that we're going to see is from Axel. He's going to throw 2 smokes. He's going to throw a smoke for the left side of generator as well as the right side. With these 2 smokes, it actually makes it very difficult for CTs to play behind this generator position, which is a very common spot for CTs to come in towards that rotating area. Now, the next thing that you'll see here are the Molotovs. So Shiro, he's going to toss this Molotov towards default, and Busted throws this Molotov towards quad. These 2 spots are the most common positions to play as a CT when you're in this B site. So with these 2 Molotovs, it essentially forces JKS right here to play more towards the center. Now with him towards the center, the next key detail here are the flashes. So we're going to take a look at Axel. He's going to throw a flash on the right side, and then Shiro's going to throw 2 flashes on the left side. And with these set of flashes, you're going to see these flashes pop right here and right here. These flashes are layered in such a way where one pops here, the second one pops here, and the third one pops here. They're all layered to make it difficult to actually play anti-flash. You'll see that for JKS right here. He tries to turn away, but then he gets blinded fully. And that's really the effect of these flashes, is that it makes it hard to actually try to play anti-flash. The only way to actually turn away from these flashes is to look directly behind. You can't go to the left, and you can't go to the right. As well for HooXi, who's playing here towards this generated position, he also gets blinded, so he can't actually spot the cross when they come in. What this does ultimately is for Buster, who's moving in towards the B site, he has the Molotovs here set up so that he doesn't have to worry about these common spots. He's got the flashes coming in where JKS is completely blind. And as well, that area right there where HooXi was standing here towards this generated position, that flash pushes him away. That allows Buster to come in towards the site now and be in a position where he can actually take a good spot where he can spam the common positions of the CTs. And now at this point, with Cloud9 capturing the site, as soon as Axel is here behind this generator position, it's a very difficult retake for G2. So this take is a really nice take from Cloud9 to have so many of these different types of strats towards B. It's going to be up to Copenhagen Flames to see how they decide to counter this.
And that's what we'll be seeing real soon. Danny, as always, thank you so much for the breakdown. And we've just been looking at some stats, and Pimp, you found out something that is terrifying if you're the Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, it's exactly 200 days since Cloud9 last time lost on Vertigo. So for Copenhagen Flames going into this matchup, it's going to be a very, very tough one. Cloud9 have beaten teams like Heroic, Imperial, NSG2, Outsiders, you know, very capable teams on a map like Vertigo. So if you're Copenhagen Flames right now, all you can really hope for, I'd say, all you can really achieve right here is a competitive game. There's in no world I could imagine Copenhagen Flames beating Cloud9, because I consider Cloud9 to be the best in the world on Vertigo.
Yeah, it's really, really rough. I think Mahone did a pristine job at analyzing some of the fine details that Cloud9 have to play with.
Yeah.
And you just realize, for the people at home as well, this is what we refer to when we say a team is tactically on top of things on the map. It's like they have so many different building blocks that allow them to attack a bomb site in different ways. So it's not like if you play B, there's only one strategy coming your way. That's not what's going to happen. You have 2, 3 different sets of utility that can fly you away. And then these utilities put strong players, already strong players, in even better positions. And that's just it. What are you supposed to do when someone's clearing you out? There's 3 Molotovs on the floor, 2 flashes, 5 smokes, 7 flashes. What are you supposed to do? And this is the kind of level of preparation and tactical depth that Cloud9 have on Vertigo, makes them terrifying.
Well, let's see what happens. We're going into Vertigo. That's what's coming up next. But before that, we're going to a quick break. We'll see you in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're going to Vertigo. Cloud9 versus Copenhagen Flames. It's the Blast Spring Showdown. Yeah, I think it's still spring.
2 splits.
And we got elimination, man. It's the event of upsets. That's what this is always supposed to be. Barring the events that happen directly after player breaks, it feels like the showdowns are always where the biggest upsets happen throughout the year, by nature of it being online, by nature of it having odd teams that we don't get too often.
And the single elimination factor. Yeah, no bad days.
Things get real weird, you know? I've seen 9Z eliminate Vitality. I've seen Lin Vision take a map off G2. Things happen here. And I thought maybe, just maybe, Cloud9's great run to the Pro League Finals would be overshadowed by a showdown shortcoming. But there are no shortcomings yet tonight. Excellent showing out of the 3 stars of Cloud9. Axile, Hobbit, Shiro, all finishing with a 1.4 or more rating on Ancient. And now they play their map pick.
And such an excellent start out of Nafny as well with his early round kills. So, their map pick, Vertigo, the map we know them best for.
We got Berettas up front in the hands of TMB. Axile with an opening. Hobbit's gonna kill one at the bottom of the crane, but then they round the corner into Bird from Sky. A gust back. Cloud9 not blown over just yet. Ooh. Whoa! Farley! That's sick. Looks like he's just about to get blindsided. Whips it 90 degrees. The rush onto the bomb. He stops it. And now we're going to find Shiro in a 1v2. Another 1v2 to be played. A single round deep on Vertigo. Borups managed to get around the ramp and up past Crane. Now 2 CTs in sight. And Shiro toppled down to 66 points of health. Ooh, I thought that was a flash. But a decoy. He gets closer. They give him space. Another one of these moments where they give up space. Give him too much, and he will rob this from you. Bird from Sky goes down, and Borup popped right after.
Oh man, leave it to Shiro, baby. What a clip out of him. The way he pulled back into that, and you can see with the diffusing out in the open that he was waiting for somebody to peek from CT spawn. Oh, that's a ridiculous way to go. If they had timed that swing better, and of course if Bird first hit a shot, they played it just fine. But the mechanics, all towards Shiro. A great read on the situation, squeezing water from Stone. A monster round. Wow, precarious spot all the way through. I mean, an interesting way to play that stack with pistols, and it almost worked out so well for the Flames.
I like what they're bringing to the table, I gotta say.
Yeah.
They may not be winning all the rounds, but Copenhagen Flames' ideas are there.
Yes, and the protocols have been solid. They've got that really Danish affect of when we talk about this team, I don't think we're looking at individuals as much. I think that just speaks to how optimized their CS has always been, and I feel like Bird from Sky bringing that protocols in perfectly. Like, almost every re-aggression looks good. It doesn't look overdone, and it never looks like they're running out of space. They don't really get that confused in spots where Cloud9 are trying to create a ton of chaos. So these are all great signs. And I think, of course, you know, they don't have the same offerings individually that Cloud9 have. And that's why we see Cloud9 edge out a map like Ancient. But the fact that they're keeping up is very impressive.
Took a bit of a licking in order to get into this site, though. Nafany almost dies on the fall away from plant. So Axile's tagged up, Hobbit's less than half. Couple stray 9mm or one of them big caliber deagles. See how much Cloud9 can get away with here economically. Smoke goes over top. Scrambled bit of a retake here. No kit on the play. And they're gonna clear him off the defuse. Still, look at the health bars here for Cloud9. So close to losing Nafany and Hobbit and even possibly another. But they'll get away with 4 standing, a sigh of relief, a little laugh, rumbles through the Cloud9. Oh, he's cute.
Yeah, he is the cutest man.
And it's not a retake for the Flames.
Yeah. So, oh, is he playing with cards there? That's just a, can he do any tricks?
Is that a thing?
We didn't know this about.
I mean, people have like fidget spinners or like stress balls.
Yeah, we know.
Borp's pulling up a deck of cards.
Yeah, deck of cards. That's brand new. You never get the same day twice in Counter-Strike.
No, right? Mac 10 here from Hobbit. Oh, that is money.
Wow.
Money, money, money. Hobbit off to the races with a fat stack of cash.
Yeah, this start is already so powerful from Cloud9. Just not losing players last round into 5 Mac 10 kills here in round 3 and no deaths once again. So Flames, at the very least, play Vertigo a lot. It's not one of their winning maps. And most of their stats are just slightly below par. Like, they struggle a bit on CT, they struggle a bit on T. Their pistol round conversion isn't quite there. But they do get a lot of rounds on average versus all their competition. So the experience is here on Vertigo. They just have to play much better than we've seen from them recently to pull out a win. And this would be by far and away their best victory.
A bit of sound, but it won't be a problem. There's a sloppy boost. Yeah, exactly. Change perspective. We'll go back once they're up. Ah, look, nicely done. Delayed jump up, but you've got 2 players. Pour up. See ya. Nafany gets pelted.
And they disassemble the boost.
They get hit by a nade. They throw some back into the CTs. We hit 50 seconds in a 5v4 to the Flames' favor. Axel doesn't want to concede just yet. You got 3 CTs here. A trident of defenders. All of them can peek either way around these boxes. See how sharp Axel is on the approach. TMB gets the better of him. Little team flash there from Hobbit doesn't help. Shiro, the only response so far at this B site. And as we hit 20 seconds, that bomb's down on the ground. Shiro under pressure, but delivers. And as they try to run him down, Farley will get him just as that reload concludes. Can Hobbit somehow pick up the clutch? Not even going to try to chance it. Lets this slide. The Flames are on the board.
Yeah, that's solid. I mean, they were so aggressive with the way they tried to hold on to B, but they were correct that Cloud9 were looking for this slow attack into the site, and they got that 5v4 early, so they had even more confidence with their 3 players up. So that's the kind of defense that you like to see. Starts here with 4 up. Just getting an inkling that they may have tried to boost. And it's possible that they heard him jumping when they failed to put it together at first. Shiro has shown just as much control with his rifle as he has, efficacy with his op, which is not really a surprise, but he is one of those players who has far more op kills than he does rifles. No, that was the definition of playing with fire. Burbs would try doing that with an A4 as well.
With the size of the gap Hobbit had there, it looks like he could have taken that chance sooner, but really just let Bird from Sky walk up into the full exposure. Rocked him, and Nafany will catch Rawls. So Farley, best of luck. Under pressure from a multitude of Molotovs, TMB decides to try and take things into his hands, diving back behind Crane, but losing players all the while. One after another. Flames picked apart here. Util comes over top while Axile carves a path through the B site, a complete and total redirection from Cloud9 because that B site is in their back pocket with ease.
The bomb going down as quickly as possible. Maybe the CTs will be on full alert, but do they try to save? Oh my god, like ships in the night. Axile missed him on 2 occasions. Buster will come in to clean up, and they haven't found TMB just yet, but he's hoping that that trend continues. He hangs out inside of mid, he'll at least grab 1. And again, not knowing that Axile had already crossed up will probably be the death of him right here. Clean 1 here from Axile to close it out. Cloud9, majority rounds 1 with majority alive. looking clean as ever, and they really preyed on. First of all, Nafty makes an X-Factor play. He jumps up through their sandbag smoke, which most teams respect, and taking out the sandbags player while the attack comes in through short. After they got the kill on Birth from Sky aggressive on ramp, they were calling out Copenhagen Flames for having very weak ramp control and decided to go a lot faster than you normally would.
Easy does it. Another player top ladder. Yo, there's a call-out change I would like to propose to you.
Go for it.
So you're coming up Vertigo ramp as a terrorist. You know that you need to Molotov sandbags. But the first set of sandbags you jump onto, what do you call that? Sandbags.
Say he's right there.
Right? What if we called that Xbox? Compare it to Dust 2. You climb up onto Catwalk with the Xbox. You climb up onto Crane with the Xbox. It differentiates between the two sets of sandbags.
I would be totally fine with this proposition if it didn't mean that we get more years of Vertigo.
Okay.
Yeah, my issue is that this might bring Vertigo back into favor, and I think that's moving away from our goal.
All right. So we'll just continue.
Motion to deny.
All right.
But that is a question as to what the map pool will be in CS2.
So if you have not listened to the most recent Talking Counter podcast, available on Anchor FM, Spotify, and YouTube, I would suggest you guys go. It's Harry, Hugo, Machine, Sponge. All of them went to the Valve offices to play CSGO or CS2, and they do talk about the map pool, the maps that they got to try that are not yet in the limited test, which maps weren't there, which maps were there, and a multitude of other subjects. So if you guys want to know more about Counter-Strike 2, because obviously there's a bunch of people playing it, but you've only seen Dust 2, you're sick of Dust 2 already because it's Dust 2, well, these guys got to see more. Talking Counter.
It is a deck of cards. And I think, I can see...
Is this your card?
Is this your card? Yeah, check your sock.
How does one pick up, I mean, like, you know, of all the things you could decide you want to fiddle with in the downtime,
yeah,
how does one conclude cards?
Do we find out that he's a poker player who hosts games at home? Do we find out that he's the last man alive still playing Go Fish?
Maybe he plays solitaire on his side desk.
Maybe plays solitaire. Could this be a man of culture playing Big 2 in 2023?
Okay.
Those are all the questions I have.
This is going to be a bloodbath. We got guns on both ends. We got a push down short side, but 3 pickups from Cloud9. It collapses for the Copenhagen Flames. A valiant effort to take the fight to Cloud9. But with a quick eye poke, C9 send them packing. No rules in this fist fight.
And the entry pathing, just the perfect punish for the attack that Copenhagen Flames wanted to try to mount down the ramp. Getting shut off on every angle with a positive fight for the T side. And a point of escape here for the Flames looking to save. They haven't been able to do that much. But that is pretty brutal. The fact that Cloud9 can go that quickly and get that much out of it. I mean, Flames have the right idea with being aggressive on that part of the map. But if Cloud9 aren't scared of them, then what do they do next?
C9's got money to lose here. Will Shiro take that last second chance? Oh. Borum's like, nah, I got enough. He'll hang on.
He does swing me in this one moment right here. I could die. Maybe they're tarot cards with regular playing card backs.
Carrot cards?
Tarot cards? Tarot cards?
Tarot?
Yeah, the Turok card. They just have different kinds of cereal on them.
Again? They're coming at short lane again. All right. Rinse and repeat. And he takes out his knife. Not ideal. Bird from Sky, dead. Traded by TMB. Shiro hones in on the corner shot, drops him, and retreats.
I think he pulled out a smoke.
Oh, okay.
I think they just were like, it's clear, we're going to smoke the ramp now.
Pulled out something.
Yeah. Pulled out defeat.
Got pulled up on by Shiro and Nafany.
Yeah, so things don't go any better this time around. And I think it just provides you a moment of relief if they can get that aggressive play out of the way early, instead of the late retakes on the ramp, which maybe are a little bit more intimidating versus a team like Cloud9. But if they can't win these very, very aggressive moves, then again, Cloud9 are going to be quite happy. You can only do that so many times before it only gets worse for you. So Morales will go down last. Hobbit has been absolutely on point today.
And as of late, I want to reiterate that. Definitely kind of taking a step up in individual performance in the last couple months. Yeah.
So offering up a solution here for Copenhagen Flames is pretty tricky. I think that it's not as if going for ramp control in a vacuum is a bad idea. That's oftentimes the best antidote to aggression from the T side. But you know, when they can't convert as to why, that's very hard to see in a live environment. It's hard to see if Flames, you know, feel like it's because they made one mistake. Maybe they barely missed a frag because their rifle work wasn't that good and they should try again. So I'm not sure if they'll attempt it one more time. But the only thing that I can imagine is they might attempt to try to go for that, slow it down, re-aggress a little bit later. Because again, they do have a lot of vertigo experience, so I'm sure they have a couple modes of aggression. Not falling for this default utility. We'll see if the round ends up going back to B. Seems like not.
Just waiting for the nade stack here. Come on. For the sake of the spectator experience, give us the 5-nade dunk. There's nobody here. A-ramp's gonna fall. 0 resistance. A stark contrast to the last couple rounds. Bird from Sky. Let him throw his nade. There we go. Substantial damage and a follow-up. The rotation gets here in time. He can't get off the bomb site, but Shiro and Hobbit picking up all the pieces.
You have to
C9 there, 8th.
You have to appreciate they had a plan for both sides.
Yep.
They were ready to nade stack B in a more Armageddon fashion, but instead going back to A, lining up other utility for the guys who are planting. That was solid, but just as much as they had a plan, so did Cloud9. They were shooting back to that position, lining up the utility. So things are getting ugly here for the Flames. And again, you can't have an off day. And for Flames, they had to wake up today and feel, I hope it was their best day to take a win here. They had one ardent supporter in me.
Good on you.
Yeah, but even I'm starting to waver.
You just wanted to use the Bird from Sky kit.
I did want to use the Bird from Sky, but badly I did, yeah.
All right, little B aggression instead. TMB in the smokes. Somewhat called out. Everybody's back. Man, Farley with some pressure on his shoulders. Solo A setup for the time being.
Well, this could very much be Farley time, of course. A lot of friction here. In a second on short, now Molly can land behind him, and this is where I think we'll see Farley's decision-making coming into play. If he goes forward, which he, you know, oftentimes will.
Easy pickup on Nafany. No gun in hand. Can hold on to this side of the map as well, so all is good.
And calling out those flashes.
No rotate yet. Sometimes Nafany does do his own thing. Go back to how many times he solo cave on Ancient, and so Farley has not panicked for the rotate. But Hobbit gets deep up, and then because that lack of rotate is there, Bird from Sky still relegated to the elevators. Buster comes out mid, looks away from the peek out of Rouse. And so there are legs on this one for the Flames, but Hobbit pressed against them. Continues into the spray. It's 3 HP on Rawls, and it's a bomb plant for Cloud9. They can just lean back, escape. Axile gonna play it in the open. Oh, the wallbang track is nasty.
Wow.
And Rawls is so close to death already that a single bullet will get the job done. Half HP on the stars of Cloud9, but that won't stop them. And unfortunately, with 2 points of health, you're not going to get this ball rolling. Yeah. Get out, save, and concede the 9th to Cloud9.
So Nafany, he makes a cool move because there's not any utility pressure up the ramp, and him deciding to go for the aggression with no way to telegraph it means Farley's not even going to call for help. Now, there could have been someone behind it watching, but the way Flames have been playing, I mean, they are trying to play with some gambles in mind. They're not responding to every bit of utility. You can see Farley dodging a flash that lands right in front of him and then turning back for the fight, calling out something that makes Cloud9 stylistically who they are, a team that throws a lot of empty flashbangs. And that actually netted him a kill, which was great, but with no support, he got surrounded. And Cloud9, you know, calling him out just as much as the reverses happened. So bad goes to worse here. And the absolute absence of ramp pressure also comes back to bite Copenhagen Flames just as much as the very aggressive move down the ramp that we've seen so many times.
Right to the forehead. Yeah, Bird from Sky is going to spam it through that little tiny gap. Nice pickup. But they lose Borup.
They're showing some depth, though, huh? You know, a few different types of ramp takes.
That's a mid-B site death, though, that Axile is able to grab, and now Rawls gets aggressive. Look at this! Because of the reload! Shiro, a sitting duck. Axile recovers with a double kill. He can go sprinting up that A-ramp if he chooses to, and he'll leave the bomb for his next inbound teammate, Buster. CTs don't want to leave the B site just yet. They do have top mid control, but Hobbit just committed to the corner, catches him. The fact that Axile gets that first trade,
that's one thing.
The fact he gets the second,
that's another.
That's the round-winning moment right there.
It's like, you know, Hobbit 18-3, 18-2 in this game. Shiro at 13-2, and then Axile climbs the board. It's
I'm sorry,
like,
you say 18-2?
Yeah, an absolute farm.
Okay,
on
Hobbit.
both Ancient and Vertigo here. 18-3.
No scope. I really like that about Counter-Strike 2. The announcer packs they added.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
The multi-kill callouts. That's good stuff. Like this right here. This will be the triple kill.
Monster kill. Mega kill. Ultra kill. Fancy little angle here for Bird from Sky.
It's all good in the C9 camp.
They've always got one more guy that can do it.
Splatter spree.
What's splatter spree?
In Halo, when you run somebody over with a vehicle, splatter. So when you get 5 of them,
okay,
splatter spree.
Okay, maybe if we get Funk Vehicle in Source 2, we can get some splatter sprees.
I like that about Counter-Strike 2, though. When the cards pop up at the bottom,
yeah,
it's reminding me how many people. You know, yeah.
That's why.
Gas me up.
That's why Borup has the deck.
Ah, okay. He lays them out in front of him. 10-1, folks. It's good eating for Cloud9 tonight. Survived the occasional test on Ancient. Some wonky 1v2s both ways. C9 picked up the majority of them. Ooh, awkward.
Must have hit his space bar.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's definitely the problem. I myself remove my space bar. Rawls gonna see some legs.
Well, that's what that smoke's for.
Shaves them off.
Oh, this again.
Can they rebound 2v5? This would be the nail in the coffin of the Copenhagen Flames. You lose a 5 versus 2 at a 10-1 deficit. Unplug your mouse. Cloud9 are so sweaty. They're playing, they're waiting. And because Copenhagen Flames peek in, Buster picks up a second. Buster almost gets that third. But now Shiro would have to go God mode, which we know he can. But V3, ooh. Tech9's perfect to finish off TMB and Borup.
Yeah, they can call one low. I don't know. Maybe they can call two low, so.
Oh, but the nade, I mean, that was fantastic.
Yeah, that couldn't have been better.
And the spam to finish it off. All right, they close. 3 alive, and it's a 5-10 half best case scenario if Copenhagen Flames can get their legs beneath them.
So what do we see here? They win ramp, I think at the same time that they win B. And that's just been the best of both worlds, where Flames have not got that kind of success in previous rounds. The one round they won was where they dominated holding on to B with all of Cloud9's players there. Since that time, so long ago, Cloud9 have not tried to go for the full B aggressions. We've had much more success over on the A side. So, I don't know. Chips away at the confidence slightly, but I don't know if Cloud9 will need to change much.
Oh, wow. How did Nafany?
Oh.
And he doesn't. Rawls takes the further fight. In fact, Nafany's still even alive as he jumps up onto Xbox.
Let's get it trending before it's too late.
Sea of utility thrown onto the site. Bomb on Shiro, holding off. He's like, there's not enough smokes yet.
Oh, this nade could pay off. Who's planting?
Shiro. There's half of his health gone.
Is there going to be an attempt? Oh, maybe
now.
Will be now.
Axile, nowhere to run here. Full commitment. Call this spot cringe.
Oh, they're not going for it. Wow, with all their utility as well, I think this is a spot where you give it a shot, you know, because it's 11-2, of course, if they don't pull this back, and money doesn't matter next half, but yeah, they still have a couple rounds to play for, so okay. I think it's just one of these situations that's more than money, right? It's about, like, what are your odds in the second half? You're not getting the last of what's left over now.
Rare Adam would have gone for that rare retake, though.
True. And Jam Young would have won it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Nice snap up from Nafany, and then
I never have that much room at the top of my mouse pad to pull off a flick like that. Because my mouse is floating around like the top right corner at all times.
Oh, yeah?
That's just, unfortunately, where it has to be.
Like I'm like a center guy.
Center guy, yeah, I like that.
Center.
No, I wish I was a center guy. More of a point guard.
I'm like a catcher. Respond. Sit back. What sport are we talking about?
Doesn't matter because Counter-Strike is the only real sport.
There we go. All right, well, silver lining, nobody died on the A ramp yet for Copenhagen Flames. That's not something they've gotten away with every round. Feels like Nafany was spotted on the approach. A nade on the fallback. Shiro's almost dead. That's something that the Flames can maybe capitalize and look forward to. Rotation in with nades. Bird from Sky hanging on to short shelf. Nafany blind as a bat. Nothing he could do about that one.
Exile's flash as well.
Charlie walks in, says thank you. 4v5. Can they bring it back? Hobbit locked into Henny, traded out by this ramp aggression. CTs want to fight. They want to duke it out. And Axile, a little preoccupied with the right side of smoke, falls with nothing other than a team flash to his name. No op prowess from Shiro either. We've got a third round here for the Copenhagen Flames. Flama Blamas. Bunch of Bahama Mamas.
Hard to say exactly what went wrong. I guess it starts off with Nafany getting blind. Oh, I guess it could get worse.
No.
10 seconds, though, surely.
Okay.
Oh, and Nate, I mean, come forward if you want. They have enough money, so, I mean, he might as well just try to stick the plant, I guess. No. Getting kills, if anything, could pay off. Dying after time, I don't think is a big problem here for Buster, but does he want to swing?
Go for it. You got so much money. It's the last round.
It's just not in the Cloud9 handbook.
What?
It wasn't in the Outsiders handbook either.
What?
There's just no handbook that Buster's ever read that would tell him to swing, and that's
it's the last round. You'll have $10,000.
No, they should have absolutely just. He should have sent it. He should have sent it.
Everyone playing for stats nowadays, I tell you.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That is it, actually.
The hell? He's like, guys, I'm not negative. I'm not taking my, I'm not pushing my luck. Final round of the first 15. Ramp again, not an instant death for Copenhagen Flames, but Rawls may not be destined for this one. Nafany burned away from the corner as he was waiting to get vision.
They do know how to support this push. They've had trouble getting into this spot, but they are throwing the right nades to make sure they can hold it.
Flash confirms the presence is there from C9.
They're not keeping ramp smoked, so...
Ooh, nice nade damage. Farley picks up a deagle kill by pushing top mid by the looks of it. Caught Buster at the top of the ladder with a deagle headshot.
Uh-oh, they throw the deep ramp smoke, but Nafany's
back in his pocket.
Nade goes too far, Wally goes too far, excuse me. All right, there we go.
Another smoke at the minute mark.
Okay, so they were aware of it. Yeah, I mean, the protocols from Flames have actually been super solid, but yeah, the early aggression's been shut down, but when they slowed it down to get this ramp control, they've actually seen some positive signs.
The fact that Hobbit is 20-5, I mean, that's really the Flames' biggest problem.
Yeah.
I don't doubt your protocols. Doubt your ability to hold back Hobbit, who has picked up another kill with the Krieg. We get a re-aggression. Oh. Hobbit just smashing pumpkins.
What's his rating going to be after this game?
Astronomical.
He's in that like 2.5 territory right now. It's...
Damn. Finished the first map at like 1.4 something as well, so no, he could be definitely finishing this series with a 2.0 rating or more. And Shiro cracks back open the B site. Does the bomb have time?
Wow, he's got it.
They're in! And C9 out with 12. Not a bad first half. They'll take it.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Short1. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go. Cold Sarah, we got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Not close.
Well, Hobbit's in the process of speedrunning Copenhagen Flames at the moment. They gave us a competitive game, at least on a round-to-round basis when it came to Ancient, but Vertigo is Cloud9's playground. And at this point, they're just having fun.
They are. They are.
What's in the cards, Borup?
What's in the cards?
What's in the cards?
I mean, I'd love to see that, you know, on LAN. Someone bringing their cards to LAN.
And he's just wearing a top hat.
Doing tricks. just want to be entertained. Maybe he's just a Chris Angel enjoyer. I don't know.
Mind freak. I'm going to cut this woman in half right in front of you. All right, Buster, what you got? Just 2 sets of Berettas on Cloud9, but there's a lot of bodies inside the site for both teams. Let them rip. Don't spin out. TMB topples bodies. Nicely done here from Copenhagen Flames. Just press in, pack mentality. Or a pack of pickled peppers as they push. And Shiro, well, go ahead. Try your best.
I'm seeing a 2K in his future. Oh, wait. Oh. Maybe not exactly.
But a pistol helps. They split pistols on Ancient. And they almost won the opening pistol here, Copenhagen Flames, if it wasn't for the Shiro 1v2. So back-to-back maps, 1 pistol round win per team.
That's true. It's a bit more dignified end to the first half on Ancient, so the score line is quite a bit more drastic in favor of Cloud9. Flames knew they were going to have to dig deep today. Let's see if they brought a shovel or a drill.
Nothing there. Triple Molotov into the 4-man B hit. It's got legs on it. Flames are inside of the site with an opening kill to boot. This one goes down smooth.
They're bringing some good energy right now.
Yep.
Like the speed. They've got all the utility behind it.
They're getting active.
I think that was a JT Cloud9 B exec on an anti-eco. They molly all the spots and run through. Borrowing from the best.
JT of Complexity opening up their NA showdown versus Imperial at a later date. After this best of 3, of course, we've got the Brazilian domestic matchup, MIBR versus paiN.
Is the Complexity Imperial match, that's a Rio rematch.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The qualifier for the Rio, Complexity missed it by a hair. It was one on a long list of very close losses for Complexity in the past, like 6 or 7 months. They almost qualified directly to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Barely missed that. Couldn't qualify to Rio. They missed something else that was pretty severe, if I remember correctly.
Kato
I guess
stage.
Kato was, yeah, they
Kato
took some
stage.
big wins. They did miss the Kato stage.
But technically finished top 8.
Did they?
You know? Yeah, because Katowice only had 6 teams on stage.
True.
But if they were on stage from quarterfinals on,
right,
we would have had. You know what?
Yeah,
like,
that's
that's kind of they kind of made playoffs.
We will take it.
Yeah,
we will take it.
You know, we stretch around here. I'll take it. I'm sure it didn't feel great for them.
And by we, I mean South Africans.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
So we saw some good energy towards the B site. The fearsome attacks. Now we're going to slow it down. The Flames showed a lot of comfort playing Ancient slowly on T side.
What's Hobbit going to pull out of the hat? CZ in smoke. Bird from Skies Mac 10. Only gets the first one. Nafany traded. We got a minute still to play out here. And the CTs will walk over slowly from this B site as Copenhagen Flames also take a slowed approach. Don't make mistakes. It feels like that's kind of their aura at the moment as they try to get back into this second map, try to avoid elimination early this evening. Don't make mistakes. But Buster breezes through the smoke, connects with the Desert Eagle onto Borup. It's still a man advantage. It's still the weapons over top of C9. But you know Buster just put a shiver down their spine. There is a threat still left in this one. But now C9 concede.
So their last 2 wins were versus their Bird from Sky's former lineup of Ecstatic, and they also took a 16-10 win over Sprout. And when we look at the teams that Copenhagen Flames have played against, it's basically everybody in the Tier 2. And this is where we, of course, see the most innovation coming out of Counter-Strike, and we've heard a lot of players talk about. I think there's this kind of direct comparison between... Can you kill these exits? No, some damage in. A direct comparison between, you know, like a big corporation, for example, that can't take huge risks in terms of how they change their technology, but will buy a startup to get that product that's already been tested somewhere else. That's the same thing with Tier 1 and Tier 2, where it's quite risky and hard based on the schedule for Tier 1 teams to experiment with new styles of play. But their best option is actually to watch the Tier 2 teams play against each other who need to find some new edge to catch up and then just borrow those ideas. And so Flames, with all this experience, you know, they're looking like the Gambit Youngsters roster that had all the Vertigo experience and now brought themselves into Tier 1. So we'll see if they do have any ideas, some new ways of playing T-side that we haven't seen yet.
To build on that point, I was speaking to Maui Snake, who was talking with some Tier 1 players at Pro League, and he told me that a lot of the Tier 1 teams are actually looking at 9 right now. Hades, Polish roster, on the other side of the bracket from Cloud9 at the moment at Showdown. Apparently that's a team that's really innovating, putting in the time in the lab. And Nafany has picked Bird from Sky off of ramp. We've got 5v4 here for C9's CT side. Looking to close this one now that guns are in the equation. Nafany looking to play a risk as well as he creeps ever closer. And they're gone.
They're getting followed after this quick re-clear on the ramp, which means that Flames don't know it, but they're quite a severe disadvantage as all the best spots will now be taken in the site. These are, of course, still clearable. There's full utility left over, but that HE, that's going to do a little bit of a number, get them right into that 1 headshot range, and the push comes through, but, oh, it's only damage so far.
Next A4 comes out. Hobbit, of course, ever present. Buster counting bodies on the cross. Op shot out of Shiro. Easy does it. Cloud9 retain control of the B site.
Optimized on the protocols right there with the amount of time left over. That nade, you can almost see the player standing on the steps ready to take that, and then, you know, Axel in a good position to get early info, which means the rotations are a lot faster. Hobbit coming in as a third peak because they knew A was cleared, and that's why the Flames lost, not because they didn't have enough players to attack the site. Information game 1 for Cloud9. Cloud9 3 rounds away from eliminating the Flames. This one's starting to seem unlikely. Let's see if there's a little bit more in store.
Do you have any things you fiddle with at your desk, like bore up with a deck of cards?
I had a card playing phase. Like I was learning some of the tricks that people do.
Oh, cool.
Or like cool shuffling and stuff.
Yeah,
Shut
cool
up, man.
shuffling.
You play Magic. Okay. Ratio.
Man, my mono red goblins, they'll smoke you.
But it gets advanced. I mean, you start getting decks of cards that are like, you know, they're more slick so that you can do tricks a little bit more easily. You have to go up and down your arms and stuff. Oh, okay.
No, not like this. Not like this.
Tough.
TMB betrayed by Farley.
Well, there was somebody on the other side of...
Yeah. He jumps on that one from, you know, what was just clean kills from Cloud9, holding off the B hit last round, to a calamity of a round out of Copenhagen Flames. Awkward out the gate.
But I gotta say, right, we haven't seen that many mess ups from both teams in this series. Like, it has been two. Okay, yeah. No, this is apt.
Brother.
He had every right to take the shot. But sometimes it really do beat your homies.
That was dramatic. And this one's gonna get flat. We've got pistols rampaging up ramp. Nafany pelted by grenades, hoping that the short savior in Hobbit will come over to rack up kills as he has again and again. And Nafany is still alive for the time being. There's a frag grenade on Borup with Nafany's name on it, but he peeks out preemptively, drops bird from sky, 4v3. Weapons can't be picked up because they'd have to cross towards sandbags. And the dry spell for the Copenhagen Flames looks like it will continue.
Instant disrespect of the smoke. Shiro on his perch. And oh,
nice. Oh,
there's more.
He's got a little sauce on the Deeg. Buster, though, along the yellow wall, sprays for a couple kills. Rawls trying to come in, but can't manage anything at all. It's Buster with a triple to close out another and get Cloud9 ever closer to that match versus NIP.
Yeah, there were just too many guys there, and that's why Shiro, I think, felt comfortable going up for that attempt on the pick. Maybe it's the fact that there's just a cavernous difference in rounds here that he felt like he could take that fight, but either way, apart from these couple of good Deagle shots, there was not much hope at any point in this round for Copenhagen Flames, and certainly not even a plant, so. A bit more of a convivial mood. I think that's one thing from Cloud9 for sure, that like mood always feels like it's not on their side. So always happy to see them happy.
But again, I think this is an environment where we do sometimes get the best of Cloud9, right? Think about when they made a name for themselves. When they first started winning things in the online era, it was when they were all in that one gaming house with Groove in the background. It's been some time since we've seen them in something similar. Nafany able to grab one before Rawls from top ramp kills two. And that could be an open A site to extend this game at least a little longer. Could be. They hold off. Rawls doesn't go that much deeper. And that has afforded Cloud9 the ability to rotate into sight. But between those smokes, Hobbit's head popped. Buster has a bit to work with. A boost over, pays off wonderfully. This one's Rawls. 2 kills as he gets past the short peak, clears out the ramp, and extends into the site with another couple kills. Nicely done from him to keep them in this.
Groove will have to wait one more round to go and eat dinner. Potentially, maybe more. That was actually pretty solid. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, Rawls is the guy to talk about in this spot and surviving all that A-ramp pressure. It was the beginning and the end, and not getting tunnel vision there, making sure to watch something for his teammate. With some beautiful awareness. So Shiro scopes early. No deep stairs control. A little bit light on utility here for Cloud9.
This one's definitely a chance for the Flames. Cross and top mid. Buster gonna make things a little bit awkward.
It's kind of the best spot to be able to ferry an MP9 in towards here in the ladder, ready to split the map if he absolutely needs to. It's a situation that gets scarier the longer the round goes on. So we'll see when Flames decide to pick a site, but right now, active presence, spotting down the A ramp, rotations over towards B. Flames don't know how much information they're missing. And Buster doesn't have to do anything but stay put. He's got mid solid.
They've got Hobbit inside the B site now. Borup's managed to get beyond the wood wall.
Uh-oh. Oh, but they're going back towards A. Actually, Buster's going to hear the rotation. But they're slow to us. And again, Buster splitting that map open.
And Nafany's still on short. He's behind them as well. They're going to try to get past this off, and Shiro, not a kill, but some impact. Bird from Sky still standing, a single point of health. Nafany comes back from short, but at least they're planting on the other end. That was the 1 HP bomb plant out of Bird from Sky. Stuck in this position. Nafany pressed from both ends. Axile begins the retake inside sight. And TMB's gone down. Farley trying to keep this hope alive. Shiro cautious of the flank, which he knows is inbound.
Oh my God.
But he stops Borup in his tracks. And Farley's now going to have to pull off the 1v2. A missed op shot is not something they can afford. And Nafany will close the door on the Copenhagen Flames. The sky's open with rain. And the Flames extinguished in this opening best of 3 at the Spring Showdown. C9. Nice and easy.
It was not going to be upset city in this game, that's for sure, because Cloud9, they came through and did exactly what we expected, and in even more dominant fashion here on Vertigo. There was no real test for them.
No, it was super dominant. You could see on the first half, pretty much anything Cloud9 wanted to do was successful. They didn't even, I feel like they didn't need to reach into these pocket strategies that we explained and that Mahone kind of described. It's just the trades were in their favor, and Cloud9 is one of the worst team to play against where you give them the 5v4, the 4v3, because they'll just very silently squeeze the life out of you, take any timing they could. We saw Hobbit being very brave and courageous, going up on that A side, punishing people from here into yellow. So they could do whatever they wanted. Great match from Hobbit. The fantasy boys, Hobbit pickers out there having a good time, and it's all smiles.
It is all smiles for sure, but not for the Copenhagen Flames. But I think for a team like this, being at the Showdown, getting to play against these teams, yes, it's one game, you're eliminated, it's a sad day. But they can be proud of what they achieved, at least on the first map, right? And it's some experience. And like we said with Farley, he's only been here 2 weeks.
For sure. We knew it was going to be very tough for Copenhagen Flames coming into it. I think we all expected what we saw here in Vertigo from the beginning of the game. And we were left, you know, positively surprised after Ancient. There were some good moments, some good synergies, and a couple of good rounds by Farley in particular as well. But overall, I think we got exactly what we expected. And sometimes I find comfort in that as well. I think Cloud9 did exactly what they had to do in this game. Outmaneuvering, outplaying, killing and out shooting Copenhagen Flames. Whereas for Copenhagen Flames, it's a reality check as well. They are not ready. They're not ready to be at this level. They're not ready to contest against a team like Cloud9. Maybe in a couple of months, maybe if they continue their development, but not now.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, let's be real. We were not going to give Copenhagen Flames the win against Cloud9. No. That's it. That would have been a crazy surprise. Then there's a main issue for me, which was already the map pool at the very beginning of this series, because I don't think these closed tactical maps are necessarily the best place to see an upset. You would hope to see something a little bit more open, a little bit more crazy, a little bit more messy.
Yeah.
There's nothing of that can be really expected for these maps. And the pick of Flames, that in itself was sort of a success, sort of a decent fight. You know, they put up 11 rounds, had a few tight situations. So whatever they did to prepare that, and maybe we'll hear from that in the interview with them if we get it, but whatever they did to prepare that map could be something to follow through on the others, because there was some sign of life.
Yeah, something to take away from it in a positive light. And a positive light for Cloud9 was Hobbit. You touched on it just even across the first map, but this is the Hobbit you wanted to see when they were back on top with this core of the lineup.
This is the onliner Hobbit in some way, right? He was producing...
Onliner Hobbit.
Onliner Hobbit. I know he's been good online as well, but all of these guys from the Gambit era, when they were playing the most polished Counter-Strike I've ever seen in the online COVID era, we saw Hobbit play at an exceptional high level. Again, it's against Copenhagen Flames. Yes, it was just Pro League where he did well. Yes, but this is a sign of time where hopefully Hobbit is coming back to life, where he's regaining that strength he once had. Because we talked about it. If you have Exile, if you have Shiro playing at an incredible high level, as they've been doing for the vast majority of a year now, and you put in Hobbit into that mix, you have a trio that could contest to be the best in the entire world. Then Nafany has a lot to play with. So yes, I am going to keep an eye on Hobbit. Can he continue this form leading into the major? Cloud9 is going to be way more interesting than they are right now.
And I want to touch on Buster, right, because there was so much criticism when he came into the roster. But he does have these sharp moments. He has this good decision-making. It isn't like a downgrade at all.
I don't think all of the criticism have gone away. I think some people are still left wanting a little bit more. But I agree with you. Buster has this very uncanny ability to be able to be sharp and decisive, even if he's having a bad game. And that in itself is a value that you want to have in your number 4, your number 5, your filler, your glue, your support, whatever term we use, we throw around for these. You have to be able to trust and rely on him, even though he's not riding the momentum and having a crazy 25-plus game. And I think he's got that. In Pro League, he's shown it a couple of times. Even here, you put him in a situation, he's got to hit the headshot. Doesn't matter where he's in the game, I think he can do it.
Now, when it comes to Shiro, there's one thing I want to look at here. His right now stats, great. He's looking good. But do you think he's the type of player that right now is thinking, okay, look, if I can keep this going, my year's looking pretty good, I could be up there? Because he had a great end to the last year.
Up there exactly where?
In the top 2, top 1 maybe category.
Top 1? Top 1?
Hey, Simple's not there right now.
Oh, I wasn't talking about Simple, of course.
Oh yeah, of course, I know where you're going with this.
In reality, it's a possibility.
No, there is
Let's be honest, right? Because Saivu and Vitality, by the looks of it, they're not going to win a lot of tournaments throughout this year, despite Saivu playing some fantastic
games.
I'm sorry, but the way Vitality are conducting themselves right now, they need to take a step up that ladder. They have the best player in the world as of right now in Saivu. They're still struggling making semifinals, so that's an issue in itself. But if Shiro and Cloud9 can start winning tournaments and Shiro can continue to play at this level, who can say that he can't be a top 3, top 2, maybe top 1 player that's probably shooting a bit over target?
I mean, joke aside, his trajectory has been beautiful. It's been fascinating to see Shiro. Jacob was making allusions to the Gambit days, and when we had the online era, we had a whole lot of hopes for this player, a whole lot of expectations as well, and I truly feel like he's been stepping up and doing exactly what we're hoping for. And ladies and gents, no disrespect, but this right here tonight is not the day that I want to see him prove, but I think he's been doing it in different settings, at higher, more prestigious, more pressurized environment where he's been fragging, he's been talking a whole lot. You see the cams, he's taking charge, he's giving instructions and clutches and what he needs to do. He is turning into the superstar that we were hoping to be. Like, he's almost as good as I will. I'm just joking. He's amazing. Shiro is an amazing player right now, honestly.
It's paining you to say all this.
No, I am truly a fan of Shiro. I think I love the fact that he came from being a relatively passive, not too crazy volley player to now actually being a difference maker, playmaker whenever he needs to.
That's the thing. The style of Shiro is unique, right? You look at Saivu, you look at Simple, they have some explosiveness to them. Obviously, Simple is a case for himself, but even Saivu in clutch scenarios. Shiro is a bit boring in a sense that he's just doing the right things at the right time at all times. He's very consistent.
Boring.
Yeah, I think it was Maui Launders or one of them, one of the commentators saying something about the fact that you never really see him hit any sick flicks or anything like that. You see him take the shots, you see him take the good position. It's sort of like device.
Who had this opinion? Who had this opinion? That person needs to be fired. Who said that? Someone said Shiro was boring.
I'm going to name drop it. Shiro is a bit boring in his play style compared to Saivu and Simple, and maybe that's why we're not giving enough credit for it.
Well, do you know what? I'm going to make you just be quiet for a second, and we're going to hear from someone who's actually got some good points. It's Heku with Nafani.
So, Nafani, congratulations. You are one step closer to another LAN. You were dominating on Vertigo, so I do wonder, do you think you might be one of the best teams when it comes to this map?
Yeah, of course. I think our Vertigo one of the best in the world right now. Actually, it was always like that, I will say. I mean, we can really feel this map, and everyone understands what to do. So everything is fine at this map for us.
Well, you barely had any time between like the LAN and the tournament today. Tomorrow you will have a day off. So I wonder, will you keep on tryharding, or will you take like just maybe like a tiny little break?
Suddenly we don't have any day offs. We have a lot of tournaments and qualifications if we look forward, and yeah, no time to chill. That's it.
Just full on grind.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we have right now 2 qualifications in 1 tournament in a row, so we don't have day offs at all.
Well, the results of 2020 and 2021 kind of showed that when it comes to like being under pressure and getting to grind, like you end up being victorious and you end up being on top. But this win today means that just in a few days, you're going to play against NIP. Do you think that they might cause you some troubles?
Yeah, of course. I mean, first of all, it's online. And we also need to notice that they're a pretty strong individual team, I will say. I mean, even if they don't have really great results right now, so they are still dangerous, and we must prepare for them. And yeah, that's it. I mean, it's not a bad team at all. People just don't understand how usually things works, and that's it.
Well, that's all when it comes to my questions, but we actually do have a question from people from Blast TV, and they actually voted for one question that they really want to know from you. That question is, how did you come up with your nickname, Nafani?
It was some Soviet cartoon, so I just stole it from here, and that's it. Nothing special.
Is it like your favorite cartoon or something?
I don't think so. It was just a random nickname.
Random nickname that you liked.
Yeah, and everyone just started to call me like that, and that's it.
All right, then. Looking forward to see you in a few days. I want to tell you, like, I know I got a bit rest, but I guess we can never sleep, so...
Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately. But we remember, like, in 2020 and 2021, that's when you had your peak, so maybe this is, you know, like, the solution to maybe any problems that you have.
I hope so.
Yeah.
It will be cool if it's like that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Nathani.
Well, one thing for sure is those boys know how to grind. They know how to make the most out of that boot camp facility they're in. They've done it once before, and they're looking to do it again. And Cloud9 will be facing off against NIP now. DGL gets his wish.
Yeah, that is going to be a great game to watch for sure. Nathani underlining once again the importance of grinding these games, playing officials again and again and again, never fall out of the rhythm. I think it's a tight line to walk sometimes. You know, you can overplay yourself. You have to make sure that you can peak at the right time. They are definitely just looking to put hours and hours and hours into the game so that arguably they show up in Paris being as ready as possible. We'll have to see if that's the right method.
Yeah, it's going to get very interesting for sure. But what's going to get more interesting is our next game. We're going into the Brazilian derby. We've got paiN versus MIBR after the break. Stick with us. two Brazilian teams that are fighting back and forth, and it can swing either way. paiN and MIBR have both gone through changes that have seen them elevate themselves and find a better form, but now they go head-to-head in the showdown, where one of them is going to be going home.
One of them will be going home. One of them will be winning the game, James. That much we do know before the game, actually. High-level analysis. I know, Maniac, you're a little bit surprised by the sound of that news.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
That's actually going to happen throughout the next, I guess, between 2 and 7 hours in this game. I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be a domestic matchup between these two teams that is going to be very close. They played against each other once this year. That was insanely close. MIBR edged it out. And paiN Gaming seemed to be a growing team right now. They're getting better and better, and especially what we saw at Pro League was very, very positive.
It's a very tough match to call, and that's why it's interesting. That's why it's intriguing, because you feel like both teams currently are on a very interesting trajectory. You mentioned it. MIBR have an incredible record. Currently, they have this little microcosm of victories and wins, where obviously they don't play against the highest of highest opponents, but still they've been forming confidence. And paiN turned a whole lot of highs during the EPL stun, you know, beating the likes of OG, beating Greyhound, making Liquid look like a bunch of clowns in a series, and then fully short to mouse. So both teams clashing at a very high time, and unfortunately, only one of them is going to go through.
And we've got to look at this Liquid one in some more detail, because that's a big scalp to take.
It sure is. It sure is. Sorry, it's a massive scalp to take. I was just thinking about the game in itself. That game against Team Liquid, they made him look like clowns, you said, Matthew. I would agree. It was disappointing by Team Liquid, but it was also one of those games where paiN Gaming, in a way, cemented themselves as a team that, okay, we have to look out for them. We spoke about it coming into the pre-show as well. There's a lot of talent in SA right now, a lot of Brazilian players, and again, paiN Gaming is on the cards right here. Taking a victory 2-0 against Team Liquid, that's a massive scalp, and the way they did it, the fashion they did it in, look at the scoreboard as well, a lot of players contributing. It was very interesting to see paiN Gaming playing at that level.
Yeah, the score is really, it's ubiquitous. There's no question. 16-7 first map, 16-12 second map, so it's not like Liquid even pushed them to the last few rounds. Yeah. And look, Liquid looked a little bit lost in that series, but I thought paiN were oddly calm and in control, right? Usually, when you see a team that is about to pull the upset against one of the big favorites, one of the Big Ten or whatever you want to name it, usually they get shaky, right? They start overthinking, overcompensating. That was not the case of paiN. They looked like they were firmly on track, in control. I remember them, how they closed Ancient without a sweat, very easily, and that kind of put them on the map for me. It kind of put them on the map because I didn't expect that kind of calmness coming out of them.
And their rise continues, and Heku was able to catch up with Nekis, so let's hear what he's got to say about their form.
So, Nekis, you just traveled away from Europe, but you spent like quite a lot of time here. I do wonder, did you like also, besides playing the tournaments, got a good amount of prac?
Yeah, sure. We stayed a while in Malta and in Serbia, and we practiced a lot against the European teams, the good ones. And yeah, that was a great experience, and we are very prepared for Blast right now.
I've heard that like when it comes like to North America, it's really hard to find like good teams like for scrims. I do wonder, how is it like in comparison like between Europe and South America? Is it similar, or is like Europe still like above South America when it comes to pracs?
Yeah, I think Europe is way better than any other region for sure, but South America is growing up a lot lately. I think it's better than NA for sure, and yeah, I think NA right now is not that good. And even when you have the good teams, you cannot practice against them because you're probably gonna play against them in probably Blast or RMR and stuff like that, so you need to practice against the lower level teams. So I think SA right now is better than NA, and Europe is above all.
But we can see like that you're actually getting really good results like from all of those pracs, because you had like some really surprising upsets recently. Do you feel like it's all coming from those pracs and just like from the time that you spent in Europe?
I don't think so, because we went through the group stage of Pro League after practicing in NA. So I think it was just like we are good players. We played like for a long time during the whole year. So yeah, I think it's just because we are good players, and the practice make us get better. But yeah, I think that's it.
I want to talk about this Nekis effect, is what I'm going to call it, because this guy, right, Goso Plano gets put on the bench coming to paiN. PKL, a long-standing member, leaves. And they went from rank 30th to now 19th in the world in just since January.
Yeah, that's quite a surprising feat, right? Because you thought for a moment Nekis was kind of done.
Yeah.
This roster pushed on the side, comes back in, feels the role of who was then the IGL. Not even unsure exactly if this is role or not, if it's just filling in right now. But it's quite surprising. We had the map coming over. I wonder if we can just roll them again because there were quite a few changes in this video compared to the last time these two teams faced, right? It was not too long ago. And then we have, first of all, Anubis is in the pool, whereas last time it was removed by paiN. We can see MIBR straight up going for the Anubis that I was talking about. And then the third map, Vertigo, was actually paiN's pick, and they obtained it as a third map. So I don't know what kind of Texas Hold'em pocket game they're playing, but they really hit the full house on that one. I don't know how they got away with this video for paiN, and I mean, I predicted paiN, so I'm not going to complain, but that is quite daylight robbery from them.
That is either a sign of MIBR not having a strong enough map pool to punish paiN, or MIBR feeling super, super confident that they can take the game to paiN on a map like Anubis. paiN haven't lost the map in 3 months. They're 100% win rate on it. MIBR played it 13 times the past 3 months, so MIBR have a lot of playing on the map, but as we spoke about, they're playing against second-tier teams right now. Arguably winning a lot of those games, but really MIBR, was that the best you could pick against paiN Gaming? I'm not sure which one it is.
Just going to correct myself for a second. It was MIBR who picked Vertigo last time, not paiN. I don't want to lie to the people at home. You know, I know detectives are out there ready, so I don't want to put wrong messages.
Yeah, they're going to jump on your Twitter at Maniac CSGO and destroy you quickly.
It would be really sad if you followed me to tell me that I made a mistake.
That's shameless. Shameless. Absolutely shameless.
Hurt me in my little heart.
Well, there's no shame on this desk, that's for sure. But let's find out what MIBR is feeling going into this one.
So, Turtle, how do you feel and how is the team right now?
I think our team is very confident now. We are practicing a lot in Europe. We are like 3 weeks practicing a lot. So I think we are improved a lot. We are know each other. We are know Isen. He's so good. So I think our team is going to our best level.
You're going to do your best, but how comfortable do you personally feel playing against paiN?
It's hard to say because we play a lot against them here in NA. So we know each other. We know what they're gonna do. What they gonna pick. So I think it's a tough match play against them. But I'm really confident because I think we have a good retrospect. I don't know if you're right.
Yeah, you are right.
So I'm really confident against them.
Touch on the improvements that paiN were able to make with their changes.
Yes.
MIBR was a team we kept seeing come here, and we lost all faith in them. They weren't doing anything. They were 36 ranked in the world. Insani joins in beginning of this year. It was like late January. Comes in from the academy team, and they've been on the rise as well. Currently sat up at 24th, and this kid is impressive.
He's impressive. He's definitely been a great addition to this lineup. It's good to see they found some stability as well. I think one of the main things for MIBR and one of the main things why I got bored of watching them was they always played with a stand-in. They always come into the tournament, play with a new guy. Chelo wouldn't show up, then he was sick, then he was out for X, Y, and Z reason. I don't even know at this point why, but they would never fulfill the entire lineup, so it wasn't fun to watch them play. As of late, they've been stable. They won 15 maps in a row. I know against second-tier opposition in NA, but they're winning 15 maps in a row. And for any team out there competing, that feels good. That's going to build confidence. And as you said, Insani, he thrives off that confidence. He's aggressive, and he's definitely an X-factor for MIBR.
I mean, he's definitely a reason to be excited about MIBR. Yeah. And I think that's what we were looking for when it comes to that team. We had sort of lost faith over the months, just hoping for something to happen for this lineup, and then suddenly Insani kicks in Katowice, and everyone just say, hold up, everybody. Hold, what the hell is going on with this guy? He was relatively tame last time in their victory. We can see 45 to 44, but I don't really care. I don't really care about that scoreboard. I just care about the emotions that Insani made me feel when I saw him on land in Katowice. And that in itself is quite something new, and we might just have a future star, maybe present to future star in Brazilian Counter-Strike right here.
And look at this matchup, right? Last time it was 2-0 for MIBR, but I think this is much closer. Just look at the experience paiN would have been able to gain from EPL.
16-13 and 19-17, I believe it was in favor of MIBR, so extremely, extremely close. These two teams, they know each other. A lot of the players have been playing with and against each other before as well, so it is a domestic lineup, and that usually gives a different spirit to the game.
And there is a theme in both these lineups in terms of like finding talent and gambling on the future of a couple of these players. We talk about inside the MIBR. Zevi and Skurs have been great additions for paiN.
Yes.
And these were people that were at least under my radar. Not that I find myself as an expert of the Brazilian scene, not at all.
I thought you were half Brazilian as well.
I have Brazilian, why? Because I can dance a little bit? Or anyway, I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to lose all the viewers. But it was quite great to see them shine. Even in Pro League, both of these players delivered big time. So, you know, this is also why we can say a scene is going in the right direction, because they have this pipeline of new talents. They just keep pouring in these teams, and eventually the fire is going to catch on.
Well, the Brazilians do have the fire, and they have the skills to match with it, and they make this matchup exciting. So let's hear from these teams before we get into the game.
Last time, unfortunately, you lost 2-0. Do you think that this time you'll be able to get revenge?
Yes, it's going to be a great match. It's always tough playing against them. We played a lot during the past year and this year, so it's going to be a great match. It's always tough, but of course, I think we're going to win.
They look a different team because they had much more time with Nekis right now, and because they're as an IGL. So of course they are better than they were when we beat them, but we are better too. So it's gonna be a good match, and I hope we beat them.
And so we're all set up for the MIBR versus paiN best of 3, the first North American showdown matchup for you guys. The unicorn odds favoring MIBR, but barely.
Just barely, yeah. This is as close to dead even as you're probably going to get here at the showdown. And, you know, based on the interviews and the history and the track and the results recently, like, this should be fireworks. I mean, these two teams, it's finally a time where you look at the MIBR logo, where you have, like, a lot of kind of respect for their ability to maybe take down a tier 1 team. You know, we have a more consistency out of players like Insani, who are looking like thoroughbred stars. And then paiN, on the other hand, you know, they were the team to qualify to Lisbon by beating Furia, you know, very important matches. So they don't falter when it comes to pressure either. And again, these two teams know each other so well, knowing the vetoes that are going to come through. And we have a situation where MIBR picked into a 100% win rate map of paiN because they also have a lot of good things to say for their gameplay. So I don't think, you know, this is the kind of match that you could have 2 different results on 2 different days and could very much come down to the individuals in the server. If anybody has an off game, which we saw pretty even scoreboards last time around, so that could be just enough to tip the odds.
This could be one with fireworks. Things could get real tight. 2 improved Brazilian rosters looking to duke it out for a chance to take down the winner of Liquid versus Nouns. Those are the 4 teams on the top side of the bracket. These 2 in front of you, plus Liquid and Nouns. Let's open up. Big Uzera. Marked improvement from him as of late as well.
Yeah, he's someone I definitely love when it comes to players out of the region.
As an in-game leader now as well. Important for the paiN product. That recent Pro League run from paiN taking a lot of people by surprise. The same season of Pro League, of course, that we can sit here and talk about MIBR's win streaks and their improvements, but every time they do end up in Europe, their officials don't go too well. Dropped out of their group pretty much with ease. Big Uzera, couple of kills to open up. Insani, there he is. High expectations for this kid. Gets himself 2 kills just like BRN. And now we have the bounce back from MIBR. Oh, it looked like Big Uzera had that one locked in.
Yeah, he did a lot.
The flank from Nek is already being watched. It's a full house between Insani and BRN.
Yeah, you got to leave it to Insani. He's got to be the best player in the server right now. You know, any, of course, in terms of stature is up there, but what we've seen recently is crazy. A very good attempt, but important refrag. More important was the refrag here from Insani.
Oof. Clean with it.
I feel like there was so much pressure coming into this match to lead up into this first round to see who wins. And a little bit of a release of that tension as MIBR pick up the pistol, put themselves in a good spot. Both these teams score around 70% T-side round victories on Anubis.
I'm not wasting a second. Flash, fantastic. Big Uzera setting up Zevi and Skulls. So it's a recovery mission already. MIBR thought they were going to just trounce that A site in an instant, but another flash would be perfect. Big Uzera, no vision on them, predicts both. just mauls them through the smoke.
Man, he knew they were going to set up the boost right there. That's how deep these two teams run when it comes to knowledge against each other.
Oh, wow.
Before even they didn't even make noise yet. It's going to be a very serious day of Counter-Strike here. And I think it's a match where, you know, we're all trying to figure out what bet do you want to play? Like, who do you want to be a fan of when it comes to Brazilian teams for the next generation of teams? And there's been so many roster moves, but it finally feels like a place where neither of these teams should make another one. That they should simply build on what they have.
Yes. Yeah, no, valid point.
So, you know, we've watched MIBR go to the depths. We've watched paiN be very good, but never get consistently good results or be better than Furia for a long period of time or anything like that.
I mean, we watched MIBR achieve so little that they are one of the incredibly few teams that were ever kicked out of Blast's partner teams.
Yeah. And, you know, for good reason. They just could not figure anything out.
Yes.
But okay. And he says, round's not over, and it does get planted. Oh, not only that, but Henny, he's still alive.
Hold on. Now, if he hadn't just lost half his health versus the pistol, maybe a little miraculous 1v4 comes through, but now all of a sudden, that quick water flank, Henny feeling as though his time is limited. He is stuck inside of this corner. There's nowhere else to run. He's just going to have to fight. And it is Zevi to connect with the headshot. paiN bounce back after losing the pistol with a rock-solid A defense.
Yeah, the flash was perfect. The timing was there for the exact play that was coming. And again, we're talking about teams that know, you know, with it seems like a certain level of confidence, what kind of plays are going to come out. As IGLs, this is like a battle of the minds, more than it is like, you know, just like battle of map advantages and things like that. So we'll see. But again, with T-side being so important to both of these teams, like a lot will be dictated in the first half. But by that same token, pistol round doesn't mean too much, you know? If they're really feeling it today, they'll be able to scoop up a lot of rounds on these rifles. And Sonic was so good at Kato, I actually shook his hand.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I went up to
He walked up to him and said, wow, well done. And then you kissed his feet and you left.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was an incredible land debut as well. You know, he was so good in Katowice that there were immediately conversations in the green rooms as kind of like, yo, this guy could play for Furia. Yo, this could be the next Furia.
Right, of course.
There was just an immediate call, and like it has been some time in the Brazilian scene that we've gone seeing new faces and never making those kinds of like, you know, jumping to conclusions.
Luke Housey would be the other guy,
right?
You know, but even him, it was a kind of a short burst of attention that he got. So
very cool. The hype train is very much real. And Hard Zhao is able to get out of those Molotovs. Oof. Does get killed by the AK. And then Dark gets shut off. Zevi gonna make sure they get no further than that.
They'll have a command for that in Source 2, by the way.
All cleaned up. 3 alive here for paiN. Nice, easy hold versus the little bit of a force that MIBR could put together.
The approach was almost good. I mean, they got the molly in the right spot, but then they let the guy who was behind the molly run to a better location. So a tiny bit sloppy, just enough for paiN to get there. And I thought that actually Nekez taking the fight inside of Connector, that was the risky part of the round for MIBR. I mean, his teammate had an MP9 holding down B, which is normally right now the site that if you get the split going, it's really hard to stop. Connector control on this map just means the world. So, I guess we see why Nekez was peeking.
Easy farm kills here to be had. Pressure on long turns the attention of the Dark player. Maybe Exit can capitalize. Neck is making contact, just peels it back a little bit. This gets him out of the lethal range of that pistol. It is just a Glock as well for Exit, so maybe if he had Turtle's P250, I believe in at least one kill, but
I do like being stubborn about giving up the control of it, even if it's just like over-facing versus the pistols. You have a distinct advantage here with the rifle, so you just don't want to let the T's creep too close. But they know this about him. Time bleeds down now, 45 seconds. MIBR organize. They didn't get him off this location, so that's a big win for Nekas. And there's 2 players staffing the A site. They'll need a little luck here, I think.
Most certainly. Luck by way of Deagle, maybe. We got Skulls all the way in the back upper A site. We got Zevi with him. These are the 2 stars of this paiN roster. This should just get torn to pieces, and of course it will. Nicely done. 3K for Zevi, off to the races. 9-1, 4 rounds into this game.
Yeah.
You know, I was kind of surprised. I was looking back through the paiN roster history, and you know, like Insani joining MIBR kind of just gives them this new birth and looks great. Lukowski over on Fluxo. I didn't realize how long Zevi has actually been a part of paiN, but for a long period of time was just mediocre.
Yeah.
Like that's if you look at his statistics now, it's like he is a hard carry. He is a star of this roster, and it just came after time, which isn't really the trend. You know, that's not what we see often. So very cool for him to just be that improved of a player. We'll see if he can continue the early momentum, but Skulls' nade finishes exit. Sonny's dead to the Zevi spam. Smoke, not his ally. It goes both ways. Nekas loses Dark, and this could prime them for the B hit, but Bomb is still back by Bridge, and Hardzao cuts off Turtle's long play with the double kill inside B. paiN skating forward towards a 4th round win.
Oh man, that risk I think made a lot of sense after they took out Nekas, right? Like that's a moment where the rotations aren't in just yet. Does Henny get wrapped upon right here? It looks like he's gonna miss a timing. Hardzao just above him. Clean headshot. Can he find a second? He does. Henny on for the clutch. 1 left here in Skulls, but the bomb is in a weird spot, man. Now he's got to worry that this bomb could be covered, and it looks like Skulls is about to find it.
Oh man,
but there's still a chance. We'll see. Henny doesn't know where he is.
Well.
Oh, and Henny's going all the way around, but when does he stop running?
He hasn't.
Oh, he hasn't.
But because Skulls is pushing forward, he also didn't hear it.
Oh my God.
As he walked forward, Henny just stays out of earshot.
Skulls surely turns around at this point, right? Oh, he's going back to his site.
And Henny's so fixated, but now he turns. Oh, Skulls does come back. God, man, that's one of those weird ones.
And he made a play that made a lot of sense right there, because obviously Skulls is trying to figure out where the ghost of his person was if he's going to make this big rotation, but...
Wow.
Yeah, matter of timing. Hard one for Henny to figure out with him making that play. This is a great hold from Hardzao, though. Look how careful he is on the second fight. Aware of it, but not over-facing with his smoke down. A couple of times now where MIBR have obviously found an opportunity to take the B site, but they don't get everything in place at the same time. They don't get that second entry to allow for a plan. Now, Nekas has died trying to make this push, and there will be another time. That flash is absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's a little too easy.
Hardzao alone again. I think this is almost certainly a situation where you leave 1A, you overstack B site, and hope it comes this way. But they're slow to it.
Hardzao's got a smoke to play beyond. Zevi, easy pickup. Hardzao, double kill plus the bomb drop, so no extra little bit of money is easy to be had. MIBR just gonna have to sit back. They've been canceled out here, relegated to long. Sure, they have hands on an M4, armored at that. Let's see if paiN can do anything miraculous, but nobody's even given him a shot to take.
This would be a first in a stabilizing round. It feels like even when paiN won before, Henny in 2 of these situations gotten all but 1 kill to keep the money honest.
Lost player's position confirmed. Another smoke to block off some of them. Try his damnedest, but we got paiN on fire.
Wow. Zevi up to 11-2. Hardzao doing well, losing what you would argue is the more important player inside the B site. The guy who's supposed to take over connector. Both situations now where Nekas has died, Hardzao has used his smoke perfectly for the execute and then dealt with both choke points and most importantly not died at all. I like Hardzao in the same way I always like Jota. I feel like individually I feel very kind of like he's a very reliable rifler to leave alone. His stats are not always the top of the board like, you know, Zevi has been lately, like Big Uzera has been in the past. And I feel like he makes very good decisions. Oh.
Oh, caught him with a no gun out. Guards out, down easy. Nekia's able to trade back one. Poke that from long. Spam fight almost topples him, but he is still standing with a support on plat. Big Uzera awaits the commitment. Here it comes. 2 towards smoke. BRN first. Doesn't get the kill on Big Uzera, who's able to dive into the cover, get the reload on his own for a moment. Zevi desperately trying to get into the mix here, and still Big Uzera tears them up! Pistols out for him. Henny into the 1v3 clutch with a kill already. Smoked off are the other CTs, but Big Uzera survives for so long, does so much damage, and keeps paiN's ball rolling.
Wow. He had no nerves in that situation, but I feel like his attackers did. That first spray came in crouched underneath it, ready to take the fight, and he had a few seconds to try to lock it up. Doesn't get the kill, and then Big Uzera gets 2 more because of Zevi's flash. Stayed confident on the pillar, snuck into a good spot in the first place, and they played patiently. It's another situation where MIBR, they've shown their game plan. They want B. They want B no matter how hard it is, and they're oftentimes able to get that connector kill. That's a tough one to swallow.
But it's already coming back to this idea that, like, paiN love Anubis.
Yeah, they love
paiN
Anubis.
are good at Anubis.
Yeah.
Look at that. Whatever that was. Actually, don't look at it. Do yourself a favor.
Yeah. They do love Anubis. But MIBR have actually more games played on Anubis and also have similar stats in the sense of, you know, really strong T sides. But right now, paiN's game plan, CT side, they must have been adding stuff for this match. You know, they must have been thinking about this for a long time. Because I don't think MIBR expect to get caught off this badly. Oh, man.
It's got the trade frag at least. Oh, love that.
Wow, he just hunts him down.
So confident. Pistol here. Also toppled. Skulls having an easy day over towards the A site. Barely tested. And Insani's Deagle looking for Zevi. But he just gets down into the cover. He's good.
It was a moment for him.
Insani not shining at the moment.
Yeah. Don't worry if you're watching. There will be an Insani round.
I am watching and I am worried. That's me. I'm that guy. Oh, Zevi. Let's see it. Deagum or die. Oh, actually, he just swapped in the AK. Not going to make a difference. Ooh,
oh, wow.
Nice and easy. And Sonny, Henny both taken down. Oh, okay, I saw that. You see that?
What happened?
I gave him a little bag.
Oh, you gave him the tea bag?
Just one. Just one. Just a little. Just a little.
A domestic tea bag.
A little plunge.
Hit him with that Earl Grey.
A little English breakfast.
That's vile.
Util puts Zevi on high alert. All right, now we just sit back and wait to see if MIBR have anything to offer. Maybe we get to see them target that A site. It feels like ever since, remember Big Uzera just reads the fact that they're boosting silently behind the smoke? Like they felt so red in that moment that they're, okay guys, A's closed.
True.
Never mind.
And then they did find a good, like paiN found a good chance to push with the Alpha Zev. He didn't see anything.
There we go. Turtle's first kill of this map.
Oh, but they let Nekas get away. That was close. Ooh, Turtle's first kill.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a guy, you know, topping the board recently for MIBR.
But hot and cold, man.
But hot and cold?
Yeah, I'm a fan of Turtle, but sometimes...
He's in his shell?
Yeah, shelled up.
I feel like things are been a little bit awkward for MIBR with they're getting some key frags, but just no conversions. Their splits getting stopped by one guy sometimes. They're getting the map control they're looking for once again.
Zera in the fire.
Oh my god.
Still thriving. Doesn't get a second kill, but Nekiz will shave one off the play. Falls back 12 HP. Bomb is not yet on site. And that's that awkwardness that comes out. You know, Henny's got a cross here desperately, 8 seconds. Nobody holds him. So he gets away with that. I mean, anybody taking that fight could have stopped the bomb plant entirely. Zevi charges down the bomb site instantly. Henny looking for his impact on the op. Peeks out with a double. And now it falls to Skulls. He's been quiet at that A site. Henny caught in scope. And Skulls with a hope of a clutch in the 1v2, smokes off bomb, gets on top. BRN shuts it down.
Damn.
A second round win for MIBR. They're in it.
That was the Degster impression from Henny with that bomb getting planted. Of course, from the time left on the clock, if they knew where the bomb was crossing from, they swing, he dies. There's no chance for him to even fight back. If he does, they still lose. But instead, they give him an inch of space out of respect, and he hits 2 zingers. Beautiful shots. Not easy to kill Zevi either. Well done on the close. MIBR will have to, or paiN will have to take that on the chin, but there's still 4 deaths here for MIBR.
And another one where I think, man, you got 3 players down that long haul, and not one of them watched the cross.
Yeah.
And if any of them, or if all of them are holding that cross, I feel like the trade potential is so great that bomb gets dropped and nothing ever happens there for MIBR. 8-1, keep the ball going. But alas, here we are. Zevi point blank.
Oh my god.
Combat opping, pushing out long A with Skulls by his side, confident in the attack from defense.
Yeah, that was full trust. He had the rifle ready to go. That was the protocol.
Bomb.
Can they organize around it? The bomb's actually kind of out in the open. I mean, this is unknown territory when the bomb gets dropped in a spot like that. This is why oftentimes, you know, teams aren't going to have a setup ready to defend this optimally, and they'll let it go and then just go back to sites. But right now, for the moment, paiN are pulling guard a little bit. You know, this is the kind of thing that could come back to haunt them if they don't have the perfect communication in this spot. So we'll see if MIBR can exploit it.
Concerned about Dark, doesn't want to drop. There's no threat that side.
Right, yeah, he's hoping to catch a rotator.
Oh, Turtle catching
That's
big.
the kind of moment.
Big, but if he makes next contact, of course, somebody's ready for him. We've got Exit up on Rugs. Insani dies in the canals. And with 30 seconds on this clock, Exit is in such a weird position here, stuck between 2 CTs. He knows about both.
He's silent.
Oh, Skulls gets dinked and still delivers. Zevi with the aggressive long A op play to stop bomb and just suck all the life out of MIBR's round.
The guy dying by the boat, you know, that's the free kill that can happen in a setup like that, but they played it, they got good spots, and they had overall great trades, and they brought him up, Zevi. He's been a star today, and he's making smart movements. He's taking all the aggressive openers that they could want, and MIBR, they won that last round off a 1v1 clutch. They forced into the previous round, and now they've only got 1 rifle.
Okay, not gonna happen.
Okay.
Still waiting for that Insani round, Launders.
The Insani, there's not going to be, this series doesn't end without an Insani round.
The series? I thought you told me they would happen in this map. Are we pushing back the bar?
I was intentionally vague. I said this round, the round is coming.
Ah.
I didn't say what year.
2026.
Yep.
Shoot! Click! All right, man.
Damn. Well, no, actually, what I was going to say is they're T sides to look forward to, but that's right now.
Sonny engulfed in the flames. But nothing's as hot as that op on Zevi.
Both of these teams have, unfortunately, been feeder rosters for other teams, right? I mean, Safe coming out of paiN, and MIBR losing almost every player they've ever played with. And that's probably because, you know, it's never been felt like they could win tournaments on their own. So the way for their orgs to make money, obviously, is to sell players when they get good. But this is an interesting kind of turning point potentially for both of these rosters where like they might actually be able to carry the mantle for Brazilian CS moving forward, you know, be a second top team to Furia, that kind of thing. So yeah, matches like this, of course, are where those statements will be made. But at the same time, it still doesn't take away from the argument that both of these teams have made so much progress individually on their own paths. There doesn't have to just be one, of course.
Still wonder if they regret the Anubis pick.
Yeah, I don't know what they played in their last head-to-head, so let me take a look at that.
A site, B site, both have been closed, and then if you decide to go mid instead, you deal with Zevi, who is lucky to be alive this round. Single point of health.
So MIBR took Vertigo last time.
How'd that go for them?
Oh, they won. They won.
Yeah, interesting.
I think since then, though, it's not been consistently one of their best maps, so that's why. Okay.
Zevi gets finished off here towards A site. Skulls takes his place. Mid-split comes through, and for the first time, MIBR have footing on this A site. A 5v3 post plant. Finally, you get damage versus Zevi, force him to go from the mid-hold into an A peak, looking to make something happen with his little bits of HP. He gets cleared out. MIBR, slow around. Pressured here, pressured there. Managed to cake a third. It's on the board now. We talked about the, whole MIBR 7-match win streak at the moment. 15 maps with it. In reality, this is a team that I was banking on because I thought that they have a lot of online play. And in that ESL Challenger League, they were essentially undefeated. I think they had maybe one best-of-1 loss, or like a forfeit because they were a pro league. And then on the other side, you had paiN in the exact same instance, right? Also beating everybody. Every single competitor within NA just can't keep up to these two teams at the moment. But as we got closer to this specific matchup, MIBR have looked shaky. They just played ATK in the finals of that Challenger. It was supposed to be paiN, but they did playoffs in Pro League, so they had to forfeit. They had to completely pull out.
Right, okay. Oh, that would have been a cool match.
It would have been a great match.
This is the match.
Yeah, right? Yeah. This is the one now instead. This is what we get. And the wins from MIBR over ATK, like they go into a best-of-5 with a 1-map advantage.
Yeah.
They go overtime in the first map and then a 16-14 versus an ATK who have players actively saying they're looking for new teams.
Barely trying.
And barely keeping themselves ahead of that. So wins are one thing, and I feel like the hype was maybe a little inflated with MIBR for that reason. They haven't been putting their best foot forward in the last week specifically.
Well, they got a good clue this last round, figuring out that they could take down both Zebi and the A site, which seemed impossible for a time. Now, will they kill them twice? That's another question entirely.
Completely different setup as well.
Yeah, so paiN have had a number of setups so far. Like the variety here on CT side has been nice to watch. Even if some of the risks that were taking over towards B didn't work out, they still converted most of those rounds. So we'll see. Zevi and the Rifler support, these two have been working together like clockwork. One good flash could change all of it. And he will delay the flash for... Oh!
What goals?
Oh, that was the trade.
That's the whole setup, right?
Yeah, they got...
And instantly smoked. Now, the difference is Insani gets the pickup on Nekis.
Oh, they can run it. Yeah, they're going to take the bomb backwards now. 45 seconds, and paiN want to respect the smoke for the time being, but Insani can make some progress.
Patient. Doesn't just sprint in. Doesn't throw caution to the wind, but it did give just enough time for Hardzao to work his way back up long. Henny's going to go for the plant. Behind the pillar is Insani. Comes back, falls. As Hardzao got dangerously close. No flick from Henny, and a desperate sprint now from Exit through Dark. It's the only hope of holding off this defuse. We've got multiple bodies on top of Bomb. He goes through the molly, gets one, but they will still jump on with ample amounts of time.
Wow.
It's a 10th to paiN's defense.
You see how they transitioned into that flash? Big0 got his first kill, and the flash support came out right after the frag went down. It was a perfect moment where Henny, he loves that angle playing on the site. You expect him to get a couple of kills, but they were so fast, he couldn't even scope up. Right here,
Yeah.
The call is so good. Oh, it's hard out, excuse me. And look at that perfect transition. I mean, there's literally no time for Henny to get into his comfort zone. That's really well done. Good communication there from paiN.
In that replay from Skulls, though, I mean, I hate to throw him under the bus. Turtle, the entire time, is shooting at Skulls on that plat, and Skulls has time to kill the player not shooting at him, then transition, and finish Turtle. And the fact that he's still alive after that, this is a bit insane. We've got double pushes through the mid-smoke. Somehow MIBR come out on top, but look at their HP.
Oh, but Zemi's got a molly to the...
Look at what makes the difference. Turtle picks up another hard south position known. Bomb can just run towards that A site, and all seems good. But the little bits of health that are left, that's the problem. Yeah, man, Turtle. I mean, if Turtle kills Skulls on that plat last round, they could have followed through into A. Bomb has been planted. Turtle looking a little dull, unfortunately. Hearts out. Cautious about the approach to A site, backs up into Turtle, so talk all that smack, but he just got himself a 3K. Critical round as well added to the board, so take what you can get. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, but yeah, the 1-2 punch over on the A side has been pretty solid overall, but there's a key frag from Insani on the lurk, which adds a little dimension and a little flavor, and of course, this situation, I don't know, it's a total clash of ideas. I think you're not going for aggressive mid-control if you think they're going to make that push. And, yeah, from the T side, you're just going to sit back normally. But it still goes fine. They handle the chaos so well. So one final round, mixed up buy here from paiN, a chance from MIBR to get some dignity in this half.
It's still a map both teams lean on that T side. Curious to see how many great setups MIBR's defense maybe has in store. Push through smoke. Sani's still kicking. CZ of Neck is bests him. BRN comes through the water, but the trade train here, so back and forth. And Zevi comfortable on the plat, dodges a flash. BRN to make the difference. 2 kills to his name, and a 2v2 is where we're left. Skulls caught on the exit, just over top of that smoke. Big Uzera. What you got left in the tank here? Final round of paiN's defense.
Looks like he's playing to see if they fake clear it so that he can come in on the flank. Right now, they're not worried about it. But they don't want to get caught off for no reason. Have one person with their hands busy as they get the bomb planted. For the moment, it looks like things are about to settle. Big Zero's got his work cut out for him if he really lets this bomb get planted. But, well, he's found a timing. Oh, and he gets the shot.
Uh-oh. 35 seconds.
BRN is trying to hold down this escape route.
Fakes. Oh! Wow. Shut down by Big Uzera, and he makes it look so easy.
Oh, he's walking forward.
Zevi's zooming, and Big Uzera have MIBR cruising for a bruising. Come back for the second half in just a second.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Não entrou.
Vou olhar meio. Meio foi brecha.
Rato entrou. Entrou rato. Mais um e entrou fundo também.
Tô longe. Vou bangar na sua frente.
Banga.
Cuidado do meu meio.
Banga. O rato otário. Dois otários. Rato. Comeu esquerda.
C4 é
com
mim.
você.
Tô na mesma linha. C4 é mim. Na direita, C4, ele não passa.
Nice.
Clean, calm, collected. paiN in full control of the situation right now. A CT side that was looking glamorous from the start, from the very beginning, when Big Uzero was reading that A attack through smokes like it was nothing. And they never let off. 11-4 on the defense.
Yeah, I think the two best parts were the variety in setups on CT side, even though everything didn't go well. And look, the experimentation. I mean, they only lost 4 rounds in total. That was really good. And this is despite even losing the pistol to MIBR, so definitely not their best self. See if CT side has been as gracious to them as it was for paiN.
They're in. And Turtle's down already. Bomb plant, 5v4, not a single point of damage taken here by the T's until BRN gets in.
Oh,
that's kind of accidental.
The guy in the back.
Yikes. Hardzao takes a stray. Nekiz returns the favor to BRN, but then Insani's got at least the plat control for the time being. One dark, one unknown. We've got a smoke on exit, but he's losing teammates as Big Uzera comes through, and that smoke doesn't entirely cover the bomb. Exit's gonna gun him down! But does he have the time?
I think he's got it. Yeah, I think he got on it soon enough. Well, he's sticking it here.
Ooh, it's gonna come close.
Oh, and it turns green, but they lock it up.
Dangerously close, but he's got it.
Wow, he could have hid from that one. But look at the shots here from BR. I think he adjusts for the second guy. Give him some credit.
Nah,
it looked a look.
Nah,
like,
bro.
no way. Only Monacy's that fast, huh?
I think that's just Hardzao stepping into the line of fire.
All right. Well, things can now get interesting.
Yeah.
And like, again, they both do super well on T sides, but they know each other so well. Like, I don't know if I would go off of their stats versus other teams, because paiN just proved that like they had no problem. So.
But we're missing 2 star players from MIBR right now.
Yeah, Turtle. Yeah.
No, not even, man. Insani and Henny.
Oh.
That's who I'm thinking.
Right.
I'm thinking like
Henny got a clutch.
Henny did get a clutch.
Insani had a pistol.
Yeah, but he's dead now.
Dead now, of course.
He also died to that CZ in the first round.
That was not a good sign.
I'm still waiting for his round, Mo. BRN, meanwhile, trying to keep this team afloat. Dies to Hardzao. Look at the HP. Zevi, Skulls, Hardzao, all a stiff breeze away from death.
And they don't have a sight, though. So I think it, certainly rather be an MP9, honestly. There are a couple.
But the map is so big.
That's
and MIBR
true.
are so few.
So I think we look to, Big Uzero in a situation like this, because they're not going to take a site without him. The lurks are not in play in the right direction. The CT side are gambling now towards the B site, so they've allowed the paranoia to creep in by just waiting a second. Now, there's still, honestly, this could be the craziest MP9 clip of all time. You hide those health bars. This could simply just be a 4K, and we don't talk about it.
If he looks the right direction.
If he looks the right direction. With the amount of time left on the clock, mid's now cut off as the rotation point, so paiN are doing a good job here, but they still should be scared.
Oh man, Zevi just got down connector though. MP9 back sight. It's an easy pickup versus Skulls. Oh, headshot versus Hardzao. They do lose the mid play. Big Uzera in for the clutch. Guns up off the plant, dodges the first threat, but Henny makes sure that Big Uzera goes down and that MIBR can make this comeback begin, at least.
Yes, the damage was not in vain.
Get it started.
That's pretty solid overall. I actually like how paiN approached the site with their low HP players. Did almost a good enough job to get those kills, but they respected a smoke and then allowed for rotations to get back into play slightly. The mid-rotation didn't get its frag. Somehow from this position, BRN almost gets 2 players, so Hardzao's low HP, came into effect. But Exit kind of had a good spot, and that was actually beautiful. Pre-fire. So let's get the energy back up here for MIBR.
That's a moment, too, where Henny gets active. Could have waited for his teammate to get a little closer. Doesn't. Tries to jump on that bomb plant. Biguzera with a chance to take his head off. Can't contain the chaos that Henny brought to that situation. Turtle flash to go around the corners versus pistols and a whole lot of grenades.
Oh, baby.
BRN with 3 just mows down any hope of paiN of attacking that bomb site. Now a 4-round game as this CT side has a chance to breathe.
They do have a carry, even if it's not Insani with BRN. It's up to 22 already. He's definitely been trying his hardest.
They're air raiding at the moment. Here's the test. Guns up. Ooh, they go for it again. Risky business, but one that definitely pays off in information, that's for sure.
Yep. It's a little early, and they peel back, so they'll start to move over, but they lost mid control, right? They did dedicate some resources here. What? Oh, and that smoke goes down.
Exit
That
guys
just got him in the back, yeah.
No, that was a mid pick.
Oh,
that was a mid pick.
I thought there was 2 guys
right
on
past the player. There was the long play that could have come through from Skulls, but he's yet to activate.
So that was the thing, man. The pace was really good from paiN. Okay, let's see though. The retake BRN, again, top performer right now. He's walking into a good spot.
Yeah, he's
Is he
between
gonna
them.
be able to clear this though?
It's right there for the taking.
Oh my god, he's hiding his body perfectly.
Oh, but a clean one on Zebi. Still expects it, can't finish off Hard Zao, who is lucky to be alive. Turtle, time to shine. Comes through, but just took 91 damage.
Oh, he can't run through that. He has
and
no
the
health.
Molotov makes the difference. Just that dink is enough. Knife out, tries to close the gap. Frag could have just killed Hard Zao. Had that nade gotten the kill, he could have stuck the defuse, so there was a chance.
Played it from a good spot. If his bombs planted on the other side of it, right? So
well done.
Yeah, that's a really nice round from paiN. Even though, so the thing is, you could take aggro, like getting all that info on the other side of the map, but when they gave up mid, they also gave up their rotation point to the other side. They'd have to go the long way around, and that's why they got caught off guard. So just as much as that looked like it was the CTs being proactive, paiN took a risk by going fast through mid, and it paid off. The money's still here for MIBR, but it might only be for this round if they're not careful. Oh, interesting use of the smoke here.
Yeah, right, just across behind it. Oh, and he opens up. That's the interesting smoke. BRN jumps on the chance to take away control. But there is still a threat here. Oh, Zebi, that's clean.
Yeah, he's frying. 24 and 11 to bring the 3v5 back to winnable.
It's like Hobbit levels of performance.
Now, Turtle is a guy, again, you brought up. He's having a really rough game right now, and he's also going to be the point of attack in a second. It really depends how the clear goes. And he's got some support with him, actually. But BRN's, he's got to worry about connector, so can't exactly help him right away.
Especially now that that smoke's down. Turtle's got another, but locked into the corner at the moment. If they walk up, they can approach the doors by 35.
They've done this with a good pace. Like, they can take their time, but we'll see. Again. Oh, there's
man.
Turtle out. Wow, that was a sharp clear.
Oh, and no recovery kill. Damage is enough to stop Nekiz. 2 players down to the teens or less. And so, all of a sudden, MIBR having to bank on Exit and Insani on the rotation.
Well, the nade misses.
Gets stuck on the center column on the obelisk. And Nekiz able to lean into the plat. Insta headshot versus Insani as well, and that's with such little HP. There is still a chance here for Exit, but he's not going to get peek from plat. Flash over top to activate him. Still he holds off, finally coming around that corner and going down. We've got the kit on Exit, but no smoke. A flash towards long. He could tap it once, try to elicit an answer, or just leave. Canals is clear for the Exit. And he does concede this. A 13th round from paiN. He'll finish off the little bits of Zebi. What could have been if BRN gets either of those 2 kills?
Yes. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And he tried to, when he ran out of time on that attack, the player jumping around, went back to fight Con. But Zevi's too sharp right now, as much as VRN has been hitting shots. Man, this is a 3v5, and the margins were very slim, but look how careful Nekaz is in this spot, and they also make a rotation back towards the B site with enough time to do that. To walk the entire rotation, to clear things properly. They actually gave themselves a chance to win. And actually quite an important round economically here for MIBR.
Good attempt, though. Very good attempt to try and stop that hit, but BRN just not enough on his own. I mean, Turtle, dude. I guess he didn't have a helmet because he just died instantly to the first shot of the Galil.
I think the key thing was there that he's in a good spot, but only when there's not enough time to clear it.
Okay.
You know?
Sure.
And I think that really good part from paiN, where they look smart, was when they were able to walk back so early that they didn't give him any clue they were coming. It's sort of like if you played up against a wall in Firebox, you know, on Mirage. You know if they go Tetris and they slide out and crouch peek out, you're going to die. It's kind of the exact same fight. But that spot works if there's 10 seconds left and they got to go plant. You got to skip some angles. But paiN were really smart, giving themselves enough time.
Well, they're trying to make something happen here. Exit down to $600. Armored M4. Insani in the same boat. Didn't see him.
Oh, you must have had a nade out, excuse me. Yeah. That was also a really good anti-ego spot because it was right when Insani came up to the window into Canals, right?
Man, this is just brutal. 14th here for paiN. BRN can't finish it off with the USP. Locked and loaded.
Well, the difference between these two teams, if MIBR were winning, they'd be exploding in terms of energy, like on cams. But paiN are always so calm. Even when they beat Furia, you know, the qualify, they like kept it chill the entire time.
They mean business. Same gaming house they qualified for Lisbon from. You know, if we look towards Brazilian teams that have actually made historically runs at showdowns, paiN is at the top of that list. Looking to do it again, but BRN no longer with a USP. Will take one back from Big Uzera. Do they pounce on this bomb site? Nah, with smokes in front of them, they'll hold off.
Man, they invested a lot utility-wise. Oh, well.
Half points.
We can count that as a trade.
Was that his round? Was that the one?
It's Insani's big round. No, it's still coming. It's still coming. Because if it's not coming, he's going to end like 6-20 or something. Yeah.
Literally.
Which I don't see that happening.
But 7-20.
7 and even that is so unlikely. Well, if we look at recent games, this is pretty. He hasn't been inconsistent recently, right?
Not really, no.
So,
no, it's like him, Henny, and BRN that have really been the three pieces.
And BRN's like
doing it.
Where
guys,
my friends at?
Hello. He's like looking over his shoulder, making sure their monitors are on.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's okay. Look, this is a good situation for.
Yep.
Yes, for MIBR.
2 kills just as they were about to try and
I held my breath for a second.
Get into that bomb site. Hardzau's alive, though. Hardzau is alive and kicking. Turtle topples him. We've got MIBR with little life left in them. It ain't over yet.
That the play out of the window was interesting because there's so much supportive utility inside of mid that it made sense to help him through. But people are peeking connector all the time. So what does Big Uzero actually gain from dropping out in that way without the, rifle or swinging down the steps behind him or an op or even a flash?
What do you make of Insani as a CT playing inside the drop window?
That's actually becoming more meta.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can re-aggress into middle if you don't see any pressure. I think that's the key one. So you're standing in the window and you're hoping they don't default towards mid. If they don't, there's huge value. It's sort of like in like a, you know, Lara Croft is like running from a boulder and then and she has to get up a ramp and then she tucks in. You know what I mean?
Okay, like Crash Bandicoot.
You cheat it, like Crash Bandicoot, exactly. Yeah. It gives you a really good head start. And that's why sometimes T teams are just mollying the window itself.
Okay.
It's already getting that sweaty out here.
I expect nothing less. It's a pretty understaffed B site in the grand scheme of things. Still the 2-8 lean. No active play out of MIBR. No information searching. They are just sitting back and allowing paiN to do as they please. This may require something special out of BRN, and he is flashed instantly. Smokes come down, util goes out, 35 seconds. CTs still have not left A site. Oh, through the smoke.
Wow, I think they threw that themselves.
Big Uzera. Oh, double kill already. Insani comes through. This could be it. This could be that round. He gets the third pick out of the Dark player, at least keeping things equal, considering the original defenders both went down empty-handed, and they've got the util to make this retake happen. Nice grenade damage on Big Uzera. The Opper and Zevi comes out of Dark. They're cautious about the Canals flank, but there's no CT over there. It's double temples, one long, a missed flash, a missed op shot, and a peek out of Zevi. Good for the first. Doubles it back just like Henny.
Damn.
Anything you can do, he can do better. Zevi, 29 kills off of that one, and paiN's 15th queued up.
Yeah, this is the time, I think, where we start saying Zevi's name more often. And he has gone underappreciated on this roster. And as you brought up, it's been someone who's recently been a star player. And this, you know, a map like this really shows. Because before, it was a lot about Big Uzera, I think. Especially during that qualification to Lisbon. Sandy gives it a shot, but look at the confidence here from Zevi.
And am I wrong, but was Big Uzera opping and in-game? Was he opping back then?
No. It was. Damn it! I forgot his name. It was safe, and then somebody replaced safe directly. That ops. I can't remember his name now. Oh, that's gonna kill me. I'm gonna look.
Don't die. Ooh. MIBR doing enough of that for us.
It was somebody who I thought was really good at opping, and I was sad that he left.
Nithon.
That's the man, yeah. Okay. But it looks like they have unlimited good oppers.
Nekas will fall. MIBR feeling as though they are caged at the moment, had to get active, had to make something happen in a 4v5. And who else than BRN? Because he's the only player right now that's going above and beyond to try and make this domestic matchup even interesting. 28 kills. Next closest, the 15 of Henny. Utility to pressure exit. The last round had a player with him the entire time, but now Henny is escorting Insani towards the top mid bridge. But as they push forward, paiN get ever closer to that A site, and exit's solo MP9 is going to have to come up massive. At least he knows his flank is clear, can entirely fixate forward. And honestly, paiN taking so much time at this point that Henny is also getting dangerously close to the flank. He jumps on it, pounces the back line. MP9 good for one. That is enough to keep MIBR's hopes alive. 20 seconds and Skulls goes deep. A clean headshot on BRN. Insani, is this finally your moment? Henny on the flank from A. His teammate in from mid. Double flashes to the T's. No kit for the retake. Insani sees the back, easy pickup. But here comes Skulls, deep in this bomb site, trying to section them off. Weapon advantage, goes dry, Glocks out, and Insani will keep this one going.
There you got it.
Okay.
That's the one we've been waiting for, folks.
That's the one?
That's why we talk about Insani so much.
Yeah, man, I love the way he USP'd the guy with
Forced
no
him
gun
to
out.
press 3 instead of 2. Damn. Yes, it's been a struggle.
The game keeps going.
Well, they got the flank in, they get the info when they need it.
That was a nice
Skulls
kill.
looked like he was about to lock this whole thing up.
Yeah, And if that was clean, if that was a little cleaner on the long kill, he still has a couple bullets to duke it out with Insani, who's then stuck on a USP.
Yeah.
Doable. Yet MIBR fight on.
I like the little burst of emotion, though. They stay alive. And even though it was 2-0 MIBR, last time it was very close. Within just a few rounds. This is the first timeout for a paiN? Okay. They must hate their coach.
Shut your mouth.
They are smoke respecters, though. When MIBR throws smoke down, paiN slow down. Hardzao, the one gun here for paiN. Just a light investment.
Zevi and Skulls were added to this roster on the same date, August 15th of 2022. Again, I want to add, like, it was such an interesting development to see paiN finally improve because the roster change didn't seem like anything special when they both came in.
Right.
Oof, no, okay.
Oh. Ooh. Wait, that's two guns. They split open mid like a coconut.
No, he doesn't have armor, but he just goes so deep through CT
Look
spawn.
how far they are. They're wrapping around through spawn. The CTs don't know how bad it's gotten just yet, but the bomb is in interesting spots. I mean, the re-clear here from BRN certainly coming soon.
He's got to clear mid.
And Big Guzera, but he knows that there's going to be someone here. Does he want to be here with the bomb? Now he's going to spot this.
Now he's scared.
But he's also spotted bomb on radar, right?
And if he doubles back, they're already this close. He's got a teammate in Turtle. BRN picks up both.
Wow.
Turtle goes down. Big Guzera at 60 health with bomb and spawn. This AK in the hands of Skulls. BRN hiding behind the pillar. Gets a glimpse of him and dies. Not like this. Not this round. Zevi's Glock to open mid, his 31st frag.
Oh, and look at the bomb, the post plant that they've opened up. Now, they, again, don't have much, but yeah, Big Guzera, no armor, but all three get guns now. And Op retaking with exit. Just for 10 rounds here, MIBR have a chance. But do they even have a kit?
No.
Oh, wow.
Unless there's one on the ground somewhere inside of the site, but I see no outlines. I mean, you've got to go, and you've got to go already. Then Nekis connects to exit, and with a Glock, Zevi will open up mid, brutalizing Insani, taking his weapon, flanking through CT spawn. If BRN pushes out, kills Big Guzera, drops bomb, that all stops, but that's not the case, folks. paiN Gaming tested on Anubis, the map choice of MIBR. They wanted to take it here, and they got. We'll see you for map 2 soon enough.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal. Lisbon, make some noise! Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Saiwu peeks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead!
OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. God damn. Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
The dream team versus a super team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Navi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
The paiN game continues, and they styled all over MIBR on the map of Anubis. It was a great start for these guys. They're continuing the momentum. They're continuing their dominance that we've seen. And even though we spoke so heavily about certain players on MIBR, they weren't the ones to be able to do it. paiN looked like a more complete team right now.
Yeah, they definitely made MIBR regret the choice of Anubis.
Yeah.
Remember, we had this conversation about the veto. We said last time paiN removed Anubis. They allowed it through this time. But the defense was stellar, honestly. And it all started in the second round. We see MIBR picking up the pistol round. Yeah. Immediate reset from paiN Gaming with that clever stack onto the B side. Double kill with the 5-7. Double kill with the AK that's picked up. And then that's a 7-1 run for paiN Gaming, putting them in the best of position.
That was a disappointing T-side coming out of MIBR. You're losing 16-9 in a game on your own map pick and you're winning both pistols. That's not bueno. That's not good at all for MIBR whatsoever. A couple of the players, obviously, as per the scoreboard, stepped up, but you see the round distribution right here as well. It almost felt like the game was decided in the first half. Obviously, Anubis is one of those few maps right now that you'd argue are T-sided. So when you see a team putting up that many CT rounds, when you see a team delivering such a stable defense almost on such a unproven map like Anubis still is in all regards, that gives you confidence that paiN Gaming knew exactly what they were doing in this game. Whereas for MIBR, a little lackluster considering they're the ones picking it.
I have a question, Jacob. Did you actually say for MIBR this was no bueno? Is that what you think?
I did. I
did. That's not my favorite joke of all time.
I was trying so hard not to laugh, and I just couldn't look your way, so I had to just focus in.
In the book of dad jokes. I like that. We put that one right in.
You guys talk about anime all the time, or enemy, or whatever it's called.
Anime?
Anime.
You can't even say it. This is not good enough.
I don't really care. James.
People have been tweeting these great photos to you, haven't they?
Yeah, I muted them all. So.
Oh, Pimp.
Anywho. Moving on back to the game.
Yep.
paiN Gaming. Yes, indeed. You talked about the attack from MIBR. Struggled big time. Zebi was just non-negotiable. You couldn't negotiate with him. That was crazy. And I'm getting more and more excited about this player whenever I get to see him with the AWP. He had so many great stops. And it felt like it actually felt like MIBR never really had a clean entry into a site that was going to give them a power play bomb plant situation. It was either 1-for-1 trade or they were just getting multi-kill and then barely scraped by. It was a little too easy for the defense. And paiN definitely did what they had to do on that first map.
We're getting a lot of highlights coming out from this guy, BRN, and he did a fantastic job throughout this game. We also talked about Insani, and he was nowhere to be found in that first half. I believe at one point he was 1-10, 1-11 or something like that. Couldn't get anything going whatsoever. And we spoke about him being the X factor of MIBR. We spoke about him being the aggressive element. And on a T-side, on a map like Anubis, where you're giving a lot of freedom, you're giving a lot of advantageous duel, you gotta do more than that. Luckily for MIBR, they had the guy on the left right here doing a stellar job, both dropping a 30 bomb on each side of the zero right here, Sevi and Brunson. But let's be honest, he was the only thing working out for MIBR. You win both pistols, you lose 16-9 on your own map pick, and you have a guy dropping 30 kills. What more do you want in terms of win conditions to win against paiN Gaming? And still you weren't even close to make it done.
And Maniac, you were mentioning it, right? Skulls, Zevi, what they've been able to do. Well, Zevi continues to step it up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely stellar. I briefly touched on it before. I mean, his AWP on the CT side, I thought was perfect. His positioning was good. His reads of the situations were good as well. We see here 1-to-1. That's after the reset that I just mentioned. He was making sure that this forced by war was being won by paiN Gaming and that there was no negotiation to be had. Great multi-kill ability here this time around with the AK. That's the AWP that I was talking about, and the great positioning. We see some of the mistakes were made as well. That smoke right there was an example in itself. If you're going to pick Anubis, if you're going to put it right forward, then you have to have a little bit of a better utility usage, a little bit iffy on the side of MIBR, and Zevi had a grand old time.
That's what I'm looking at right now. Look at how many kills he's just getting for free. Not affected by a flash, not smoked out, not in a Molotov or anything. It almost felt like it was a bit too easy for him, and that's MIBR not making it hard on
Did you say it was a little too Zewi for him?
Yes, Matthew, that's what I didn't say.
I tried to crowbar that one. It just...
that was trying to push it too far.
I actually even missed the nickname, so it's just, slide that one back in.
Rewind, pretend it didn't happen. But you know what we do have? The Mahone zone once again. And we're going to be looking at some magic on Nuke this time. What do you got for me, mate?
What I've got today is paiN, who are actually quite comfortable on this map. And one of the reasons why is because their T side can be rather unpredictable. So let's take a look at this round during EPL that actually happened against Greyhound. So first, let's watch the round to see what happens and then break it down afterwards. So what we see initially is that Biguzera, it almost looks like he just runs out of this hut position, finds his kill onto Liaz behind the silo, and then also Vexite on top of the hut. But there's much more to this round than just him running out with his teammates. So let's take a look. So first, it initially starts with Biguzera outside this hut position, but the first detail we're going to break down here is Hardzao. He's going to toss this smoke here. Now, this smoke actually leaks past the wall. It leaks past the wall like this, and the reason why is so that it counters a potential CT Molotov. So if this push comes in, this smoke here will actually extinguish this Molotov and provide a pathway for the rest of the team to push out. So that's the first detail, this smoke right here. Second thing is this utility from T-Roof. It's not so much about the actual utility itself, it's more so about the timing of it. So take a look right here. You'll see that when this Molotov is about to land, it doesn't actually land yet. You'll already see that Biguzera and the rest of the team, they're already at the hut entrance. They're already about to come out. And the reason why they do this, or why they use this timing, is because typically for CTs who are playing behind the silo, whenever this Molotov comes in from the roof, they're already preparing to counter it. They're going to try to throw smoke on it to try to make it difficult. But because paiN actually used this timing to come all the way out, you'll see that Liaz, he's already overwhelmed. He gets taken down by Biguzera, and you'll see that Vexite, because he's playing on top of hut, he has all these flashes to deal with. By the time he actually turns away, paiN are already out. He's only able to get one kill. Biguzera finds both. So if we look back at this round again, we can see all the details. Hardzao right here, about to throw that smoke, allows the rest of the team to push in through this hut position. Biguzera knows that the player is trying to counter the utility that's going through the roof. That allows him to pass in towards the silo position and find Liaz, and also Vexite towards the hut position. So it's these details that actually make paiN rather difficult to play against on the T side of Nuke. We'll have to see if MIBR can handle it.
Wonderful stuff, as always, Danny. And, okay, yes, last time around, people can look at the head-to-head and say, yeah, MIBR got the win. But since then, they had a close game against NIP. They took down the Aussie teams as well at EPL, and then they took down Mouse. This is a different paiN.
Yeah, I like your approach. I think you might be tempted to think it was very, very close when they played on Nuke, that MIBR and paiN. But actually, the results of paiN after that have been extremely good. They've been very dangerous. In fact, I want to go one level deeper. Their T side have been something that they can rely on. And as a pick of Nuke is extremely important. 12 rounds against Rooster, 7 rounds against Greyhound, 7 rounds again against Mouse, and then very strong defenses right behind it. So for MIBR, sure, you're very likely going to start on the CT side, but it's not like you're going to be just gifted an easy defense. They're going to have to put at the very, very minimum 9 rounds, I think, if they want to have a chance at pushing it to a third.
There's no weak link when it comes to paiN and the Nuke match. I'm looking at the stats right now. All the players are in green. All the players are in plus rating. You have Suri, who just had a fantastic showing on Anubis, topping the scoreboard with an average rating on Nuke on 1.27. So he's delivering on all cylinders right now as well. There's a lot of stuff right now pointing in the direction of paiN Gaming. So I'm curious to see if MIBR have prepared anything, if they're coming out with a certain play style or coming out with a certain read on paiN that is going to fluster them a little bit. Because if it comes down to a game where we get to see the best qualities of both teams, I believe paiN Gaming is a much better Nuke team than MIBR.
And how badly, guys, do we need to see Insani in that high level we saw back at Katowice if they want to stand a chance on it?
I'm giving you the boring answer. We do need to see him. We absolutely need to see him, of course. I would like to think that this Ancient was the outlier not Anubis, right? I would like to see this Anubis being the outlier because he was extremely silent. It took him, what, 14 to 15 rounds to actually start activating. The second pistol round was decent if you really want to look for a silver lining, but this is way below what we had actually hoped to see for him. So definitely reaction is needed.
Well, let's see if they can bounce back. Let's see if they can take us to a third, or will it just be paiN taking it over the line all the way? You guys will be finding out in just a few moments.
A matchup where both teams know the ins and outs of one another. A matchup where both teams recognize that they're fond of this head-to-head. A little domestic derby here to kick off the North American Showdown. Or rather, America's Showdown, excuse me. But here we are on Nuke, with paiN already up a map. What's crazy to me, Mo, is this ridiculous performance from Zevi and from Big Uzera right behind him, and yet neither of those players are the highest rated at the end of that map. In fact, we have BRN on the other side at a 1.72 rating. If there's any hope here for MIBR, it's the fact that BRN, despite that whooping on Anubis, still put up his numbers. Henny, Insani, they've got to get activated. Turtle cannot afford another slow start. Maybe Exit picks up slack, who knows what, but it can't just be this one-man army of BRN, or else MIBR are going down easy.
Yeah, bad day for Insani would be a total aberration. One map is one thing, but the last time they played Nuke, it was also MIBR to win it. So paiN looking for that 2-0 revenge with their map pick now coming up, and MIBR taking a risk on Anubis that didn't pay off. So we'll see if MIBR can repeat history here and bring another level to Nuke and make it their day.
Of course, paiN to the T side of their map pick. We've got Turtle the ever-present ramp man. On an individual level, I think this is a map where Turtle actually has a chance to shine as well. Dedicated ramp player forever and always. However, if it goes south for him, that's an open avenue towards the B site round after round. Nekiz just charging down this ramp in an attempt to catch him. Turtle does get back towards double doors, running away, and the moment he gets a chance to fight back, he is dead. Insani connects with the first bullet out of the USP, though. Bomb not planted. Oh, no, it is. Okay, he did commit. Thought Zevi jumped off for some reason or not.
I think we missed a sound there.
Yeah. But here comes Insani. Close towards the doors. T's ready to rock. 2 on his left, 1 to his right. He knows about him. Big Uzera, that's the flank down from Secret. The late outer flank that could end up paying off. Big Uzera, doors closed in front of him. They're gonna try to shoot a hole through. BRN gets popped. Exit returns the favor. Big Uzera dead, but no time for that defuse. They will pick up pistol despite all 5 players being dead.
Yeah, no kit to work with. paiN did an excellent job of actually not rushing that situation. That takes a lot to be able to play around the control doors like that, ready to attack, but not just say, all right, we need to swing. And Insani, you have to respect him on pistols. Like, even though he had a really bad map, his pistols have almost always been excellent. The couple of shots that he hit were unreal. But all this time bought a moment for Big Uzera to come in on the flank. And he was a guy they saw outside originally, but thought he fell back completely, and that wasn't the case. Oh, really well done here from paiN. And Turtle also, he doesn't die, but he gets called out jumping into control window. And because of that, they know no one's in dark, they know no one's falling backside, they know no one's close right, and they can speed up the attack in a way they couldn't otherwise.
Okay, Skulls. That's Turtle dead.
So, like, yeah, on ramp, of course, #1 priority is stay alive, even more so than get a kill. But in that situation, you can't slow them down. And it came down to him trying to, you know, win inside a control room. And Nekiz hit a beautiful kill.
Felt like he curved that Glock shot around the corner.
Yeah.
Just a first bullet blast. But okay, chance here for Henny to show a little prowess on the scout. Watch him line up.
Oh, man, imagine a triple.
3 of them. No, Hards out. Takes a scout shot. Returns the favor with a headshot. Sani's going to finish the job with the Desert Eagle, so that's 1 down. They stall out in secret for a second. Skull's waiting for the smoke to fade towards doors, and Sani's facing against this. Picks up another headshot. AK in his hands, but vent control for Big Uzera. And they know that B site has fallen to paiN. But they go ramp instead, and there's no immediate bomb plant, so they are still able to get close enough. Utility keeps them away from just popping out of ramp in an instant. We've got flashes here from Insani. Maybe that primes the MP9 to push out. At least CTs have all grabbed weapons. They've all got Kevlar. None of them have a kit. But there's still time on this bomb, not even at the halfway point. Smoke fades, headshot connects. Nekiz dominating control room from both sides at the moment.
And that'll lock them out. They walk back. Remember how my name was Lao Zhao?
Yeah.
Into the
I do.
Rio Major. It was because of Hard Zhao. I liked how it looked. And, you know, I realized it was because Zhao means big, you know, so it's like Big Lao, right?
Big Lao.
But I realized, like, Hard Zhao's name is like Big Heart, which I don't know how Valve feel about that, but I think it's awesome.
Big Hard. 2-0 up.
Like Big Hard what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta finish the sentence.
Big Hard boulders.
Boulders.
Big Hard coconuts. Imagine dying to a falling coconut. There's at least
It
one
happens.
human.
It happens
There's at
every
least
year. It
one
happens.
human. It's happened.
Yeah.
You're that guy. Embarrassing. Insani, right back at it. From the pistol play of the Desert Eagle to the double Galil mowdown. Remember, there's so little to work with in this round. It's just what they saved. And they run rampant straight into the Galil. I mean, MIBR couldn't have asked for a better start to this round. Can they capitalize? With a couple of pistols pressed into the trophy room, 1 burned out, but Turtle still takes a player with him. Big Uzera tries to chase, cautiously, and Turtle's stuck. Down he goes. It's more damage done, though. Insani and Exit still very much alive, but with Zevi tucked in.
How does this clear go down? Okay, Bigazer's walking back into this. Zevi's gonna get the info, but whoa, Zevi's walking back towards control. And he's eyes forward on Squeaky because it's still open. So there it is. The double flank that comes in, it's staggered as well. So they think after they kill the first guy, all right, that's it. The one guy who pushed outside, well, it turns out there's two. They duplicate. Nice spray here from Insani. Crouch sliding across.
They thought they were just gonna smash into an A site.
Yeah, I think they saw a lot of grenades coming down last round in through Squeaky, and then I believe it was Neckets their hearts out, got the spray down as they were trying to get an event. Maybe they didn't think that pressure was going to come again with less utility, but they're keeping an eye on it. It's a good way to get back into the game. It's already paiN here with very little to work with. Tech9's on nuke can hit different, though. They've got to be careful.
Speaking of which... Oh, God. Oh, God. A4 from the top of site.
Uh-oh.
Falls out. Insani.
Oh, there's another. Oh, that's why he put
everywhere.
through the smoke. I was like, man, that's crazy for him to come through, and there's some guy come through. They combined really well, yeah.
All right.
Honestly, that's the lack of organization I think that we saw from MIBR when it came to like their first half on Anubis, where they were getting into positions to split, but they didn't split through two choke points at the exact same time. Even if they were to come through the smoke, they had an advantage on the site, but they always split it up, and that's when like Hard Zhao was able to get 2 kills on 2 different choke points. And this situation is a good example of how paiN are looking a lot more like a unit when it comes to their attacks, and I'm sure it's just probably feeling like an off day from MIBR, used to that kind of play, but it's cost them. I don't know where that first Big Uzera frag came from, but he was the outside lurker, right? Did he go top silo?
Looks like there's a kill in Mini that I didn't get to see.
Maybe he ran over top of him.
Yeah. Mini died first, then backside, then Insani next to Squeaky. And I mean, the top silo player inside A site had a chance to just chop down some legs inside of Hut, doesn't get a kill, falls back with half a magazine, playing with his pistol, into a Molotov. Big Uzera already jumping on the chance to just gun them down in A. So that's jubilation?
Jubilant. You're using it as a verb, yeah.
Okay. The
they jubilized him
from the round before comes to a stunning halt. Reality check from the Tech9s of paiN. Jubita hoobita.
They got punished for using a little too much ammo last time. And just spending their time trying to draw out utility as much as they can. Wow, what a great shoulder peek from Skulls over top of his own smoke.
Well-timed incendiary outdoors, though.
Interesting just looking down the vent. Now, oh, they got Henny's attention. They do look like they're trying to hit outer. I'm surprised Skulls didn't go down, though.
Ooh, Exit comes through, helps out, and BRN pushes through Hut. A recovery. Skulls tries to get another bomb dropped inside of Hut yet again. And so MIBR's defense, standing tall, starts with a Henny off kill down towards ramp.
They made a very weird move because it looked like they were trying to go downstairs, but after Skulls killed Insani, the only person watching Squeaky, and he looked down into the vent, he didn't go down, and that would have been a perfect spot to be. I think he was maybe trying to catch a second lurker as his teammates approached that side of the map, but it looked like, I actually don't know. Someone died and then, or Henny got a kill inside a ramp and then they canceled it. It's a nice Hut push from BRN showing he's still got some of that same energy from Anubis, winning no matter what the circumstances. And paiN will take a timeout a little earlier than they did last map.
unlike Anubis, this one's not starting out entirely in their favor. Turtle was what, 0-8 at the very beginning of Anubis? Now he's already had his moments of assistance towards ramp room.
I think, you know, if I was a pro player, I'd probably pick a name that would scare people.
Yeah.
So I always wonder with Turtle, because he's obviously, outside of that last map, he's been pretty good. He's a pretty scary pro player, you know?
Listen, you ever had to dance with a snapping turtle?
There are turtles that are scary.
Yeah.
I would say in general they're not, but you're right.
They're not intimidating from behind.
Uh-oh. Is he just, wait a second. BRN? Oh my god. Wait.
How?
Oh, there's a smoke there. Oh my god. But would you rather be BRN inside a mini or Henny on the big flank? Oh, and he gets a kill. Yeah, that's
just one.
Pretty big. It lets them get out of squeaky. Henny's flank can still oh, the bomb. The bomb. God, he's about to see it.
Well, I would have rather have been Big Uzera, but now in hindsight, looking pretty good here for Henny. Shot to skulls. Another T, point blank, baits out the quick scope. Nekiz thought he had him.
Yeah.
Henny's got other ideas.
That was good. That's the combat op that Henny loves so much. Second time this game, he's already flanked the back of lobby via outside. Of course, a Big Uzera, you know, takes down both inside the upper side. They've got a whole new set of problems, but this is where it already got a little scary, but Henny was just in time. Honestly, great awareness from him for the second guy approaching here in Nekiz, because I don't think Nekiz was making too much noise when his teammate was running into Hut. You know what I mean?
I do. I believe you. And good for Insani. Still excited for that round win, even though the poor guy just gets blasted off the A site.
Yeah.
Henny's telling them all is clear, but down goes Big Uzera.
And he's doing a lot this map.
He's got some slack to make up for after Anubis.
I thought he was one of the only good players besides BRN, personally.
But, yep, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the clutch. He almost got 2 1v3s.
I was just like trying to hold him to the standard of BRN, but then, you know, not everybody can drop a 1.72.
Yeah, you're being that Asian parent right now.
Yeah.
That should be me.
Turtle. Should be nice and easy. But it's getting a little crazy. Oh, Hearts out. Double Glock kill. How have you made this happen? Exit's going to put it on ice. But Zevi has managed to get beyond the outer player. It's now inside of Mini. Grabs the AWP and then gets spotted by Exit, who just hid behind box for a moment. In the end, 2 kills off of a Glock. Can't be mad about that.
That's a pretty good day in the office there for Hearts out.
Yeah, you take those.
You know, they won, but if anything, they're a little embarrassed. And that's the most you can ask for these days. With a Glock. So MIBR with a baby lead here.
What happened to Zevi, Mahone? Why is he 0-5 so far?
You don't see the T side up on Nuke.
That's not a Nubis Zevi.
It's true. Unlike you with Insani, I'm not worried about Zevi.
Okay. His round is coming.
In fact, there's going to be 3 or 4.
And now he's just setting up the util for the A pounce, but they try to dive through a smoke grenade. Doesn't bode well.
Dude, Henny's off. Right place, right time.
Hut wall spam damage, pretty significant, and Sonny and Henny softened up. Hearts out desperate to try and get something going, but as he ejects back through flames, he's taken to 17 HP. Exit controls bottom silo. Henny grabs him another one, and MIBR smooth sailing towards the 5-3 lead.
Yeah, that's pretty good. These upper hits, they really want it. They want it bad. And I think they did get one with the Tech-9 round, and they're trying to bring that same approach with better guns, but sometimes the bigger guns, all they do is slow you down. You know what I mean? Tech-9's still killing almost instantly.
Yep.
The only difference is you're moving slower.
Yep. Yep, that's how that works. Yep.
Like, what would people say? Are AKs more annoying or Tech-9s? The whole world knows Tech-9s are more annoying.
Yeah, I just hate dying to little guns.
Exactly.
You know? But sometimes, like in Men in Black, the littlest guns pack the biggest punch.
Like, would you rather fight 1,000 tigers or 1,000 hornets?
1,000 tigers, it would be over faster.
Exactly.
Yeah, it would just.
But they're both going to kill you.
Just get it over with. Yeah. Plus, like, I feel like if I had to fight a tiger and I got one good punch in, that would make me feel good.
Oh, he's gonna. I mean,
swatting hornets isn't satisfying.
You're gonna get to him, right?
Yep.
Oh, after time.
See ya. That last rifle cleared out, so MIBR, now they're feeling good. Now they can get into their groove. Turtle's thinking about it. Why not? Not too crazy, right? Tempered aggression out of Turtle. 3 kills. 4th one's right there for the taking. Neck is with the Deagle. We'll try to get back that bomb control. Meanwhile, he loses Big Uzera outside. So another easy round as far as MIBR are concerned, and a great chance for Turtle to pad those stats.
It's looking a bit better for him, for sure.
And that's why at the start of this map, I brought up Turtle. I think Turtle is a good ramp player. I think he knows when to get aggressive on his own. His risk assessment, as long as I can remember him on MIBR, he is always inside that ramp.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely seen reliable, responsible rifle play out of Turtle.
Those are my favorite ramp players. It's not the stars. It's the guys that, it's like Nav, you know?
Yeah.
Silently climbing, like you can just, it's just so reliable.
Reliable.
You can put your life in their hands.
Yeah.
Naf would never backstab you. Turtle in the same boat.
Yeah. 2 trustworthy people that you mentioned just now.
Buys back in from paiN. Let's see if they still try to keep things hyper aggressive, or whether they have paid the price for that attempt into the A site, not once but twice, stuffed point blank by the M4s.
Some standard outside play, not something we've seen recently from paiN. They have thrown the smokes here and there, but not used it, not with this many players, so some counter pressure in from exit. But no damage just yet. It might be a clean cross. And with not very much notice, yeah, no flank coming in, no pressure here. Nope, wow, rotations are just completely still. This is very slow from MIBR. If exit makes noise in this spot, this is going to be a huge clue for paiN, so we'll see how he approaches it. And if he just gets dedicated to the site, that's one thing. But they don't have decon, they don't have control side. They've at least got a couple of guys close to ramp, but that's about it. They lost vent.
Henny's not even coming downstairs either.
Yeah. Oh, we're...
Skulls to die inside hut.
They found the lurker, yeah.
They're worried about the outside heaven wrap. 20 seconds, and MIBR is still uncertain as to where this is coming in from. Empty-handed as exit. Aggression from Henny as he just charges out through that smoke. But Zevi returns the favor with the smoke spam. We've got 10 on the clock and a late lurk out of Big Uzera. Reminiscent of the last B hit when he came down from Secret. But Hardzao with 1 kill on the round already with the quick reposition towards the decon door. We've got a ton of util here for MIBR, but uncertainty in the back of their minds. And a sliver for Hardzao as he comes out off that bomb tap, dives back in, closes the door. And with that, should close out this round. It's Turtle on the 5-second stick. Oh, it's close! He called it! All the way down! Turtle with the clutch!
Oh, Hardzao. Yeah, he messes that up as an individual right there. He plays it so well up until that moment and tries to play the 5-second timer with intent to swing, but it's on second 6. So Turtle, he calls him out, but for Turtle, that's kind of his only option. He's not even going to be able to chase him into decon. Got a feel for Hardzao in that moment because that wraparound all the way to decon was actually beautiful. Ran at all the right times. Had control doors open, so it felt like he's probably staying control side. and got that opening duel. MIBR happily take that. Add another to this streak.
Now Turtle forward facing towards ramp yet again, not alone. Henny back behind him. Oh, he gets the dink, but Skulls will pick up the kill. Henny was looking at that B site, but instead doubles back up. Insani's gotten aggressive. Henny gets the back shot. Bullet whizzes by Insani. And then this deep decon control. Contrast this to the last round when B was just leaning on exit in the top site. Now we've got BRN towards decon. Henny was already quickly down that ramp. Wow. And it's so much more difficult for paiN to find the footing that just one round ago was completely free.
Dude, I love how fast MIBR are moving based on all their information. That split was about to take place, and they changed it up. It was going to be lower, and they made it upper really fast. And wait a second. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's actually a chance he can get the plant off now.
No.
Zevi with a full kit of utility, and yeah, they were ready here to stop upstairs, but the ramp rotation isn't there. He doesn't believe it. And now he's actually created a weird situation for himself. Wait, if he pushes to ramp for a frag, he could actually find himself going back upstairs. I swear that's possible.
There's no way he pulls off this clutch, right? No, he doubles back.
Oh my god.
He lands that. And now Henny's tagged, burning to the molly.
He didn't molly deep enough so they can open the doors.
They don't swing it.
Oh my god, they don't swing
Ops off the plant. This would be a massive clutch. He knows there's a player close. He's already got Henny low. It's going to require a shot and a half. And it's just not there. Not going to happen. Never should have even been that close.
Yeah. When he got the vent kill, though,
right.
I thought he was just going to go for the plant, right? They're ready to go back upstairs. I think they thought that they had got too many people to rotate down for that to be completely empty. But this round's all over the place. Like, it was upstairs, downstairs, almost ended up back upstairs again.
I guess he's just not looking. He's not even looking up. He just must have been talking.
And so when he mollies through the control window, if you throw it deep enough, it lands in front of controlled doors, and then you can't open the doors. I didn't think the molly... I thought it broke the glass, so I wasn't sure if it went deep enough, and they still didn't open the doors. Still get the round.
Ooh, what a nice kill. Vigazera doing his damnedest. I mean, is the top fragger for paiN at the moment, and it feels like a lot of these kills have been opening opportunities within rounds. So he'll do it again. Outside belongs to paiN in the opening joust. And there's nobody even picking up the slack. There's not a single set of eyes outdoors at all.
Yeah, well, he's dead, right?
Three dedicated A. And sees this smoke as a chance to clear out. Big Uzera goes real deep. Again, right? Playmaker positions as Turtle gets caught.
But what are they doing exactly? He's working on upstairs. They have the lower site completely, so they can go ahead and plant. They set up some very confusing situations, for sure. And MIBR, for the most part, they've been... Ooh, nice shot. MIBR, for the most part, have been on top of it. Even if it's gotten crazy, you don't know if it's going to be the A or B site. They're ready to, like, check ramp, re-aggress really quickly. But in this situation, everything kind of goes right. But you see a couple of spots there that paiN could have lost this round if their lurker dies when he doesn't really need to be working on hell after their kill. They have the open downstairs. I think, honestly, it's just the nature of this this region's Counter-Strike. Like, they play aggro and counter-aggro so quickly, and all the mind games going on at the same time. They crush people who aren't ready.
Hide in that smoke fast enough. Three left in the half. And it'll be happy with the fourth. Because Zero wastes no time. Into Secret already. Now, we've got Turtle already down here. Oh, okay, it's clean. Very clean, in fact. With the AUG like that, not scoped. Now it's going to put Henny towards ramp, where Turtle tends to be. Okay. Man, they assembled that and swung so quickly.
That's the Cooper peak.
Henny lucky to be alive. 17 HP. Hardzao doesn't waste a second. And this little bit of a timing could maybe catch exit. By now, of course, you'll realize this threat is very real. They go for the double hut play just in case somebody climbs up the ladder, knowing that Exit's not watching that. CT's pushing forward. Exit starts to take a glimpse back. Man, patience here from both sides.
They're not seeing anyone upstairs, but do they know that it would be a double hut takeover? Hardzao. Oh my god, he got up the ladder safely.
He just missed it, but at least they were playing for this potential play. Nekiz will catch Turtle. BRN doubles back. 2 Ts found out. They are very much fixated on the hut push. And that's Insani, who's managed to wrap it back around towards Squeaky.
Yeah, that one's
up on him, though.
That one's a little too static from MIBR, because even though they were in hut unnoticed, there was no one else anywhere else. You know, so it was just a matter of clearing angles, and they had everything going for them. Getting up heaven obviously helped out a little bit, but by that point, they already knew no one was peeking.
Exit misses that timing by like half a second.
Yeah, he also... It's kind of a weird spot. Like, they were worried about a lurk, obviously, but he's watching outside with his rifle, but also trying to watch for a ramp lurk. He knows he doesn't have an advantage on Hardzao's angle, and Hardzao just outpatients him, but he's not, like, holding it the whole time. So, wow, they create some very unique situations with the way they're lurking, like taking over Turnpike after the ramp hits and then holding for so long. This is that Cooper boost. Whoa.
It's like with the crouch. Flick. Yeah. What the hell? We literally have not had to talk about... I
told you we were going to get a Zevi round.
Yeah, I love the way he wallbanged him. That was a sick shot. Nice to have you back, Zevi. 3 and 9. Maybe back's not the right word. But alive. MIBR still trying to close out this half with the double digits. Legs spotted. A4 up from Insani. Mows him down. Easy pickups. As they burn BRN to a crisp, his teammates fall out of the heaven above, and Insani feeling it with the USP, toppled back by Skulls. Nade will end it. And MIBR stuffing another quick A play. None of those have worked for paiN.
Yeah, they want it so bad, and yet they're only getting farther and farther away from success. Again, we look back on the one that it worked in, and that was one where they had a Tech 9. Insani mollied out of his spot. It always looks like he's a moment away from death with the way that he plays on the back of the site. But right there, avoids the molly and takes a nice angle after they don't assume that he's playing on the back of the site. But maybe they thought the nade was coming in from heaven and had a second to clear the Squeaky player. But he's been great upstairs. Oh, wow, nice pick.
And he gets his revenge. BRN gets cleared out by Skulls. Does he go one further? Does he just fall back? He'll creep into the lobby. Teammates around him. Turtle's been left. Inside trophy on the off angle.
It's not a bad spot to be in, but not a ton of support here for him. This is one where they might be worried about Henny playing ramp behind him.
Ooh. Clean headshots coming out of the rifles here for paiN. And Henny clips Skulls on an attempt to fall back. And then he's immediately back over towards Hell, so could very well stop them from getting into ramp. It's at least enough to keep them...
Whoa, Henny aggroing forward. Does he... I mean, they're calling out that it's going to be an upper hit now with the fake flash.
He's just playing for the round win.
Yeah, exit on full alert.
But 2 sets of eyes pressed against the smoke and him. Henny's flank is so aggressive, and he hears the rumblings of this hut presence. He could just 5-7 both. There it is. First kill's clean. Back onto the op. No plant yet. Hardzao drops the Molotov. and that forces him outwards. paiN will grab that 6th, and a CT side awaits them.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one for Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe. He's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Plantando vazio, bomba. Plantando agora vazio. Costa.
Por essa porra aí, tá.
Costa morto. Vazio. Tudo com você, tá? Vou matar o bombe. É dupla. Pode ir pro vidro. Joga Molotov, Tutu.
Calma, não vou puxar ainda.
Ele tá pra esquerda, acho. Tá pra esquerda. Molotov aí.
Eu vou fazer uma HE.
Ah, fiz uma nojenta.
Boa mola.
Vou clicar, tá?
Pode clicar.
Tá no BB
pra
também,
trás direita.
BB.
Fiz um.
Abre a porta e beitar.
Nice, Tutu.
Nice!
He was clearing kind of very high up on the rafters where the bomb had just been tapped. But Hard's out outside of that. I mean, most of the time. Nothing but great things to say about this man.
Fantastic things to say.
Super well, especially over on Anubis. So as a team, we've got paiN on 6 rounds. Looking forward to a CT side, but MIBR, a very formidable defense for themselves. Solid upper, if that's something that they were focusing on. Well, that certainly paid off. And now, well, paiN's turn.
To just close this domestic derby out in 2. Insani does get through the smoke. Big Uzera's got his back turned, but then a smoke pops in front of him. Ooh, weird timing there. Where Big Uzera should have had a back offered up to him with Berettas rearing to go, but then a smoke gives him cover and kills in an instant here all the way of MIBR. A quick pop onto the A site. Momentum, conversions, all possible off of a pistol round win, which would bode so well for a T side that only needs 6 rounds.
Yeah, this one gets a whole lot harder. And again, MIBR won last time. In terms of their Overall nuke stats, they are 4-4 in their recent games, and they're coming off of 2 losses, but respectably so to G2 and Complexity. No shame in losing to those 2 teams. When it comes to paiN and looking at their nuke CT side, they picked this map. It's not their highest win rate map. That was Anubis, of course. They recently beat Mouse on it, 16-9.
Impressive.
Have some Tier 1 experience. They lost to NIP. And overall, have very even CT and T win percentages, which means they scored far below in that first half. They're still looking forward to the second half. Creates for an interesting situation. They win about half their pistols. Today, they haven't.
Could spell disaster for paiN's hope of closing in 2. Vertigo up next if needed. Scout and a FAMAS between Big Uzera and Zevi. My heart goes out to Big Uzera in that last round because I really did think those Berettas were ready to pop off, but...
Was it the mini smoke or...?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like kind of like, it was like puffy though. Like it wasn't deep mini, it popped in front of it. He just lost his angle. And then by the time he came out of that smoke a second later, teaser looking at him.
You always want to see dual Berettas do well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Jason Moses O'Toole.
Yeah. Guess he's a bald fraud once again.
Ooh, boy. With how slow they're playing this, being incredibly cautious, and Zevi opens up. Just a FAMAS kill through Squeaky. BRN now tagged up incredibly low. And Zevi's going to give that a chase. He's not going to let him get away.
Oh my God.
Exposed to the other side. CT's pouncing on these chances. And Fire's going to keep Henny stuck inside of Hut. Skulls has been burned. He knows he's close right. But I mean, that 5-7 could be lethal. Headshots coming out. And Turtle now down. We're talking 2v5 from a pistol round win to the slowest, most silent approach to this A site to 15 seconds left, reeking of desperation.
Oh, they're not even going to go for it, are they? Bomb's actually walking it back right now.
Yikes.
And they are at risk of actually getting chased down. And it looks like some of the pushes are coming in their direction. Of course, priority number 1 is pick up the guns.
Henny. AKs, Galil's, all free for the taking.
Tough. That's a huge upgrade. MIBR will eat that one. And they don't have... You know, they save in this situation. No money spent. And now they're going to counter force. But it's going to be incredibly transparent as to how much they've got to work with, which is a pretty big advantage for paiN coming into this round. But yeah, when the kills go this way, I guess that's just the way it's going to be. And I'm so impressed again with the communication when it comes to running down people in this spot. Like sometimes you let that one go, relay the information to your ramp player, let them take care of it, but not in this game. MIBR and paiN, they both make sure that if there's a lurk found, that they deal with it at that time. And they're comfortable pushing together.
Yeah, tethering very nicely. I think if we contrast the 2 TeamSpeak clips, though, we've gotten between the teams, paiN communication far more calm.
And you can see it. They're always so calm on cams.
MIBR in that turtle clutch, so frantic.
They're a bunch of calm Camerons.
Okay. See utility getting primed by exit on the roof. Tech 9 at the front, rifles right behind it. No trade. Not from Henny anyways. Insani's got a chance, but he too just stopped after the 1.
That was a good spray from Skulls, man. He transferred without moving his crosshair. That was nasty.
Very clean. And Turtle locked into the side of Hut. Down, exit with the pistol after having thrown those nades from the rooftop. Will at least be able to grab a Galil, but little left for him to do.
Well, I guess upstairs is closed.
Already.
Both sides of this map. Zevi says, welcome to 7-Eleven. We're closed for business.
It's another one where it's like, surely you just die this time, right? You got $300. You're not force buying again in the follow-up.
Yeah, he looks like he really wants to die right now, but he can't pick the best way to do it.
He doesn't want to do it alone. No one wants to die alone.
Yeah. Oh, but they're just gonna let. Ooh, it's getting scary. Okay, yeah, that's a decent way to go in this situation. He was almost lucky enough for them to have allowed him to die before time. Here's that spray from Skulls.
Sonny able to do what Henny couldn't. Trade out the original Tech9.
Oh, yeah, money's been messed up here.
Yeah, MIBR's hopes. Taking that clean CT side, bouncing into the pistol win. I mean, it was there for the taking. A comfortable lead, a sigh of relief, maybe even a chance to laugh a little. Now a slap upside the head by reality.
Doesn't take much to make the door guy mad.
No, I feel like you're just always itching to shoot doors.
Yeah.
I don't know. I heard in CS2 we're gonna be able to shoot off the cache doors.
Shoot off the cache doors.
Yeah,
off
the cache
hinges.
door will be able. Yeah, you know, because you can't. It's indestructible right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that's changing. And also, they're adding vehicles.
Funk vehicle?
Mm-hmm. No, disco vehicle. Neck is savvy. Savvy? Zevi.
He's smart. He's ready. He's savvy.
And it's way too easy. Lock down the pistols. No ramp exit whatsoever. Nothing here for MIBR. paiN content with a CT-sided rebound already.
It looks like their map philosophy is clearly to just make sure upstairs is locked up and then see what else you can do. But both teams struggled to score points upstairs. There's still lots of round left in the half for MIBR to give it a shot. But I think they'll want to maybe put that back a little bit. Okay, it'll go back to outside right now, maybe getting established with some more default control. We'll see. But they've been very static, very slow. So an early rotation down the ramp.
Zell's got a pocket to play in. Hartzau's got the opening kill. Yeah, BRN can't get more than just the one. Right now it's Skulls, dude, just locking in the squeaky door. They turn attention away. There's another player there. Ooh, Big Uzera yet to play his hand.
Yeah, I think the bait setup meant for, Big Uzera to come in for that, but...
Now no plan. No sir, Neck is off the heavens. Zevi comes through with the hut play. And it is paiN winning more rounds with ease.
That looked like a round where they felt like they did everything to create pressure outside. But, did they really? They threw some smokes. They didn't do much. There was no lurker outside. And there wasn't enough time, I feel like, to make it feel like there could be a lurk in through mini, make it feel like an outside cross could be imminent. And paiN made a half rotation downstairs with the ramp player, but they didn't even use that to hit ramp. They just went back upstairs into a smoke. Players ready. I didn't really like the execution there from MIBR. As much as paiN also struggled, I think they stood a better chance on some of their takes. Another instantiation of this upstairs hit that both teams want so bad.
We're all tied up just like that, with paiN having the advantage of their map pick at a CT side. And no real gusto out of MIBR's offense yet. Feels like we're just cleaning up shop at the moment, we're sweeping the floors. Everything's
at 7-11.
Yeah, it's 7-11. It's closing time and everybody knows it. And MIBR just finishing off that last drink, knowing that soon they have to go home.
But hold on, it's Tech9. Okay. That's a really well-timed molly. They don't run through it, but they do use the utility they wanted to attack with.
Site burning. Oh, a nice flash. Turtle capitalizes on it. Skulls up next, dead. Tech9's tearing through. Up comes the vent play from Big Uzera. Double and a third. But then's exit. coming in from main. We talked about how that outer play wasn't really there. Well, clutch against Nekis. Yes, sir!
With one bullet.
All it takes. Last shot connects. Tech9s from Hut. And finally, the added layer.
Yeah,
the added layer. The outside play that's actually there. So when Big Uzera comes up vent, his back is still exposed. And MIBR can make something of it.
It's funny how they can make that upstairs exec look better with less to use. They had the utility, but once the first layer came through, it was this bounce flash that saved the day. Hard's out with a good turn back, but then the second player upstairs doesn't get anything, and then it's just like, can we make up for it? Can we make up for it? Well, Big Uzera does a lot, but the lurk is what matters the most, and Exit had a great first half as well. So good to see him close here.
Round like that. To continue the analogy, you know, you think it's closing time, but then somebody orders a round of Caipirinhas. And that's what that was right there.
Yeah. Can't stop the party in that case. Oh, this is a good call out for a slow round.
All of a sudden, the blood's pumping again.
Okay, it's going to get a little bit more lurky and a little bit more prototypical nuke. Zevi doesn't go far, however. He's just here to... This is a gamble, though, right? They keep the op in his position. It's not a fast rotation either way. You can't go back up the vent like this. So they're assuming he gets something out of it. But they're just not seeing upstairs being hit again this quickly. Wow, this is an interesting spot to play as well. And I wonder if this is a read on, you know, the pathing.
Oh, but he made a step. Gets the hell out of there. Not the control room's really any safer. Oh, and Sonny while jumping onto the railing. Zevi's on the other end of this lower play. Damn, he gets the player and the second!
And it's a quick scope.
Killer instinct from Zevi! Almost stopping the bomb. Turtle comes in big with the coverage. Look how close Henny is to death. It's Sonny on half health, and it is Turtle to make the difference. Ooh, that could have gone south real quick. But MIBR pick up the pieces.
Yeah, but what's important is they grabbed it after they won their Tech9 round as well. So the money's looking very good now. I can't even believe that was a quick scope. I did not see that scope flicker at all.
12-10. Yo, cue up that quick scope. Right away.
I didn't see a frame of scope.
And me neither.
Yeah, I blink a lot, but...
I mean...
No, there was no...
What is that? And Turtle.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wow, the double attack on the bomb planter, too. Turtle had to cover that perfectly.
And did. With that, like...
That's the Turtle we were missing on Anubis.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Breaking out of his shell here on the bottom of Nuke. I mean, that was the perfect cover. Punishing that 0.2 seconds of a difference between Double Doors and Decon both swinging for that bomb planter. And I feel like those kills were so clean. Like, they're so clean that Henny even survived. You know, if Henny dies there, but he still gets both those kills, I'm not blaming Turtle. He did an immaculate job. But he did it so well that Henny survived on his 2 HP.
Just transition to the bomb plant instead of someone else having to pick it up.
And that could have caused a scramble where their paiN decide to go down the ramp and maybe throw it at the retake. But no, that right there locks in the win.
Did we see a re-aggro from Big Uzera is what I would wonder now. Because they have, again, called each other out a lot. And he's looking like he's coming up the stairs. So I think these two have to be careful with fakes against each other. Because, again, they play a very, like, we know what you do style as opposed to, here's the utility, okay, we're going to respect it. And when you disrespect a play, you get way more info.
Skulls makes that contact towards the garage players. Ooh, hell peek from Nekis.
Yeah, they know the aggro's coming back upstairs.
Skulls finds another outside, 5v3 with ease. Exit looking for a favorable duel. Henny will pick up Big Uzera, but the bomb's in the open, set on fire. 2 sets of eyes on it already, and Hard's out just behind the vent, locks in this lurk. Insani's trying to get out from Squeaky. He's the only player that can grab that bomb and get back to the A site, but he's got a player peeking, and it all comes crumbling down around them. Bomb in the dirt means paiN with an easy 11th.
I'll say that right now. That's Big Uzera seeing one molly downstairs after the outside cross. Zevi shooting the cross and seeing one smoke, missing, catching a bit of info, and then calling out exactly where they're going to go next. That hell peak is because of that info from Big Uzera. The guy in heaven ready for the walk-up for the same reason. And it's just that one small thing. And the irony, of course, is that if they don't molly the stairs or they kill Big Uzera, it's a different round. But if they leave him be in his spot, he can't actually re-aggro anything. There's nothing to disrespect. So, got to pick your battles.
Oh. Nah, not going to happen.
Oh, they tried to support the vent drop, but there's a mistiming on the pressure. There was just nothing there running while Insani was running.
There's also that gap between the smokes. Made it way easier. So, Insani fed to the wolves. BRN does get downstairs at least, but you've already got 2 CTs just outside of vents. Both of them with better weapons.
This is an interesting setup. I mean, they tie up a lot of resources downstairs.
3.
Yeah, that's insane. I guess they know this is a set play, right? They could kill one guy trying to lurk down, and the committal still coming through from MIBR.
He's going to give chase. Clean first one, but even if he gets a chance at the next fight.
They didn't know about one more downstairs, but they're still going to hit upper.
Oh, he flies up the ladder.
Oh my God. They had no idea that the attack would come out this way.
We have 3 Ts coming out from the squeaky door. Molly means Nekis can't get back into this engagement. Can Skulls catch them off? We've got Back's turn. He jumps off the ladder, gets himself the headshot to Turtle. No plant from exit. Nekis pressure from above. And 41 HP on exit. Not ideal. Set on fire and being played with. Oh, Skulls picks up the slack with the ladder hit.
What's crazy about that is it looks crazy him coming up the ladder, but they had 3 downstairs and they only found 2. So hard to read there'd be an extra guy there. So he took a huge risk here, but it made sense. This was the crazy move, though, from Hardzao because they killed the one guy downstairs. So, and they did have Squeaky smoked. You're not supposed to come up the vent unless Squeaky smoked, right? You've got to have full vision of that. It's the most dangerous rotation on the map, but they still give it a shot. But that's just been the nature of this game. Haymaker after haymaker, fast adjustment after fast adjustment. And where does it leave us? 12-12.
Deagle's dead. Looking like paiN on the brink of shutting out Nuke. This round is nothing to talk about to MIBR's favor. Everybody dead. The money's busted. We've got a buy or 2 between paiN and a 2-0 in the domestic matchup to kick off the Americas Showdown. This one is easy.
Yeah, this one's for elimination, and a lot of this side of the bracket is thinking about, you know, will Liquid go through? Who can potentially beat Liquid? And both of the teams that are playing right now are threats. We have no idea how good they were going to be coming into this. We know that paiN already have a win versus Liquid. It made their life miserable. It was just in their early group, right? And
not even playoffs.
Right, and then MIBR coming in as hot as they did. But this is the one chance in the first round for them to go up against each other for all the glory.
Buys back in at least.
Signs of poverty here with the Galil, but it's not always a bad... Oh.
Yo. Oh, he just runs across that gap. And then exit pounces on them through mini.
Yeah, they're in Squeaky right behind
The fact that Insani got away with that. They will find Turtle upstairs. Somehow, Hardzao bends bullets around. Even Insani getting more damage from the hut spam.
Well, they don't know what to do. They might want to go back and try to get to heaven, but the bomb's already been planted very quickly.
This is a weird one.
They're not smoking out hut.
How many times have you practiced a retake like this? Nekis dies to BRN. Henny traded out by Big Uzera. The flashes are blinding. Hardzao looking for the next one, but BRN locked in behind little boxes. Spam is fantastic from Hardzao. Oh. Molotov onto the backside. Insani's chance with 2 health denied. Because paiN grab another.
I hope they figured that out. I think the guy upstairs runs through the Squeaky smoke to get into Squeaky to join with the double ramp push that goes in. It's like Freaky Friday here inside of lobby. And MIBR don't even know what to do with all this space. They're like, well, it would have been nice if we still had squeaky or lobby control, or we could get up into heaven. Where's the next guy going to come from? And I think they spend half that time figuring out what spots are even possible to attack. And then the other half, well, just trying to frag out as the attack comes in very quickly. What is that trick? And this is nice. Full commit. Yeah, to hit him with every bullet available.
BRN just gets Swiss cheese.
You would think, you know, after a few hits, you can just stand there and you're probably not going to die. Hard's out. He could see him in his mind's eye.
2 rounds away from the win. Sure, paiN are thinking, give us Liquid again. Let us prove to you this was no fluke. Said he won't catch the cross, but it's 5v4 to paiN regardless. There's no money for a rebuy after this. Considering how wild that last round was, and still paiN come through with the win. Feels like no matter how bad a situation, they're thriving. Big Uzera anticipating the headshot. Ooh, they go for the boost. They get a little closer, and Insani's gonna find success. A double kill. What is that? Henny dives vents off of an Insani A-site double. We've got Zevi's op close. He hears Turtle running. This is an easy pickup for Zevi.
Oh
and he saw the second player, but the bomb goes down. 30 seconds to this clock. Zevi's going to give him a little slack, and they smoke off his line of sight. He will not be able to stop this. Okay. They catch the headshot to Nekiz inside of the lobby. We've got Big Uzera up in heaven. Bomb plant on the other side. And his teammate, because of that main smoke, decides to take the long, lonely road back around towards T-spawn. If Big Uzera can do it on his own, then more props for it. Insani's dead first and exits on half health. But Big Uzera awaiting Zevi's arrival. We've got a bomb at the halfway point. We've got an incendiary, a smoke, and a couple of kits for paiN. That coveted 15th looks to be taken away, but Big Uzera in with a second kill. If only the bomb was on his side. A quick swap out and a headshot between him and a clutch that simply will not come. Henny sits back, and MIBR keep going.
And this match is still a live wire. It looked like paiN were close to closing things out, but it's a 14-13 match. It's a very solid rifle round one here. In the final moments of this game, MIBR feels like their T side's clearly not as strong as their CT side was, but they still got individuals here. They've still got good entry work, and they have some good reads on situations. We've also got timeouts. MIBR on their second. Their play be? You know, we compare both teams and we see that MIBR used a lot more trophy room aggression, double ramp pushes, took over lobby control much more frequently. Here on the CT side for paiN, it's looked a lot more optimized and a little bit slower and a little bit more reactive than proactive, and a lot more emphasis on lower control, and that's been good and bad. You know, they've had people in the right spots at the right time, but also weird rotations. That round where they all tried to get up the vent at the same time.
Double Mac 10. Yo, they're going for the aggression. Mac 10's into the A site, and Turtle picks up one. Skull's known, and that's at least a kill apiece from the Mac 10s. 3 players left up. Just a rush into the A site. Big Uzera not alone up in heaven. It's him and Nekiz. Retakes rolling already. In through the smoke, they will peek. No upgrade yet for BRN, so that Mac 10 gets smashed. Easy pickup versus Insani. And all that's left is Henny between paiN and their 15th. Nekiz, no kit on the defuse. Comes out, kills the first. He's sticking it. Denied. And Henny retreats back into hut to give this one a good old try. Still, there's a chance for Zevi. 5 seconds with a smoke in front. Sprays not there. 15.
Oh. No! Zevi pulls that off. Oh, and he gets the kill! That's MIBR coming in, looking like they had less money after a round 1 into losing the clutch. And a 15th for paiN. The upstairs rush almost worked out with the MAC-10s up front. But it's the paiN can't smoke. Actually, it's the updated version off the ladder to allow them to get both kills. And Henny so close to another 1v3 in this game. And no way, it's this smoke. That blocks off enough points of reference that the spray can't come through. I can't believe it. Oh, that's gotta feel terrible.
15 off that.
No reload inside the hut, not enough ammo to get the kill. And Zevi had no other option. Nah. The op in hand.
Nah.
But he was the one coming in with the kid and the smoke. And they were trying to go forward with a 10-second stick. They should have just all been fighting and letting Zevi run to the back of the site.
And I mean, that retake started off so easily.
Yeah.
Smash away the MAC-10. Vent player fully exposed to a double heaven retake.
Just somehow this buy looks better than the last one.
It literally is. There are not MAC-10s in this equation.
So hey, it's still not over. And look who's going fast.
All right, they're just going to try to run it back. Off of Zevi, covered by Skulls. This one not going so well. Turtle's still able to pick up Hartzao. But then Zevi, given a chance to recover vision, catches man advantage here to the favor of paiN. Well, 3 kills from eliminating MIBR. And that pack of MIBR players reels back towards the trophy room where Nekkes lies in wait.
Wow, look at this spot. Are they going to go through the smoke? It looks like they'll walk it through. So there's a timing here. It hasn't been watched.
Ooh, it's getting weird. And he runs back. BRN takes a ton of damage. That could have been way cleaner, but at least it's an opening, it's a 3v3, and it's a chance to sprint that bomb down onto the B site. Biguzera, no doors, but he peeks to BRN and peeks into his demise. A fast flank from Zevi, working around through Trophy, and Skulls is still up on Squeaky.
I don't even know. They're thinking about next round. They're broke.
Round 30 awaits.
Wow, because the bad smoke from Nekkes, they walked through it. And he was sitting there ready to throw his molly down if he spotted them and left his post too early in the 4v3. Didn't want to hold on to ramp too late. MIBR take full advantage of it. They felt like they had not much to go off of, so they gave it a shot. It made sense. They threw so much resources in the way of people as well as utility to hit the upper site, and that didn't go the way they wanted. Insane circumstances, and of course, that leads us to a 30-round game. That is completely unclear. Look at the amount of money left over. We're going to have like a FAMAS dropped here from one player. I don't know if we get everybody on a full rifle in this round, but I don't think so. And this one, oh, wow. It's a great spray and a second kill. That was instantaneous from BRN.
Mm-hmm.
He's been a hero.
MP9CZ.
Oh, this is crummy.
But it feels like paiN have had more of those magical moments.
Yeah, I can't believe that MIBR decided to go through with that upper hit again. Ooh, Zevi lodges himself into hut.
Deep angle.
Yeah.
Turtle waits for it, though.
We're talking about 2 mollies on this round here for MIBR.
Oh, Turtle's dead.
Oh, wow.
What is that?
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
That's a good gun in the wrong hands.
Angle being held. Looked like he had it hook, line, and sinker. Instead, Zevi dead. Nekkes' lonely CZ towards ramp.
Cards out. Try to go and scoop that up inside of the hut. paiN can't pay around. That goes on forever. They've got very little to work with. 1 flash. So MIBR, they have to make it priority number 1 to figure out where the aggro is going to come from. And if it's going to be a standard round, they simply cannot make it stringy. MIBR, the only way they mess this up is by staggering the attack and not playing together. That has been a folly of some of their upstairs hits.
They boiled this down to 35
they let
seconds.
the op get recovered. They didn't get it, even though they smoked it out inside of the hut.
That's huge. What if that op comes back to haunt them? Turtle's best efforts to strip it away from them. We've got 25 seconds on this clock. They're starting to get down secret.
They're ready for the lower hit.
Split comes through. There's nobody downstairs here for paiN. Not a soul on this defense. is ready for this B hit. They could dive vent quickly, but you've got that secret player already through. Bomb is 100% going down, and it's gonna be retake via way of 2 flashes, 1 kit. But HardZao picks up the most critical kill. Are you telling me he just drops in vent with an op and gets the first frag that opens up the rotation? That could be the one. That could be the lifeline, because Big Uzera's FAMAS finds its next victim. MIBR start to respond, and now HardZao is going to have to do it all. 2 players to his right. Down they go.
Okay.
And MIBR push OT.
All right, we're going to burn the midnight oil here into OT on map 2 after it looked like paiN had a good situation to end it off on. 2 upper rushes, 1 works out. This clear from Turtle. I have no idea how he's able to get that. And hey, a nice shot and one chance for paiN to actually close out this retake, but it should have otherwise looked impossible. They had 1 flash coming into it, 4 players in total, and op dropping inside of the vent.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason I give that retake any chance is because of that beautiful vent drop.
You have trouble saying that. It's that crazy vent drop. And timeout saved here into post-regulation for MIBR. With full money for both sides, I can't help but feel like paiN can really flex the advantages they've shown in terms of, I feel like how much better they've been on the second half, at least. When it comes to the first half, they could show more based on what they've done in the past. But today, MIBR, obviously, they had a really strong game plan. In the same way that paiN had a great game plan for the first half of Anubis, where MIBR are great on T-sides normally. So we'll see. They've got a lot of good game tape, recent rounds that have just taken place. They've left it out on the table, but they've got to go a little deeper now.
Who's got the balls to A-rush in overtime?
That's what I want to know, because if MIBR aren't going for the A-rushes, where are they finding rounds? How do they want to approach this? And they know they can't just be one tone in that regard. They have to show some range here. But that last call, they got ramp open with the lower hit, locked down the 2 most important choke points at the same time, and showed that they had a good read. And I don't even know where they got all that info from, so that was a great sign.
Okay, for a second.
Big User is trying to jump away in this situation, but he's probably not going to be able to. And
Another
comes in.
Huge damage, all things considered. He knows he's dead.
But this trade is huge. Now, last time, of course, this is usually conjoined with a ramp split, but you don't always want to split ramp because the CTs, they could call your fake, and they could stay upper. They might not rotate too aggressively.
Looking for the open floor play. Peeking into skulls, and Sonny's got the headshot. HardZao's got the top rope. No! Beautiful double. And Henny, how do you get this back? I mean, it's going to have to be a slick, quick scope out of him. Zevi honing in on it. He just hit his shot onto Nekis, but it's not enough. And exits solo down towards B. That right there. HardZao off the top of Hut. Denies MIBR's exit.
So they try to go forward with the later squeaky push after putting some pressure down outside. But again, the standard rounds have been less fruitful than some of the more sort of brutish upstairs rushes that have taken place in regulation. And even though they've done it a lot, doesn't mean they can't do it again. I think they're just going to be, you know, save it for the right moment. Just don't know when it'll be. And a massive round from HardZao, of course, from the top of Hut.
Catching Insani going for that mini smoke as well at the same time, so not even a chance to go for the flick up. As if he'd ever hit that shot. All right, so the slower look out of MIBR. Not what they're looking for.
Doubling up on ramp, I really like this from paiN. I think that's been absolutely their weakest point in terms of, you know, what MIBR have been able to exploit. Are they? Oh,
good
they want it again.
HardZao inside a smoke.
They're faking a ramp, maybe.
Ooh, just finds a small pocket to play on Nekis. We saw this off angle. He gets caught. able to offer up one frag. Skulls has killed Turtle elsewhere. And they're gonna go test this B site, but there's already CTs in position. Double doors preoccupied. Biguzera gets ahead of it. Molly goes beyond him.
Got
been spotted though, yeah, they know about it. One door still on its hinges. Headshot out of exit. Quarter of his health left over. Zevi ready to swing that decon door. Does he peek out to stop plant? He interrupts it.
Oh.
Insani hands off at exit, gets real deep. Kills the rotator through the vent, and we've got man advantage for MIBR. Zevi knows he has a player locked into this position. Insani cannot exit without offering up a kill. And so what can Hardzao do in the meanwhile? Well, he can peek door, clear that out, opens up Zevi to potentially start going deeper. Sure enough, now that op can move, and Exit's gonna have to hold this off on his own, which he does alongside Henny in control. MIBR bounce back.
Damn, Exit has done so much, and I can't believe when Nekes plays on the ramp in that way, I'm thinking he's got a plan for if there's some kind of ramp rush. But we see right there, he's able to get his first kill for free, but he's not able to get away, and he has to jump up over the railing and fall down. But it's a one-for-one trade. If he decides to die in that way, well, rotations are going to be hard, and we've seen MIBR now a couple of times with the lower plays, which is the other way that they're able to score some of these rounds, take advantage of ramp. So it's something that can be on their minds now. So even though they don't have upstairs completely open, that's another option. Oh, that nade could... Oof, okay, it doesn't go far enough. Oh. Oh, he went the... He kind of took a risky route through those smokes, right? He went farther back.
Paid the price. Critical rounds as well here. Last of OT for MIBR's T side.
Exit has to be incredibly patient. He's got the bomb in this position. Okay, Turtle's with him. And this makes more sense to me with Nekes playing in the back of the lower site. Now, I think they tie up a player in this spot where they don't want to overcommit, but...
He opens doors.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to worry about control window if he doesn't think they've crossed.
And he's looking for some outer contact. paiN not going to give that to him. 40 seconds, they can play their sights, no problem. Still control not compromised. Neck is very well aware of it. He's going to take a different angle. Playing on Rops. Easy. Shoots out the feet like it's nothing. And then 180's back the other way. Look at this positioning.
Wow, that's
so
new.
Clean. So incredibly clean. And it's nothing but desperation now for MIBR. A 2v5, 10 seconds. This one single-handedly stopped by Nekes. A far more comfortable position. And he plays it to perfection. So the time's going to expire. Henny's getting swarmed. 17 to paiN. 2 CT pickups.
I think that's the best possible situation. We got to overtime, so when you split in overtime and it's the CT comebacks, well, it's the makings of double overtime.
Yes,
that's
sir.
what we're seeing. So let's see what'll go down now. MIBR will go over to their strong side. paiN will get a second chance to have a better first half. You know, I think that's a big thing for them. But yeah, Nekes playing in the back of the site, and we look back in this half and we think, how many rounds, if Nekes played like that, would they have won compared to the way he was playing ramp, when he left ramp and left a hole or let him take it over? Well, that's not something they have to think about now.
No A-rush out of MIBR's overtime T side.
Yep.
Something that played a critical role in getting them to OT. They kind of give up that element of their identity.
Oh, this is something new. MIBR didn't try the double outside setup. I like to see Insani being used aggressively, you know? This is definitely what he was made to do.
Oh man, there are bodies here though.
Oh, is it going to get cleared properly is the question. He's playing
Sound is huge. Gets damaged in the process, knows there's more coming. Can't manage a double though. At least one, and good damage here. Look at Biguzera. Zevi already wounded, 60 or less. CT about to come up from secret. Mini drop. Oh, Biguzera is going to be blindsided by this one. Easy pickup. BRN dead. Zevi stuck in the open outdoor space. Just got away from that credit card peek. Flashes deep towards Garage, looking to just get away. Yeah, barely alive as well, right? 8 HP. So this one kind of falls on Skulls. Did a rock-solid job of locking in A site.
Oh, there's a timing, but...
Turtle's got his back turned. This is going to be 17 MIBR. Nice and easy off that forward Insani play from Silo.
Absolutely. Now Zevi coming in late. Shot gets missed, but who needs it? 3v1, 19 seconds. A plump smoke goes down inside of the hut, and Zevi will turn tail.
Insani holding Silo too just opens up that nice timing for the secret peek to come in. You know, there was no rush on MIBR's hold outside.
Yeah, and they, again, it's not something that they tried before, even though paiN definitely went outside more. So it's a good response to what they saw earlier. Keeping a long memory here into overtime. That was a very, very solid round from a renewed MIBR here in a situation where they could have very easily lost. You know, Henny loses that 1v3 to lose map points. I mean, it feels like that's like where your spirit's dying. But you know, they hold their nerve. Yeah.
And it felt like, you know, losing the second round after winning Pistol, that's what set up the soul-crushing moment, because that's also recently on your mind. That had the makings of a collapse, no doubt. And yet here we are, tied up again. And CT advantage to MIBR. Ooh, a crawl. Oh, Insani picks up the kill. A few stray rounds come through that door. He's got to be cautious where he crosses, how he proceeds from here. But a 5v4 looks good on MIBR.
They knew what duel they were signing up for, but Skulls, he's got the one way to work with, and that can be very scary for the CT approach. But Asani playing with confidence.
Try outside again. We've got Turtle showing his presence from secret by throwing out that incendiary, so they know any approach to the B site will have a speed bump. And how free is outdoors? That's Big Uzera's quest.
Yeah. The Slurk, we've seen him end up in hell in this position. Now they're here trying to catch this.
And Henny and Ramp alone in Nekiz's position, right? You've got to jump over that railing if you try to evacuate. Easy pickup from Exit. Takes the shot. Big Uzera's dead. If paiN want to press out, Henny's going to give them that chance with a missed shot. If Exit swings wide, he could also get caught. That could very well open up hell. We've got 17 seconds, and CT's in position for the B hold. Off shot from Henny is clean. Another one could have been his, but Zevi's got the response. Can they cover plant? No, sir! Turtle with the double. MIBR lock in double OT at least.
At least, and map point for them to get there first, unlike what happened in regulation. They've got to be feeling good. That was very solid when it came to their outside plays. They look more reliable downstairs, honestly. I feel like the story is changing in terms of who I feel like is better at nuke at the moment. And this is a big play. And Sani in the first half, even though they could have won even more rounds, they heated well, I should say, from the top of site, from the top of hut. He definitely trusts in his own rifling. No surprise that they can close out the 5v4. So paiN now, also with remaining timeouts. Been very sparse about these. Have 2 remaining and a lot to talk about. Obviously extremely valuable here on what could be their final T round.
To go on the horizon. Is it the A hit? Is it the rush? They've got one down vent.
That was their only plan, but how fast does Nekis go? I don't even know if they called the timing yet.
No response.
Yeah, he's super quick, and he's actually using the cover of all those audibles to make this much space, so I wouldn't be surprised if Henny doesn't get any info off of this. It's a hard one for Insani to call. He didn't see anything, and Nekis, man, he's made great timing. So even if Henny has an internal clock, we'll see.
How much does he milk out of this?
There is the player that he wants dead.
No clue. He's going to let them get a little closer.
And then they just take downstairs as fast as they possibly can, but they've got a molly out. Turnpike. Exit knows that this is now, we've got to look for new rotations, and they've even got the lurker outside.
They do find vent. Another Molotov to keep them off from those double doors. Smoked to boot. Bomb down. paiN throw out the squeaky dive.
They get the lurk out. They know the other rotators are from vent. It's the only available rotation point.
It's Sani on 62 HP, hit it by the nade. I mean, you've got no other choice. All you've done is secure double OT. They close the doors. Turtle picks up the kill, but there's not much there for him. BRN from the bottom of MIBR scoreboard, outnumbered. The Neck's vent dive is a thing of beauty.
What a move.
And we double back. OT2.
Let's go again. Hey, it's a strong call. They used that entire pause to talk about how they were going to perform that. And instead of just trying to lurk out and kill Insani upstairs, they said, let's get downstairs as fast as possible. And they've used that vent drop very tastefully. They haven't tried to copy and paste it over and over again. No telling who closes this one out. Both teams have now shown such great rounds, back and forth, adaptations, a lot of range in terms of the way they've played on both sides, and are getting better live. But it'll be paiN's turn now to start on T side.
Neck is going to keep up that same pace, but met by Turtle this time.
Ooh, another dink here for Turtle.
Solid. I don't want to call it a gimmick. It was a great idea. It worked out wonderfully. But outside of that, MIBR's defense looked better.
Yeah, I mean, you see plays like that, you think, oh, are they nervous because it's so fast and so aggressive? And typically, you're not really rushing ramp these days, right? With the kinds of utility that are going down. And Turtle gets a little extra on top of it. Hardzao has been an interesting secondary opera. He's only picked it up though. You know, never bought it for himself, but he's had a couple of rounds. Remember on Anubis. So we'll see if the HP actually matters here. Looks like it's going to be a lower split in just a few seconds. Turtle, he's already done a lot, and he'll do a little more.
Even with those 2 extra Ts inbound, timing's not there for the immediate trade, so Turtle gets a great chance to just reposition and go one better. And this is what I mean with his ramp angles, right? This is one that you do not nearly see played as often as all the others. Tough response, gets damage in. We've got barely any HP on the 3 surviving paiN players.
2 have rotated down already, but
through vents, and Biguzera bested pretty quickly. Doors can be swung wide. We've got the T's desperate on the backside of Silo. Nade will dunk this in. It's done. Perfect control of that lower site. Excellent ramp play from Turtle.
Yeah, paiN have actually not, like, you know, when MIBR get control side, paiN have almost never been able to get that bomb down. They never have control side for themselves. They almost always are ending up in lower when the odds are way down of them being able to win whatsoever. They never have high numbers. And you can definitely accredit that to Turtle's ramp play overall. Another round on a list of many. But yeah, it's hard to see why, you know, Neckes would play his angle when Turtle's angle exists.
Sure.
Even though he dies right there.
Dead on.
Yeah. Can't really say that 2 T rounds is the key. It feels like the three round CT
rounds.
Yeah,
who's gonna win it?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
It feels like that's what matters most.
Yes, sir.
But who knows?
That's exactly what's gonna win this. And it feels like that was about to happen from MIBR until Neckes gets this beautiful vent dive.
Yeah.
Shrouded in secrecy.
Done well when they thought about it. But paiN have given up the opening kill a few times, or they couldn't afford to. Nobody's having a hyper carry game. It's really been a win by committee. No matter which way it goes at this point.
Cautious situation, knowing the importance of those vents, but 5v3 out the gate here for MIBR. No dive downstairs, not this time. Although he's still cautious about it. Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, and it's, you know, you want to tell your team that there could be a lower drop, but if it's wrong,
yeah,
then you also waste a move.
Yeah. Still stays a smoke and almost gets the headshot to BRN.
There we go.
Exit's going to be able to finish him off, and so Zevi, the only answer thus far for paiN in the double OTT side.
Did they just run by Mini to check on him outside and didn't see him on the cross? He moved super quickly.
Okay, kind of weird.
It's... I don't know. If he's going up the ladder, that makes sense. But they should still be worried about Mini, right? Because he was here, so...
Pushed out into lobby. Bomb can definitely come through Mini.
We're talking about no smokes, however. And a player out to squeaky vent, Hards out. Watching for it slightly. 1v3. 1v4. Bomb get planted.
Backside for him. He's on half health. Nade chips at him somewhat. And Turtle just through the side of that doorway. Beautiful little jiggle.
Yeah.
And he's been playing on the finest margins of angles. You know, I feel like that's what Ramp is all about. And now we see him applying that in a quick little hut peek. So sure enough, CT side succeeding here. This is...
I feel like in overtime, it's been 5v4 for MIBR most of the time.
At least these CT, you know, their CT rounds in OT.
Doing really great on that, yeah.
Back to back. You know, they have won.
Being aware of where the aggro is going to come from.
4 of the last 5 rounds, overtime CT, all MIBR. Again, shooting for 5 out of the 6 with the caveat of a beautiful vent dive. Like, that's the only thing that paiN have been able to pull off on these T sides in OT. A glorious moment, but a very lonely moment of glory.
Uh-oh, there it is again.
Pounded back by BRN, the frag, the M4A1S spam. That 5v4 you're talking about yet again.
Yeah.
MIBR on the brink of securing triple OT without having even played a terrorist round yet in OT2. Nades have been finding their home as well in the last few rounds.
The Turtle, rather immaculate ramp play so far. He's actually got some support here. The pressure will come on in.
Right. Oh! Double headshot. They don't anticipate the corner between Turtle and Exit. It's clean. 5 out of the 6 CT rounds in overtime, all for MIBR.
Just getting better and better, and they've been better downstairs at making sure the bomb can't get planted and winning rounds that way. They've been better on ramp overall, and they even threw in some outside presence to stop that early on, which we hadn't seen from them in regulation. So they're the ones who are evolving right before our eyes.
With Vertigo around the corner. Simply close. And I would love to see it happen on a hyper-aggressive A round. You didn't get anything in your T side. Nothing impressive.
Oh, he got the vent dropped.
Okay.
Now again, it can be about timings. Oh, Zevi. He's running, so he might not be aware of this. It might run right by and go secret, actually.
Did he walk in time? Insani hasn't reacted.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh my god, are they going to walk into this?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's so awkward. Now the trade will come, at the very least.
Silver lining.
Yeah, it's an awkward timing for... They can try to hit...
Oh,
Nekas took that better angle.
Henny makes the difference. We've got that 2v2. He just has to join up with Insani downstairs, who has been cutting off this rotate the entire time.
Yeah, they're slow about trying to get downstairs. Insani holding on to this very important piece of map control.
And now they know. I mean, how are they going to get down here? They have to go back towards Secret. There's no other alternative. Insani will be split between these 2 CTs. One of them comes at him first. And just like that, it is put onto the shoulders of Hard Zhao to try and keep them alive here on Nuke. MIBR surviving, losing after winning pistol. The 1v3 from Henny that was so close could have been that soul-crushing, back-breaking moment, and now Harzal falls. MIBR pick up Nuke and keep this series going. A brutalizing result on Anubis. A first half that made you think, maybe, but too many mistakes in that second half of Nuke to think that MIBR could extend it, and yet here we are. Vertigo up next.
It wasn't pretty, it wasn't easy, but it was exciting. And MIBR managed to get Nuke over paiN. We spoke about the positives, and there was great chances in there for paiN. They looked like they had it. But once we got into overtime, MIBR just kept fighting back. And I think we should just start with the in-game leader. We got to start with Exit. This man pulled him over the line, kicking and screaming right when they needed it.
Yeah, he punished any attempt from the paiN defense to be aggressive. And I think that was a huge issue for paiN Gaming. They wanted to be in MIBR's face. They had multiple occasions where they tried here. As I say, we see the aggression coming in with the punish, but they try to be aggressive towards HUD, they try to be aggressive towards door, and Exit almost always had the right position here, doing some work with the Tech9 as well. He was definitely instrumental, not only in terms of stats, but with the impact he was finding.
I think that's the key point for me as well, as you said, you know, Exit punishing paiN whenever they tried to be aggressive, whenever they tried to move around the map and take away map control from MIBR. MIBR were kind of anticipating it, so it felt like to me that the preparation for MIBR coming into Nuke, they knew exactly what paiN wanted to do on their CT side, and they were ready for it, they were waiting for it, and they were good enough to punish it as well.
Well, there was quite a few painful rounds at the same time from both of them, right, coming into it. And just look at the distribution in rounds, look at how this all goes down, because it was so back and forth with this, and paiN got so close, you know?
Well,
and
listen,
then their economy fell apart.
I know, it looked like paiN had done the most difficult. When paiN win what was remaining, or what was going to remain their 15th round, I thought they had broken MIBR.
Yeah.
I thought this was the end of this game. And I'm pretty sure we have round 28, sorry, I think we have the clutch that we can probably show you guys home, because this should have been a backbreaker. We see the retake coming in from paiN Gaming. They use that smoke very cleverly. They find a couple of kills, and then here they get a little complacent, they get a little disjointed, and Henny is going to put his best foot forward. You can see there is no kit attempt. First kill very easy. Sticking into defuse for some reason. The only CT player is disconnected, and then Luck, Lady Luck, in all her cruelty, will actually gift that round to paiN. And I thought this was it. I thought they had broken MIBR.
Yeah.
This was an almost clutch. This was 15-13. It wasn't meant to be.
But then...
Or should we go to the den?
We should then go to the den.
We
They
go
got
to the
more
den.
horrible.
We can have a look at round 29 and 30, because mistakes are going to be made. Here, ladies and gentlemen, Neck is overthinking the situation. You are 4v3. You do not need to call that bluff. You do not need to pre-fire that rotation behind the smoke, because when you realize your mistake, the kill is already found. And from this moment on, it's MIBR firmly in control. Great nade usage. Beautiful shot as well here on the side of Biera and Azan. And then the next round, once again, 5v4. There's an A stack, 20 seconds, no information. You are lost. We're going to a third, because they had everything they needed. So a little bit of overthinking, overplaying their situation. Ramp was an issue for paiN, and they allowed MIBR back in.
It was a rough one, Round 29, that one with Nekis on ramp, that kind of decided the entire fate of the second map. You could say it goes for both teams, right? Because obviously Henny was supposed to win that 1v1, but overall it was just one of those games that we also highlighted coming into it. Domestic lineup, the players know each other, the teams know each other. It's hard to come in and reinvent yourself, so it felt like both teams had a good grasp of what the other team tried to do in the game, and that made for, you said it, you know, a scrappy game, but a very entertaining game as well.
Yeah.
Not always the highest of high quality, but there were certain individuals showing up, and there was definitely intense moments in the game that made it very, very fun to watch.
And we spoke about him coming into it. We were hard on him in the first map. Well, Insani for MIBR, he showed us what he does best.
Much better performance this time around on Nuke. Couldn't really get any worse than on the first map, right? So he stepped up massively here, especially so in the beginning on the CT side. He's reminds me a bit of Dupree in the sense that I feel like he's a mood player. When he gets off to a good start, he is good. He's going to keep thriving on that momentum and just keep on going and going and going. And Dupree has always been like that, you know, in the Danish scene. Whereas when he gets off to a bad start, he's kind of sometimes falls out of the game. So he's slowly but surely up building a personality within the game. He's slowly but surely building up a presence within the game. But when he's playing well, as you said, James, he's the player to watch for MIBR.
He definitely is, but it's going to be needed going into the third and final map, because not only are these teams now both going to be a bit more exhausted, this last game was definitely going to be draining for it.
Yes.
You guys have mentioned it. They know each other so well, and now I think we're on a 50-50.
It's really complicated to call, mostly because when they played Vertigo in the last series was 19-17 victory for the side of MIBR, so it doesn't really get any closer than that. And I echo Jacob's sentiment. I think in some of these rounds, teams were mostly reacting on what they think they knew about the other team rather than what they actually knew. Yeah. And this is where you can get a little bit ahead of yourself. You can, as we said, pre-fire some of these rotations. That is the stats page from this map that we've just played. But the ball is pretty much in the dead center of the core now that we move into Vertigo.
Yeah, it really is. And when it comes to what you were saying there about the kind of overthinking it and when they can overplay themselves on it, sometimes they just need to chill down. We got to see when we were talking about the scrappiness of it on Nuke, them not just make mistakes, but like they go and take challenges they don't need to take. We can't see that on Vertigo if you want to take the win.
It's true. It's easy to say, to chill down, right? It's hard to do on the server because I think they feel the pressure as well. And especially coming into a map like Vertigo. I remember covering the Antwerp Major, you know, a couple of years ago, but a year ago, and I believe MIBR played paiN a couple of times on Vertigo in that exact tournament. This is a map they always played against each other. These two teams, MIBR and paiN, they practice in the same environment, they play the same qualifiers week in, week out. Yeah. They play each other so much and know each other so well. On a map like Vertigo, I think we both all agree up here that it's very not simple, but there's only so many different approaches you can have to the A-ramp simulator, the way you take mid control, etc., etc. So I expect more of the same. I expect more of the pre-fire rotation. I expect more of two teams who know each other very well, and it's gonna be scrappy. It's gonna be messy, but that's hopefully when it gets exciting as well.
And I'm sure it will be exciting for sure. But with it being this derby that we've got in here, You got to look at this for MIBR. They're probably thinking as well. We've had, what is it, a 7-match win streak at the moment. They've been looking really good. Okay, you've dropped a map within this series, but you want to keep that streak going. You want to keep the confidence high.
Yeah, and the way you closed out Nuke was relatively clean. Honestly, yes, sure, we're going to a second overtime, but once they got to that point, they completely shut down paiN. I think mentally as well, they probably felt like, hey guys, whatever you're throwing at us, like we know what you're doing, right? That's it. Literally, we've got your number figured out. And this was going to be one of my argument for paiN into this matchup is probably a slightly better T side, maybe a slightly deeper strat book to be used. We saw that at the beginning of Nuke, but towards the end, they ran out of steam. They got a little nervous, a little bit of overthinking happening. So hopefully, nice refresh into the third map.
Well, let's hopefully see them re-energized and refresh going into this map. And we'll be going to a break and then bringing you Vertigo. So maybe you want to grab a drink, some snacks, and get yourselves ready for it, because you won't want to miss this exciting decider.
So things no longer as bleak as they were at the end of Anubis for MIBR specifically. Could paiN have closed out Nuke? Feels like absolutely. The chances were there once they stopped MIBR after picking up second pistol, once they denied Henny his 1v3 clutch. The makings of a map 2 and a 2-0 series were there for paiN. Now, what is in store for us on Vertigo? This is a map that I recently watched, specifically MIBR versus ATK, the ESL Challenger, Grand Finals, and they struggled to close that out. But I guess we're already into the thick of it, folks. Pistol round looking good if you're paiN.
Yeah, but there's Insani. He's so good on these pistols.
Ooh, yeah, already on the recovery. I mean, I watched Insani essentially dismantle Greyhound on his own, on this very position. Whether it's CT or T side on ramp, keep your eyes on Insani, but for now you can only watch exit because paiN are looking to pick up a pistol. Kills came quick.
So I guess quickly, well, we have just a bit of a pause unless Exit wants to do something interesting here. We have 2 players who are low, so he's getting chipped away at now. We'll see if we can give him the headshot fights and a chance, but no, Skulls will take it. Round 1 from paiN. Last time, 17-19 in favor of MIBR.
Close.
And it was a long time ago, though. They played like 10, 12 matches since then. And both of them have been playing well on Vertigo, winning the vast majority of their games. MIBR's games, however, have been like relative stomps, but they haven't played as much Tier 1 competition. They lost to G2 8-16. But paiN have a couple of
no shame in that
stronger recent performances on the map. I just want to pull that up again. And they beat OG 16-14. They got 16-13 versus NIP. So that's some interesting new experience that came out of Pro League, of course, that paiN have been offered the chance to play. And so I think MIBR probably, they both feel like they're playing up against a brand new team here on a map that they're both very confident on, which is just created for a great series. It's 3 maps they all have winning results on. They all play against each other on a lot.
Yep.
And a pistol like paiN got, of course, could absolutely make the difference in a series where they just lost Nuke. It went to overtime. Last time they played this, it went to overtime.
And in that overtime a month ago where... hold on. Rush comes through. All good. All good. Nekis cleans up. The pieces, of course, that come to fruition. It was a big performance from Insani, as we said, on this ramp play. Expect it from both sides, but also Turtle. And I think after watching him on ramp, Turtle's in his groove right now.
Yeah.
Turtle was instrumental to that CT-sided lockout.
1-to-1, he was better than Nekis, you know, at playing that spot.
Hands down. So let's see if he can replicate that exact experience versus paiN. And the paiN camp, it was Zevi, lights out, 1.44 rating, 34-22, and nobody there with him. Nobody else above 1.0 rating on that loss, right? So...
Right, absolutely.
See how comparable these maps end up being. But an easy lineup for Big Guzera. It's a frag versus Henny and damage versus BRN.
They quickly test both extremities, leaving mid relatively open for the time being. BRN will try to take some space back going quickly. It's a map of lurks, but whoa. Skulls with the MP9 on the quick peek, takes Turtle down. BRN still trying to make space, but it's there, Molly. And Nekis is standing behind, and he's grabbed 2.
Freebies.
Well, it's explosive. It's quick like you wanted.
But nothing here for MIBR. Damage on Nekis. Good off angle from Skulls, catching him off with the dink. Good MP9 work from Skulls in this round. Get the bang for his buck.
See if Exit can score another. Economics matter early. Hoping to put together a lurk kill. They're already in spawn, trying to think about punishing him on the save. Oh, that's a big find. Oh, he falls off of the stairs, and I think he feels slightly less confident just running into the site.
Right.
Flash will go back. And again, they've got him locked into this spot, so we'll see. Of course, he is thinking and very cognizant of his HP.
Stuck in the mud here.
Yeah.
Now, of course, 2 players preoccupying the site. Wait. Couple bullets zing back and forth. Nade gets the job done from the safety of the construction corner. Big Guzera keeps 3 alive for paiN.
Yeah, so majority up. We had a player drop there from MIBR. So I'm sure we'll be right back to it. But so far, so good here. The anti-eco, minimal losses on the first rifle. It's the start that paiN we're looking for. It's got to be a salty taste in their mouth after Nuke, of course. Mentally, you don't want to let maps like that go. You know, it's like the kind of map that, like, even if they win the series, they're gonna be like, that's still kind of mad. You know, that they lost a Nuke. It's like it affects their map stats. They know in the future this is something that they have to respect MIBR on. They probably have a lot of regrets. But it was never going to be easy. That's what we knew coming into the series for both these rosters. I think one of the best maps I've seen from Insani was definitely on Inferno or on Vertigo.
Yep.
Some crazy spray transfers and stuff.
Like versus Greyhound and Katowice.
It was on the ramp, yeah. Oh, man.
Like they couldn't even like get around smokes.
He was piecing them up.
Yeah, just brutalizing them. I as well. That's where I kind of was blown away by Insani.
Yeah.
Like mechanically.
Mechanics,
oh my God.
He has actually, I think some of the better teams they played against, he hasn't really been as crazy consistently. So there is that. But in a matchup like this, of course, full confidence.
Yeah, I remember bringing up that showing on Vertigo to Maui and being like, dude, did you see it? Like, Insani's crazy. And he said, yeah, imagine if Greyhound just threw a flash, though.
Yeah.
I was like,
it's
okay,
Greyhound, yeah.
Well,
they're definitely decent, but sometimes. Stylistically as well, you got to be ready for Brazil. Like, they bring their own flavor, and it's very different to most other regions, generally speaking.
And meanwhile, we're going to get, Turtle on the other side of the map, literally opposing end of the map. He's a constant B anchor, does his own thing, quiet and solo, but not afraid to go for those pushes as well, which is the kind of B player I appreciate on Vertigo.
But yeah, you can see why Vertigo fits both their styles. I mean, it's going to be lurk heavy, aggressive lurk heavy on both A and B, T side and CT side. Got to be play fast and be ready for every angle.
Which of these gaming rooms would you prefer to be competing in?
I was
the one
liking
that looks like
these stairs
like a dining room.
Look like they're in Minecraft.
But then this one looks like a hotel suite.
Yes.
Because we've got like the bathroom and the other room in the background.
That's true. I think I'll take the house. What are you thinking?
I think the house as well.
The house, yeah.
Just honestly, with how clean the floors are in the paiN house, I bet you the kitchen's very spacious.
The AC in hotel rooms, that just wears you down.
It's those carpets too.
The carpets, yeah.
No
one's cleaning those carpets.
I always keep my socks on in hotel rooms, dude.
That's smart.
I'd be stepping on.
That's why I always get foot fungus.
Hotel carpet scum. Look at these, polished.
Yeah.
Is that marble?
You live in that house, you'll live forever.
Ceiling fan. In the MIBR room, they've got a desktop fan.
Yeah, desktop fan.
Give me the ceiling fan.
Objectively inferior.
What kind of floors do you have at your house?
Just hardwood floors.
Yeah, got some hardwood floors?
Yeah.
Any exposed concrete?
On the ceiling.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. How high are your ceilings?
A bit taller than me.
All right, not bad. Okay. You own your appliances or rent them?
Wait, what? People out here renting vacuums?
No, but like, some people, they rent an apartment and it comes with a fridge. It comes with a stove.
Does it come with one or does come with
Does and does not.
Oh, okay.
Mine
comes with one, but it's...
Oh, so you're renting appliances. It's included in your rent. Fridge and stove.
I've never thought about it like that, but
That's not your fridge, brother.
I think I have to concede.
Yeah, that's not your fridge.
I don't own my washing machine. Yeah, you're right.
Pleb. All right, Skulls. They've just got pistols, but they get pretty close before he cracks one's head. That's Turtle down empty-handed.
Honestly, that Skull's flash dodge was so gangster. He barely turned.
Yeah.
They threw a full exec. He looked like 20 degrees to the left and could see everything.
Like he was just like sweeping his bangs out of his eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Light work.
Very quickly stamps them out. No B entry allowed.
Yeah, lacking some kills here, MIBR. Lacking some kills.
But they were also lacking guns. Now they got the weapons.
True.
Still, comfortable 4-0 start for paiN. No reason to panic just yet.
Ooh, that's a good nade. Been throwing that nade round after round.
Insani's got it. There's the opening. A 5v4 for MIBR.
Good at finding those. Oh, but they're taking ramp control at the same time, and they don't see anyone behind it. So we'll see if MIBR look for speed. This might be a good opportunity to take advantage of a mid lurk or something. You've got so much pressure from the CT side on both extremities. That means one thing is definitely weak, but MIBR are not in position to punish it. They were wanting to take B right after that. All right, Ekus with the jump spots, and he spots him, and he'll smartly move away. Wow. They're just coming for it.
Gets out. Comes back for a little bit of a duel.
Oh, they're just going to jump on this.
Oh, but the smoke kind of makes things weird. Over the boxes he'll go. Stuck by BRN. Killed back by Zevi, so they know these CTs are in close proximity. Not a comfortable chance to go for plants just yet, and Zevi doesn't run.
And no one's here on short to fight him.
And Big Uzera's catching headshots through the smoke, apparently.
I don't like that attack from MIBR, but they've got to lurk 30 seconds. It's still 3v2, and it comes down to if they're looking for Turtle, and they are, but they miss a timing. So chance the Heaven guy dies. They're trying to put some pressure down. Oh, he takes some time to get that kill, and Hards out trades him out. Bomb in their scope, and exit. Well, he'll spot one.
He can run this down. He can grab bomb. He has the 5 seconds to spare.
Yeah,
but he's more fixated. Oh, what a turns at the perfect moment and cracks him back in CT.
Wow. Wow, they didn't recede to safer spots. I wonder why he's so committed to watching short when ramp was totally open. But I guess the Turtle Lurk at least throws things into question as to what they can watch safely. This was a very flawed attack from MIBR, though, coming fully up the ramp, jumping on one piece of info, which was Nekiz, completely foregoing short control entirely. And that just, like, Zevi could have died if someone decided to split up short. So felt like a round that paiN, you know, deserved to win. But still, that individual play was really strong. And another move, similar speed.
Can't forget about sandbags, and they have. Backs turned, nobody even thinking about this possibility. Turtle has to deal with the Big Uzera push, but Zevi's not far off. Just like that, the success of MIBR at the A site comes to a grinding halt.
Did they get off a lurk? No. Here.
Gonna pry down ramp, finish off the job. You gotta check the sandbags.
Yeah, they're just going so fast. And, like, you can go fast and clear everything. You know, that's the Furia. But they're going fast, and I don't want to say lazy, but tunnel vision is one thing, right? If there's not enough protocols behind it, it's like if you're running up bathrooms on overpass, you have no one coming along, like, you're still asking to lose even if you get a kill. So not giving themselves the best chance.
A little too rambunctious.
Back to Tech9's here.
Bodes well for paiN, though, 5-1.
Does indeed.
We'll be very content with stuffing out an A-ramp hit like that. Sixth looking easy.
3 walkout mid.
Whoa, bested by exit.
Yeah, that's a gun taken over.
Dink as well to Skulls, but he's still hanging on. He's got teammates not far off. Exit on the M4. The bomb gets stuck. Caught on the reload. BRN wins A. I'm sorry you have to observe this, Chev. I mean, there's fights on both fronts. Both teams picking up kills. The bomb is still on construction. And BRN with an AK and armor has a genuine chance at this 1v2.
Yeah, this is... So, the play right now, is it Zevi, low HP, leaving? Now, of course, there's a chance for BRN to take this bomb back if it's not being spotted actively enough. But here he is looking for it, and I think there he actually gives up the information. But look at Zev. He's already trying to cheat back to it to the other side of the map. So BRM hoping here, but he's being heard right now from Zevi. However, Zevi is low, so there is that to keep in mind.
He's got the time.
Will he fake?
Clear it. Oh, he comes off.
Oh, now he's 1 HP. 1 health.
A singular point of health, and then Big Uzera is going to attack him from the other side. Same problem, different direction.
That was a nice mid round.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was a... It looked like they could just, you know, double camp the bomb, and it would be given to them. But with one player low, BRM being very careful on the approach, and the bomb not in a perfect spot to hold where they can come from heaven, wrap from CT, multiple points of attack. Well, he thought, okay, let's just make sure that it can't be A at the end of the day. And that's what they need to do. And no overcommittal, too. If that ramp player just decided to hang out a little more, there's a chance he could have died. And made it a very possible 1v1. Instead, we have this. And MIBR will take attack. End of the night here. Not a great start into Vertigo. And I think are very used to getting away with that level of aggression and running over some teams that they played against recently. But paiN seems just so well prepared for it right now.
Zevi on total damage control this round.
Yeah. And Henny, I think, came in with no armor because he was going to get his op. We lost that duel as well.
Here we go. Double nades. They wait for them, but there's the follow-up molly.
And once again, they're simultaneously holding on to A ramp control at the same time. There's been a gap inside of middle. They got to lurk off one time, but that's it.
You can definitely get away with the boost. Or skulls.
Oh, they take a gamble on the nade. They nade a incorrect position. They get spammed down. And then sometimes that smoke is an invitation for the boost to come out. So you got nothing else to look at. I guess you might as well use a few bullets.
It's true, they do give you 120 of them.
Yeah.
You don't bring them with you to the next round.
We used to, in 1.6, have to buy every bit of ammo that we wanted.
Back in my day,
Kids these days don't know the value of a bullet.
we had to buy those bullets. Or even worse, make them by hand.
All right.
Skulls is fine here.
Likes
We've already
this
seen
angle.
him. We've seen him under pressure in this exact spot. Ooh, but Henny's going to find the headshot on the op. Now Hartzau's got to do it on his own, and Sonny with BRN perfectly timed mid-split.
I didn't even see
How did they get that
mid-split
deep?
coming. That was beautiful.
Right? They got onto construction before it was ever spotted.
Yeah.
Just a, I suppose it's just a gap in the timing.
They just walked out mid while putting some pressure down on the ramp, but this is from the 4v5. They made it look like they had 6 players, so well done.
Damn. Okay.
And it's a clean one, which is important. The one round they won was just a clutch. But this actually got quite expensive for paiN already. The early rounds were pretty clean, but some of these last ones have been a lot more close. They'll be here saving, clutching their pearls, waiting for another chance. And I can't help but feel like this is a round where MIBR take it a little bit faster up the ramp, knowing that they have this advantage that's hard to deny, and just the amount of money they had, and they've shown how they wanted to try to take down the ramp a few times already.
I guess it's just perfectly timed mid-play.
Yeah, and that has been the weakness. Like, it's paiN, pressure on both A and B, so much pressure, but there's only 5 players.
Hartzau, look at this aggression. It was working out for the first kill, but then just like that, back with a double. Luckily for MIBR, 3 players at the bottom of the B site. Trades efficiently. They could still grind out another round win here. Then we're talking about, like you're saying, economic problems for paiN. What's the solution? They have 0 map control here. It is just B stairs and nothing else, and the CT's getting ever closer.
Yeah, Zevi with his 1 smoke, and he's clearly trying to wait as long as possible. Now, he's playing in quad, of course. If it gets mollied on a full attack, then he can smoke himself out and delay, make it hard to scale. And that just leaves CSGO to try to frag out from his spot, so we'll see. They have forgot about location sometimes.
Good angle.
Oh, that is nice. And they don't molly quad. But do they continue forward with a B attack is the question.
Now they're going back off BRN. Yeah. Big Uzera's in elevator room.
No nades here over on the A site.
There's a 1v1 here to be had. BRN versus Big Uzera. This could be massive. It's space for someone. There it is, the peak. And the headshots belonging to BRN. Deep Molotov to prevent the CT fight. CSGO. Oh, he ran through.
Oh, they don't know.
Pushed through it, and they don't know. No idea he's this close. But does he jump at the right time? Does he get the right targets? Damage back both ways. 9 health. It's just enough.
Wow, they can't find the kill. Zevi stays out in the open. If he talks, he's obviously going to get cleared. So he has to trust that he'll win it straight up. And that's a clutch to answer back versus exits. That was kind of in similar style with the low HP. and the great shot to close it.
Charges through the molly.
Yeah, they pushed elevator at the same time, right? And so it drew some attention for him. And he knew once they had molly past it and not fought him straight up, he had a chance to get one. He was very smart about the target selection there. Could have died on the jump up, but wasn't the case. While they save it narrowly.
Insane. Shout out Nekiz as well. That nice off angle inside of the B site. Turned away exit, caused that B to A rotation for MIBR.
There's still a pot of gold at the end of this round, though, right? It's a really low buy here for paiN, even though they won, and both teams have used almost all of their money. So a lot on the line here.
Crazy. Traded? Yes, sir. Insani's got it. 4v3 off the back of that. Quick util usage. Zevi floats in front of it all. He's not alone either.
But they don't actually approach. He knows they haven't crossed sandbags just yet.
Probably feels like short is being taken over first, and sure enough, they're there. But do they come around the corners? I mean, they've underplayed short side to their demise before.
They have so much utility. MIBR, if they play this well, they should have no problem. They have the man advantage. We've got an MP9 to support this one rifle on the site. And the molly gets stronger the longer they wait, but...
There it goes.
Wow, that's a good spread. Nice lineup for that one.
Can't get Insani out of there without going over. Turtle covers it for as long as he needs.
Oh, that molly's insane.
Holy hell. And Skulls timing on the flank. Ooh, they nearly line up, but exit makes sure to trade immediately versus the little that was left of Turtle. If anybody going down, you wanted it to be Turtle, low HP. Insani point blank on the ramp with exit with a headshot, and Insani closes. MIBR this time succeed where they should have one round prior.
Yeah, and good kills. They get the A-ramp play by, one kill the way of paiN, 2 back. And they've done that on the B side as well at the start of a round. So much better than some of the earlier rounds where paiN were able to establish control on both sides of the map. That shouldn't be possible. And there it is, MIBR's chance to get back into the game. paiN spending every dime and dollar here to get an MP9.
Hyper-aggressive B hit. Exit's gonna farm a couple kills with that one. Zevi will still push through mid, so chance to rob away something. Let's get weird. Yeah. Turtle. Dead.
Oh, wow.
AK off it over.
Yeah, and they've scared him. They've scared him because now they know B is clear. They know they're comfortable inside of mid. Zebi's just moving it forward, knowing that they're going to move forward with an attack.
There's the sandbags, Molly. Here come the smoke grenades. MP9, Desert Eagle, and Big Uzera's looking to run out, but toppled by Insani. Nekiz has an angle here to work with. They get ever closer, just down beneath him. Short player could get this cover if Insani had dropped the ball, but he's going to keep it clean. 2 kills, now 8 and 8. Trying to keep up with Exit, who is the star for MIBR at the moment, despite them still, even after this, trailing by 3.
Yeah, you could really see the entry pack getting to work now. But that early grenade that they were throwing previously over on B, that's catching a lot of feet. They want to start that out, so I think they should just keep doing it, to be honest, because clearly MIBR want to get into an early position with a lot of map control very fast. So paiN should at least make it hurt.
It's in the name. No! Penny makes sure to stay up.
Now there's a one where they can kind of be a little calm. It's paiN with no money to spend. Having forced into that. On the team that looked like they had a very strong game plan coming back into this. Let's see if MIBR go fast again. is a tall stack.
Quadruple stack plus the point blank Sevi. Exit. I'm sorry. They're going to try to chase him down. Oh, run, brother, run. So ridiculous.
Wow. Okay, well, that's all the info they need.
I feel like it's a bunch of clickers.
That was pretty good. Pretty well done there to get out alive. When thinking that's it.
Bomb has been planted. Bunch of undead chasing him through top mid.
Oh, like in The Last of Us?
Yeah.
I watched it. I never played the game.
I played the first half of the game, and then I got bored.
Ah, okay.
I
can start from like episode 5 then.
No, I've watched like 4 episodes now.
Oh,
Very
okay.
good, very good. Great TV. Highly recommend. I do get freaked out though by like it's not zombies as a theory. They don't freak me out. I can watch zombie movies, doesn't bother me. But it's the sounds they make that do irritate. Like it's just, you know,
like disgusting.
Like those kind. Like I hate that. Like sometimes Sophie at home, if like I'm annoying her or whatever, and she just needs to get back in a little jab, she'll just make those sounds from the other room.
She'll hit you with an alien noise.
She just knows that, like, ugh, it gets under my ugh.
Okay. Well, it's good that now everybody at home knows that, in case they get to meet you one day.
You know, yeah. If you walk up to me and start making zombie, like, I'm gonna
Get
give
ready
you
to defend yourself.
I'm gonna give you the stunner treatment. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
You're getting the stiff arm.
Okay. That's what paiN needs to do right now.
Hit him with the stiff arm.
Yeah. Let's see how fast MIBR go, where they go. Well, they are going to go fast. It's more about where.
Yeah, I like that. Shoot first, ask questions later. Double nade towards sandbag. Not there for the taking. Spam enough and maybe that short peek comes out. Mid-fight to Turtle's favor. Hards out, just caught falling behind sandbags. Big Uzera. They already naded this, so he slides in under the guise of all this smoke. And they're so aggressive that they will get ahead of this B hit, no doubt, because MIBR operating in the dark, but BRN holds flank.
Wow.
And Zevi takes one step too far.
Yep, there was a chance to have huge payoff there if it's not being held or if he gets the kill. But at that moment, they were in a good spot if Zevi didn't go all the way around. You know, 4-4. They had ramp control back after that sandbags player goes down. But it's still the case that MIBR are incentivized to chill for a second because they have to make it seem like they can go back towards A. And now it's about figuring out, you know, what map control do the CTs try to take back. And mid has been a really good point of interest. I think they're still feeling the B hit coming in their direction, but now the CTs are spread relatively thin. Or maybe Skulls doesn't believe it's going to be A first of all. We'll see.
Same angle.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well last time.
Ooh, neck is clean, but not quite enough. Skulls is here in time. Oh, Henny gets away with it. That would have been bomb drop back behind them. Big Uzera, all that's left over, and there's little left on Henny. Come on, so close.
Oh, wow.
But exit makes the difference.
Great awareness from the MIBR players right now. I mean, catching Zevi as he pushes down the ramp. It's Henny on the stairs, just in case somebody decided to go fast on the flank. And they understand exactly what kind of energy paiN are going to come through with. Now this one's huge.
Henny catching Skulls.
And Nekez is...
That would have been the round. This right here.
Nekez should have obviously approached from a new angle to take a second fight. But I think he was like, if I can delay any second now, my teammate is going to be able to do the rest. It's a little bit more time, though, that needed to delay. And it's back to saving here for paiN.
When in doubt, boost. They put an MP9 on top.
Probably going to be too risky to stand here knowing the execs involve a lot of Molotovs when it comes to the B steps, but well, maybe they are actually going to run by him.
P250 versus 5. Second wave of mollies and a slow rotation back towards that A site. Try to use BRN as the spearhead.
That was enough to disassemble the boost, though. That amount of pressure.
Yeah, true. And they're not going to have a chance to go back into it, but they also don't have MIBR leaving, so BRN's going to go make presence on his own.
They're taking over mid, but... Oh, wow. That drywall.
All right.
No problem for BRN.
2 players dropping ladder. 2 players rotating CT shelf.
They're surrounding the wrong guy right now. They think it's probably going to be an A hit.
Big Uzera's leaning B. But BRN in the meanwhile is just tearing heads off shoulders. Easy for him. There is that flank from Big Uzera. Catches them by surprise. Turtle gonna just turn around and deal with that first one. CZ's good from Nekas, but now he's got 25 HP. And the element of surprise is gone.
Yeah, this one doesn't matter outside of the CT saving a weapon. MIBR have really recovered this half in a big way.
Yes, sir.
Looks so good towards the end of these rounds as well, which is, I think, the most important part. It's like the slow start is one thing, the amount of rounds they lose is another, but ending on high confidence is big, and that's 5 straight. Definitely a big chance that they can take the 8th as well. paiN are starting to lose steam.
But
it's still stress.
Yes,
still stress both ways. Oh, that was all the cover. Scaffolding, tarp, drywall.
6 tarp.
All right. Full buy from both sides. Henny on the op on the 15th round of this first half. Who is going to put it together?
7-2 to a tied game. Looking like they want to target this B site yet again. Who lies in wait? Skulls 5 and 10 at the moment. First wave of util goes over top. His position's now well known. Spam through the middle of the box by BRN, and Hartzau smoked out, trying to fight for these edges. Insani's got the trade frag back though. Construction preoccupied by 2. Another Molotov that lands inside of the site. Another Molotov over towards construction. Everything's on fire. But luckily this building is concrete.
It looked like they were multiplying their kits of utility there. No, they haven't actually planted the bomb yet, but they've got lots of time to check the flank.
Which is now about to get hit by Nekas. Ooh, nice snap down.
That shadow gave him 1 second.
That compromises the backline massively.
It does. Now they're actually going to push forward a little bit into Big Uzera, who's peeled all the way back.
Does have lower health.
I think the reroute.
Easier fight.
Yeah, the reroute to heaven actually makes sense here. Oh, but no shot in.
An exit barely standing here. At least Nekas has been set up, but Henny posted on the angle patiently from a distance. That is 6 to close this first half. MIBR want this series. So MIBR not only bouncing back in this series, but even within this first half, from 7-2 to 7-8, paiN let that slip through their fingers. Some close rounds, some nail biters, but ultimately MIBR leaning into this CT side with a 1-round lead.
Both these teams score 60% T sides, so that was actually another kind of crazy CT start for paiN. So MIBR, you can kind of see how, why they get so many T rounds normally, but it took them a while to get back into it. So I think paiN, they might feel a little bit worse off. You know, seemingly could have made that like a 12-3 half, but at the same time, they might be feeling kind of happy that they got it over with. We'll find out certainly with this pistol. And Sonny has had such great pistol. Oh my God! Wait,
flash in the
they
forehead.
hit him though. They hit him with the flash.
Yeah, they know he's in there. But he's even just disrupting the pistol. Eventually, he'll die out.
Yeah.
Gives BRN and Exit a chance to flex. 2 kills back here for MIBR. Zevi's going to alleviate a bit of pressure. BRN is barely alive, just like Skulls. This one is anybody's. Bomb has been planted. Turtle having a bit of a horrible game. Back to the likes of Anubis. Kind of, sort of awful.
Bit of a stinker here from Turtle.
But Henny's got the Berettas and ripping off Nekis' head already. Remember, Skulls is low. Retake, very doable. But then 2 kills, bounce back for paiN. Turtle, you gotta go above and beyond. And he's getting chased while flashed. Skulls with the assist, and paiN with the second pistol.
2 pistols so far for paiN. Can't ask for much more with the game that was so close the last time they played. And again, both teams showing some good vertigo recently. These kills were obviously important. A dualies coming in from map position versus a stairs fight, I'm taking the dualies most of the time. Like, you're usually eating. But that flash actually in the 2v1 was also solid. Fair play to Turtle, though. He almost managed to snap back completely white, so an effort was made. Now tied game. Another anti-eco here for paiN. No investment for MIBR.
Yeah, he didn't even stick around, man.
You can't even have this Mac 10, he said.
He hears 4 sets of feet and just dives.
Wow.
And that's fine. They'll find A-site completely open for the taking.
I would say, why are you trying so hard? But Washington is on the line.
Very true.
Oh, and Turtle takes the easy way out.
Huh? Every Turtle fantasy picker is fuming. He's just killing himself.
There's Nekis with 1, and it's on the Mac 10. I was kind of surprised to see, Harzao run from a pistols because he had the Mac 10 holding. If he had
make some money.
Yeah. Okay.
Meanwhile, jumping Glock burst fire. And they will get that Mac 10. And he had to work for it.
So, another good start here with the anti-eco going swimmingly, the pistol being 1. The conversions were good in the first half. That definitely supplanted what they need. Oh, it was a run boost. It's a good effort. They got to send something more agile than a Turtle, though. You know?
Yeah.
But you don't want to have the Turtle in the bottom either. You're definitely not going to go fast.
Not fast enough.
Yeah, so fair enough. Send it flying.
Although turtles are faster than tortoises.
It's kind of a race to the bottom, isn't it? Just working with scraps here.
Somewhere down there with sloths and snails. I'm pretty sure that's banned at last events. Just gonna put that out there.
We want to make sure, though, right?
Yep, we do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I am. Yep, okay. Skulls has killed Henny, and the A-site crumbles here. BRN, what's up? Okay, it's not banned anymore. We changed our rules.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, I haven't been reading the rule books lately. Nice lurk in from BRN to at least pressure this retake. I mean, they're putting the possibility in the back of paiN's minds. Oh! BRN clears out sight. Bombs beyond the halfway point. Other CTs need to figure out where Big Uzer is at. This is a 10-second stick. He's going to run at that bomb.
Oh,
instant
and he gets away?
Headshot. Instant headshot from Big Uzer. 1v3. Easy.
How? How? That was like a close to impossible round to win. And the stick looks so good in that situation, but he had to go with the 10 second. Was that right?
I didn't see the kit.
I don't know.
There wasn't one on the site.
Yeah. Oh, really saved the day. BRN has put together some very, very classy rounds with his rifle work in this series. Definitely been someone to talk about.
That was looking so good too. The way he just quietly crept back into the bomb site. He was literally on the bomb before he starts pulling triggers.
Yeah.
But
well, multiple 1v3s in this series.
Mm-hmm. Biguzera alive and kicking.
It's very possible either team somehow makes it through this bracket. You know, it is very possible. People aren't used to hearing that story with MIBR and paiN, but gotta reiterate, this is about as good as we've seen them getting ready for a Blast event, coming into it.
Yep.
I can't remember a single other time where I thought, well, I think they've got like 4 out of 5 players.
And no shade, but the last 2 showdowns for the Americas, the winners were Fluxo and paiN.
Right.
You know, like, okay, sure, Liquid weren't attending the last one.
Yeah.
And I don't think Furia were either. That is the difference with this event.
No shame losing to Luke Hauser.
But
yeah, it's a 10 second right here. Oh, just wow. And that's a 1v3 with all the money.
Mm-hmm. T-side's still flawless. There was a moment there where the retake, I wasn't even certain whether they were going to go for it.
Yeah.
They got so close that they kind of commit. And it's only in the last hurdle versus Biguzera that you realize, oh, damn.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this isn't the best situation ever. 10-second stick inside of smoke. But also, I mean, Biguzera, bro, he got that headshot so fast. A lesser man would have lost the lineup. But he's the bigger, better Biguzera. Zevi, Nekiz, couple kills. Exit and Insani return the favor with their pistols, and all that's left of paiN will come running up that ramp. Insani looking to go God mode.
Here's the Insani round.
Is this the one? For hours later.
It's gonna be a tough one though. The smoke's down. Shouldn't have a clear shot. Maybe he gets the sick timing going up top. Not that. Ooh, okay.
Chance.
That was a cool way to do that though, staying crouched. Turtle.
5-7 going through. Oh!
Oh, he does stop the plant. Oh, okay.
Biguzera though catching headshots.
Wow. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby. Back-to-back rounds here, impactful from Biguzera.
Yeah, and he's the guy like I'm thinking about when it comes to like their biggest matches.
Mm-hmm.
You know, stats aside, I think Biguzera really impressed, especially versus Furia when it mattered.
Yep. He was the reason they qualified for Lisbon 2022. Yep.
Runs out early nade damage. Quite fast up the ramp. They're going to go right past Insani. They take out his teammate, and there's a chance for a great spray down. This is what we saw from Insani. Ash versus Greyhound.
His ramp. How about Turtle's B site? Man, he's getting brutalized this map.
Yeah, that was definitely a problem for Anubis, obviously.
He can't afford to move. He's being hunted. Flash comes out. They don't dismantle, and Turtle doesn't overcommit.
But he can quietly jump up, and that's obviously the key to this boost, on top of clearing out the angles here.
Molly onto Turtle.
Oh, he didn't seem to have noticed that. Oh, and Skulls will grab both.
Clean second kill here from Skulls. Puts the rotation and the retake into question because they're not that close.
That's a huge problem. They have Turtle, you know, obviously has to fret. And the B site on this map, it's so open. Like, if you're feeling off, it just feels like you get exposed all the time. And actually, MIBR did the same thing to paiN in that first half. We had one really cool round, I think, out of Skulls where he had that slight turn into dodging all the flashes. But after that, all the B-side execs were way too overpowering. And again, that's when I think we look back on both their map stats and how much they're consistently winning on T sides. The B side is not easy to play, even if you're playing well. It feels like, honestly, even in Tier 1, you know, we're talking about Shush as somebody who feels like he can make up for not having any help multiple rounds in a row. Not that he does, but he has the protocols, the depth of play, the variety, and hits the shots and all the weird angles. But not everyone's Shush.
No, sir. And again, to reiterate, last time they played on this exact map, Turtle's second highest rated player. So he has been capable of shutting down this B site in the past versus paiN, but clearly not tonight. Not thus far. Frustrations on a surface level, as this second half from MIBR is still non-existent. 5 rounds straight for paiN. Gun rounds, and they go flying towards this B ramp. Exit and Insani end up making the difference. Man advantage here for MIBR as they fight for their first CT win.
Yeah, that works out extremely well. Uh-oh, then he misses a shot, but you can't really... Uh-oh!
Molly's himself.
Oh, that's not good. Up through the smoke. Kenny has to take the fight this way, but yeah, you wouldn't expect him to be doing that. That was just the only play he could make. You know, credit to him. Not a bad spray, but no bomb. Ooh.
Caught by the shot, though.
But interesting, just coming right back up into heaven. Hard's out. What's the idea?
Where's that bomb, too?
Yeah.
Downstairs somewhere.
You might not assume that they found it. I mean, he's left it in the default position unless they've gone for the full flank. So if he finds it, right, then he can assume they're going to respect that it'll be a B play, if not staggered, and will take their time clearing it. So he has time to go towards the A site. If he takes it back towards B, I'd be surprised. But, oh, okay.
Surprised?
I am, yeah. The only thing I can assume is that he maybe thinks that they saw it and they're trying to play games with him, but, you know, why wouldn't we be trying to go back and clear this side of the map? Well, he goes down MIBR. They go forward with the full-on B hit, and the trades are just good enough. And I think the flash is what makes the biggest difference. They have one guy completely blind who could have definitely got a second trade, but then the op comes through. It's the final word of that situation. And that's why they're going through the prophylaxis on the B side, because if you give up the stairs, those site hits are crazy. But if you go for map control and take the stairs, well, then you don't have to worry about that site hit.
Big nade potential. Ah! Little chip.
Yeah. Oh, the boost.
Very nice. And that
start to
allows
walk
for
up, but
Nekis
do they
to
get
walk
the
close. He gets stuffed by Henny, though. AWP point blank ends up working, and Insani catching a headshot on the fallback. Big Uzera, huge scalp to take. 21 and 14 as he's now dead. And Hard Zhao with the mid play, but there's a construction player, and so Turtle not having to hold off that B site. Hangs on to mid, but they aggress. They try to fight outwards. Zevi double kill. Henny on the pistol. That's an easy pickup here for Zevi. Now Turtle looking for the 1v2. They both dive back short. And Turtle, how do you clutch this?
They have consistently not had the bomb in situations where they're ready to approach the site. We see majority players here, and they create a weird situation for themselves, but it's another situation where MIBR have not pushed and tried to go for the flank. So this time, Turtle will make his way back out, but he's actually thinking they might be trying to reroute to mid. It's so hard to read in these situations because if they had the bomb, of course, they would have simply planted, and he wouldn't plan for them to not have the bomb. But it's happened 2 situations in a row. Turtle, just in time, 1 player low. Oh, but he doesn't get the kill on the cross, and they're coming to fight him. Zevi's low.
And he's got the bomb, and he's missing shot.
Oh my
that
God.
draws him into Skulls.
If Skulls just died right there, Zevi bomb out with 10 HP. He's cooked, so that's a close call. Oof. They got to be more careful about, you know, these rounds are fast. Bring the bomb with you. You know what I mean?
2 versus 4, however. We want to talk about 1v3s and clutches and crazy outcomes. This is one that, if it's not for Zevi.
Wow, yeah, it's actually massive for Zevi.
4 kills on it.
And such low HP for those last 2. Only headshots.
Very clean indeed. first timeout for paiN. Zevi and Biguzera going above and beyond here on map 3.
That is a scary sign. That was a potentially stabilizing round. The last one they won, of course, had them one away from saving, and they lose the next. I don't know where this leaves MIBR. Two M4s.
Again, they try the B clash. And again, they're met by numbers here from MIBR.
Yeah, but they're already smelling the kind of, force up that's just taken place with the 5-7 that comes into play. They do stretch themselves a little thin. There's a 2-player setup here on short. Nekes. Okay, well, I was going to say if he's not careful, but hey.
Survives on 1.
1 health. And not affected by that dink, though. Pure control over his mechanics. That'll send MIBR running. Oof. Are these final moments here for MIBR? That one's so expensive for 14. And after this arduous journey, paiN on Vertigo, looking for revenge here, even though they dropped Nuke, where they had a position to close it out after stomping Anubis, where it felt like, well, that's the layup. Now late into the night, but on the precipice of a pretty dignified win on top of actually simply winning.
And a win is a win. Not to mention, recent head-to-head would have led you to believe MIBR could have picked this up again in a 2-0. So they get one back over MIBR. They get to continue the success from Pro League. And their next potential opponent, if they close here on Vertigo, Liquid, a team they just beat on LAN in a best-of-3 convincingly.
Convincingly, yeah. Like I was watching that, I was thinking, if they played again, does Liquid even feel like they're the better team? Because paiN looks so solid, and we have seen them look like a well-seasoned roster. I mean, their gameplay has transcended just like being really good in their region. Like, they are playing in a way that feels European at the same time as keeping their identity. So in the way of being optimized, but also having their aggressions here or there. They've shown a lot of range with how fast and slowly they can play rounds and how comfortable they are doing so. And we saw how ferocious MIBR have been in some of these rounds, so it's not been easy. But, well, sort of a last stand here. MIBR invest their money. They have a really good buy.
Turtle now or never. A one and done. Quick response from Skulls. Exit almost lines them up, but Skulls is done waiting for this win.
These entries, man. His T side, he has really come to life. So many multis in this one half. And that's just match point locked up. Henny doesn't even get to use this scoped weapon. At least he'll have it for the next round. But it really is one final stand.
We tout Skulls T side, but just paiN in general. One singular CT round win for MIBR here on Vertigo. That's it. And you were coming into the second half having taken the momentum back from paiN. 6-round streak, feeling good. You've had 2v4s. Lost.
Yeah, there was the argument that, they didn't set themselves up for the second half because they normally get more T rounds, but the fact that they had so much momentum on their side, the fact that the way they won rounds is not even the way that paiN have won rounds so far. It was even more tremendous. It felt like they had 2 kits of utility on all their players. But these Skulls entries have just been unstoppable, honestly. Okay, with the 2 saved guns, everybody else gets a rifle. It's a buy that has a similar complexion to what we just saw. But with 1 round in this half, we're looking at data that shows us they can pull this back, and it's looking bleak. MIBR has to put a smile on their face right now. They've done all this work to get to this point. They made a comeback on Nuke. What 6 more rounds to get to OT again?
Yeah, but from who? B-site still compromised. Turtle under pressure yet again. This has not been his map. Shame too, because on Nuke he was essential for that comeback. undeniably a reason we are on Vertigo, and a chance yet again. Stops bomb, lines up a couple. Good chance at a third here, but now he's got a teammate at bat and exit. And so, when Turtle delivers a couple, the B site holds.
Oh yeah, the exact same attack, and Turtle stops him in his tracks. Looking sturdy there from Quad. Actually pushing forward, excuse me. And
world of difference.
Sandy locks it up, so Turtle. I mean, it's a little late, but it's still what they need while they're still alive. And at least they've retained some confidence now on the site that's being attacked repeatedly. Looks like Exit helped out with that second kill, softened him up. Very fast on the swing, too.
Wasted no time throwing himself into the fray.
They would have loved to close that out, not even having to come up with a new idea, but now they'll have to workshop it a bit.
Leaving bomb behind them. Sizing up the A ramp first and foremost. Nekis has done a good job of winning short side. Sonny not giving us that coveted ramp performance. Smoke fades, Nekis takes the front, but Sonny takes his head clean off.
What a shot.
As he slides wide. We get a fallback as well. BRN tucks behind sandbags. MIBR have what they need so far to start this round. 5v4, don't throw it.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. They've thrown 4v2s, they've thrown 3v1s. Silence from paiN, a flash, commit around the corner. Insani traded out by Skulls. That's a 3v3 that I think paiN will be happy to take.
They waited for that.
They come running up that ramp. CT's not scrambling for this rotation, but rather walking.
They have full utility as well. No one playing short side right now.
And he misses his chance through spam. He's gonna go over top. Damage here versus Hard Sal, making this a little more difficult for paiN to hang on with. What's the retake look like? We've got a single smoke. We've got kits on all three. At a health advantage, clearly the way of MIBR.
But a fresh re-smoke.
Don't tell me paiN can't close this. And you looking for the ramp contact. Scope would have been heard, of course, by that close player. It's Skulls point blank, he with the most health for paiN. Now inside of the smokes, on top of that bomb, which is nearing the 3-quarter mark already, and Skulls just resides inside. Knife out, slashes them off a bit, and makes sure to send this one home. Lines him up, knocks him down. paiN eliminate MIBR.
Wow. They did it. They made it happen. Deep into Vertigo, but they close it out in a confident-looking second half. It felt like MIBR had so much more to give. So we saw that roll on, but by the end of it, I mean, a pretty abysmal second half.
One singular CT round win, and then that heroic moment from Turtle to give them a second. Other than that, it's all paiN all day, and they'll be looking to watch whether Liquid can best Nouns to lock in that semifinal. But tonight, the Brazilian Derby, long into the night, comes to a close with paiN's hands raised.
And paiN's game will continue here at the Showdown as they eliminate MIBR. And I think the guy summed it up perfectly. That CT side, it was just not there. MIBR got bullied.
And that was one of the things we prefaced before this third map, the T side of paiN Gaming being able to make the difference. I'm not gonna lie, James, I got slightly worried for paiN if you consider the start they had in this third map. Was it 6-1 lead? And then MIBR just worked their way, just very slowly crawled their way into clutches. paiN got a little bit overzealous, ahead of themselves, let go of situations they had lead in. We see the time history right here in front of you, round history rather. But I have to admit, the way they corrected the course on the second half, top-notch from paiN Gaming.
That was beautiful from paiN. Very beautiful. Winning both pistol rounds, converting both pistol rounds, and then getting off to a very good start on that T side. It felt like you could have played the last couple of rounds in this game as well, and paiN would have just won them straight outright in a practice game. So it did feel like paiN had the number. It did feel like paiN had a good idea of what they wanted to do on the T side, and then the individuals, as you see on the scoreboard here as well, Big Osira, Sevi, who played a fantastic first map, went a little bit missing on Nuke, bounced back here on Vertigo as well. So we saw a lot of different qualities coming out of paiN Gaming throughout this entire series.
And when you're talking about bouncing back, I do want to touch on what you were saying towards the end there, Maniac, on that first half, is the fact that it was 6 T rounds in a row from MIBR, and still paiN didn't let it get to them, where we start to see them crumble in tougher situations than that.
Yeah, I think that the good start of the second half helped them get over that hurdle. You know, you could see at the end of the first half that there was a little bit of frustration. They were a bit frowny faces all around in the boot camp, but then once you win that pistol, you get conversion right behind and you don't actually get stopped in your track. They built a little bit of momentum. And in a few of these iffy late round situations, they actually managed to pull ahead. I think there were a couple of moments in the second half that could have turned the tides a little. Icky clutches situations, the bomb is left behind in 2 different situations. They still managed to close it. Could have been a little bit weird, but still, they had done enough anywho.
They did for sure. And we got to look at Zevi. You mentioned it, right? He went a bit missing on Nuke, but he came back into this game. And him and Skulls have been point men for this team since coming into it.
Yeah, very fitting. Skulls is the guy to finish the game in quite some fashion with that little knife play in the smoke and just, you know, doing the dirty stuff to MIBR and sending them out, you know, in a rather not so nice way. Overall, you know, we've seen paiN Gaming play a couple of good games now. We saw them at Pro League. We see them here now as well. And we're getting to learn more about Skulls. We're getting to learn more about Zevi. And the more I watch them, the more I like them. They're the 2 highest rated players within paiN Gaming in the past 3 months. They're playing well. They're playing somewhat of aggressive Counter-Strike. You know, this Brazilian flair for the game where they're not afraid of fighting or not afraid of sitting inside a smoke doing plays like this. I like it. It's fun Counter-Strike. It's exciting. And it can still become better. You can still polish that game style a little bit. And there's a lot of potential, especially in this guy.
Yeah, but he's got that pinch of salt. He's got that extra little flavor. He's not afraid of making moves and taking risks and making plays with a few situations, even on the CT side, where I remember he's behind the 3rd box on the A side and he just jumps on top to get the bomb planted. He's got that little something, right? The dynamism where you want to try to make a difference, and that is something that I like. You just need to correct it a little bit, control it, but the value is here for sure. I think Zevi is one that we have to keep an eye on.
Now, even though we are saying goodbye to MIBR, and it is sad to see him go, there are positive signs around. The exit, again, from back-to-back maps was the one trying to bail him out. But my problem on Vertigo is he shouldn't be the player that's doing it at that point, right? You can't be relying on him to do it every time. That's not his role.
No, we didn't get to see enough from Insani. We didn't get to see enough from Henny at all. I feel like we haven't mentioned Henny's name throughout this entire series at all. And,
not so much.
To me, that's a worrisome thing. I know we had the discussion many, many times. Henny is not going to come back to the level he was at in Furia. That train is long gone, but you still need to see him have more impact than he had throughout this entire series. So yes, I agree with you, James. Exit did a good job as the in-game leader, as the clutcher of the team as well. He's a very passive player, but he needs to surround himself with guys like Insani, guys like Henny who can create space for him, and they didn't today.
He was basically let down by most of his team, right? I think Insani was decent on this map. He had a few moments, but none that really caught my eye. But if you realize as well, on Nuke, Turtle had a couple of round-changing headshots, a couple of game-defining moments where he found multi-kills. Here he was super silent. It was also noted by the cast that the only CT round that the MIBR actually found is off the back of Turtle's defense on the B side, but problem is that was only 1 round out of the entire defense. So it's easy to name names and point the fingers, but I just think most of the individuals on the side of MIBR kind of fell off a little bit on that
just
map.
roll to roll as well. I just want to point it out, right? The highest rated player on the server is Zevi. He did a fantastic job. And the second lowest rated player on the entire server is Henny. So we have the 2 Orbers going up against each other, and one is ruling it for his team, one is making the difference, and another one went completely missing.
And now when it comes to paiN, though, their journey obviously will continue here. This is a team that we got excited about at EPL. We see some signs here. Do we look at them in a different way that this game got like this? Does it matter so much on the scorelines? The win still count as the win?
I don't think I learned so much from that series. I truly believe that this was a specific matchup, so domestic, so much mind game going on. I think paiN gave up a few advantages, but whether or not, maybe we can hear about it in an interview later down the road, but maybe it's because of that knowledge that they had and because they wanted to do the extra move, the extra perfect move. It wasn't a clean game at all. And this paiN, I don't believe can pass the shoulder against Liquid. But still, they've done it in EPL. We don't even know if they're going to play Liquid. I'm getting ahead of myself. There is a game that has to decide that. But I haven't heard too much, learned too much from that.
Yeah, I would agree. It's not like I saw anything in this game I didn't know already. We know paiN Gaming is a very competitive team. We know a couple of the players are interesting, but I'd agree with Match. You know, it's a domestic matchup right here, and we didn't learn too much outside of the fact that paiN were better than MIBR.
Yeah, that's one thing to look at for sure. Now, I do want to kind of look at the overall tournament we have here, right? Because paiN is going to be in the matchup against the winner. You said Liquid already.
I got ahead of myself.
We're not guaranteed it just yet. They are facing off against Nouns, but Liquid must be fiercely wanting that rematch because No one expected that to happen before.
No, obviously not. Liquid still have a fantastically horrifying track record for beginning of tournaments, and when you play single elimination, there is no space for a missed best of 3, but still, Liquid should very comfortably move past Nouns to set for that interesting rematch against paiN, and then the rest of the bracket is obviously to be decided in the next coming days. Complexity Imperial, that's an interesting one. I think it's a matchup that kind of always delivers, very tight, and on the other hand, Furia should take that very quick, high-speed train to the semi-final and then set us up.
Well, let's see if it does go down that way. But before we get there, before we close out today, we need to hear from paiN Gaming. And we've been talking about him. It's Skulls of Heku.
So, Skulls, first of all, congratulations. This was an intense series. It went to all 3 maps. I don't have too many questions when it comes to Vertigo because, I mean, the second half, your team was dominating. But I do want to know about Nuke. Why did it go out of control?
I think we had a slow start there, and we tried to bring it back in the second half, but it wasn't enough. We made a lot of mistakes, silly mistakes on T-side, and that was the issue on that map.
And the last time when you actually played against MIBR, you also played on Nuke, and this time you were a bit more successful on the CT side. Is that something you recently focused on?
Yeah, of course. Since the last time, we changed a lot of things. We had a boot camp on Europe, and then we had Pro League and etc. So, yeah, we changed a lot of things.
Well, the first map was Anubis, and that was the map pick of MIBR. Were you in any way surprised by their pick?
Not really, because we were expecting that, but we were really prepared to play Anubis. We was kinda expecting it to be their pick, so yeah.
Yeah, we definitely saw that you were ready and you were prepared. But then now the big question is, will you be ready for the next upcoming series, which will either be against Liquid or Nouns? Who do you think is going to be your opponent?
I believe Liquid. They're playing really well, and I think it will be a really great match because we just won against them on Pro League.
Do you think that this time they'll be more prepared and maybe not underestimate you?
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. I mean,
well, it's good to hear from Skulls, and it's in a positive way, I would say, right? That the paiN, they understand that it's going to be a tough match if they do go against Liquid, but they're jumping the gun just like you, mate.
I mean, listen, yes, I understand that they anticipate Liquid to be against them. And at the same time, why would they not rejoice? Like, right, it's always harder to win again a game like that against an opponent that is supposedly better than you. But you did beat them last time, so hell yeah, be happy, get another notch in that belt.
Well, let's have a look at something a little bit more fun. We've got our unicorn predictions up here. And Pimp,
yeah.
I'm sure you did really well today, mate, right?
Could have been better. MIBR got close, I'm not going to lie. I took a gamble, I took a risk. It didn't pay off today, but I still held my head high and... Shut up, James.
All right, so who is in the actual elite club? We have Heku.
Look at Londers. Just look at Londers. Let's take a look at Londers.
Mahone at 3.
No, Londers is always in that boat. That's fine.
Londers is always trying to go against the
gloat a lot.
You're just accepting the fact that he sucks, so...
Maui as well.
That's your words, you know.
Maui's under the same boat at the same time.
True.
Oh, yeah, Maui did go for the MIBR pick as well. You and I, James, very carefully cruising onto that 100%. High five. There we go.
We'll keep that going. We'll keep it running. Let's have a look at our results from today, though, and remind everyone at home who is still tuning in what happened at the Sexy Showdown
today
day
only?
1. Yeah, day 1's done.
No, 3 days ago. NIB versus OG. That was today.
Yes, that was today. Well, technically not today anymore.
It's not. You're right.
Early hours of the morning. But yes, OG fell to NIP. This is the bracket and where we're at. It set us up for the NIP Cloud9 game. And next, we're going to take a look at our CS Money Player of the Days.
Oh, I like that part.
Yeah, that's the best part.
But I will wait for the graphics to come over because I actually do not know.
Oh, we're surprised today. What have we got?
Can you read? I think it's Flames. It's Flames with the move on Mirage. The 4K with the AK-47. Such an impressive, impactful play. Beautiful.
Yeah, we got some more OG highlights coming out this time around from Neofrag. And if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be on Mirage. Yes, a 1v3 clutch finding Brolin at this point as well. Only 8 seconds left. Picks up the bomb and then he outplays at.CEST, who makes a massive mistake right here. Hetrick can't do anything against Neofrag because he's sharp as ever with that AK.
That was a good little peek. And finally, last possibility for you guys. One of my personal favorites of the day. It's Zevi from paiN Gaming, of course, with a little bit of AK-47 up the smokes. The play here on Vertigo, punishing the attempt of MIBR to be aggressive. Multi-kills galore. That was great from Zevi. My MVP, personally, for this series.
Yeah, I think I'd give it to Zevi as well, because the other two players were eliminated, so why are you giving them anything?
What are you talking about? Just let me give him a compliment.
No, I said Zevi can have it. I said I don't want the other two players to have it.
Good.
They're out. They're
but
gone.
I was just giving him the MVP of the match, not the CS money. That's the you guys are.
Oh yeah, that's what we're going to
me,
next. Let's find out. Let's get that check in. Let's see what Hecker's got for us with the Maersk MVP.
Hey James, yeah, I'm here to present you the Maersk check-in MVP. And the thing is that today we had quite a lot of teams and quite a lot of players that performed really, really good. When it comes to Europe, Broland finished with a 133 rating, then we had Shir with 146. But to everyone's surprise, today Hobbit was getting those headshots. He was getting that rating 1.66. Probably he's showing us the reason why a few years ago he did manage to get that major win and why he did get into that HLTV top 20 2 years ago, but he missed 1 year, and he's showing us the reason that he really, really wants to go back into it, and right now he's doing his best. But besides Europe, we also have an A. No, we don't have an A. We have the Americas, because today we had only Brazilian teams, and in the top 3 we have only paiN. We have only paiN, and first it was Skulls, then Biguzer, but in the end, Zevi was absolutely unstoppable. He was probably one of the reasons why we end up going to those OTs on Nuke, because, I mean, when most of the players would probably go and save the AWP, he still decided to go for that Ninja Defuse, and it ended up going for the Mile, but yeah, those are our MVPs. Number 1 is Hobbit in Europe, and number 1 in the Americas is Zoe. So yeah, back to you, Banks.
Thank you, Heku. That's why we'll be checking in every day as the tournament progresses, because we've only had a few games and some of the other star players from different teams have not played just yet. But we will see more of them in action tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
We've got Big going up against Rare, Atom into 9, taking on Fnatic, Liquid going up against Nouns. Pimp, real quick, what's your favorite matchup coming up for tomorrow?
9 versus Fnatic, I think it's going to be very interesting, very tough game to call. 9 is not bad, Fnatic is getting better and better, so it's going to be a good day of Counter-Strike tomorrow.
I like Big versus Rare Atom because also it starts in about 12 hours. Whoa. 12 hours and 30 minutes, in fact.
If you're still here watching and getting ready for it, you must make sure you get some sleep, get some rest. Maniac is definitely going to go into Sleepy Land.
Sleepy Land?
Sleepy Land.
Yeah, send us to Sleepy Land.
Oh, yeah.
Keep
See you
looking
later.
at me.
We're going to Sleepy Land. We'll see you tomorrow.
God damn, Sleepy Land, let's go.
Yeah, thanks, bye.